Introduction. The path ahead is long and winding. The young man endures the trials and tribulations of life with grit and determination. Having lost his wife and father, he forges through adversity, aiming to shatter the heavens and bury the fallen. Entering the realm of the underworld and challenging the celestial city, he treads a path steeped in sacrifice, for he believes that destiny is in his own hands, and if heaven seeks to extinguish him, he shall obliterate heaven instead. What of gods? What of demons? Those who dare obstruct his path shall be trampled beneath his feet. He seeks to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, ensuring that all beings, including you, are unworthy of witnessing his grandeur. He shall become the master of his own fate. Chapter 1. Amnesia. A sharp cry erupted from a unicorn-drawn carriage, startling the middle-aged driver, who swiftly pulled the reins to regain control. His face lit up with surprise as he turned to the youth beside him. Xiao Tian, go check if he has awakened. Yes, father. The boy, around 13 or 14 years of age, lifted the curtain of the carriage. Inside lay a frail figure, swathed in white bandages, reminiscent of a mummy. As the figure struggled to rise, Xiao Tian immediately intervened. Do not. Your injuries have not yet healed. Injured? Am I wounded? My head throbs painfully, and my body feels immobile. I must be hurt. Night Feng pondered in a daze, as if a heavy stone had lodged itself in his skull, causing great discomfort. His body felt engulfed in flames, yet sensing the presence of his savior, he nodded, his emotions gradually calming. The carriage continued its journey, and as dusk descended, the wheels came to a gentle halt. Night Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them to the sound of voices outside. All right, ahead lies the cloudy canyon. There are many magical beasts at night. Let us rest here momentarily and push to return to Connor City as soon as possible. Yes, Captain Chu Wang, responded a group of voices in unison. Moments later, the carriage curtain was drawn back again, revealing the same boy, now with a cheerful grin. He helped Night Feng to his feet and guided him outside. They were part of a caravan, situated in a clearing amidst a vast forest. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and about a dozen carriages were arranged in a circle, forming a camp. In the center, 4 or 5 large bonfires blazed, surrounded by over 20 individuals who gathered in small circles, conversing or dining together. Night Feng was led to a bonfire, where he sat down and smiled apologetically at the boy. Thank you for your help. Although he was uncertain about the reason for his injuries, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for the rescue. It wasn't me who saved you. My name is Chu Tian. What is yours? Chu Tian asked, blinking with curiosity. Night Feng, were you chased off a cliff by enemies? I do not know. Oh, then where's your home? I can ask my father to take you back. I do not know. Then do you have family? I do not know. After several inquiries, Night Feng could only recall his name, leaving Chu Tian speechless. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the middle-aged man standing behind Chu Tian suddenly changed expression, compassion flooding his face as he interrupted. Xiao Tian, do not ask further. This young man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Amnesia? Chu Tian exclaimed in shock, mirroring his father's expression. Though unaware of the cause of Night Feng's memory loss, the sight of his grievous injuries sparked sympathy in many. Excuse me, sir, who are you? Night Feng asked, gazing blankly at the kind-looking middle-aged man. I am Chu Wang, this boy's father. Chu Wang replied with a gentle smile, ruffling his son's hair. He then sat down, scrutinizing Night Feng for a moment before sighing deeply. Actually, you were discovered by our second lady. You were hanging on a large tree, barely alive. We thought you would not survive, but to our surprise, the second lady's medical skills are remarkable. She managed to bring you back from the brink of death. Indeed, Miss Chu Xian is extraordinary. She is my idol, Chu Tian said dreamily, only to earn a reprimand from Chu Wang, who chastised him for harboring unrealistic aspirations towards someone like her. Observing this father-son duo, Night Feng felt warmth in his heart, gradually understanding that they hailed from the Chu family of Connor City, within the great Qian Empire. They were tasked with escorting the second lady, Chu Xian, on her journey of training, and had come to his aid upon discovering his battered state. Night Feng, do you have any plans moving forward? Chu Tian posed a pivotal question. About that, Night Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that with his amnesia and immobility, he was in no position to contemplate future plans. Alas, our Chu family employs many individuals of different surnames. If you do not mind, when we return to the Chu family in a few days, I can help you find a cultivation technique. If you are capable of cultivating, you could receive monthly remuneration from the family, but if not, you may have to serve as a subordinate, Chu Wang explained. Being warm-hearted, Chu Wang could not bear to see a young amnesiac wander alone, especially given his injuries, which suggested he might have enemies pursuing him. Leaving him outside would only lead to his demise. "Thank you, sir," Night Feng expressed gratefully, casting a thankful glance at Chu Wang. Though their acquaintance was brief, the kindness bestowed upon him was rare and invaluable. Night Feng silently vowed to find a way to repay this kindness in the future. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared silently behind them. "Uncle Chu Wang, has he awakened?" Night Feng turned to meet a pair of bright eyes, adorned in a cream-hued gown that clung delicately to her form. Her exquisitely crafted face, with willow-like brows and cherry-red lips, exuded a youthful innocence and unique tenderness. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and a faint fragrance enveloped her, intoxicating Night Feng. Caught off guard by her unwavering gaze, Night Feng felt a flush of embarrassment and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, retorted, "Have you finished staring?" "Not yet." Night Feng was unaware of where his courage stemmed from, but he found himself playfully teasing her at such a serious moment. The girl was momentarily taken aback, and even the surrounding members of the Chu family stared incredulously at Night Feng, as if trying to discern his intentions. How audacious! The second lady was being flirted with. Had it not been for his frail state, they would have reacted more vigorously. However, it was his next words that left Chu Xian's cheeks burning. "This is the most beautiful sight I have ever beheld," Night Feng declared, his gaze fixed on Chu Xian. Some members of the Chu family scoffed in response. Another toad wishing to eat swan meat. If that worked, I wouldn't have needed to write a lengthy letter 3 years ago. Exactly, just another dreamer. Sigh. Once he interacts with our second lady, he will realize she is not someone he can aspire to. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Night Feng felt no discomfort, while Chu Xian turned crimson, shyly handing a small box to Chu Tian. "This is his medicine." With that, she turned and fled, her demeanor resembling that of a lovesick maiden. Many were left slack-jawed, their eyes fixed on Night Feng, while Chu Wang and his son stared at him, bewildered. After a long pause, Chu Wang finally managed to utter, "Kid, you are quite bold. The second young lady of the Chu family has always maintained a distance from men, a well-known fact among the powerful factions of Connor City. However, who would have anticipated that today, Chu Xian would display such a demeanor toward the mere youth? What enchantment does this lad possess? Could it be that the second young lady has a penchant for the weak?" Many young members of the Chu family seemed to have discovered a shortcut to wooing women, leading them to engage in self-inflicted harm in hopes of eliciting maternal instincts from the girls. Yet, without exception, their efforts were in vain. Not only did they fail to win any affection, but they didn't even manage to hold hands. But that is a tale for another time. Alas, while it may be unrealistic, speaking a word with the second young lady is indeed your greatest honor, remarked Chu Tian with a sage-like demeanor. As soon as their break was over, Chu Wang and his son brought Yi Feng back to the carriage, applied some medicine, and then began to rest. At dawn the next day, the convoy resumed its journey. This time, as they traversed the ominous Cloud Valley, teeming with monstrous beasts, caution was paramount. Although they followed well-established safe routes, who could guarantee that a ferocious beast wouldn't emerge to inflict harm? Many formidable warriors had perished on such paths. Thus, they proceeded with utmost vigilance. And after 3 days, when a sight of human architecture finally emerged, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the group. The most perilous stretch was behind them. Among them, Yi Feng was the most at ease. Unable to contribute, he decided to focus on recuperating. The commendable medical skills of Chu Xian were not unfounded. Gradually, the bandages on Yi Feng were removed, revealing newly formed muscle, and he felt a wave of joy at witnessing his recovery. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng gazed out the carriage window at the approaching expanse of buildings. Surely, this must be Connor City, as he had heard from Chu Wang. The city was dominated by 4 major powers: the Chu family, the Meng family, the Brand family, and the most formidable of them all, the Qin Merchant Association. Like the Chu family, the Qin Merchant Association was also an outsider, yet their circumstances were drastically different. They were backed by the Qin king, one of the 4 feudal lords of the great Qin Empire, which ensured that no one dared to provoke them. In contrast, the Chu family, lacking such a powerful patron, naturally faced exclusion from the local factions represented by the Brand and Meng families. Initially, the Chu family found themselves in dire straits. Although they settled in Connor City, the hostility from local powers prevented them from even relocating their family into the city, forcing them to reside in a barren mountainous area outside the city limits. However, Perhaps fate favored the Chu family on this seemingly desolate land. A powerful Chu family member accidentally unearthed a crystal mine during a spirit martial attack. Crystals, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, serve as an auxiliary resource for cultivators' practices. More importantly, crystals are the most basic and universal currency across the continent. Despite the differing currencies issued by various empires, crystals are indispensable due to their supportive role for low-level cultivators. Every formidable cultivator began their journey from humble beginnings, and for major powers, the consumption of crystals amounts to astronomical figures. Thus, it was an extraordinary stroke of luck for the Chu family to acquire a crystal mine, making their rise to prominence nearly inevitable. Indeed, upon obtaining the crystal mine, the Chu family swiftly ascended, subtly harboring ambitions to become the leading force among the factions of Connor City. Meanwhile, the Ming and Brand families regretted their oversight, wishing they had not allowed the Chu family to seize such an opportunity had they known about the mine. Yet, regret was futile. Fortunately, they had been entrenched in the area for some time and had substantial resources. Although the Chu family had acquired the crystal mine, it did not mean they could dismiss their rivals. Engaging in conflict with either faction would come at a high cost, especially since the Brand and Ming families had formed an alliance, ensuring their dominance over the Chu family. This alliance also elucidated the Chu family's efforts to recruit external powerful allies with the backing of a crystal mine. Attracting strong individuals to serve them should not be a daunting task. Therefore, while the Chu family could not afford to be overly aggressive against the two factions, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Chapter 2. Arrival at the Chu family. The convoy navigated through the bustling city, finally halting outside a grand estate, where numerous armed warriors stood ready, their faces marked by an air of hostility. Upon seeing their convoy return, their expressions softened somewhat. Chu Wang emerged to engage in brief conversation with a leading figure among the warriors. With a wave of his hand, the convoy entered the estate. Once everything was settled, Chu Wang took Yifeng to a small attic within the estate to register and collect his cultivation manual. Old Wu, this young brother is new here. Is the high-grade yellow-tier manual, Dominating Sky Decision, still available? Cultivation manuals are generally categorized into 5 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, and Divine. Yellow-tier manuals are commonplace, while Mysterious-tier manuals are regarded as treasures by most factions. Earth-tier manuals are typically reserved for powers at the level of the 4 feudal lords, while it remains uncertain whether Heaven-tier or Divine-tier manuals even exist. However, thanks to Chu Wang's influence, even a yellow-tier manual would be within reach. Inside the attic, Chu Wang called out to an elderly man behind a small desk. The old man, with narrowed eyes, scrutinized Yifeng. Chu Wang, did you recruit this? He is merely an ordinary person. The old man expressed his discontent. Had Yifeng been a child, he might have considered offering him a superior manual, as children's foundations are malleable. However, a teenager who has not yet begun cultivating is likely to remain an ordinary person for life unless some fortuitous opportunity arises. Ordinary individuals find it difficult to thrive in the Chu family. Nonetheless, Yifeng remained respectful towards the elder, bowing slightly and addressing him as senior. This elder, like Chu Wang, was a strong practitioner at the Qi refinement stage and held considerable status within the Chu family. In this world, cultivators are synonymous with strength. From the dawn of humanity, this continent has primarily focused on the cultivation of vital energy, directly linked to an individual's or a faction's status, dignity, and even life itself. Legend has it that cultivators are divided into 3 grand realms: mortal, spirit, and immortal. Within the great Qian Empire, mortal realm practitioners are abundant, but spirit realm practitioners are exceedingly rare. Those at the pinnacle of the empire, the 4 feudal lords and the imperial family, as well as the empire's foremost sect, the Tianqian sect, boast spirit realm experts. If a family produces a spirit realm expert, it signifies their eligibility to roam freely across the southwestern continent. The mortal realm consists of 4 stages: body refinement, Qi refinement, soul refinement, and void refinement. Within Connor City, there are no practitioners at the void refinement stage, while a few passing soul refinement practitioners can be found. The top experts among the 3 major families are all at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, or on the cusp of entering the soul refinement stage. Even a beginner in Qi refinement represents the backbone of a family, while body refinement practitioners form the fundamental tier. Despite his dissatisfaction, the elder began to search the shelves behind him for manuals. Had it not been for his good rapport with Chu Wang, he would not have been so accommodating. Haha, old Wu, Broaden your horizons. Perhaps this young lad will one day become a supreme body refinement expert, like Chu Liang, Chu Wang said with a smile. Just then, a mocking voice drifted in from outside. Supreme body refinement? Oomph. By the time he reaches that level, you might already be 6 feet under, Chu Wang. Chu Shanhao, what brings you here? The newcomer, whose complexion was dark and sporting a buzz cut reminiscent of a bandit leader, strode in with a group of young Chu family members. Upon seeing him, Chu Wang's expression soured, and Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Chu Shanhao, like Chu Wang, was the captain of a squad within the Chu family, but their relationship was far from amicable, often bordering on hostility. Haha, I merely came to see what kind of waste you've managed to recruit this time. Chu Shanhao cast a cold glare at him, his gaze swiftly settling on Yi Feng, his expression shifting dramatically as he barked. Chu Wang, what is the meaning of this? You have brought in this ordinary person. Clearly, he is nothing but a useless fool, yet he seeks a high-tier, yellow-level cultivation technique. Are you treating our Chu family as a shelter? Be careful, or I shall report you to the third elder. Yu Chu Wang's face flushed crimson, wanted to argue with Chu Shanhao, but he was well aware of Hao's close ties to the third elder, leaving him with no chance of winning. After all, such powerlessness was a curse. Sensing the tension in the air, Old Wu hastily intervened. Now, both of you, let us remain calm. How about this? I have a mid-tier, yellow-level technique, the 7-star decision. Why not offer it to this young man? What do you think, Shanhao? Absolutely not. Chu Shanhao retorted indignantly. A mid-tier, yellow-level technique is one of our family's few precious methods. How could we possibly give it to him? Old Wu, don't you have a Qingyun sword technique to pass to him instead? What? Both Old Wu and Chu Wang wore expressions of disbelief, the latter nearly ready to roll up his sleeves in anger. The Qingyun sword technique was a notoriously ineffective technique that no one would bother to cultivate. Was Chu Shanhao intentionally trying to humiliate them? This time, it was not only Chu Wang who was exasperated. Even Old Wu felt compelled to speak up, but he dared not oppose Chu Shanhao, who had the third elder as his backing. The atmosphere grew tense. Brother Shanhao, as you can see, in just 3 months, our family's grand competition will take place. This young man is just an ordinary person. Whether he can even begin his cultivation in 3 months is uncertain. If you give him a useless technique, even if he qualifies for the competition, he will likely achieve nothing of note and be relegated to an outer disciple, which would be quite cruel for him, wouldn't it? Old Wu implored earnestly, as he was an outsider himself. Thus, he felt a pang of sympathy for the newcomer, Yi Feng. But Chu Shanhao's heart was resolute, refusing to relent. No, Old Wu, you have seen how many useless individuals Chu Wang has brought in over the years. They claim to have a long-term vision, that once they became Qi refinement experts, they would support our family. But what was the outcome? Chu Wang, tell me, how much of our family's cultivation resources have those people squandered? Indeed, we cannot afford to waste our precious resources on this bunch of fools. Outsiders are inherently unreliable. Yet he dares to ask for a high-tier yellow-level technique when we do not have enough for ourselves. The crowd exchanged biting remarks, their gazes toward the newcomer, Yi Feng, laced with disdain and mockery. In their eyes, powerlessness equated to a lack of dignity. Chu Wang's face flushed with anger, but he felt powerless. Chu Shanhao was clearly intent on humiliating him. In the face of such circumstances, Old Wu found himself at a loss for words. After all, in a certain sense, Chu Shanhao's words held truth. Chu Shanhao leaned closer to Chu Wang, enunciating each word. Let me make myself clear. Other than the Qingyun sword technique, no other techniques from the Chu family will be given to waste. Otherwise, I will report you to the third elder. With that, he shot Yi Feng a cold glance before turning to leave. Alas, I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. You came in with me, and I never expected. Chu Wang looked at Yi Feng with guilt. It took him an entire year to rise from an ordinary person to the body refinement realm, and that was with considerable expenditure of crystal stones. 3 months would be an insurmountable challenge for Yi Feng, who was only just recovering from his injuries. It is all right, Uncle Chu. I'm already grateful for your assistance. Yet Yi Feng, instead, offered them comfort. After having faced death, would he fear the scorn of others? Fate and fortune are intertwined. Perhaps luck would grant him success in his cultivation within 3 months. Observing his demeanor, Old Wu found himself at a loss for words and could only retrieve a tattered book from beneath the table to act as a makeshift support. Yi Feng glanced at the thick layer of illustrations on it and forced a smile, hoping his luck would not be too dire. Yi Feng received 2 sets of outer disciple clothing and a crystal stone from Old Wu, then bid farewell and returned to their small courtyard. There, upon hearing of Yi Feng's plight, Chu Tian's temper flared, wishing to confront Chu Shanhao, but was sternly halted by Chu Wang. Instead of wasting energy on such matters, it would be wiser to prepare for the family's grand competition in 3 months. If they fail to secure a good ranking then, Chu Tian could forget about ever becoming an inner disciple. That Chu Shanhao is truly despicable. The second miss is far better. Brother Yifeng, look at this. Chu Tian produced a small box containing a dozen black diamond-shaped stones, causing Yifeng to gasp in astonishment. Aren't these crystal stones? How do you have so many? Although the Chu family possessed a crystal stone mine, the distribution to family members was typically very stringent. Each outer disciple was allowed only 1 stone per month, and very few retained such a considerable quantity outside of task rewards. Chu Tian gazed at Yifeng with envy. Alas, I wonder what the second miss sees in you to send so many crystal stones, claiming they would aid in your recovery when you begin your cultivation. Then I truly thank her, Yifeng replied, the visage of stunning beauty flashing through his mind as he tucked the crystal stones away. As night fell, Yifeng set out alone toward the mountains behind the Chu family, carrying several days' worth of provisions. The family competition was undoubtedly a precious opportunity for outer disciples. Yifeng was uncertain about the changes occurring within him, but since he had chosen to stay with the Chu family, he was determined to cultivate diligently. However, the ideal was beautiful, yet reality was harsh. The moment Yifeng unfurled the Qingyun sword technique to begin his cultivation, he realized how absurd his earlier thoughts had been. What on earth is this? Yifeng anxiously rubbed his head. No matter how he attempted to cultivate, he could not perform the technique of guiding the spiritual energy into his body as described by Chu Wang. He couldn't even manage to absorb the most basic spiritual energy, let alone discuss cultivation. Damn it, have I truly fallen into such a predicament upon my arrival? Yifeng struck the stone wall, blood splattering as he did so. He had witnessed the demeanor of the inner disciples before Chu Shanhao, understanding that those without strength were akin to refuse. Finding a family willing to shelter him was no easy feat. Was he destined to face humiliation from Chu Shanhao at the grand competition, losing all dignity before the Chu family? Yet, how could he bear to let down Chu Wang and his son, who had helped him, or that girl? It seems you are encountering a bit of trouble. Do you require assistance? Suddenly, a dark figure shot forth from within Yifeng, materializing into a shadowy man who landed on a large stone before him. An imposing aura enveloped him, the invisible pressure causing the air particles around him to stagnate. This man is formidable. If Yifeng were a drop of water, then this man was an endless ocean, vast and unfathomable. Before him, Yifeng felt no inclination to resist, astonished at how such a powerful presence could lie dormant within him. Greetings, esteemed senior, Yifeng stuttered, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The shadowy figure nodded, his tone chillingly frigid. Your name is Yifeng? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, yes, senior. Do you know me? Yifeng was perplexed. He had never encountered such a powerful figure, yet this man was able to call him by name. Sort of, the man replied in a voice only Yifeng could hear. Young one, you have yet to answer my question. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng found himself unable to divert his gaze, his eyes alight with a fervent excitement. He recalled hearing Chu Wang mention that numerous formidable beings on the continent had, through serendipitous encounters, acquired legacies left behind by ancient powers, resulting in a meteoric rise in their strength, thereby etching their names into the annals of history. Though the likelihood of such occurrences was minuscule, Yifeng, while not presuming to be a favored child of the divine, earnestly hoped that he was indeed encountering his fortuitous opportunity at this moment. However, the notion of a windfall falling from the heavens could not be so simplistic otherwise. The streets would be teeming with those of the void refinement realm. Thus, he regarded this sudden opportunity with skepticism, his discerning gaze appraising the figure before him. I am called Emperor Zun, a remnant soul that has lain dormant within your sea of consciousness. It was only activated following your fall into the abyss. Hence, I present myself in this spectral form. According to the directives of my progenitor, my mission is to assist you in augmenting your prowess. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall accompany you until the very last breath of your existence. The phrase "until the very last breath" resonated within Yifeng, instilling a sense of pressure that seemed to emanate from his very bloodline, an irresistible force akin to a father. Father! This thought startled Yifeng momentarily, yet he quickly dismissed it. Wasn't it absurd to believe that, having been grievously injured, his father could be an unparalleled master? Moreover, if Emperor Zun had remained undetected within him, the one who created him must surely be an extraordinary being with ties to Yi Feng's own lineage. Yet, why did he possess no recollection of this? You have 1 minute to ponder your decision regarding becoming my disciple. Remember, only 1 minute. Should you miss this opportunity, I can ensure your comfort for a lifetime, provided you do not provoke foes more formidable than myself. His gaze was devoid of warmth, yet held a glimmer of expectation. Before Yi Feng lay 2 paths, to follow him in cultivation or to flourish as a sheltered flower under his protection. As a minute elapsed, Emperor Zun's grave voice resonated. Have you made your decision? Your master was once a powerful being, was he not? Emperor Zun's expression shifted slightly. My memories are somewhat jumbled, but that seems to be the case. How powerful was he? Yi Feng inquired, meeting Emperor Zun's gaze. None among the living on this continent are worthy to behold my master's visage, came the response, laced with pride and dominance. Ha! Yi Feng chuckled, his youthful spirit shining through with vigor and resolve. His gaze pierced Emperor Zun's like a blade, as thoughts of Chu Wang, Chu Tian, Chu Xian, Old Wu, and several bloodied faces flashed through his mind. Emotions of anger, gratitude, inferiority, and humiliation swirling within him, a poignant blend of joy and sorrow. I may be lacking, uncertain of my origins or my destination, yet a voice within me incessantly urges that strength is the compass guiding my journey, Yi Feng declared, turning abruptly to the heavens, his voice a resonant cry. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, and I will ensure that all beings, including your master, shall be unworthy of witnessing my countenance. I shall become the architect of my own fate. My destiny is shaped by me, not by the heavens. If heaven seeks to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven. Observing the frail silhouette of the youth, Emperor Zun felt a flicker of emotion in his typically stoic demeanor, though it was fleeting, quickly replaced by a calm intensity imbued with fervent battle spirit. Very well, let us commence. Chapter 3. The challenge of body refinement. The realm of body refinement, to a certain extent, represents the tempering and honing of the physical form. Ordinary individuals possess inherently weaker physiques, thus they instinctively place their hopes on high-quality medicinal herbs to facilitate their breakthroughs. However, such advancements often yield a superficial mastery of this realm, failing to attain the perfection that true body refinement demands. What I am imparting to you is precisely this perfect training of body refinement. Once successfully cultivated, it grants the ability to engage in battles beyond one's level, rendering one invincible among peers. Of course, you lack the financial means to procure high-quality herbs, making this method particularly economical. The emperor, clad in dark robes, sat regally atop a mountain peak. As he concluded his remarks, a hint of awkwardness prompted him to touch his nose. His assertion was indeed valid. Nevertheless, most ordinary sects hardly regard the flawless breakthrough of body refinement with any significance. What value does such prowess hold? Rather than expending time and effort to temper the body, it is far more pragmatic to utilize medicinal herbs for an early breakthrough, thus conserving time to ascend to higher echelons sooner. Gazing down at a 3-meter-high brown boulder, the slope of the mountain was nearly vertical, and the efficiency of the rock's descent was gradually diminishing. From a different perspective, one could observe a slender youth, bare-chested, straining to push the stone upward. Under the scorching sun, sweat poured down like rain. A month prior, the emperor had assigned him a seemingly straightforward task, to push this boulder up the steep incline, with the completion of the task marked by reaching the summit. Yet, he had not anticipated that just as the rock neared the pinnacle, gravity would suddenly intensify, causing it to plummet uncontrollably. Consequently, the emperor, with a serious demeanor, demanded that Yi Feng start anew. Initially, it took Yi Feng several hours to inch the boulder to the mountain's edge. However, with each failure, his efficiency multiplied. He managed to shorten the time to nearly an hour. Over the course of this month, Yi Feng had faced failure more than 100 times. Compared to before, his skin had darkened significantly, and the outlines of robust, powerful muscles were gradually emerging, exuding a fierce aura, reminiscent of a slumbering beast, radiating a menacing presence, awaiting the moment of awakening. On one occasion, as Yi Feng pushed the boulder to the brink of the summit, that overpowering force of gravity struck once more, and the rock began its slow descent. This time, Yi Feng struck the stone with both palms, unleashing tremendous strength that reverberated through his body. Had this been in the past, he would have likely been knocked aside by such force, mechanically repeating the arduous task of pushing anew. Yet today he stood transfixed, watching the boulder teeter on the edge of falling. A month had passed, and he had endured failure upon failure. Could he not be granted success even once? "Oh, let me rise," Yifeng roared, as the meridians in his arms seemed to heed his call, swelling like white serpents, an ominous power surging from deep within him, subtly beginning to contend with the stone. A disdainful huff emanated from the boulder, and with a thunderous force, the ground beneath Yifeng cracked open, his feet sinking into the earth as if the very rock would crush him in the next instant. Yet, in an unexpected turn, just as the boulder was about to fall, Yifeng chose to withdraw his arms. Was this the abandonment that followed such earnest effort? The emperor sighed softly, and suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed through the air. His previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing a network of fine cracks sprawling across the rock like a spider's web. A flicker of astonishment crossed the normally impassive face of the emperor as his throat constricted. Could it be that he was contemplating? The explosive sounds, akin to firecrackers, erupted from the rock as deeper fissures tore through it, causing the entire stone to shatter into hundreds of fragments that rained down upon the mountaintop. A youthful visage, brimming with vitality, emerged within the emperor's line of sight. Mission accomplished, Night Wind beamed at the emperor across from him with a victorious smile, before his body slumped backward. Just before losing consciousness, he noticed the emperor's figure soaring toward him. With a resigned sigh, the emperor swiftly lifted Night Wind and soared towards a spring deep within the mountains. Upon arrival, he gently placed the unconscious Night Wind into the spring and pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall into the water. In an instant, the entire spring was stained a deep scarlet, while streams of pure spiritual energy began to circulate, flowing into Night Wind's body and gradually escalating an ominous aura. This scene persisted for 4 to 5 hours, during which the emperor remained perched upon a nearby tree, his gaze unwavering from Night Wind. Finally, as the influx of spiritual energy ceased, the blood-red hue of the spring faded entirely, and Night Wind's crimson eyes slowly opened. "Ah, it's wonderful to see you again, teacher," Night Wind smiled at the emperor, his expression shifting to one of concern. "My current strength, intermediate body refinement." The emperor rose and approached the spring, a look of appreciation gracing his features. "Not bad, little one. This is all thanks to your guidance, teacher. I can't believe I broke through to intermediate body refinement without spending a single coin. How splendid." Night Wind leaned comfortably against the spring, eliciting a bemused expression from the emperor. He had anticipated that Night Wind might lament the harshness of his training, yet here he was, entirely unfazed. "Oh, in that case, let us continue, aiming for a breakthrough to chi refinement within the next month," the emperor remarked with eager anticipation. Night Wind nearly choked on the spring water, cursing himself for his earlier bravado. Teacher, you've worked hard. I truly feel guilty asking for more guidance. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest?" At the mention of continuing, Night Wind felt a shiver run down his spine. While he yearned for strength, he also pondered the feasibility of the journey ahead. If this intensity of training persisted for another month, would he even survive? "Indeed, I share your sentiments," the emperor nodded, a hint of playful mockery in his gaze. Night Wind exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, submerging himself fully in the water to recuperate. Meanwhile, the emperor busied himself with the tome titled Azure Cloud Sword Technique. Beginning to read, which startled Night Wind. "Teacher, you cannot possibly expect me to cultivate this technique, can you? Previously, I was gradually gaining confidence in this practice. Ignorance indeed breeds fearlessness. However, over the past month, the esteemed emperor has elucidated the significance of these methods. Logically, I should possess a technique of celestial or even divine rank. Has this fellow truly had a change of heart? Is that not permissible?" The emperor nonchalantly remarked, who claimed that the success or failure of cultivation rests solely on the quality of the technique. The most crucial factor lies within the practitioner themselves, whether they are capable or not. Only through practice can one truly comprehend this, is it not you? The emperor inquired with a hint of amusement, leaving Yifeng speechless and profoundly astonished. It seemed the teacher's assertion of being ever-present was not mere boastfulness. Yet, why had he lost his memories, and why was this individual so insistent on being his mentor? A myriad of questions swirled in Yifeng's mind, but he dared not voice them. Nonetheless, he felt an undeniable trust towards the emperor. Submerging his face beneath the water, he muttered discontentedly about the miserly nature of his teacher, who withheld even the foundational technique. Unexpectedly, Yifeng found himself openly lamenting his situation. The emperor, upon hearing this, sighed with an expression of defeat. "I once thought you understood this profound truth. It appears that when you made that statement, You were indeed fortunate. The emperor's tone turned serious as he advised, do not place undue emphasis on the technique. It is merely a part of the whole. With your formidable strength in the perfected body refinement stage, mastering this technique will suffice to contend with opponents of equivalent standing. In your future breakthroughs, even if you reach the qi refining stage, you will still be capable of fighting. Is that truly the case? Yi Feng exclaimed, his astonishment quickly giving way to elation. He had heard the emperor speak of the marvels of the perfected body refinement stage before, but he had merely regarded it as a means to compensate for his perceived weaknesses. He had not anticipated that even disparities in techniques could be bridged. Under the guidance of his enigmatic teacher, Yi Feng's progress in cultivating the Qingyun sword art soared to unprecedented heights. As powerful sword energies emanated from him, he began to realize that this yellow-grade technique was not as ineffectual as Chu Shanhao had suggested. Viewed from another angle, when fully harnessed, this technique could wield tremendous power. As time passed, after 2 full months of rigorous training in the secluded mountains, Yi Feng finally stabilized his mastery of the Qingyun sword art alongside his intermediate body refinement prowess. He then made his way back to the Chu family estate. Upon returning to the manor, he noticed numerous disciples from the outer court hastening toward the central courtyard. Hey, have you heard? That Chu Tian seems to have lost his mind, daring to provoke Chu Jie. Chu Jie? Isn't he the brother of Chu Liang, that nearly unparalleled powerhouse? He is only slightly inferior to his brother. Indeed, I heard they have arranged a duel, with stakes amounting to over 20 crystal stones. Goodness, they are serious about this. Listening to their discussions, Yi Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Without hesitation, he surged forward, swiftly following the crowd. The central area of the Chu family featured a large circular platform, measuring over 40 meters in diameter, typically designated for martial contests among the family members. And it was also suitable for duels. It had been quite some time since the Chu family had witnessed such a challenge. And the news of Chu Tian's duel with Chu Jie had created quite a stir, though most people were skeptical about Chu Tian's chances. As Knight Maple approached the circular platform, he beheld Chu Tian being mercilessly overwhelmed by his opponents. Beside him stood Chu Wang and Chu Shanhao. The former wore a countenance of regret, while the latter's expression radiated smug satisfaction as he observed the unfolding scene. Well, Chu Tian, will you surrender? We are all members of the Chu family. If you capitulate, I shall spare your life, proclaimed the advantageous Chu Jie from his elevated position. Chu Tian, breathing heavily, his garments tattered in several places, defiantly locked his gaze on his adversary and spat a mouthful of blood, declaring, I'll spare you the misery. With a stomp of his foot, an aura of energy surged forth, creating a multitude of afterimages as he moved in a zigzag pattern, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, he was before Chu Jie, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches aimed squarely at Chu Jie's head, leaving the spectators in astonishment. The mastery of the elusive footwork technique, so well honed, hinted at Chu Tian's hidden prowess. Elusive footwork? Knight Maple mused, an enigmatic expression crossing his face as he observed Chu Tian's fists. He sighed, contemplating the absurdity of Chu Jie being so easily struck. Just as the 2 heavy fists were about to make contact with Chu Jie's chest, a slight smirk graced Chu Jie's lips, and a low, resonant dragon's roar echoed. He then unleashed a palm strike that collided directly with the approaching fists. A sharp crack resounded as Chu Tian let out a pained cry, and the onlookers watched in shock as his figure was sent flying off the stage, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from his lips. Little Tian, Chu Wang exclaimed, grief etched upon his face as he rushed to support Chu Tian and promptly offered him a medicinal pill. Chapter 4. The bet. Upon witnessing Chu Tian's injury, a murderous intent flickered in Knight Maple's eyes as he locked onto Chu Jie with unwavering resolve. The Chu Wang father and son had saved his life. To see Chu Tian so brutally beaten in front of him compelled him to act in defense of this debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, as the dust settled, Chu Shanhao's expression of triumph grew more pronounced. He clasped his hands in a mock salute to Chu Wang, chuckling, My apologies, brother Chu Wang. We have emerged victorious. The crystal now belongs to us. We look forward to our next duel, ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Shanhao's boisterous laughter, Chu Wang's face darkened as he began to assess his son's injuries. Despite his physical trauma, Chu Tian looked up at his father with a sense of guilt. I'm sorry. Dueling arises from animosities between parties, initiated by one who dares to challenge the other, signifying a degree of capability. Otherwise, it is merely an act of folly. This particular duel was instigated by Chu Tian's inability to endure Chu Jie's mockery. Winning would have been satisfactory. But losing would likely leave him unable to hold his head high among his peers in the family. You see now the disparity in your abilities, do you not? Challenging someone far beyond your level. This is nothing short of self-inflicted misery, Chu Wang lamented, disappointment evident in his voice, while Chu Tian's face flushed with shame. However, the sight of those precious stones left Chu Tian's eyes reddened. He had wagered a substantial amount from his family's collection for this challenge, and now, several months' worth of income had vanished. Chu Wang, with a mixture of laughter and tears, playfully slapped him, reminding him that in such perilous times, the preservation of life itself was a considerable fortune. From now on, when Chu Tian sees me, he better steer clear. Otherwise, I'll strike him every chance I get. Chu Jie declared with a triumphant smirk, reveling in the opportunity to undermine a rival with whom he had always clashed. What a fool to engage in reckless antics without the ability to back them up. Let us see if he still has the gall to flaunt himself after this. Of course, he wouldn't dare. 10 precious stones represented several months of labor. Even if he wished to retaliate, he likely lacked the means to do so. Not necessarily. Someone interjected. His father possesses quite a few precious stones. He could easily challenge others in secret. The young members of the Chu family were eager to witness the unfolding drama and would certainly not miss the spectacle. Just as Chu Shanhao was about to collect the stakes from the referee, a sudden voice interrupted his actions. Chu Jie, I, Yi Feng, challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? The surrounding Chu family members momentarily froze, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Those familiar with Yi Feng quickly identified him as merely a recent addition to the family, an ordinary individual. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. How audacious for an ordinary person to challenge a formidable practitioner of advanced body refinement. Did they not understand the implications of such folly? One after another, lower-tier individuals were attempting to confront those far beyond their level. Ignoring their gazes, Yi Feng strode confidently to the circular platform, locking eyes with Chu Jie. Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'll vacate the stage. I have no desire to slay an ordinary person, Chu Jie bellowed, having overheard the whispers. The Chu family upheld strict codes. Any practitioner who harmed an ordinary individual would face the wrath of their clan as higher-ups. This rule served as a protective measure for those engaged in mundane affairs within the family, and thus, even a brazen figure like Chu Jie dared not lay a hand on an ordinary person. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I seek to challenge you. Yi Feng replied steadfastly, tossing a small pouch onto the referee's table with a flick of his wrist. The inner courtyard disciple in charge opened it, revealing a substantial number of precious stones, more than enough to cover the combined stakes of both Chu Tian and Chu Jie. As the crowd processed this unexpected turn of events, Chu Wang dashed to the edge of the platform, urgently calling out to Yi Feng, "Little Feng, come down. Don't act impulsively." Only 2 months had passed. Even the most gifted prodigy would struggle to break through the body refinement stage in such a brief period. Chu Wang feared that Yi Feng, in a moment of fervor, sought to avenge Chu Tian, a sentiment that touched him. However, sending an ordinary person to confront an elite practitioner was tantamount to courting disaster. If anything were to happen to him, it would haunt Chu Wang for the rest of his life. Rest assured, Uncle Chu Wang, there will be no trouble. Yi Feng called out to Captain Chu Shanhao. Hey, Shanhao, are we fighting or not? If not, I'll retract my challenge. Of course we are fighting. Chu Shanhao replied with a radiant smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Today is truly fortuitous. Everyone seems eager to present crystal stones to me. Jie, that fellow is allied with Chu Tian. Chu Shanhao cautioned his son from the sidelines. What? Another pretentious brat? Very well, I shall teach this lad a lesson. Chu Jie scoffed upon hearing of Yi Feng's background, dismissing him with contempt. Indeed, one tends to associate with their kind. Those around Chu Tian are all cut from the same cloth. At that moment, a visibly distressed Chu Wang rushed to the referee, seething with anger. Cancel this duel. Little Feng is merely an ordinary person. What if something unfortunate occurs? The referee, shaken before a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm, cast a fearful glance at Chu Shanhao, who retorted with righteous indignation, Captain Chu Wang, what do you mean by that? Do not forget that you are the captain of the Chu family's guard. The family's rules are not unknown to you. Once a duel is initiated, it becomes a matter for the parties involved, and outsiders must not interfere. If you act this way, do you still respect our ancestral traditions? With that heavy accusation, Chu Wang was rendered speechless. The duel was a rule consistently advocated by the upper echelons of the Chu family. If disrupted, the family would hold him accountable, and he would indeed face dire consequences. Anxiously, Chu Wang looked at Yi Feng, who responded with a reassuring smile before turning his serious gaze towards Chu Jie. Intermediate Qi Refinement Practitioner, Yi Feng. I humbly request your guidance. Intermediate Qi Refinement? The revelation stunned both Chu Shanhao and Chu Wang momentarily. The former immediately exhaled in relief, then provocatively shot a glance at Chu Wang. A pretentious brat is indeed just that. The previous advanced body refinement practitioner couldn't handle him. And now he's up against an intermediate one. Is this a recipe for disaster? Contrarily, Chu Wang was left in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure. He was acutely aware of Yi Feng's newfound strength. Just 2 months prior, he was an ordinary person, and now, just days later, he had achieved such prowess. Could this fellow truly possess some hidden strength? Nevertheless, Chu Wang's heart remained heavy. Even as an intermediate practitioner, there was still a considerable gap compared to Chu Jie. On the stage, upon hearing Yi Feng announce his level of strength, Chu Jie scoffed derisively, just like Chu Tian, another fool unaware of his own limitations. Today, I shall teach you the ways of the world. That aligns with my thoughts. Come at me. Yi Feng assumed a fighting stance. With a furious roar, Chu Jie moved with an unpredictable grace, advancing in a mere blink, covering several meters in an instant, akin to a meteor hurtling towards Yi Feng. The deep growl of a dragon resonated once more as a lethal spear of energy lunged towards Yi Feng's chest. Chu Wang gasped in astonishment. Chu Jie practiced the Overlord's Decision, a superior yellow-grade technique of the Chu family. A glance back revealed Chu Shanhao's confidence in the outcome. At this moment, he comprehended that his earlier endeavor to solicit the cultivation method from Yi Feng would ultimately yield no fruit, even if Old Wu had consented, for it had long been taken by another. A profound sense of regret enveloped him, as he lamented why he hadn't insisted on finding a superior technique for Yi Feng. With the force of thunder, the arrows, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom, struck firmly against Yi Feng's chest. In that instant, Chu Jie wore a look of triumph, as though he were the victor. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of disbelief. What should have left one battered and bruised resulted in nothing of the sort. His opponent remained unscathed. Yi Feng, with a casual yet forceful motion, delivered a palm strike to Chu Jie's shoulder, exerting an irresistible force that compelled him downward, culminating in a resounding thud as Chu Jie found himself kneeling. What was happening? The elite body cultivator, Chu Jie, was kneeling before Yi Feng, who was merely at the mid-tier of body cultivation. The spectators were bewildered. Yet Chu Wang's heart soared with elation. He had witnessed the previous strike clearly. Chu Jie had drawn upon his vital energy, while Yi Feng exhibited not a flicker of energy fluctuation. Could it be that this young man had encountered some fortuitous event during his 2 months on the mountain? This thought was shared by Chu Tian as well. Although he was not on the stage, he earnestly wished for Yi Feng to show this young man a lesson. Ha ha, brother Chu Jie, I am not your father. There is no need for such grand gestures, Yi Feng teased. After enduring countless rigorous physical training sessions over the past 2 months on the mountain, his body had become nothing short of steel and sinew, rendering him impervious to harm. Furious, Chu Jie could not fathom how an outsider dared to speak to him in such a manner. He launched a sweeping kick towards Yi Feng, but it was effortlessly countered. The two then engaged in a series of one-on-one physical assaults, utilizing fists, shoulders, and thighs in their combat techniques. However, the observant would note that each of Chu Jie's attacks was deftly evaded by Yi Feng, though Chu Jie was proficient in combat. The month of grueling training under the emperor had significantly enhanced Yi Feng's physical prowess, rendering Chu Jie's strikes trivial in comparison. The two figures collided upon the arena, the battle fierce, while below, Chu Shanhao's expression darkened further. As a seasoned warrior, he could discern the current dynamics. The initiative lay entirely with Yi Feng. To put it plainly, the once formidable Chu Jie was being toyed with like a mere mouse. How could he face the world, knowing his son, an elite body cultivator, was being so thoroughly bested? Chu Jie, what are you doing? Take him down, shouted the increasingly frustrated Chu Jie, who had been thwarted by Yi Feng's agile movements. Unable to contain his ire, he bellowed, "Coward! If you have the guts, stop dodging and face me in a proper fight. Hiding is no mark of a true hero." "Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall not hold back," Yi Feng retorted, his form suddenly ceasing its evasive maneuvers. With a swift motion, he transitioned from defense to offense, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes upon Chu Jie. Caught off guard by this sudden change, Chu Jie was taken aback, hastily retreating to evade Yi Feng's assault. Yet, how could Yi Feng allow his quarry to escape? A cold smirk creased his lips as he seized the opportunity presented by Chu Jie's momentary lapse in defense, launching a surprise attack. His body collided forcefully with Chu Jie, resulting in a sickening sound as blood spewed forth. Chu Jie's face turned pale, staggering several steps before he managed to steady himself. Below the arena, Chu Wang and his son simultaneously exclaimed in admiration. Yet to Chu Jie, the sound resonated with an intense heat, his bloodshot eyes glowering at Yi Feng like a demon. I will kill you. Being so thoroughly humiliated in front of such a crowd, he could not quell his rage without exacting vengeance upon Yi Feng. A surge of violent energy flooded into his body, and an ethereal dragon's silhouette materialized behind him, its claws poised threateningly. The dragon's body was adorned with numerous barbed spines. Writhing as if alive, emanating a palpable aura of destruction, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. With a deafening roar, the dragon charged into the arena, creating fissures that spread across the combat platform. Night Feng, however, found himself stepping into a vast black void that appeared beneath his feet. As if a great earth dragon from the depths was awakening, its eyes snapping open and lunging towards him. Night Feng's expression shifted. The superior yellow tier technique was indeed a cut above his own Qingyun sword art. Yet, this did not imply he was unworthy of the fight. He unleashed a powerful strike, propelling himself into the air with the force of the rebound. The surrounding energy surged wildly, enveloping him in a faint azure glow. With a swift motion, he unleashed a streak of azure sword energy, stretching dozens of feet before the astonished crowd. How could it be the Qingyun sword art? Chu Shanhao gasped in disbelief. This technique was regarded by the Chu family as a wasteful skill, yet its exhibited might was now on par with the Bashiando, and it even held the potential for further advancement. With no embellishments, Night Feng flung the sword, which tore through the air with a thunderous sonic boom, hurtling towards the black void. Sensing the formidable nature of this assault, the colossal dragon erupted from the void, crashing violently against the giant sword. In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Chu family estate, a wave of terrifying energy rippling like a tsunami across the combat stage, causing weaker members of the Chu clan to retreat, including Chu Wang and Chu Shanhao. Countless pairs of eyes stared in horror at the arena. Is this truly a battle between body refinement experts? Chapter 5. The origins of the crystal. The cataclysmic force of destruction persisted for mere minutes. As the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to discover a figure, battered and bruised, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. A few yards away stood another figure, which was first noticed by a Chu family disciple. It was Night Feng, a mid-level body refinement expert. How is it possible? He is merely a mid-level body cultivator. Could it be that we misjudged him earlier? Perhaps this fellow is masquerading as a fool while concealing his true prowess as a supreme body cultivator or an advanced Qi practitioner. The crowd could hardly believe the unfolding scene, pointing fingers at Yi Feng and Chu Jie. Just then, an enraged voice erupted from the side, followed by the swift silhouette of a figure resembling a shooting star darting towards Yi Feng. You dare! Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chu Shanhao, a torrent of murderous intent locking onto Yi Feng. How could he tolerate witnessing his own son being so humiliated? As a father, he could not refrain from intervening to teach a lesson. Yi Feng was taken aback. His opponent was indeed a genuine Qi practitioner. Escaping from his grasp was akin to reaching for the heavens, yet surrendering was not in his nature. His physique had undergone rigorous training under the Emperor's guidance. Surely it could withstand this strike. With a resounding crash, Yi Feng was struck in the chest, causing a slight indentation. Blood surged in his throat, and a metallic taste filled his mouth as his body involuntarily staggered backward. Observing this, Chu Shanhao let out a surprised exclamation, soon followed by an even colder killing intent. To receive a direct hit from a body cultivator and remain unscathed was intolerable. If he allowed Yi Feng to grow stronger, and should he catch the eye of a prominent figure within the Chu clan, would there still be a future for him? Chu Shanhao? This boy must die. Resolute. Chu Shanhao disregarded the rules of the duel, unleashing a fiercer aura as his fingers coalesced into a fist, poised to deliver a final blow to Yi Feng. Yi Feng sensed the murderous intent, but merely smiled with a graceful curve to his lips. Kill me? Teacher, if you do not intervene, I may very well perish. You need not take action. Assistance is on its way. No sooner had he spoken than a broad silhouette swiftly separated him from Chu Shanhao. With a thunderous clash, two formidable presences from the body cultivation realm surged into the sky, forming a vortex of energy even more potent than before. Under the gaze of countless awestruck spectators, the arena was ruthlessly battered down several meters, riddled with cracks and barely recognizable. Chu Shanhao, do you intend to violate the rules of the Chu family? Today, with the family head and elders absent, I will grant you leniency and not pursue your accountability. However, should you persist in your folly, after we finish with the younger generation, we shall engage in a contest ourselves. admonished Chu Wangyi with righteous authority. Despite the grim expression on Chu Shanhao's face, he could only suffer in silence, unable to voice his grievances. They had already suffered a loss, and should the dispute continue, even with the backing of the third elder of the Chu clan, he could hardly evade the family's discipline. Yet how could he remain passive while his son was so ruthlessly beaten? What kind of father would he be otherwise? Supported by his companions, Chu Tian was ecstatic upon witnessing Yi Feng's victory, but his mood soured instantly upon seeing Yi Feng spitting blood from Chu Shanhao's assault. Humph, Chu Shanhao, did you hear my father say anything when your son left me in such a pitiful state? Upon further reflection, do you still wish to engage in this farce? Surely, you wouldn't dare to feign ignorance regarding these precious crystals, would you? Was it not you who invoked the ancestral laws just moments ago? In a fit of rage, Chu Shanhao chastised. How could a mere junior like Chu Tian dare to speak in such a manner? Surely, he possesses the means to produce these crystals. To threaten me with ancestral laws is utterly audacious. Had it not been for Chu Wang's presence, he would have swiftly dealt with the matter. Crystals? Crystals. A sudden flash of insight swept through Chu Shanhao's mind, followed by a sinister smile. Ah, Chu Wang, you have misunderstood me. My earlier outburst was not due to Jier, but rather my intention to apprehend the traitor within the Chu family, he declared, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Feng. The mere mention of a traitor sparked discontent among the onlookers. Surely, this man was not so foolish as to lash out like a rabid dog, making baseless accusations even in defeat. Oh, a traitor? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, now fully recovered from his earlier injuries, and exchanged cold smirks with Chu Wang. A thief is indeed a rogue. I have been in the Chu family for merely 2 months. Might I inquire, Captain Shanhao, what exactly have I stolen? If your red underwear has gone missing, would you hold me accountable? How dare you? Chu Shanhao retorted, though the absurdity of the situation was not lost on the onlookers. The mention of red underwear elicited incredulous stares from the Chu family members, revealing the surprising fact that their esteemed captain wore such garments. Sensing the mounting scrutiny, even the thick-skinned Chu Shanhao could not withstand it. He hastily waved his hand. Enough of this banter. I refer to the matter of your theft of the family's precious crystals. He gestured towards the referee, who promptly opened the bag of crystals brought by Yi Feng, revealing several polished diamond-shaped stones. Behold, these are the very crystals utilized by the upper echelons of the Chu family. If you are not a thief, then pray tell, from whence did these originate? Chu Shanhao proclaimed, adopting an air of moral superiority. Crystals reserved for the elite? The crowd, comprised of discerning individuals, began to regard Yi Feng with increasing suspicion. After all, they were members of the Chu family, and the notion of an outsider pilfering their treasures was an affront they could scarcely tolerate. At that moment, Chu Tian interjected, addressing the crowd, do not be deceived. Those were gifted by the second miss, Chu Xian, they were not stolen. Chu Wang wished he could silence the fool. Why stir the pot unnecessarily? Miss Chu Xian? Chu Shanhao scoffed, dismissive of the notion that the second miss would associate with such a character. Ah, so these crystals indeed came from the second Mississippi. How fortuitous for you. Even if your transgressions are revealed, I doubt she would seek retribution, given her kind nature. You play your cards well. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Chu Wang's heart. He knew that in the eyes of the Chu family, Chu Xian held a goddess-like status. If they learned of her connection to Yi Feng, regardless of his innocence, they would surely seize him. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Shanhao's explanation, numerous members of the Chu family encircled Yi Feng, poised to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Chu Shanhao observed from the periphery with a mocking expression, with the family elders absent. Even if the crystal truly originated from Chu Xian, it would ultimately amount to a misunderstanding warranting apologies. For now, the priority was to eliminate this young man. Just as the crowd readied themselves to strike, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, resonated from the side. What are you all doing? Upon recognizing the voice's owner, Chu Wang felt a rush of emotions. His dear grandaunt had finally arrived. The second young lady elicited respectful greetings from everyone present. At that moment, Chu Shanhao's emotions were in turmoil. He had painstakingly crafted a crime to deal with Yi Feng, only for it to be thwarted so abruptly. Second miss. You have finally come. Chu Tian, dragging his weary body, shuffled towards Chu Xian, clad in white. Chu Wang and Yi Feng exchanged glances, bemused. The act of feigning sorrow for sympathy proved ineffective. Chu Tian recounted the events that had transpired, directly implicating Chu Shanhao. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian cast a surprised glance at Yi Feng. How could someone at the intermediate level of body refinement defeat a top-tier cultivator? Such news would surely be met with disbelief. What a peculiar individual, she mused, a newfound curiosity blooming towards Yi Feng. She then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "These crystals were given by me. Uncle Shanhao. One must accept the stakes. If the Chu family were all like you, how could we prosper? You are to apologize to Uncle Chu Wang and Yi Feng right now." Chu Shanhao found himself at a loss, on the verge of attributing blame to Yi Feng, only to be interrupted by this timely arrival of the young lady. Reluctantly, given the second young lady's superior standing, he pinched his nose and uttered apologies to both Yi Feng and Chu Wang, handing over a bag full of crystals, before retreating with Chu Jie in a dejected manner. This incident settled down, yet Yi Feng's name spread throughout the Chu family. The reason was simple. Chu Xian, the second young lady, had humbled herself to defend an outer courtyard disciple. Just this act alone made it difficult for him to remain inconspicuous. Under the envious gazes of those around, Chu Xian offered Yi Feng a few words of advice, cautioning him about the formidable figures backing Chu Shanhao. Before she took her leave, "When will I ever earn the favor of the second young lady?" Chu Tian mused dreamily, only to be met with a barrage of disdainful looks from Chu Wang. "Few? Just don't squander my hard-earned savings. And dreaming of winning the lady's favor is futile. Better to go home and dream." With that, he unceremoniously pulled Chu Tian along towards home. Watching the direction of Chu Xian, the softest corners of Yi Feng's heart stirred. "You have feelings for her," the voice of the emperor suddenly echoed. Yi Feng, accustomed to this elusive form of communication, immediately denied it. "How could that be? I merely express gratitude for her saving me." He hastily concealed his emotions. "Heh, I comprehend the nature of men. Should you desire to pursue her, I can offer you some guidance." At this moment, the emperor appears akin to a nagging matron, incessantly engaging Yi Feng in discourse about life aspirations. As night falls, a silhouette pushes open a grand door to the inner courtyard of the Chu residence. A youth of exquisite appearance wipes his weapon nonchalantly and inquires, "What seems to be the matter?" This individual is none other than Chu Shanhao, who, in stark contrast to his earlier arrogance during the day, now stands before Chu Bai, the esteemed grandson of the third elder of the Chu clan. Having suffered a significant setback during the day, he naturally seeks support. However, a promising youth nurtured by a prominent family is unlikely to advocate for a mere nobody. Thus he aims to create points of contention. Young Master Bai, the second young lady, has developed some ambiguous relations with a newcomer from the outer courtyard. With a swift motion, a long sword cleaves a candle in twain, and a frosty voice commands, "Continue." Chapter 6. The bloodline of the emperor. The Chu estate returns to tranquility, yet Yi Feng perceives an unsettling trend. He encounters hostile gazes during his walks. Upon inquiring with Chu Wang, he learns that his interactions with Chu Xian have stirred discontent among several inner courtyard disciples. Although they remain silent, they have already deemed Yi Feng the primary competitor in the upcoming family competition. The protagonist, however, adopts a demeanor of indifference. Having finally found a home, he is reluctant to depart. Thus he seizes every opportunity to retreat to his room for solitary cultivation, refining the crystal bestowed by Chu Xian. Gradually, Yi Feng realizes that this crystal is indeed an essential spiritual object for cultivators. Having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, he feels himself at a critical juncture, poised for a significant breakthrough, likely ascending to the advanced level of body refinement. Yet, his mentor, the emperor, insists he exercise complete control. Yi Feng complies, recognizing the wisdom born from the emperor's vast experience. Just as Yi Feng diligently cultivates, a bell tolling for the assembly of the entire Chu clan suddenly resonates in his ears. What could this mean? Has the Brand family and the Meng family come to their doorstep? Yi Feng's expression reflects confusion, as this bell typically tolls only during times of family peril. Instinctively, he perceives it as a harbinger of invasion and promptly exits his chamber. Along the way, he encounters several disciples from the outer courtyard, who converge in an expansive hall within the estate. The guardians responsible for the daily order of the Chu family, including Chu Wang and Chu Shanhao, stand assembled. Noticing his arrival, Chu Tian gestures for him to step aside. "Xiao Tian, what has transpired?" Yi Feng inquires. Elder brother, you misunderstand. There is no calamity. A distinguished guest has arrived, prompting us to gather for a collective welcome. Even a first-grade elixir cannot guarantee quality, yet they dare to bring disgrace upon our Chu family? Although referred to as a distinguished guest, the derision on Chu Tian's face is unmistakable. Elixirs? Could it be an alchemist? Yi Feng hurriedly questions. For among the most esteemed professions on the continent is that of the alchemist, whose elixirs are essential treasures for cultivators seeking to ascend in rank. Thus, alchemists are regarded as invaluable assets by many powerful factions. In the Grand Dacian Empire, only the foremost sect, Tianqian sect, nearly monopolizes the alchemy industry. Any alchemist must join the affiliated Dan sect. Otherwise, they would face the combined wrath of the Tianqian sect and the imperial government. Indeed, that individual is ostensibly an alchemist. Yet his skills seem rather rudimentary. However, the second young lady's constitution is reliant on his elixirs, which is an unfortunate predicament, remarked Chu Tian with a dismissive curl of his lip. Chu Xian. Night Feng felt a sudden pang of anxiety and hastily inquired, "Is the second young lady unwell? Why does she still require elixirs?" "Ha. It appears that you truly have an affection for our second young lady, Brother Night Feng. Unlike my father, I wholeheartedly support you," Chu Tian said, patting Night Feng on the shoulder with a knowing expression. It is said that the second young lady was born with a frail constitution, necessitating the use of a grade 1 elixir, the revitalizing pill, to sustain her vitality. Consequently, each year we must spend a considerable sum to invite a grade 1 alchemist from a Dan sect affiliated with Tianqian sect to concoct elixirs for her. Now I see. Night Feng understood, his heart secretly anxious for Chu Xian. It seems I need to seek an opportunity to discuss alchemy with my teacher. Meanwhile, outside the door, several figures entered, causing all the Chu family members to instantly straighten their postures and focus their gazes ahead. Night Feng immediately recognized the silhouette of Chu Xian. As if drawn by an invisible force, they exchanged a fleeting glance before he averted his gaze. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with raven hair, dressed in gray, accompanied by 3 elderly men, stepped inside. If his deductions were correct, the man in the center was none other than Chu Xian's father, the head of the Chu family. Chu Qing. The 3 elderly men, whose strength was indiscernible, were likely the 3 pinnacle elders of the Chu family. Among them, a young man with a delicate face and slender build, resembling a woman, must be the so-called mediocre alchemist. As Chu Xian took her place, a young man clad in white rushed over, his lips red and teeth white, exuding an air of elegance. "Ha, cousin Chu Xian. You have become even more beautiful since we last met," he remarked. "Thank you," Chu Xian replied nonchalantly, though she was not fond of him. She felt it inappropriate to disregard his courtesy. This scene left Night Feng with a rather unpleasant taste. The young man, Chu Bai, was the grandson of the 3rd elder and a recognized young prodigy within the Chu family, having already achieved strength in qi cultivation at such a young age. "Since you defeated Chu Jie and conversed with the second young lady, he has been inquiring about you," Chu Tian warned kindly. "Inquiring about me?" Night Feng furrowed his brow. It was evident what Chu Bai's intentions were. He was not one to provoke trouble, but if someone foolishly dared to challenge him, he would not be easily intimidated. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Bai seemed to notice Night Feng's presence. Their gazes inadvertently met, igniting a palpable tension in the air. "Ha. Master Emoshio, you have my gratitude once again this year," Chu Qing addressed the young man. "Not at all, but Chu family head, have you prepared the remuneration?" Emoshio inquired. "He, master, rest assured that as long as you can concoct the elixir, I shall not withhold a single penny from you." On the surface, Chu Qing displayed an air of grace and composure, yet within him simmered a long-buried dissatisfaction, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "What on earth have you produced?" For Chu Xian, even a single medium-quality rejuvenation pill could ensure a year of vitality. Yet this abominable concoction is the most inferior of inferior pills, teetering on the edge of being utterly useless. Even if it possesses some efficacy, it is only marginal at best. Were it not for the sheer lack of alternatives, he would have no inclination to engage in idle chatter with this young rascal. "He. Master Chu, you exaggerate. We have been old friends and collaborators for many years. I naturally place my trust in you. However, you are aware that the success of alchemy is subject to chance. Should there be a failure, then..." Emoshio winked at Chu Qing, whose complexion turned a shade akin to that of a liver, yet he could only endure in silence. "Indeed, master, please proceed." Emoshio nodded slightly. And as he opened his storage pouch, a crimson cauldron soared into the air before settling steadily onto the ground. He then proceeded to toss a dozen or more herbs into the cauldron. At this sight, Yifeng suddenly heard the furious voice of the emperor resound in his ears. "What a scoundrel! Is this little one playing tricks? What's wrong, teacher?" Yifeng hastily established a mental connection. "This fool." One of the most crucial aspects of alchemy is that the environment must remain tranquil, free from external disturbances. This young rascal dares to commence the alchemical process in front of such a crowd. Moreover, each herb has its own melting time and boiling point. They cannot simply be hastily thrown together. This child is truly adept at putting on a show. If he manages to produce a pill, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The emperor scoffed disdainfully. What? Yifeng was incensed. Chu Xian was counting on this concoction for salvation. This scoundrel. Just wait and see. It seems you may need to intervene shortly, the emperor remarked, perhaps sensing Yi Feng's anxiety. Before them, Emotio sat poised before the cauldron, the flames gently licking at the black vessel, wafting subtle aromas of the elixir into the air. A flicker of a smile broke Chu Qing's stern countenance, followed by a jolt of spirit. This time, it appeared promising. However, reality starkly contradicted his hopes. An hour later, the cauldron emitted an unstable buzzing sound, and with a resounding bang, it failed under Emotio's astonished gaze. Alas, a failure! Emotio smacked his lips in embarrassment, offering a sheepish smile. Upon lifting the cauldron's lid, he discovered a heap of black residue within. My apologies, Master Chu. I am not at my best today. It seems I cannot concoct your elixir. I see. Disappointment lingered, yet it is well understood that no one achieves success in alchemy on their first attempt. In the past, this fellow had failed for months without managing to produce a single pill. Thus, he had grown accustomed to such setbacks. Do not worry, Master. Take a few days to adjust and regain your composure before you assist me in alchemy. I can afford to wait. First, you should accept your compensation, Chu Qing said with a heavy heart. However, the nearby hot-tempered members of the Chu family, held back only by the esteemed status of the first-grade alchemist, were on the verge of striking him. It was infuriating that someone so inept would still demand rewards, especially when he expected them to provide 2 exceptionally beautiful female slaves each time. This lecherous glutton would undoubtedly perish due to his insatiable desires. Oh, then I shall graciously accept, Emotio exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at the mention of a reward, hastily preparing to stow the alchemical cauldron in his satchel. Just then, Yi Feng interrupted, Please, wait a moment. Oh, and who might you be? Emotio was taken aback, as all eyes from the Chu family turned toward him. May I borrow this cauldron and its residue? I wish to concoct a revitalization pill, Yi Feng declared. The shock was palpable, not just for him, but even for Chu Xian and Chu Qing, their mouths agape in disbelief as they regarded Yi Feng. To attempt refining pills with discarded residue, what ancient jest was this? Even the most revered alchemists would not dare to claim they could concoct a potion without a shred of spiritual energy, especially with previously utilized materials. Yet this young man audaciously made such a proclamation before a first-grade alchemist. Was this not a provocation? Damn it, what do you even know? A failed alchemy is simply that, failure. After years of practice, I have never heard of anyone attempting to refine in such a manner. Get lost. I have no interest in playing games with you. The two began to bicker, while Chu Qing, already distressed by his failed alchemy, turned his ire toward Yi Feng and demanded, Who are you? Who is responsible for you? I am the family head, Chu Wang. He stepped forward, his demeanor perplexed. What on earth was happening with Yi Feng? How could he be so reckless? Humph, Chu Wang. You are an elder of our family. How can you not manage a newcomer properly? Clearly, he lacks decorum and has disturbed our esteemed guest, remarked the third elder. He understood the ambiguous relationship between Yi Feng and Chu Xian, but recognized that she was the sole path for his grandson to become the head of the Chu family. Thus, he seized this opportunity to reprimand Chu Wang, leaving him too intimidated to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Emotio, filled with indignation, shoved the cauldron into his satchel. But Yi Feng shook his head, having anticipated that negotiating with this individual was futile. The earlier engagement was merely a prelude to confrontation. Then I shall take my leave, Yi Feng declared, his hand extending with lightning speed. A shadow darted past Emotio, and by the time he realized what had occurred, the cauldron and its residue were in Yi Feng's grasp. Witnessing this, Emotio was nearly apoplectic, furiously shouting at Chu Qing, Chu family head, this is your disciple? He possesses no decorum whatsoever. Just look at him. Chu Qing felt a surge of frustration. He could not fathom how Yi Feng could possibly refine a pill from waste residues. He barked, You, placed the cauldron down and apologized to Master Emo. Yet Yi Feng remained unmoved, showing no signs of compliance. Infuriated, Chu Qing was astonished that this outer courtyard disciple could be so ungrateful. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In the stillness of the night, Yi Feng conjured a crimson flame in his palm, casting the alchemical furnace into a renewed warmth. Was he truly refining elixirs? Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback. But before he could comprehend the situation, Yi Feng, unnoticed by others, pricked his fingertip, allowing a cascade of deep red blood to fall, which he swiftly retracted. Little one, you harbor a rare imperial bloodline. The art of alchemy is formidable for anyone, yet you are an exception. By merely adding a drop of your blood at the final step of the process, even the most depleted remnants of herbs can be swiftly transmuted into supreme elixirs. Furthermore, your blood's potency will amplify with your strength, enabling you to concoct even higher-grade elixirs in due time. The words of the emperor stirred Yi Feng's heart. The imperial bloodline was indeed formidable. If the old alchemists, who had dedicated their lives to the craft, were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly seize him as a subject for their research for centuries. How could it be that this child, from birth, possessed such extraordinary talent, while others toiled for a lifetime without ascending even to the rank of a first-grade alchemist? Indeed, as his blood silently mingled with the cauldron's contents, the once lifeless remnants began to coalesce. Yi Feng, refusing to falter, promptly invoked the fire-controlling technique imparted by the emperor. Soon, the remnants transformed into a viscous liquid, gradually reshaping into the form of an elixir, with an even richer fragrance wafting into the air. At that moment, Chu Qing, who had been attempting to console, suddenly stood up, startling Emoshio beside him. Is that the fragrance of the elixir? Has he succeeded? Chu Qing could hardly contain his excitement. The Chu family fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed upon the slender figure of Yi Feng at the center of the hall, as if he had commandeered the stage for himself. Chapter 7. The completion of the elixir. The peculiar atmosphere within the Chu family hall persisted for 2 hours, all eyes riveted on the diminutive figure at the center. At a certain moment, Yi Feng opened his eyes and withdrew the flame, then reached into the furnace, eventually withdrawing his hand after some time. Please do not let it be successful. Please do not let it be successful, Chu Bai silently implored, his expression dark as he contemplated Chu Qing's demeanor towards Emoshio. If Yi Feng truly created a first-grade elixir, his status would undoubtedly soar, jeopardizing the prospects between him and Chu Xian. However, the unfolding events did not align with his dire expectations. Yi Feng's hand emerged, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, I have not failed. He took Chu Xian's hand, placing 2 items in her palm. Chu Qing, initially unfazed, caught a whiff of the fragrant elixir and, upon closer inspection, beheld 2 round, crimson elixirs resting in Chu Xian's palm. This is the revival elixir. Chu Qing swallowed hard, steadying his racing heart. If it had been an ordinary elixir, it would not have elicited such a reaction, but this was no common concoction. It was crafted from the remnants used by others. Under normal circumstances, Emoshio would take 10 days to half a month to produce a single elixir, yet Yi Feng had accomplished this feat in merely 2 hours. More importantly, the grade of the revitalizing pill is determined by its hue. A delicate blush on the surface signifies it as a revitalizing pill. Previously, the pills crafted by Emoshio exhibited this very characteristic, whereas the ones produced by Yi Feng radiated a deep crimson, resembling a flawless ruby. Translucent and resplendent, an unmistakable indication of the legendary supreme revitalizing pill. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as Chu Xian appeared hesitant, casting glances at Yi Feng with an expression akin to that of a bewildered child. Second miss, is something amiss? Yi Feng inquired, puzzled. As this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, it was hardly appropriate to summon the emperor for validation in such a setting. Not at all. But this is indeed a supreme revitalizing pill, worth tens of thousands of gold coins at auction, and we have 2 of them. I cannot bring myself to consume them. Yi Feng nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation, finding the situation both amusing and vexing. This concern for familial reputation certainly aligned with the second Mrs. Temperament. With a gentle smile, he reassured, rest assured, master of the house, the second miss can confidently take these 2 pills. You are well aware of my alchemical prowess. When the time comes, provide the materials, and I shall produce as many as needed. How many? As many as needed? This was the most delightful affirmation Chu Qing had ever heard. Gazing at Yi Feng, his elation surpassed even that of his own wedding day, prompting him to act decisively. Chu Wang. After a moment of astonishment, he promptly responded. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Chu Wang shall serve as the chief steward of our inner courtyard, overseeing all matters therein, while Yi Feng is to be directly promoted to an inner courtyard disciple. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, soon replaced by expressions of relief. Such an exceptional alchemist as Yi Feng was indeed a rare talent, even among the elite of the great Qian Empire. Thus, this recognition was well-deserved. Chu Wang's discerning eye for talent warranted his promotion to chief steward of the inner courtyard, which was entirely fitting. Everyone regarded Chu Wang with envy, lamenting their missed opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship. Now that he had ascended to the position of chief steward, who would not wish to benefit from his favor? It was not too late to seek his goodwill. The exchange between them left the 3rd elder and Chu Bai momentarily speechless, while Emoshio stood in astonishment, stammering, Master of the Chu family, are you certain this pill is indeed a supreme revitalizing pill? His silence would have been preferable. Chu Qing had been seeking him out, and was now quick to change his demeanor. Humph, Master Emotio, do you doubt my vision? Look for yourself. Chu Qing opened his hand, revealing 2 lustrous red pills resting there. The individuals present were well acquainted with such concoctions, possessing enough discernment to recognize that the quality of these revitalizing pills far surpassed Emotio's best efforts. Emotio, now rendered speechless, hastily gathered his cauldron and departed, fully aware that a young man with such remarkable alchemical skills was clearly trained by the reclusive masters of the pill sect. As a mere first-grade alchemist with no backing, he had no grounds to compete. If not now, when would he make his escape? However, if Yi Feng were to discover his thoughts, it would surely bring him both laughter and tears. After all, where would he find such a reclusive and ancient master? In truth, there was merely a remnant soul teacher. Yi Feng's exceptional alchemy skills allowed the Chu family to revel in their newfound fortune. Subsequently, Chu Qing commanded everyone else to disperse, saying, Xianer, Yi Feng, you two come with me. Both Yi Feng and Chu Xian were momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd sensation, and they proceeded into the room under the jealous gaze of Chu Bai. Fear not, although the status of an alchemist is lofty, their combat prowess is relatively weak. In the clan competition a month from now, as long as you defeat him face to face, there is no fear of Chu Xian fleeing, the third elder remarked calmly, his eyelids barely lifting, while Chu Bai, albeit reluctantly, nodded and withdrew. At the back of the hall lay the exclusive lounge for the clan leader. After the tea was served, Yi Feng found himself feeling somewhat awkward as he gazed at the formidable figure of the leader of the top power in Connor City, and then asked, Clan leader, what is it that you? Little brother Yi Feng, I did not expect you to be a hidden alchemist. Forgive my earlier ignorance. I must apologize for any offense caused, Chu Qing said. Alchemists are typically proud individuals, and while Yi Feng might utter humble words, harboring any grievances would be unfortunate. The clan leader continued, I am merely an outer disciple of the Chu family, and given that the second miss has saved my life, I naturally would lend my assistance. However, I wonder if there is a matter for which you sought me? Yi Feng understood that someone of this stature did not summon him merely for idle conversation. There must be a purpose behind it. Indeed, Chu Qing, with a rosy complexion, posed a peculiar question. Yi Feng, you are of similar age to Xianer, so you need not be so formal. Just call me Uncle Chu. Yes, Uncle Chu, Yi Feng promptly corrected himself, feeling that the development of his relationship with the Chu family was progressing rather swiftly. Yet, a subsequent statement from Chu Qing nearly sent Yi Feng into a state of despair. Yi Feng, I wonder if you would be willing to take over the Chu family? Yi Feng sputtered tea across the table, while Chu Xian stood beside him, utterly bewildered. Both of them exchanged alarmed glances with Chu Qing. Uncle, father, what do you mean by this? Sighing, Chu Qing replied, as you can see, although I lead the Chu family, we nearly became a laughingstock upon entering Connor City. While on the surface we appear to be the foremost of the 3 great families, I am well aware that without a capable leader, the Chu family will inevitably decline. Therefore, Yi Feng, I wish to place my bet on you, he said earnestly, without a hint of jest. This. Yi Feng was both amused and bewildered. He could not discern whether Chu Qing's conviction was boldness or mere folly, daring to entrust the entire family to someone of a different surname. Though he felt some resistance, he simultaneously admired Chu Qing's tenacity, refusing to accept mediocrity and seizing opportunities with unwavering resolve. Nonetheless, while such ambition was commendable, he shared no blood relation with the Chu family. How could he possibly assume the mantle of its leader? Furthermore, could he, as merely a mid-level body refinement practitioner, truly bear the weight of managing an entire family? Uncle Chu, I truly cannot accept your kind intentions. Moreover, given that Yi Feng cast a glance at Chu Xian, what will become of the second young ladies if you were to entrust the Chu family to me? You have misunderstood. I do not mean for you to take over the Chu family at this very moment. I envision you as a key disciple of the Chu family, to be nurtured until you possess the strength to assume leadership. You may take your time to contemplate this. As for Xian and the others, they will eventually marry. After all, Chu Qing, with a contemplative gaze, glanced at Chu Xian, who seemed to grasp something, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Chu Qing's tone brooked no dissent. In truth, Yi Feng's performance today was astonishing. The Chu family has been gradually declining, and the path to resurgence lies in placing our bets on a reliable and formidable individual. Although Yi Feng is currently quite weak, the potential within him has only just begun to manifest, and Chu Qing trusts his judgment. The insistence in Chu Qing's tone left Yi Feng feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, he refrained from making any earth-shattering declarations. After sharing a meal, he soon sent them on their way. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Qing smiled to himself, murmuring, "My daughter, I hope you seize this opportunity." As they walked along the narrow path outside, patrols of inner courtyard disciples frequently passed by. Upon seeing Yi Feng, they greeted him warmly, showing even greater enthusiasm towards the second young lady, Chu Xian. Yi Feng could not help but shake his head. The esteemed status of an alchemist was indeed no empty boast. While he felt indifferent, Chu Xian was less pleased. "Hey, wait a moment. Is there something you need?" Yi Feng inquired, puzzled. "You, about me. Sob. What is your consideration regarding what father mentioned? Rest assured, I would never usurp your family's position. You bear the surname Chu, while I am Yi. Should I rise to prominence, the clan elders would surely tear me apart." Yi Feng assumed she was expressing concern about this and sought to reassure her. In reality, he regarded the Chu family as his own, harboring no intentions of claiming it as his own. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Chu Xian's meaning was entirely different. You scoundrel! If I had known you were such a person, I would never have rescued you." Chu Xian shouted angrily at Yi Feng before turning on her heel and fleeing to her loft. However, her wrist was then ensnared by something, and she was abruptly drawn into a firm embrace. "You!" Chu Xian gazed incredulously at Yi Feng, wondering if he intended to kiss her. This thought sent a thrill of excitement and fear through her. Her face flushed bright red, akin to a small apple, exuding a delicate charm. "I will come to see you tonight." Yi Feng left this statement lingering in the air. With the grand competition of the Chu family approaching, it was no longer feasible to assist her with a physical examination in front of so many witnesses. Thus, he planned to seek help from the emperor that evening. Having conveyed this, he swiftly vanished around the corner, all the while under the astonished gaze of Chu Xian. "Tonight, he will come to see me?" Chu Xian's emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement and trepidation, pondering what the night might hold. Chapter 8. The Reincarnator Beneath the Luminous Full Moon. A shadow swiftly darted between the pavilions and towers. Although several members of the Chu family's patrol team sensed an unusual movement, with the assistance of the emperor, Yi Feng quickly arrived at the grand tree outside the pavilion where Chu Xian resided. True to its reputation as one of the three esteemed families of Connor City, the Chu family boasted several formidable members within their patrols, some having reached advanced levels of qi refinement or even beyond. This demonstrated the family's commitment to safeguarding their core descendants. However, there was a matter of utmost importance that Yi Feng could no longer defer. "Teacher, I will be relying on you shortly," he urged. "Why the haste? This time, I shall accompany you personally. By the way, little one, if you harbor any feelings for that girl, tonight would be the perfect occasion to take your chance and seize her family's fortune, ultimately leading you to marry a wealthy heiress and ascend to the pinnacle of life." The emperor, cloaked in black, indulged in fanciful thoughts, causing Yi Feng to break into a cold sweat. "Teacher, I merely wish for you to save Chu Xian. I did not intend for you to engage in such matters." Though he was uncertain of the precise ailment afflicting Chu Xian, he understood that relying on the revitalization pill for an extended period was no trivial matter, akin to a mere cold or fever. If left unchecked, it could very well endanger her life. As this realization dawned on Yi Feng, impatience took hold of him. He was determined to persuade the emperor to assist him. "Sai, the Chu family's grand competition is approaching, and instead of focusing on your training, you come here to pursue girls. I commend your choice of words." Nevertheless, the emperor secretly endorsed Yi Feng's actions, to some extent. Ensuring Chu Xian's recovery and forging a closer bond with the Chu family would indeed serve as a significant boon. Another group of Chu family disciples passed by beneath the tree. The emperor transformed into a beam of white light, merging into Yi Feng's body, while a subtle layer of vital energy concealed their presence. In an instant, they leaped several yards, appearing on the second floor of Chu Xian's pavilion. Swiftly pushing open the window, the feminine decor within left no doubt that this was indeed Chu Xian's bedroom. However, where was she? Second miss," Yi Feng called out. Suddenly, the blanket on the bed stirred, revealing a small head peeking out, trembling as it gazed at him. Yi Feng, taken aback, quickly turned his head aside. "Second miss, what are you doing?" Yi Feng's astonishment was justified. Chu Xian exposed her smooth, delicate shoulder, seemingly having been asleep in the nude. While this in itself was not alarming, the shy and fervent glimmer in her eyes was overwhelming for him. "You've arrived. Why don't you take off your clothes?" "It's rather embarrassing for me to be here alone like this," Chu Xian explained bashfully. She had certainly understood her father's hints before dinner, but more importantly, Yi Feng's insinuation of visiting her room tonight was far more explicit than her father's suggestions. Had anyone else dared to speak to her in such a manner, they would have likely faced severe repercussions from the family's other disciples. Yet, with Yi Feng, she felt a vague sense of anticipation. I should take off my clothes. Yi Feng felt a rush of blood surge through him, certain areas beginning to respond. He realized his words had backfired. If he were to engage with Chu Xian in such a state, not only would Chu Qing not object, but he might even find her enthusiastic support. Yet, that was not what he intended. The young girl, you seem to have misunderstood. Yi Feng, caught in a blend of laughter and tears, laid bare his suspicions and intentions, asserting that he was merely there to fulfill the role of a physician, not a thief of flowers, and certainly not one to shed a woolen garment. Oh. Chu Xian's face reddened to the point of nearly bleeding. It appeared that she had misinterpreted his meaning. In a flurry, she buried her head like an ostrich. And with a tone of gentle pity, he remarked, then turn around. I need to get dressed. Strangely, upon realizing Yi Feng's true purpose, Chu Xian felt a pang of anxiety mixed with anticipation. With a wry smile, Yi Feng turned his back, only to hear the rustling sound behind him. When he glanced back, he was met with the sight of her delicate figure clad in a sheer dress, barely concealing her youthful allure, leaving him parched. Second miss. Shall we begin? Yi Feng inquired. Chu Xian remained silent, merely nodding her head. Without further ado, Yi Feng grasped her slender wrist and urgently contacted the emperor. Teacher, I understand. Utilizing Yi Feng's body, a potent essence of spiritual energy emanated from him, akin to a magnifying glass probing every vein and organ within Chu Xian to uncover the ailment. Oddly, this young girl seemed devoid of any affliction. The emperor, concealed within Yi Feng, furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a flash of insight. Little one, feed her a drop of your blood. Yi Feng bit his fingertip, allowing a few drops of crimson to fall into a teacup. Seeing this, Chu Xian appeared perplexed. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Drink it, Yi Feng commanded. This left Chu Xian bewildered, yet upon reflection, she thought, it's just a drop of blood, and Yi Feng wouldn't harm me, and thus she opened her mouth and swallowed. In an instant, the scarlet light enveloped her entirely. So it was revealed, she was a reincarnator. A reincarnator? Yi Feng was hearing such an enigmatic term for the first time. His expression, one of confusion. It was said that in ancient times, certain powerful beings, upon reaching a certain level of strength, could reincarnate and inhabit another's body, thereby reviving themselves when the time was ripe. Yi Feng cast a glance at Chu Xian, realizing the magnitude of her fortune. However, would she transform into someone entirely different? The thought brought him sorrow. After all, this version of Chu Xian was the one he was most familiar with. Do not fret. Upon awakening, a reincarnator retains the identity of their current self. Only their past powers and memories are revived, which they may choose to keep. However, dear one, I wonder if you feel any sense of urgency. A beauty such as yourself must strive, lest you find yourself out of reach in the future. This sentiment weighed heavily on Yi Feng, for it was impossible not to be moved by Chu Xian. It was not only a matter of saving her life, but also of his own budding affections. Despite his reluctance, he knew he should be happy for her immense opportunity. With a sigh of realization, Yi Feng released Chu Xian, opting not to disclose the nature of reincarnators, merely mentioning a minor issue. Yet, Chu Xian's keen observation suggested she sensed he was concealing something. However, as he chose silence, she too refrained from pressuring him for the truth. As Yi Feng was preparing to depart, a soft, shadowy figure suddenly surged toward him through the window, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. What was happening? Could it be that a flower thief had arrived? However, the shadow was surprisingly nimble, and in the blink of an eye, for beams of light shot directly at Yi Feng, he bent at the waist and narrowly dodged them, only to discover that it was a yellow, cat-like magical beast, its sharp claws glinting and its red eyes fixed upon him. What on earth was this? Yi Feng quietly activated the Qin Yuan sword art, a green arrow materializing at his fingertips, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the creature. Just then, Chu Xian suddenly exclaimed, "Stop it! Fortune cat, Xiaofei, cease your antics." In that moment, a little girl clad in a snug, pink palace gown, exposing her fair thighs and ample bosom, emerged from the window, scooping up the fortune cat. With an indignant finger pointed at Chu Xian, she proclaimed, "Humph, second sister, you are having an affair. I shall report this to father." "Ah, Xiaofei, you are Chu Fei?" Yi Feng relaxed his guard, curiosity piquing as he scrutinized the girl before him. She had a slightly lengthy ponytail and an innocent complexion that exuded the charm of a neighborly little sister, though her most striking feature was undoubtedly her generously endowed figure. Goodness, a youthful visage paired with such ample curves. The Chu family was renowned for its three sisters, the second daughter, Chu Xian, and the third, the whimsical Chu Fei, who had a reputation that preceded her. It was said that a young master from a subordinate clan of the Chu family once sought to profess his affections to her. To his surprise, she accepted his invitation and led him to her room, only to scream at him as soon as they entered, denouncing him as a rogue and accusing him of harassing a virtuous woman. As a result, the young master was left battered and nearly lifeless. The mere thought of this made Yifeng break into a cold sweat. His luck seemed to have plummeted to unprecedented depths to encounter such a calamity. Why you? We haven't done anything. Chu Xian exclaimed anxiously, knowing full well her sister's boisterous nature was common knowledge throughout the Chu family. If the news of her association with Yifeng were to spread, she would be fine, but Yifeng would not be so fortunate. Despite his father's promise to nurture him as the future head of the Chu family, his abilities were still in their infancy, making him an easy target for gossip. Oh, in that case, Chu Fei chuckled, extending a delicate pink hand. Second sister, you know, didn't I give you money last time? Why do you still need more? Chu Xian was incensed. This little girl appeared to be an elegant young lady, yet she was well versed in the vices of the world, save for one, prostitution. Every time, she found a new way to extract money from their family. Well, didn't you lose it gambling? Besides, once I win it back, I'll return it to you. Won't that suffice? Chu Fei murmured, then quickly realized she was the one attempting to extort. Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me, will you give it or not? Chu Fei declared, resembling a little money grubber. Yifeng was at a loss for words. He retrieved a small box from his possession and inquired, money? I don't have any. I don't know if this will suffice. Upon opening the box, a smooth, lustrous pill lay quietly within. The moment she beheld it, Chu Fei was taken aback. Is this a revitalization pill? You are the brother-in-law? Both Yifeng and Chu Xian momentarily froze. Chu Fei, perplexed, recalled her recent conversation with her father, who had mentioned the arrival of an extraordinarily skilled alchemist in the Chu family, a true blessing for them. Little Fei, you should cultivate a close relationship with your second brother-in-law, the alchemist, she said, lifting her teacup in a classic gesture reminiscent of Chu Qing. Yifeng felt a surge of exhilaration. Chu Qing truly held him in high regard. Well, since my brother-in-law is so impressive, I shall not be modest, Chu Fei declared, reaching for a box to leave, only to be halted by Chu Xian. Not so fast. Return that to him, or I shall deal with you. Chu Fei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her sister, which incensed Chu Xian. Rolling up her sleeves, she turned to Yifeng and said, stop her. The two sisters then became entangled in a playful scuffle, leaving Yifeng dumbfounded and at a loss. Hey, little Fei, don't touch me there. Sister, why are you pulling down my pants? I will bite you. Don't touch that. Chapter 9. Crystal Card. The next morning, as Yifeng emerged from the courtyard under the peculiar gaze of Chu Tian, he let out a sigh of relief. The memories of the previous day's antics involving Chu Fei and Chu Xian brought him to the brink of tears. What began as a mere squabble between sisters had escalated to a chaotic brawl, with Yifeng unwittingly caught in the crossfire, resulting in two black eyes. Truly, women are a fascinating enigma, Yifeng mused to himself, as he felt the weight of the storage pouch on him, which contained over 500 crystal stones acquired from the Chu family. Although his status as an alchemist and Chu Qing's special consideration afforded him a greater quantity of crystals than other disciples, it did not imply that the entirety of the Chu family's resources belonged to him. In the heart of Connor City lay a bustling hub of activity. As dawn broke, a slender figure appeared outside the Merchant Association, prompting Yifeng to unconsciously touch his storage pouch, where his remaining 500 crystal stones resided. He fervently hoped, please, let the items within not be too expensive. For a cultivator seeking to strengthen their body, the most crucial element is the acquisition of high-value spirit herbs. Previously, Yifeng had not placed much emphasis on strength, but in his quest to bridge the gap with the inner courtyard disciples, especially that prodigious youth named Chu Bai, of whom he had heard countless praises from Chu Wang, he found it necessary to invest his meager savings in spirit herbs. Having completed his silent prayers, he resolutely took his first step into the Merchant Association. The vastness of the interior left him astounded, while the Deqin Merchant Association appeared unremarkable from the outside. Stepping inside revealed an astonishing expanse. Elegantly dressed individuals moved towards a curtain at the back. Brother, what lies beyond that curtain? Why are they all heading in that direction? You are unaware? Today, the esteemed young lady Han Yuning of the Deqin Merchant Association is personally presiding over an auction, featuring high-tier spirit weapons and herbs for sale. Is that so? It is said that this young lady possesses remarkable beauty. Whoever marries her will likely save at least a decade of hard work. However, Han Yuning, with a shake of her head, expressed her indifference towards the woman and proceeded directly towards the counter displaying spiritual weapons and elixirs. Rows of cabinets, towering as high as 2 men, were meticulously arranged on either side, adorned with an array of spiritual weapons and elixirs, all safeguarded by a transparent barrier of vital energy. Night Breeze had heard that these barriers, akin to the unique protective devices of the trading guild, would provoke a fierce retaliation from the guild's formidable members should anyone attempt to seize the treasures unlawfully. Night Breeze remained vigilant, his heart sinking further with each glance. The first grade elixir, Blood Spirit Mushroom, was priced at 3,000 crystal stones. The yellow grade inferior spiritual weapon, Celestial Fist, was listed at 10,000 crystal stones. The Ice Blade was valued at 8,000 crystal stones. As each elixir and weapon passed before him, Night Breeze felt his heart racing. His breath seemingly caught in his throat, yearning for release. "Why is everything so exorbitantly priced?" he exclaimed, slamming his fist against the edge of the counter, wearing an expression of despair and disillusionment. "Had I known, I would not have come. I cannot afford any of this. What am I to do?" In a state of agitation, he paced back and forth until he suddenly overheard the frenzied sounds of an auction. The inferior spiritual weapon, Wind Shatterfinger, starts at 50,000 crystal stones. The highest bidder wins. 60,000 crystal stones. 80,000 crystal stones. 100,000 crystal stones. Within mere seconds, a spiritual weapon of the grade soared beyond 100,000 crystal stones, leaving Night Breeze feeling utterly humiliated. It was evident that not everyone could aspire to be a cultivator. "I can only hope that the black burning stone I desire is not excessively priced," he thought, gradually making his way towards the curtain. Upon first encountering Han Yuning, Night Breeze was momentarily mesmerized by her enchanting silhouette. She wore a light blue silk robe that delicately enveloped her jade-like form, with lips as fiery as embers. Her eyes exuded a captivating allure, blended with an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. A natural beauty, she embodied a perfect fusion of ice and fire in that moment. Smiling as she held a scroll while gazing down at the audience, though her eyes betrayed a subtle disdain. Such a woman stirred Night Breeze's imagination, for he remained an inexperienced young man. "Humph, they are all a bunch of creatures driven by base desires," Han Yuning mused, her outwardly innocent demeanor contrasting with her inner contempt for the men below. Were it not for the need to gain an upper hand in her family's power struggles, she would have preferred to avoid mingling with such individuals. Standing tall, her gaze swept over the crowd, landing on a few men in the back row whose eyes were fixated on her, hands inappropriately placed. A wave of revulsion washed over Han Yuning, and she discreetly signaled to the patrolling members of the AO family, who promptly understood and began to deal harshly with those who could not afford the auction items yet dared to disrespect her. As she watched one after another being silently taken away by the powerful figures of their family, Han Yuning couldn't help but smirk. At that moment, a stranger appeared before her, his gaze remarkably clear and devoid of any blemish. "Who is he?" Han Yuning pondered, but his attire suggested he was a disciple from the inner courtyard of the Chu family. She had long been aware of the higher echelons of the Chu family, yet this particular figure had never crossed her path, thus failing to pique her interest. Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to a concealed small room on the second floor. Upon entering, he encountered a gaunt old man clad in a fitted robe, whose eyes emitted a compelling light. The man's aura indicated he was a peak expert in the soul refinement realm. Yi Feng silently marveled. The Qin Kingdom, one of the four great lords of the great Qian Empire, possessed a heritage that far surpassed that of an ordinary family. "Greetings. I wish to exchange for 100 pieces of black burning stone and a few medicinal herbs," Yi Feng stated, retrieving a small box while naming the herbs he sought. The Daqin Merchant Association did not rely solely on crystal stones for transactions. If one lacked sufficient crystals, items of equivalent value could also be exchanged. However, it was typically the case that buyers either had money or did not. Though this barter system had existed for ages, it had not been utilized for quite some time. Suddenly confronted by a youth, the old man's sagging skin trembled, producing a dull sound. "Let me see your items." The old man extended a hand to receive the small box Yi Feng offered. Upon opening it, a faint aroma of herbs wafted out, invigorating the senses. The old man's expression shifted slightly. Yi Feng felt a wave of relief, hoping that this exquisite recovery pill could indeed be exchanged. "Exquisite recovery pill? May I inquire if it can be traded?" Yi Feng asked hesitantly. If this were insufficient, he would need to devise a means to concoct another pill. 100 pieces of black burning stone, along with the herbs you mentioned, would require 8,000 crystal stones. While this exquisite recovery pill is valued at 10,000 crystal stones. Of course, it can be exchanged. However, young brother, could you kindly wait a moment while I consult my master? After all, 100 pieces of black burning stone is a significant amount and a strategic resource. The black burning stone, utilized not only as a medicinal herb but also in weapon crafting, significantly enhances weapon quality and is strictly regulated by various factions. Yifeng had no objections to this. After receiving permission, the old man hastily instructed a maid to serve tea before vanishing through the door. Yifeng was content to relax, fiddling with the teacup while communicating with the emperor residing in the spatial rift. Moments later, an enchanting figure appeared before him, causing his cheeks to flush, none other than Han Yuning. With graceful steps and alluring poise, her blue, flowing gown could hardly conceal her alluring figure. She was truly a captivating enchantress. Yifeng compared her to the girls he had encountered, realizing that her charm was undoubtedly mesmerizing. "What a beautiful youth," she exclaimed, astonished. At Han Yuning's level, few men could capture her attention, yet this young man was different. The exquisite and striking visage radiates an undeniable brilliance, leaving one to ponder the existence of such a remarkably handsome youth. His starkly contrasting black and white eyes, with the corners slightly uplifted, and his elegantly arched brows frame a chiseled face adorned with a straight nose. When he smiles, even the most beautiful flowers appear dim in comparison, and his pearly teeth evoke a sense of flawlessness. However, within those ruby-like pupils lies a glimmer reminiscent of the fiery core beneath a glacier, a warmth tinged with chill, exuding an enchanting allure. His brow and the corners of his mouth seemed to harbor wisdom beyond his years. "Hello there, little brother," she chirped. "Ah, Miss Han, greetings." Yifeng politely replied, yet to his surprise, Han Yuning playfully chided, "Humph, don't call me Miss Han. I am but a few years older than you. Why not call me Sister Yuning instead?" As a businesswoman, her exuberant familiarity was evident from the start. With no other choice, Yifeng reluctantly acquiesced to calling her Sister Yuning, which sent a delightful shiver through her. "Hee, you are quite amusing, dear brother. What is your name?" "I have never heard that the Chu family has welcomed an alchemist." Han Yuning enthusiastically approached him. When the elder informed her that a member of the Chu family had brought forth a supreme-grade true recovery pill, her astonishment was palpable. The entirety of the Great Qian Empire's medicinal concoctions is monopolized by the Tianqian sect, and even the Qin Wangfu, behind the Daqing Chamber of Commerce, could scarcely obtain a handful of pills through special channels each year. To encounter even a few of high quality is a rare stroke of fortune. Thus, the emergence of a supreme-grade pill is nothing short of extraordinary. It was imperative that she foster a connection with this individual. Such was Han Yuning's purpose for her visit. Yifeng, understanding her intentions, smiled gently and replied, "I am Yifeng, a recent arrival at the Chu family. Might I inquire about the goods I requested, Sister Yuning? Look at you. Would such a grand chamber of commerce hold a child like you accountable for debts?" With a wave of her hand, Han Yuning summoned a maid who presented a storage pouch and a black card. "Dear brother Yifeng, this is your storage pouch, containing the 100 black scorching stones and the spiritual herbs you requested. This card is our Daqing Chamber of Commerce's crystal card. With it, you shall enjoy a 20% discount at any of our branches for future purchases. It would be quite unseemly for a grown man to carry a large quantity of crystal stones for shopping." Yifeng felt a stir within. The crystal card felt smooth in his grasp, imbued with an essence of refined spiritual energy, suggesting a remarkable mechanism within, evidence of its rarity and high quality. In the center of the crystal card, a miniature display screen revealed a single star. Night Maple turned his head in surprise to glance at Cold Rain, who smiled at the opportune moment. "Brother, these stars signify the closeness of our relationship with clients and the business association. A single star represents a first-tier client, granting them access to the most basic preferential conditions. The more stars there are, as long as the requests are not excessive. Both our Daqing Business Association and the Qin Wangfu will cater to your needs." As she wrapped her arms around Night Maple's shoulders, drawing his gaze to meet hers, she licked her seductive tongue and gazed at him with a flirtatious air. "If you were of a higher rank, it would be a reasonable request for your sister to accompany you at night. Let us not go there," Night Maple thought, recalling that Chu Qin clearly intended for him to be with Chu Xian. Engaging in such frivolities outside would complicate matters. Holding the crystal card and storage pouch, he offered a polite gesture to Cold Rain before hastily departing, as if fleeing. Who knew what might transpire if he lingered? After his departure, Cold Rain let out a soft chuckle. What an amusing little fellow. In truth, presenting the crystal card was a form of risk investment for her. At its core, the crystal card symbolized status and was not easily obtained. It was not just anyone, like Night Maple, who was merely an ordinary cultivator without a prestigious background, who could possess such a card. Even some second-generation nobles with connections would find it unattainable without sufficient potential and strength. To put it plainly, throughout the vast Daqing Empire, Only the exceptionally wealthy or noble could possess such a crystal card. Knight Maple's acquisition of this card today was entirely due to the exceptional revitalizing elixir he had obtained. She, like Emocio, surmised that Knight Maple must be a disciple trained by some reclusive master of the pill sect. Otherwise, how could a youth so young concoct such extraordinary elixirs? Thus, this scene unfolded. Without such a background, he wouldn't even have the qualification to meet Cold Rain. Her actions clearly indicated an intent to take a long-term approach, fishing for larger prospects. With her extensive experience in discerning people, she perceived that this young man was far from ordinary. As a woman managing a lucrative super business association, she naturally possessed her own criteria for evaluating individuals. At this moment, she felt a curiosity about Knight Maple's identity that surpassed anyone else's. However, it was evident that he was affiliated with a minor faction, clearly wishing to keep his identity concealed. If she were to expose him, it would not only jeopardize her attempts to win him over, but it might also provoke his displeasure and wariness, leaving her with no recourse. Of course, Cold Rain harbored a secret plan in her heart. Chapter 10. Miss Chu. After returning from the Dechin Business Association, there were only a little over 20 days until the family competition. Knight Maple felt as if he had returned to the time when he first arrived at the Chu family. Although relying on his identity as a first-tier alchemist allowed him to navigate the Chu family with ease, the sudden notion of Chu Qing wanting him to take over the Chu family left him somewhat at a loss. It was not merely a passing thought. From that day forth, commands were issued to certain departments of the family, mandating that all family resources utilized by individuals be allocated in the same manner as the three sisters of the Chu family. Were it not for Chu Wang's testimony confirming that Yi Feng was a stray he had found, they would have assumed Yi Feng to be the illegitimate son of Chu Qing. This predicament has caused him considerable distress. Chu Fei incessantly urged Chu Xian to spend time with their suddenly returned brother, hoping to extort a few elixirs from him. Fortunately, Chu Xian diligently intervened. Otherwise, he would have had little time left for his cultivation. Yi Feng understood that Chu Qing was serious, yet he himself remained oblivious to his own feelings. Thus, he cast aside his complicated thoughts and devoted himself entirely to enhancing his strength. Gradually, each morning, the frail figure emerged from Chu Wang's courtyard, only to return at sunset, battered and bruised. To Chu Wang's astonishment, Yi Feng had managed to transcend a realm. In a mere span of days, his prowess had surged from the intermediate stage of body refinement to the advanced stage, and then, on a particular day, he achieved a breakthrough to the exceptional level. Chu Wang felt numb. Even if Yi Feng were to arrive tomorrow proclaiming himself a Qi refinement expert, he would believe it. One evening, the spring water at the back mountain of the Chu family had been expanded by the emperor to more than 10 times its original size. Should anyone have been present, they would have been startled by Yi Feng's demeanor, expressionless, his body marred with numerous dark scars and pits, his gaze like a concealed blade piercing through to the figure clad in black opposite him. Indeed, today marked the final session of cultivation, striving for a breakthrough into the Qi refinement realm. The mere mention of the Qi refinement realm brought a faint smile to Yi Feng's pale visage, his body trembling slightly. A month prior, he had distinctly felt himself on the brink of a breakthrough, yet the emperor had instructed him to suppress that power, forbidding him from advancing. He possessed a method that could facilitate a swift breakthrough into the Qi refinement realm. The black scorching stones procured from the Daqin Merchant Guild had also proven useful during the past several days of training. The emperor had utilized these stones to strike every part of his body, resulting in his current state. Very well, let us begin, the emperor declared, producing a crimson elixir. Flicking it towards Yi Feng, the youth opened his mouth and swallowed it, which detonated within him like a bomb, the torrent of vital energy surging through every meridian, causing him to hold his breath in concentration amidst the intense burning pain. Such agony is a necessary aspect of cultivation. There are no shortcuts to be found on this arduous path. When the meridians within one's body throb with pain, it signifies a profound metamorphosis underway. A perfected breakthrough in body refinement can indeed allow one to combat Qi refinement experts at a higher level, yet the disparity in realms remains challenging to bridge. Continuous breakthroughs hold the true path to mastery. In the face of such torment, Yi Feng could only grit his teeth and endure, daring not to display any sign of weakness. For at that moment, the vital energy surged within his meridians. Any lapse in resolve could lead to dire consequences, spiraling out of control and even risking the perilous descent into madness. Meanwhile, the esteemed figure seated upon the rock did not remain idle. With a swift motion of his hand, a multitude of dark crimson-black burning stones surged forth from the lake, each imbued with the pure power of the imperial bloodline. I have employed these stones to strike at you for over 10 days, both to elevate your physical form to a new pinnacle and to prepare for the events of this night." The esteemed figure subtly gestured, and the black stones transformed into a series of dark lines, rushing towards Yifeng. In contrast to the suffering they inflicted, the black stones became a mysterious force that adhered to Yifeng's meridians, erecting a dam that completely suppressed the raging power. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged forth, violently colliding with Yifeng's dantian and meridians. Streams of gas rich with energy coursed through his pathways, creating a wave of exhilaration within him. Yifeng inhaled deeply, and upon witnessing the tumultuous surge of vital energy within his dantian, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the dantian was the hallmark of an aspiring alchemist. Only by mastering this technique could practitioners deftly manipulate their vital energy to activate spiritual weapons. Otherwise, relying solely on physical strength would be akin to wielding a machine gun as a melee weapon, thus dishonoring the essence of the spiritual armament. As 2 hours passed, the once tumultuous force gradually softened, beginning to flow orderly through his meridians. When Yifeng sensed that the power was now wholly under his command, he opened his eyes wide, merging his fingertips to unleash a sharp sword aura that lunged towards a nearby rock. With a resounding crack, the sizable black stone was effortlessly cleaved in two. Noticing the smooth surface of the cut, Yifeng exhaled with relief. "I have succeeded in the initial stage of energy refinement," he exclaimed joyously, his laughter reverberating throughout the mountainside, while the esteemed figure looked on with pride at his student. Typically, those with even slightly wavering determination would falter after such an arduous period of training, yet he had persevered. Just then, the esteemed figure's expression shifted, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, urgently warning Yifeng, "Be cautious, my disciple, someone approaches." At that very moment, Yifeng activated the full measure of his vital energy, fixating his gaze upon the mountain's peak, where an enchanting figure suddenly emerged. Clad in a black robe, her shapely legs were elegantly revealed, and her cascading hair was elegantly arranged into a bun, standing like a snow lotus upon an icy mountain. Exuding an air of unattainable beauty, her piercing gaze never wavered from Yifeng. "Is this person formidable?" Yifeng pondered, unable to discern her strength, yet feeling a pressure akin to that of a half-step refining void realm master like Chu Qing. He was inwardly astonished. As he mused about the identity of this woman, a chilling voice escaped her cherry lips. "Are you Yifeng? Do you know me?" Yifeng scratched his head, recalling that he had never encountered this individual. "Might I inquire who you are and what business you have with Yifeng?" "My name is Chu Piapiao, the elder sister of Chu Xian and Chu Fei." Yifeng was taken aback. Upon arriving at the Chu family, he had heard of the trio of sisters, but it was only today that he recognized them all. Although Chu Qing held him in high regard, he was not one to be arrogant. He quickly bowed and addressed her. "Miss, there is no need for such formality. I came today merely to inquire about your true intentions in visiting the Chu family." "Speak quickly," Chu Piapiao commanded sharply, her gaze fixated on Yifeng as though he were a foe. Yifeng was bewildered. Having been rescued by Chu Wang, he had no ulterior motives. "I do not comprehend how I have offended you, miss, to warrant such a misunderstanding," he replied, struggling to contain his rising ire. "Humph, misunderstanding? A master alchemist capable of concocting exquisite elixirs, and yet you content yourself with being a mere inner disciple of the Chu family. Who would believe it? It seems I must employ stronger measures to elicit the truth from you." With that, Chu Piapiao gracefully advanced, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, and unleashed a sharp azure light that descended upon his head like a mountain. "Damn it, this girl is serious." Yifeng seethed with fury. It was clear that Chu Piapiao regarded him as an adversary from the outset. Thus, he decided to respond in kind. A torrent of energy surged within him, and with a swift motion of his arm, a blade of azure light shot forth to meet her attack. The ensuing explosion was deafening, as countless stones cascaded down into the water, creating a cacophony of splashes. The powerful shockwave forced Yifeng to retreat several steps, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Yet, Chu Piapiao was far from finished. Gripping her sword, she casually slashed the air around her, unleashing a series of deadly arcs. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from her being. Wind spirit, heavenly purity kill. An azure sword shadow materialized behind Chu Piapiao, as she appeared like a celestial deity surveying all living beings. With a sweep of her sword, a fierce power manifested as an invisible wall adorned with spikes, bearing down relentlessly upon Yifeng. One could surmise that even a peak Qi refinement expert would be gravely injured by such an onslaught. What is this? A half-step into the soul refinement realm? Yi Feng gasped in astonishment. He had assumed that Chu Xian and Chu Fei possessed similar prowess. Thus he had mistakenly classified the unfamiliar Chu Piapiao among them. Little did he know that she was as formidable as Chu Qing. At that critical moment, a deep voice interjected, "Enough, little girl, cease your antics." As the invisible wall made contact with Yi Feng, it dissipated as if entering a vacuum, causing no ripple. A shadowy figure appeared before him. "Who are you?" Yi Feng inquired, startled. The individual who intervened was none other than the emperor, the master of the child. When his apprentice was in peril, it was only fitting that the teacher take action. Ah, little girl, to come out swinging with such ferocity right from the start. Quite audacious. Fortunately, he is unharmed. Otherwise, the Chu family would face dire consequences, the emperor remarked. Upon his words, Chu Piapiao felt an overwhelming, terrifying aura lock onto her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several chains of energy binding her, rendering her immobile. The girl was flustered. The mysterious powerhouse before her was undoubtedly far superior to her. Nevertheless, she stubbornly glared at Yi Feng. "You claim you have no ulterior motives, yet with such a formidable master, why do you linger in the Chu family?" Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words, but the emperor spoke up on his behalf, chuckling. "Ah, this little girl possesses quite the vigilance. Very well. I shall enlighten you. My disciple has his sights set on the meager assets of the Chu family and the 3 sisters within it. Hence, he has diligently trained for 3 months, striving to break through to the Qi refinement stage in order to take you all into his harem. Are you prepared, little one? A night of passion is worth a fortune. Do not neglect the fair maiden." The emperor grinned maliciously, gesturing with his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that lifted Chu Piapiao's robe, revealing a flowing green gown beneath, accentuating her fair skin and the sight of her ample bosom. The girl, stricken with fear, shouted, "You scoundrel! If you dare to humiliate me, then let it be just me. Do not harm my sister." "Oh no, I shall not," the emperor replied, winking at Yi Feng. "Go on, my disciple." Yi Feng, at a loss for words, thought to himself, is this what a master should be like? You are nothing but a bandit. Chu Piapiao was on the verge of tears when suddenly Yi Feng called out to the emperor, "Release her." He alas. "My disciple is a tender-hearted soul," the emperor replied, clicking his tongue. "Master, please stop frightening people," Yi Feng said, his anger rising. Chu Qing regarded herself as his successor. How could he bear to treat his daughter so lightly? Very well, such a splendid opportunity wasted. The emperor reproached Yi Feng with a glare, then tore open a rift in space and vanished before the two. After his departure, the restraints on Chu Piapiao loosened. I apologize, I am Yi Feng." He explained to Chu Piapiao how he had been saved by Chu Wang and unexpectedly encountered the emperor. To his surprise, the girl seized the opportunity to bite down hard on his shoulder, her teeth sinking into the flesh. A piercing scream echoed through the valley, lingering for a while before subsiding. Yi Feng clutched his bleeding wound, furiously exclaiming, "Are you a beast? Why did you bite me? Bah, who told you to bully me? I will remember this incident. If you dare to harm my sister, I shall not let this rest." Chu Piapiao glared fiercely at Yi Feng before vanishing in an instant, leaving him behind, gritting his teeth in shock. "Damn, this girl is ruthless," Yi Feng muttered, rubbing his shoulder, furrowing his brow, uncertain whether he would encounter trouble from her in the future. Chapter 11. The engagement as the blazing sun pierced through the clouds. The once solemn and quiet Chu family estate suddenly erupted with activity. The grand gates swung wide open, and numerous leaders and stewards from various factions entered. Today marked the annual family competition of the Chu clan, and they had received news that the family head, Chu Qing, would announce a significant matter. Despite their considerable connections within the Chu family, they were not entirely aware of the nature of this important announcement. Thus, this year's competition was particularly captivating. To the west of the Chu family lies the training ground where the young disciples engage in their daily martial exercises. 10 circular platforms are meticulously arranged at the center of this arena. Overseeing the reception duties for this event is Chu Wang, the newly appointed chief steward of the inner court. However, his countenance bears no trace of joy due to the family competition. For Yi Feng has already spent 3 days within the spirit and martial pavilion. 3 days prior, when Yi Feng expressed his desire to enter the pavilion, Chu Wang slapped his forehead, nearly regretting his decision. Although Yi Feng has acquired a martial technique, he has yet to select a spirit weapon, akin to entering a battlefield without a suitable armament. Mastering a spirit weapon in a mere 3 days is no trifling matter. Thus, Chu Wang could only hope that Yi Feng would not appear at all, allowing him to evade any challenges from others. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, his identity as an alchemist afforded him some protection, as even the elders of the family would hesitate to trouble him. At that moment, Chu Tian, wearing a worried expression, appeared in his line of sight. "Father, Brother Yifeng has not yet emerged." Upon hearing this, Chu Wang felt a surge of relief. As long as no one challenged Yifeng, all would be well. After half an hour had passed, prominent figures from the Chu family, including Elder Chu Qing and the three Chu sisters, made their grand entrance. Faced with the trio of exceptional young women, many impetuous youths cast admiring glances in their direction. As the time arrived, Chu Qing nodded at Chu Wang, who then announced, "Thank you all for attending the Chu family's grand competition. Today, numerous amicable forces have come to observe us. I hope you will all showcase your finest selves and not disappoint the family's expectations. We shall now commence the first draw challenge. Chu He from the outer court versus Chu Lo. Begin." With those words, two disciples from the outer court stepped forward to challenge each other on the first match platform, and thus the battle commenced. Although the Chu family is relatively new, the prowess demonstrated by their younger generation rivals that of long-established powers such as the Blandmont family. Leaders from various factions offered their praise as the competition unfolded throughout the morning. As the Chu family contest approached its conclusion, Chu Tian not only emerged as a member of the inner court, but also secured third place in the competition, prompting a sigh of relief from Chu Wang. Chu Bai's performance was particularly noteworthy, as his status as a budding qi refinement expert is quite impressive among the younger generation of the Chu family. In the end, Yifeng did not make an appearance, and as the competition reached its final stages, what remained were challenges among the Chu disciples. These challenges are akin to friendly duels and are generally less frequent. Thus, Chu Qing prepared to deliver the final summary. Ahem. The grand competition of the Chu family is hereby officially concluded. Chu Bai takes first place, Chu Liang second, and Chu Tian third. Brother Chu Bai is magnificent. Hee. Brother Chu Bai truly deserves his reputation as the young prodigy of our Chu family. Oh, when will I ever become a formidable qi refinement expert like Brother Chu Bai? Amidst the accolades from the crowd, Chu Bai gracefully stood and cupped his hands in acknowledgement, his gaze greedily fixed on Chu Xian, who was engrossed in conversation with Chu Piao Piao and Chu Fei. At that moment, Chu Qing suddenly spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? For I have a joyous announcement to make." Upon seeing him, the entire martial arena fell into an immediate silence. All eyes fixed upon Chu Qing as he cleared his throat, and his deep voice resonated through every corner of the venue. "Esteemed guests, the delightful news I wish to convey is the betrothal of my second daughter, Chu Xian, to the newly arrived formidable warrior of the Chu family, Yifeng. Over the years, numerous heads of influential factions have sought my daughter's hand in marriage, yet I have prioritized her happiness above all else and refrained from accepting any proposals. Today, taking advantage of the grand family competition, I wish to announce this union, hoping for your blessings for my daughter. Chu Xian is to be wed." Such abruptness. Who is Yifeng? Though Chu Qing's announcement was somewhat hasty, even Chu Xian herself was taken aback. While there had been some subtle flirtation between them, it had not yet reached the stage of discussing marriage. In truth, Chu Qing's urgency stemmed from the information he had recently received from Chu Piao Piao regarding Yifeng's advancement to a qi refining realm warrior at such a tender age. Even younger than Chu Bai. Although Chu Piao Piao had not disclosed the existence of a mentor guiding Yifeng, the promising prospects of his future had compelled Chu Qing to formalize their engagement. The suddenness of the announcement did not escape the notice of the assembled dignitaries, who swiftly altered their demeanor to extend their congratulations to Chu Qing. Just moments ago, the proud Chu Bai's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with venomous intent. All his years of diligent cultivation had been for the sake of Chu Xian, and now it seemed a cooked duck was about to take flight. The praise resonating from the various leaders felt like a slap to his face. Chu Bai cast a glance towards his grandfather on the platform. The third elder exchanged glances with the two elders beside him before clearing his throat to address the family head. "Is this course of action perhaps too rash? Third elder, what do you imply by that?" Chu Qing's displeasure was evident. He was well aware of Chu Bai's affection for Chu Xian. But did his daughter's choice of partner require the approval of others? Family matters are delicate. The second miss holds a distinguished position. While Yifeng may be a rare first-rate alchemist, he does not hold significant value for our Chu family. I believe it prudent to deliberate this matter further. Indeed, no matter how much potential he possesses, he remains an outsider. If Yifeng cannot demonstrate formidable prowess that earns our respect, challenging the younger generation of the Chu family, then I must sadly declare this engagement unacceptable. The three senior elders voiced their dissent in unison. Anger flared within Chu Qing. While Yi Feng had indeed reached the qi refining realm, he had yet to master any martial techniques to showcase his strength. The observing powers from various factions understood that there was a discord among the Chu family hierarchy, yet they dared not interject. At that moment, Chu Wang stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Honorable elders, Yi Feng has been training at the Spirit Martial Pavilion for the past 3 days, hence his absence. His prowess is evident to all, having once triumphed over Chu Jia, a formidable opponent, using only his intermediate body refinement skills. This indeed makes a fitting match for the second Mississippi fitting match. The third elder scoffed. Who has witnessed such an event? In the realm of physical cultivation, a mid-level practitioner could surpass one of the highest tier. Do you take me for a fool, Chu Wang? Chu Jia, do you acknowledge this matter? Upon being pointed out by the third elder, Chu Jia immediately comprehended the insinuation, asserting that there had never been such an occurrence. I have not engaged in any conflict with Yi Feng, let alone a battle. Chu Tian, who stood nearby, was about to refute, but was silenced by a glance from his father. It seemed that the third elder had decided to refrain from further scrutiny into Yi Feng. At that moment, a figure draped in a delicate yellow gown, resembling a celestial maiden, gracefully ascended the platform. Chu Xian approached the 3 elders, offering a respectful bow, and then spoke earnestly, "Esteemed elders, I witnessed Yi Feng engage in a battle beyond his level." When her father had announced the engagement between her and Yi Feng, her heart raced with excitement, as if she did not entirely oppose this union, embodying a sense of determination to protect her chosen partner. However, second miss, even if he could battle beyond his rank, he is still merely a practitioner of physical cultivation, thus we cannot consent to your engagement, the Grand Elder stated resolutely. At that moment, Chu Liang stepped forward, eager to challenge this notion. Indeed, second miss, I refuse to believe he can truly battle beyond his level. I, Chu Liang, wish to challenge him myself. Only if he defeats me will I be convinced. The family competition is merely 3 days away, and he only began cultivating spiritual martial arts recently. This is nothing but an excuse. We cannot stand idly by while the second miss weds a coward, he declared, aligning with Chu Bai's faction to protect his interests. Exactly. If Chu Bai cannot achieve such a feat, then who is Yi Feng to claim such prowess? Humph. I have been stuck at the mid-level of physical cultivation for years. Even if there were to be battles beyond rank, I should be the first to engage in such endeavors. Where did that pretty boy even come from? I oppose that coward becoming a son-in-law of our Chu family. The voices of the younger generation of the Chu family erupted in a cacophony of dissent, causing Chu Qing to furrow his brow in concern. Chu Wang and Chu Tian were equally anxious, as their achievements were entirely due to Yi Feng's influence. And witnessing the potential collapse of his union with Chu Xian left them feeling utterly helpless. Amidst the turmoil of opinions, an inconspicuous figure emerged from the outskirts and tapped the shoulder of a man. "Excuse me, brother, I need to get through. Could you please make way? Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost." The man retorted. "Oh, in that case, my apologies," the newcomer replied, only to find himself seized by the collar. And before he could react, he was hurled through the air like a rag doll, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. All eyes turned towards this commotion as the figure approached the high platform. Noticing his arrival, Chu Qing let out a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. "You have finally arrived, Xiaofeng." Chapter 12. The Strength of a Qi Refining Expert. "Uncle Chu, you seem rather anxious," Yi Feng remarked with a wry smile. Were it not for the Empyrean sovereign having already examined Chu Xian and confirmed her well-being, he might have suspected she harbored some hidden ailment, causing her family to seek a replacement suitor. "Is this Yi Feng?" The crowd engaged in hushed whispers, expressing their disbelief at how someone seemingly unimpressive could garner such regard from Chu Qing, to the extent that she was preparing to marry her daughter to him. "Humph. You finally emerged. I thought you would remain a timid turtle for life." Chu Liang glared at Yi Feng with palpable resentment. Being siblings with Chu Jia, who had been bedridden for an entire month after suffering a grievous beating, Chu Liang's protective nature towards his younger brother was well known among the younger generation of the Chu family. If he failed to confront Yi Feng for his brother's plight, how could he maintain his standing within the family? Moreover, should he manage to humiliate this young man and earn the favor of the esteemed Chu Bai, his own position in the Chu family would undoubtedly rise in prominence. "Head of the family, I wish to challenge him," Chu Liang declared in a low voice. Chu Qing's expression shifted slightly, and just as she was about to speak, the third elder rose, his murky gaze fixed intently on Chu Qing. "Head of the family, if there were to be any misstep regarding the marriage of our Chu family's young lady, it would be a profound disrespect to our ancestral laws. Even the head of the family cannot disregard these ancestral precepts." I propose that a member of the Chu family challenge him to ascertain his qualifications to become our son-in-law. Indeed, the third elder speaks wisely. Both the first and second elders chimed in. In truth, they were also coveting the position of head of the family, but lamented the lack of distinguished offspring among their own. The third elder had promised them benefits post-Chu Bai's ascension to head. Thus, they naturally supported the union of Chu Bai and Chu Xian. Elders, Yifeng is merely a mid-tier body refinement cultivator. How could he possibly contend with the peak body refinement prowess of Chu Liang? Chu Qing exclaimed, barely containing her fury. These three old geezers, after the family competition. I shall reclaim the power you wield. Not to worry, let us witness his ability to battle above his level. Would that not be more enlightening? The third elder showed no signs of concession, infuriating Chu Qing, whose complexion turned an ashen hue. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly ascended the platform, directing his gaze towards Chu Liang. Hey, are you going to fight or not? You seem more like a timid turtle at this rate, taking your sweet time. What? The crowd regarded Yifeng as if he were a fool. A peak body refinement expert hadn't even initiated trouble with him, and here he was, a mid-tier cultivator, rushing to his own demise. Was he not akin to a birthday celebrant consuming poison out of boredom? Infuriating, Chu Bai leapt onto the stage, his robust frame appearing suddenly as he cracked his knuckles. You know nothing of your own insignificance. Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of the younger generation of the Chu family. Such unnecessary prattle. Yifeng adopted a posture inviting combat. Enraged, Chu Liang propelled himself forward, his feet launching him like a shadow towards Yifeng, his fists aimed at the latter's head. Yet, Yifeng, with no frills, extended a single hand, deflecting the incoming fists aside. To his surprise, a sinister smile crept across Chu Liang's face as he accelerated in an unusual manner, appearing directly behind Yifeng, unleashing a flurry of heated punches upon him. This is the yellow-grade superior spirit art, Wind and Fire Fist. Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Wind and Fire Fist, a formidable spiritual martial art within the Chu family, is notoriously difficult to master, even for some captains of the Qi refining guards. It seems that Yifeng has encountered a formidable opponent this time. As the overwhelming force of the technique was sensed, Yifeng refrained from taking it head-on, instead enveloping himself in a protective shield of vital energy to evade the attack. Shortly thereafter, the explosive punches rained down upon the platform like cannonballs, transforming the once intact surface into a pockmarked ruin. Onlookers witnessed two dark figures entangled amidst the blaze, one relentlessly unleashing energy against the other. Disdain flickered in the eyes of the spectators. How could Chu Qing be so blind as to marry her daughter to such a pretentious fellow? If Yifeng had chosen to withdraw from the confrontation, it would have been understandable. After all, a mid-level body refiner is hardly on par with a pinnacle body refiner. Yet the situation had shifted. Yifeng had provoked Chu Liang, inviting conflict upon himself. How foolish. Chu Bai smirked coldly, realizing that he need not intervene in this family competition. His gaze shifted to Chu Xian, who watched the duel with concern. She harbored no affection for Chu Liang and had no reason to worry for him. The only one left was Yifeng. Chu Liang, eliminate him, Chu Bai instructed, his eyes fixed on the platform, the situation clear. Were it not for the rules prohibiting his intervention, he would have been prepared to personally deal with Yifeng, regardless of his fate. Yifeng was still a disciple of the inner court of the Chu family and a first-rate alchemist. His death would represent a loss for the family. Surrender now, and you might still have a chance, Chu Liang taunted, feeling a sense of pride in the face of Yifeng, who was utterly powerless against his technique. No matter how much he sought to show off, he remained merely a mid-level body refiner. Surrender suits you perfectly, Yifeng retorted with a cold laugh. Retreating to the edge of the platform, he then unleashed a fierce punch that collided with Chu Liang's. Foolish and reckless, you brought this upon yourself. Chu Liang's eyes glinted with malice as he was engulfed in a fiery aura, resembling a deity of flames. With a sweeping motion, he sent forth a massive fist imprint, imbued with overwhelming force, hurtling toward Yifeng. The temperature around them surged dramatically, akin to a volcanic eruption. Chu Xian's expression shifted in alarm as she cast a pleading glance at Chu Piao Piao, who remained unmoved, her brows furrowed, showing no inclination to intervene. How could a Qi refining expert be driven to such desperation by a pinnacle body refiner? At that moment, Yifeng, seemingly a trapped turtle, suddenly declared, "The essence of the Wind and Fire Fist lies in the union of wind and flame. It is only through their convergence that one can truly embody this technique. And you have only grasped half of it." As his words fell, an astonishing wave of heat erupted from Yifeng, surging toward Chu Liang. The surrounding winds whipped into a frenzy, and a fierce fire, propelled by the gale, surged forth, exuding a formidable power. An ethereal red fist, roaring like a meteor, barreled toward the incoming fist imprint. With a force akin to a tempest, there was no doubt that the fist shattered the shadows of combat. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, under the horrified gaze of Chu Liang, the blow struck his chest with a resounding thud, causing his body to flail like a kite with severed strings. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The abrupt turn of events transpired with such swiftness, a single strike had obliterated him. The gathered leaders, both great and small, swallowed hard. For that blow was undeniably reminiscent of the one employed by Chu Liang, yet its potency was incomparable. Moreover, it was evident that the assailant intended to toy with him as one might with a rodent. That strike also unleashed the true might of Yi Feng, a practitioner of the initial stage of qi refinement. The Chu family's younger generation had already produced a formidable qi practitioner. Could there possibly be another? Chu Qing, in the realm of qi refinement, suddenly retracted his hand, shattering his teacup into countless fragments. Though he regarded the initial stage of qi refinement as inconsequential, such strength was considered the backbone of any family in Connor City, where every practitioner was treasured like a gem. Indeed, it was no wonder that Chu Qing wore a smile, for he was proud of his son-in-law. However, the expressions of the three elders were anything but pleasant, particularly that of the third elder. If Yi Feng were merely a first-tier alchemist, it would be of little concern, yet now, with his prowess in qi refinement, he was more than worthy of the title of Chu family son-in-law. Yi Feng, feeling somewhat bemused, thought Chu Qing too eager. While he remained silent, Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. The ever-impulsive Chu Fei immediately muttered, "Humph, why the rush to get married? If it's a man you seek, our Chu family has plenty to offer, perhaps even more than him." The second sister, lost in her own thoughts, retorted, "How could you say that, little Fei?" Her cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched Chu Fei, who winced in response. "Ha ha, the Chu family is destined for greatness this time. Congratulations to the family head." The attendees were astute enough to recognize that flattering the Chu family was in their best interest. Yet, amidst the congratulatory chorus, a dissenting voice suddenly emerged. Wait a moment. All eyes turned to the source, revealing none other than Chu Bai, who had secured first place in the family competition. His gaze, sharp as a serpent's, was fixed upon Yi Feng, and he respectfully addressed the family head from the platform. Today marks the day of our Chu family's grand competition. Although I stand as the victor, it has come to my attention that brother Yi Feng is also a qi practitioner. I wish to challenge him on behalf of my family, as it would be remiss not to engage in a contest, especially since he will soon be a member of our Chu family. The surging energy within Chu Bai surged like a tide, his expression menacing as he regarded Yi Feng. The fact that Yi Feng was to be the Chu family's son-in-law was not yet set in stone. Should he falter in this public challenge, it would not be impossible to seize the opportunity to undermine him in the future. Very well, I welcome the challenge, Yi Feng thought, seizing the opportunity. Since arriving at the Chu family, he had already established an adversarial relationship with Chu Bai and his associates. He would not let this chance slip away. Originally believing that the challenge had reached its conclusion, the crowd was suddenly invigorated. It seemed that this year's competition of the Chu family was rife with excitement. Not to mention Chu Xian's fiancé, the clash of the most exceptional generation of the Chu family was now unfolding. This visit was far from in vain. Just as Chu Qing was about to speak, Chu Piapiao tugged at the hem of his garments, casting him a knowing glance. A flicker of faint anticipation ignited within the depths of Chu Qing's eyes. Who among them would wish for their family to remain stagnant, unable to evolve into a superfamily akin to the four great vassal states of the Deqian Empire? The internal upheaval that transpired 15 years ago had reduced the Chu family, once poised to challenge the sixth largest power in the Deqian Empire, to ruins overnight, transforming their former aspirations into mere jest. Faced with Yi Feng's audaciousness and Chu Piapiao's restraint, Chu Qing's mind sparked with clarity. Could Yi Feng potentially grant him an unexpected surprise? After much contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced, yet with the cautionary reminder to maintain restraint. The light illuminated Chu Bai's countenance. He had already heard from Chu Shanhao about Yi Feng's background. Just 3 months prior, he had been an ordinary individual, and within such a brief span, he had ascended to the realm of qi refinement. It was evident that he had traversed some unorthodox path. How could he, a bona fide practitioner of qi refinement, possibly be outmatched? Brother Yi Feng, I beg your pardon, Chu Bai stated with commendable grace, performing a fist salute. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing before Yi Feng. His fingers coalesced into a fist, infused with pure vital energy, and struck fiercely toward Yi Feng. Astonishingly, Yi Feng seemed unfazed, extending a seemingly delicate hand as if to grasp the incoming blow. A hint of disdain crossed Chu Bai's face. If such an attack could be effortlessly neutralized, what merit was there in claiming to be a practitioner of qi refinement? Yet, upon impact, an overwhelming force emanated from Yi Feng's arm, effortlessly deflecting the forceful strike. With a surge of strength, Chu Bai felt as though he had collided with an insurmountable wall, swiftly veering to the side. Infuriated, he stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him, halting his movement toward the edge of the platform as the aura of a body refinement expert erupted forth. The overbearing heaven technique. Chu Bai was clearly serious now. Chapter 13. A stunning revelation, the overbearing heaven technique? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, observing the formidable aura emanating from Chu Bai, reminiscent of a raging torrent. This manifestation of the overbearing heaven technique was undoubtedly more powerful than what Chu Jie had cultivated. However, Yi Feng showed no signs of retreat. A subtle smile graced his lips as a similarly soft yet potent aura emerged behind him, akin to a sheathed sword, poised to confront his opponent. Albeit seemingly weaker than Chu Bai's, realizing this, the third elder exhaled in relief. The disparity in martial arts could prove pivotal in life and death confrontations among equals. How could a low-grade yellow-tier Azure Cloud Sword technique contend with a high-grade yellow-tier overbearing heaven technique? Humph, merely a worthless technique, Chu Bai scoffed, stepping forward. In the next moment, the figure vanished several dozen yards away as a surge of energy surged from the flank. Night Maple cast a swift glance, only to find countless shadows of black legs enveloping him entirely, effectively sealing off his escape route. The Ba Tian Qianing legs. Night Maple's pupils constricted, his body remaining motionless as he awaited the impending barrage of attacks. Many powerful onlookers were dumbfounded. Could it be that this young man was rendered speechless by fear? Remaining utterly still, taking a deep breath, Night Maple suddenly pointed a finger into the void. The gesture seemed devoid of any formidable power, and even lacked a trace of energy fluctuations. Some members of the Chu family were left bewildered, as they had not cultivated the Qin Yun sword art, and thus found themselves perplexed by this technique. They deemed him overconfident, having merely stumbled into the qi refinement realm through dubious means, employing a garbage technique and possessing a feeble strength. Outside the arena, Chu Shanhao chuckled with malicious glee, his fellow elders from the Chu family wearing similar expressions. Having achieved the qi refinement realm in just 3 months with such combat prowess left these seasoned practitioners, who had toiled for decades, feeling utterly disheartened. Energy coursed through Chu Bai's meridians, waves of power radiating throughout his body. Facing the immobile Night Maple, he let out a cold sneer and doubled his speed, launching a fierce kick towards him, the shadows of his legs striking with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of leg shadows surged towards Night Maple in the blink of an eye, yet just as the gust of wind from the impending strike was about to land, Night Maple finally made a move. More precisely, it was his finger that, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, emitted a dazzling azure light, gently tapping the tumultuous leg shadows. In an unexpected twist, rather than the anticipated defeat of Night Maple, the crowd was astonished to witness the azure finger piercing through the layers of leg shadows at an unexpected angle, striking precisely at the location of Chu Bai's heart, creating an instant indentation. Then, a powerful force erupted, and the onlookers beheld Chu Bai's complexion turn pale as a jet of blood erupted from his mouth, akin to a broken kite, forcefully sent flying away. The lethal multitude of leg shadows dissipated in an instant, as if they had never existed. This guy has truly terrified me. Chu Xian patted her chest, while Chu Fei, beside her, glared at her sister with resentment, rubbing her chest in discontent. Humph, forgetting your sister in the face of beauty. Little Fei, do you seek a fight? Do you believe I won't take father to the casino next time to block you? And what of the 1,000 crystal stones you owe me? Chu Xian retorted. Chu Fei clenched her delicate hands, her expression one of utter grievance, resembling a hapless victim. You too. Chu Piapiao sighed in exasperation. Her younger sisters were truly exhausting her. Chu Qin gazed blankly at the figure still remaining on the stage, his expression transforming into one of profound astonishment, as he struggled to fully comprehend the earlier shock Night Maple had imparted, now struck anew by this staggering blow. As Chu Bai fell from the stage, silence enveloped the Chu family plaza once again. No one could fathom that the prodigious youth of the Chu family, the foremost young cultivator of Kungana City, Chu Bai, could suffer such a swift and humiliating defeat at the hands of a nameless boy, Yi Feng. Chu Qing gazed at the youth on the stone platform, momentarily struck dumb. Then, he suddenly sank down, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented excitement and fervor. He believed his judgment was sound. Perhaps the resurgence of the Chu family lay entirely within this young man's grasp. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. The scornful gazes from all around pierced Chu Bai's back, causing his complexion to fluctuate between green and yellow. How could the foremost youth of the Chu family, the future head of the family, be so utterly defeated? This left him in a state of confusion. With a furious shout, he stomped the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, and charged once more onto the stone platform, attacking Yi Feng in a frenzy. Yi Feng frowned, stepping forward, unleashing a blade-like sword aura that momentarily cooled the boy's fervor. Just then, an elderly voice erupted from above. "Little beast, get away from this old man." A figure plummeted from the sky, its gaunt hand resembling an eagle's claw, reaching for Yi Feng. The latter, taken aback, hastily withdrew. But his shoulder was seized with an intent that was undeniably malicious. "Shameless wretch, decrepit old thief." Yi Feng's consciousness erupted with a thunderous roar, a terrifying power instantly seizing control of his body. "Teacher, you." Yi Feng felt his body slipping from his control, astonished that the emperor would suddenly intervene in the situation. His palm reached out, vital energy surging forth, creating a series of sonic booms as he struck towards the third elder. Seeing Yi Feng take action, the third elder could not help but sneer, his own vital energy swirling, generating a fearsome gust as he retaliated against Lin Xiao. With a resounding crash, their fists collided head-on without flinching. The violent shockwave exploded beneath their fists, reducing the stone platform to dust in an instant. The onlookers watched in disbelief as a figure was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson blood, gasping for breath. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Yi Feng had grievously injured a third elder of the Chu family, a peak Qi refinement expert who was on the verge of transcending into the half-step void refinement realm with a single punch. Heavens! A beginner in Qi refinement injuring a peak Qi refinement expert? Is this world mad? They swallowed hard in astonishment. Chu Piapiao, who had been poised to intervene, found her body stiffening at that moment, her expression oddly fixed upon Yi Feng. It was clear that her mysterious teacher had made a move, yet she was inwardly alarmed. Though she had always been protected as a hidden pawn within the Chu family, never having faced the three elders in combat, she knew that even she could not easily defeat the third elder. Yet, her teacher had dispatched him with a single strike. It appears that Yi Feng's enigmatic mentor is at least a formidable practitioner of the soul refinement realm. Upon receiving this revelation, Chu Piao felt an unexpected sense of relief, recalling the words spoken by that mysterious teacher on that fateful night. After all, it would be absurd for someone of such high caliber to covet the meager cultivation resources of a small family like hers. "Sister, is that powerful spiritual weapon truly a gift from you?" "Oh my, I wish to learn it as well." Chu Fei clung tightly to Chu Xian's hand, refusing to let go. The latter was both amused and exasperated. Had she possessed such a remarkable spiritual weapon, it would have long been taken by Chu Qing. It seems that, judging by Chu Qing's expression, the situation was far from favorable. At the forefront, Chu Qing's fury had reached a boiling point. Meanwhile, the third elder, supported by Chu Shan Hao and Chu Jia, glared like a ravenous wolf, his weathered face twitching slightly, bitterness evident in his mouth. This was indeed a disgrace of monumental proportions. His own grandson had been reduced to such a pitiful state, and even he, as the grandfather, had fared no better in this debacle. Setting aside his interference in the duel, merely considering Yi Feng's potential would render his actions indefensible. Even without the support of the two elders, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might end up being a scapegoat for this outrage. From this moment forth, the third elder shall be dismissed from his position and relegated to the role of the outer courtyard's chief steward. Chu Bai disregarded the ancestral laws of the Chu family, having recklessly intervened after a defeat, an act of severe misconduct that would result in a 6-month confinement for reflection. The Chu family competition has thus concluded, and Yi Feng, you shall follow me. Fuming, Chu Qing swept away, his anger still palpable. In the square, the invited masters exchanged glances, aware that the Chu family's destiny was about to undergo a significant transformation. The position of outer courtyard chief steward? What does that imply? It is a rank even lower than that of the inner courtyard chief steward held by Chu Wang. To descend from the esteemed status of a family elder to that of a mere steward is akin to a fall from grace. Observing the ashen faces of the third elder and his cohort, the onlookers could not help but express their sympathy. Having offended both the current and future heirs of the Chu family, Their prospects for an easy life seemed utterly bleak. "Teacher, are you all right?" Yi Feng inquired promptly, only to hear the emperor's distant voice after a long pause. "I apologize for my lack of control." The teacher's words moved Yi Feng deeply. Although he remained unaware of the emperor's origins, the intensity of his anger reflected genuine concern for his well-being, evoking a sense of familial care within Yi Feng, who was grappling with amnesia. "All is well. Now, it is up to you to deal with Chu Qing." With a long exhale, Yi Feng stepped towards the Chu family's reception hall. Along the way, he received respectful greetings from the Chu family members. Dignity stems from strength, and Yi Feng's displayed prowess was now on par with that of the family elders. However, while this was enviable in the eyes of outsiders, it was a source of considerable distress for Yi Feng, as he recalled Chu Qing's previous assertion that he would take over the Chu family once his strength was sufficient. It seemed that this encounter was indeed aimed at that very matter. It is indeed a perplexing situation. Whenever Knight Maple hears the term betrothal, his mind is engulfed by a tumultuous wave, as though he has forgotten something of great significance. Yet, the peculiar thing is that he seemingly has never forgotten anything. What could it possibly be? Chapter 14. Reluctance in the small courtyard of the Chu family. The core of their defenses lies here. Typically, this is regarded as one of the more significant areas of the Chu family, judging solely by strength rather than status. Aside from the three esteemed elders and the family head, even the three Chu sisters, Chu Piao Piao included, lack the privilege to enter. Within one of the grand halls, several figures are seated, with the stern-faced Chu Qing occupying the foremost position. Beneath him are two elders of the Chu family and the three sisters, while Chu Wang and Chu Tian timidly enter, the former brimming with excitement at the unexpected opportunity to be in such a place during his lifetime. Knight Maple and Chu Xian are seated beside Chu Qing, and given the family head's grim demeanor, the atmosphere is naturally tense. However, the gaze Chu Qing casts upon Knight Maple softens slightly. "Little Maple, what is this newfound strength of yours?" Knight Maple comprehends that his remarkable advancement over the past 3 months will undoubtedly elicit inquiries. Yet he is prepared with an explanation. "Uncle Chu, I am an alchemist. Do you not remember? Although I currently lack the ability to concoct potions that facilitate rapid advancement, it is not beyond my capabilities to improve my physical constitution to prepare for future growth." Knight Maple replies nonchalantly. In truth, he is unable to produce potions for swift elevation, but the Emperor can. However, such strength acquired through potions can be perilous during life and death duels. Consequently, the Emperor has refrained from assisting Knight Maple with such concoctions, a decision that equally applies to the Chu family. Should Chu Qing request the creation of such potions, it might render the Chu family's strength superficial, and if they become overconfident and provoke formidable forces, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. "Ah, I see." Chu Qing, seemingly satisfied, smiles faintly. "It appears our Chu family has finally produced another prodigious youth, far surpassing that Chu Bai." Even the two elders who initially sided with Chu Bai expressed their agreement. Knight Maple, merely an ordinary cultivator of the Qi realm, is inconsequential. Yet if he can contend with peak cultivators of the Qi realm, coupled with his identity as an alchemist, failing to recognize his potential would indeed reflect poorly on their intellect, akin to water gone stale after a century. "Well then, Little Maple, do you wish to become Xian'er's betrothed?" As the words leave his lips, all eyes turn to Knight Maple, eagerly anticipating his response, while Chu Xian shyly lowers her head. Uncle Chu," Knight Maple begins to reply, but suddenly his expression shifts dramatically as a cacophony of voices brushes past his ears. "Naturally, you are also my son-in-law." The former king only mistakenly arranged that muddled betrothal in a moment of confusion. "Surely excellence renders you too ill-suited. I deeply admire your courage in coming here. Consider this a compensation, a sum of 10,000 gold coins for the marriage contract." How can a child lacking refinement be so vulgar? "I am unwilling." The crowd gasped in shock, and Chu Xian, filled with anticipation, stared at Yi Feng with a bewildered expression. The youth broke into a cold sweat, as if he had just endured something frightfully abnormal. Once he regained his composure, he noticed that all eyes from the Chu family were fixated on him, while tears seemed to glimmer in Chu Xian's eyes. I, Uncle Chu." Yi Feng bit his lip, uncertain of what to say. Chu Qing, astute as ever, recognized that the emotions between the two were not absent. It was merely that he was a bit too hasty. "Really, Uncle Chu," he quickly revised, "this is all rather abrupt. Besides, I've only been with the Chu family for 3 months. Let us discuss future matters at a later time." "Indeed, that is reasonable. Father, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Without heeding Chu Qing's attempts to stop her, Chu Xian hurriedly dashed outside, only to trip over something, letting out a startled cry as she leaned forward, ready to fall. Fortunately, Yifeng was nearby and caught her. Their eyes met, and they discreetly rose. Chu Xian thanked him and promptly exited the room. Humph, if she is unwilling, so be it. My second sister is not without suitors. Chu Fei shot him a glare before storming out in a fit of pique. Little Fei, you're making a scene, Chu Qing remarked, his composure slipping. If Chu Xian does not accept this promising son-in-law, then he is surely available for you. What does it mean for them to keep running away? Father, I shall check on them, the icy Chu Piapiao declared, taking off as well. She knew her father's temperament all too well. If the engagement between Yifeng and Chu Xian fell through, he would undoubtedly try to pair her with him. If she did not leave now, when would she? If she were to reenact a sisterly rivalry for a suitor, it would surely drive Chu Xian mad. These girls. Chu Qing appeared exasperated, while Chu Wang beside him was frantic, scratching his head. Has Yifeng lost his mind? Such a fortunate opportunity is something others may never encounter in a lifetime. How could he refuse it? Xiao Feng, I apologize for the spectacle. These youngsters are spoilt by me since childhood, Chu Qing said with an awkward smile. No, Uncle Chu. The fault lies with me, Yifeng replied, feeling remorseful as he bowed to Chu Qing. He then spoke earnestly. Uncle Chu, though I do not know my origins, the Chu family has taken me in. Thus, the Chu family is my family. Very well, Chu Qing thought with delight. Although the engagement with Chu Xian had not materialized, his ability to judge character had never failed him. Yifeng's words were undoubtedly sincere, and this meant that the Chu family had gained an exceptional ally. Haha, patriarch. With young Master Yi's addition, our Chu family can indeed be said to have gained wings. Indeed, the wisdom of the patriarch is unmatched. The two elders of the Chu family chimed in. Yet, Chu Qing revealed a cunning glint in his eyes. Ah, it is truly splendid that both elders share this sentiment. Xiao Feng, now that you are a member of the Chu family, it is not ideal for you to remain idle at home. How about this? If you have the time, do take care of matters at Black Cloud Mountain. As soon as Chu Qing's words fell, the second elder's aged face twitched uncontrollably, nearly betraying his composure. The Chu family possesses some enterprises in Connor City and its vicinity that contribute to the family's financial sustenance. Yet when compared to the crystal-rich Black Cloud Mountain, they are but a drop in the ocean. His dominance at Black Cloud Mountain has often yielded some profit. Now, with an additional player in the mix, how should he navigate this? Just as he was about to voice his objections, the Grand Elder restrained him with a shake of the head. Presently, Yifeng represents one of the hopes for the Chu family's resurgence. Any discord arising from the second elder's personal grievances would not bode well for the family. With this thought, though he felt immensely displeased, the second elder refrained from opposing Chu Qing's decision, deterred by the Grand Elder's intervention and the lessons learned from the third elder's past. Yifeng was taken aback. He had heard more than once from Chu Wang about the significance of this estate to the Chu family. Naturally, he felt compelled to agree, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. After issuing these instructions, Chu Qing regarded Yifeng kindly and remarked with a smile, moreover, today Yifeng has truly excelled. After all, he is the champion of the grand competition. The family's spirit and martial pavilion is also at your disposal. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. Do not let him down. Yifeng nodded earnestly, understanding that from this moment forward, his fate was irrevocably intertwined with that of the Chu family. After bidding farewell to Chu Qing, Yifeng departed with Chu Wang and his son. Enduring a barrage of complaints along the way, Yifeng could only smile wryly. Setting aside the circumstances of his earlier actions, he was still uncertain of Chu Xian's intentions. Had he not inadvertently jeopardized the future of a young lady? In the core of the Chu family's inner courtyard, the #1 residence, although there were no explicit regulations, it was well known that the ranking of residences reflected the status and power of their occupants, namely, the heir, the elders, and then the most influential members of the Chu family after them. According to tradition, the #1 residence was typically reserved for outstanding disciples of the inner courtyard. Yet this year was an exception due to the arrival of one named Yifeng. Accompanying Yifeng, Chu Wang and others frequently expressed their awe as they toured the residence. Indeed, the #1 residence lived up to its reputation as the finest dwelling in the core of the Chu family's inner courtyard, complete with pavilions, flowing waters, rockeries, and gardens. What was even more remarkable was the abundant spirit energy, thanks to the extensive use of dark crystal stones, which made every step within feel invigorating and left them in awe. Gazing at his new abode, Yifeng suddenly comprehended that Chu Qing's thoughtful intentions might also serve as a means of fostering connections. What if she an heir, he pondered. Teacher, why did I react in such a manner at that moment? Could it be the reason behind my amnesia? Night Maple suddenly inquired. Recalling the moment when Chu Qing mentioned the term engagement, he inexplicably felt a throbbing headache, utterly perplexed by the situation. This must be the case. I have expended considerable energy to stabilize your body. Had it not been for the Chu family's caravan discovering you after your fall into the abyss, I would have been powerless to intervene. You must have had an engagement prior, yet some unforeseen event surrounding it has led to your aversion towards it, the Emperor explained. Can you assist me in regaining my memories? Night Maple asked. Although he was managing to get by in the Chu household, the days of being utterly ignorant of his own past left him somewhat anxious. Why had he fallen off the cliff? What had transpired in his life? In any case, he yearned to uncover the truth, yet the Emperor shook his head repeatedly. If your injuries were the cause of your amnesia, you would have recovered by now. For I am well acquainted with the condition of your body. However, you bear no physical harm, which indicates that the injuries are not the catalyst. Rather, your subconscious has chosen to seal away those painful memories. Let nature take its course. After all, such experiences are hardly pleasant. It is likely that some stimulus in the future will trigger their return, the Emperor elucidated. Night Maple pondered, and it seemed there was no other alternative. However, what weighed heavily on his mind was how to resolve matters with Chu Xian. The mere thought of the girl's eyes caused a pang in his heart. Yet he felt helpless. Chapter 15. The impetuous youth. The plaque above the 6-story loft bore the ancient characters of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, while the windows and doors were adorned with cobwebs and tattered screens. The waist-high weeds at the foot of the steps displayed the vicissitudes of this region's history. Night Maple gazed up at the imposing structure before him, unable to suppress a shake of his head in awe. Such is the legacy of a family. Even if their rise was belated, they possessed profound heritage. With the enigmatic Emperor as his mentor, even if he were to produce a divine-tier spirit martial item, he would feel no astonishment. Yet, currently, Night Maple had become the focal point of the Chu family's attention. He decided to first ascertain whether the Chu family's spirit martial arts were worthy of his cultivation. Otherwise, if he were to begin with a high-tier spirit martial item, even if Chu Qing said nothing, it would surely weigh on her heart. Was it not agreed that he would treat the Chu family as his own? Why then, were such formidable spirit martial arts withheld from him? Moreover, it appeared that the Emperor was reluctant to provide him with any spirit martial arts, which struck him as curious. As a crucial line of defense for the Chu family, Night Maple was naturally skeptical of the absence of a powerful protector. His eyes narrowed, sharp as a blade, scanning the dark corners. In those shadows, he distinctly sensed several concealed, yet formidable presences. Though they did not compare to the elders of the Chu family, they were at least of the Qi refinement elite level. With utmost respect, he bowed towards those corners and then stepped inside. After a while, an aged voice emerged from within. Indeed, it must be that individual who triumphed over Chu Bai, possessing the remarkable ability to sense our presence. It seems the head of the family will not divulge these matters to him. This young lad's potential appears to be boundless. I am quite curious to see which spiritual weapon he will select. I wonder if he dares to challenge that. The elder, who had first spoken, expressed surprise, followed by a series of sighs. Let us hope so. If he can master that artifact, perhaps our Chu family might just produce a formidable practitioner of the spirit realm. Upon entering the spirit weapon pavilion, 3 semicircular openings came into view, each protected by intricate energy barriers. A banner adorned the most prominent position. Yellow-grade low tier, Yifeng mused, stroking his chin. It was evident that the spirit weapon pavilion comprised 6 levels, with the first 3 displaying yellow-grade spiritual weapons. The 4th level and above must surely contain mystic-grade weapons. With this thought in mind, Yifeng turned and ascended the steps to the 2nd level. Just as he was about to leave the 3rd level, the voice of the Emperor resounded. Wait, proceed to the 3rd opening. Yifeng paused, his gaze momentarily taken aback. Then, following the Emperor's directive, approached the entrance. He retrieved the white jade token that Chu Qing had entrusted to him. This token was complementary to the energy barrier. If the barrier could be likened to a grand door, the token served as its key. With a gentle touch, he pressed the token against the energy barrier, causing its defenses to falter, and entered the cavern. Several luminous stones illuminated the space, revealing a stone platform at its center. Upon the platform lay a silver scroll, quietly displayed. As he unfurled it, a line of small characters appeared before Yifeng. 9 paths break. Yellow-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon. Utilizing 9 streams of energy to compress and unleash rapidly, capable of shaping mountains and parting the earth within 100 steps, wielded at one's fingertips. This spiritual weapon seemed quite adequate. It would prove useful in future battles. With the Emperor's sole power, he had already surveyed all the valuable spiritual weapons within the pavilion. Although this weapon was merely of yellow grade, it was perfectly suited for Yifeng, who had just broken through to the qi refining stage. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded, acknowledging that he had no expertise in the realm of spiritual weapons, as long as he could grow stronger. Master, even if it is a yellow-grade spiritual weapon, you undoubtedly possess an arsenal of even mightier ones, do you not? Yi Feng inquired suddenly, his tone laced with a hint of anxiety. Oh, what are you suggesting? The emperor asked, intrigued. Clears throat. You see, master, with your guidance, mastering this weapon will be effortless. If there are more powerful spiritual weapons available, it would be prudent to reveal them to avoid disadvantage in battle. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Feng blinked innocently. Indeed, the emperor concurred with enthusiasm. Yi Feng's expression brightened. But before he could voice his thoughts, the emperor interjected, however, I shall not bestow them upon you. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such obstinacy. Fear not, young one. In the future, once you meet my requirements, you shall have access to as many divine-grade spiritual weapons as you desire, the emperor reassured Yi Feng. Humph. Stingy fellow, claiming to possess divine-tier spiritual weapons. Let us see what you will say if you cannot present them. Yi Feng muttered. His cheeks puffed in indignation as he stowed the 9 connective break into his possession, then ascended to higher levels. An hour later, Yi Feng exited the spiritual weapon pavilion. Once he departed, 3 shadowy figures emerged, their gazes fixated on the retreating silhouette of the youth. He has taken the 9 connective break and the Dragon Line Storm Scroll. Hasn't he? Indeed. One is a superior yellow tier and the other a superior mysterious tier weapon. Each is enough to astound anyone, yet he desires even more. Alas, the second elder expressed disappointment. Let it be. The Chu family has others to manage matters. We merely owe them a favor. As for how far the Chu family can progress, that rests upon Chu Qing's shoulders, the third elder remarked, his murky gaze infused with a hint of anticipation. Hoping this young lad would surprise the Chu family. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions that shattered mountains and rivers echoed from beyond the canyon, instantly alerting the beasts in the rear mountains of the Chu family. Above the cascading waterfall, a shadow moved with almost instantaneous speed, resembling a specter, rushing downstream towards the rocks below. Just as the shadow was about to plummet, a crisp shout suddenly rang out. 9 connective break, 8-fold overlap. Streams of black light entwined around his arm, appearing magnified from another angle. A semi-spherical wave of energy gradually coalesced within, before erupting forth. Thud, thud. Heavy fists struck the rocks, causing boulders of dozens of feet in size to tremble under the force. The figure standing atop vanished in an instant, and moments later, the rocks shattered violently, pieces flying like cannonballs into the lake below the waterfall, stirring up waves upon waves. The shockwave generated by the explosion crashed against the shore, where a tall figure eagerly observed the unfolding scene. That figure was indeed Yi Feng, who had diligently practiced in the rear mountains for an entire month. In comparison to a month prior, his strength and speed were now incomparable to his former self. More importantly, if any cultivators were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the spectacle before them. Even the simplest spiritual weapon would typically require at least half a year of training to master. Yet Yi Feng had achieved such prowess in merely a month. Truly, one's capabilities can evoke envy. Hee, I have already reached the 8th level. Yi Feng smiled gently, reflecting on the ascetic training that had allowed him to grasp the 9 connective break with proficiency. The next step should be the mysterious tier spiritual weapons. Oh, the mysterious tier spiritual weapons. Yi Feng licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor. They represent his first true encounter with high-tier spiritual weapons. He wondered if he could master them in a short span. Humph, do not harbor such thoughts. Mysterious tier spiritual weapons are incomparable to yellow tier weapons. The Emperor will suddenly emerge from within Yi Feng, disdain evident on his features. Yi Feng, feeling reluctant, puffed out his cheeks and retorted. How could it be impossible? Mastering this spirit martial art within a month signifies my genius. Yet, the Emperor merely smiled faintly, while Yi Feng, feeling a surge of arrogance, thought, isn't it just a profound-level spirit martial art? How difficult could it truly be? Observing the youth's smug expression, the Emperor felt a flicker of irritation and an inexplicable sense of foreboding. With such an attitude, should he not be present in the future? Could the boy alone confront the impending crises? Little one, should you manage to master the Dragon Line Storm like the 9 breaks, I shall grant you an advanced divine-level spirit martial art ahead of time. Otherwise, a whimsical glint danced in the Emperor's eyes, his sinister smile sending a shiver down Yi Feng's spine. The mockery, laced with an impatience for excellence, fueled Yi Feng's determination not to bow to his mentor. Very well. Yi Feng met the Emperor's gaze head-on, showing no intention of retreat. Excellent. The emperor replied with a cold chuckle, then gestured with his hand. A vast darkness expanded around them, and in an instant, the valley transformed into an endless, desolate desert, with only the emperor and Yi Feng present amidst the boundless expanse. Yi Feng, astonished, could not question the emperor's prowess, but sensing his simmering anger, he realized he was in a precarious situation. Observe my actions. The emperor commanded as torrents of spiritual energy mingled with swirling sands surged towards him. He absorbed them like a bottomless abyss. Then, stepping forward, his arm moved in a sweeping motion, and suddenly, hundreds of dragon lions manifested behind him, all swirled around a tornado connecting heaven and earth, roaring and shaking the very fabric of reality. Yi Feng stood in awe, feeling a profound shame. Is this the true dragon lion storm? My goodness. Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? The sheer force of this unlaunched attack is already formidable. What terror would it unleash upon release? Dragon lion storm. The emperor's arm fell sharply, and the dragon lions surged forth like a relentless army, crashing into the desert floor. In an explosion reminiscent of a meteor strike, the tranquil sands erupted into thousands of towering sand columns, as a massive chasm, like the gaping maw of an ancient beast, opened to devour all in its vicinity. Gradually, the entire desert seemed poised for consumption. With a stoic gaze, the emperor observed this display, and as the ripples of overwhelming energy began to dissipate, his serious eyes fell upon his disciple, a voice emanating with undeniable authority. Little one, it is your turn. In the aftermath, the Chu family's rear mountain bore no signs of cataclysmic destruction, leaving the Chu disciples, accustomed to the sounds of Yi Feng's training, utterly bewildered. None dared to ascend the mountain to investigate, though those patrolling at midnight occasionally heard chilling cries and the sharp crack of whips, accompanied by the faint, persistent scent of blood permeating the air. Chapter 16. Dead amidst the rugged terrain and chaotic boulders of the mountainside, two figures, one large and one small, sat in a dynamic stance. The emperor gazed at the numerous whip marks, tinged with red and purple, adorning the youth's body. One hand held a vial of medicine, tilted downward, while the other gently applied the healing liquid to the wounds. Despite his stern demeanor, a hint of compassion emerged as he inquired, "Does it hurt?" "Not really," the youth, Yi Feng, replied with a slight shake of his head. An aura of restrained gravitas emanated from him, replacing the youthful exuberance he once possessed. The emperor nodded in approval. Yi Feng was not only his disciple, but also someone his innate directives mandated he protect diligently. He had no intention of harming him. Rather, he aimed to refine him through this rigorous training, ensuring he would not unwittingly provoke formidable forces in the future. Master, do the most ostentatious talents on the continent meet their demise more swiftly? Yi Feng suddenly posed this question. The emperor, momentarily startled as he tended to the youth's wounds, regarded him with a benevolent gaze. Indeed, my young friend, on this continent, as a cultivator's power escalates, so does their status and access to rare cultivation resources. However, such resources are as scarce as phoenix feathers. Those of profound strength often resort to eliminating the so-called geniuses to smooth their own paths. No matter what achievements you attain in the future, do not succumb to arrogance. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of those who have fallen. The emperor's lingering dissatisfaction with Yi Feng dissipated, acknowledging that understanding such a truth at this age was no small feat, particularly in a cultivation realm where youth often equated to obstinacy. Well, the medicine is applied now. The emperor's voice trailed off, his gaze shifting mischievously. Someone is here to see you. Seize the opportunity. What opportunity, master? Yi Feng was about to inquire when suddenly, a massive boulder hurtled directly towards him. His expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding his attire, he swiftly evaded the impending rock, his feet deftly maneuvering. Who dares? Yi Feng's senses sharpened, aware that they were in the Chu family's mountainous territory, albeit on its outskirts. An ambush would signify the arrival of the Chu family's adversaries. Yet, as his words fell, he was met only with a dismissive snort, followed by a deluge of boulders cascading toward him. Enraged, Yi Feng summoned his inner energy, swirling like a tidal wave, as he swiftly darted forward, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. He transformed his fingers into a fist and unleashed a powerful blow. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the mountain, sending birds fleeing in terror. Another boulder prepared to strike, but Yi Feng had already sensed its approach. Humph, I shall see who you are. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, stepping into the void, propelling his body toward the boulder with a weighty punch, aimed to strike before it could move. With a cacophony reminiscent of spider silk, a series of cracks spread across the colossal stone, which erupted into a cloud of dust that danced upon the breeze. A petite figure materialized before Yi Feng, who, undeterred by the shattering of the stone, descended with accelerated speed towards the individual's head. However, upon discerning the visage of this person, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily retract his fist, disregarding the backlash of his inner energy. "It's you?" Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than the third young lady of the Chu family, Chu Fei. Draped in a form-fitting red qipao, the high slit of her dress revealed her slender, delicate legs. Her lovely yet ethereal appearance was marred by an icy demeanor, suggesting that this young lady had come seeking retribution. "Humph, do you harbor intentions of murder?" Chu Fei stared at Yi Feng, unperturbed by his previous display of aggression. "And no, miss, you've misunderstood," Yi Feng stammered, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he hastily withdrew his fist, perplexed by the young girl's unexpected presence. Just as he retracted his arm, Chu Fei lunged forward without a word, seizing his arm and biting down. The sting from her soft, red lips radiated through him. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Miss, please let go." Yi Feng's expression twisted into one of agony, while he could easily utilize his protective energy to send Chu Fei flying. He feared the consequence of breaking her teeth would incite Chu Xian's wrath. Thus, he endured the pain, relieved that Chu Fei, recognizing the limits, released him after a few moments, her gaze filled with indignation. "Why did you reject my second sister? Do you not realize that turning down a girl to her face is quite improper? Now she is holed up in her room, refusing to eat or drink, claiming she needs to enter seclusion, while you seem to be living carefree. Do you possess no conscience?" Mother was right. Men are all scoundrels. Chu Fei bombarded Yi Feng with rapid-fire inquiries, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Yi Feng rubbed the bridge of his nose, retorting, "But your father is also a man, is he not?" Yet, recognizing his fault in the matter, he conceded, "I apologize, Miss Fei. Humph, at least you know your place. My elder sister has asked you to be straightforward. Either express your feelings or refrain from playing with my second sister's emotions. Otherwise, regardless of your connections, you will not escape her pursuit." Chu Fei recounted her elder sister's words, her expression turning slightly bewildered. "Do you not have anyone backing you? Why would my elder sister say such a thing?" Chu Fei scrutinized Yi Feng's surroundings, seemingly finding no one present. Yi Feng silently thanked Chu Piapiao for her discernment in sending this somewhat naive girl to convey the message. Had a common member of the Chu family arrived, his identity as the emperor would have been jeopardized. "It's nothing. I will keep my elder sister's south words close to heart," Yi Feng replied solemnly, his expression turning grave. "Now, miss, if there is nothing further, might you return? Perhaps it would be best for you to head back." Although the emperor had been relentless in his admonitions over the past month, inadvertently aiding Yi Feng in grasping the power of the Dragon Lion Storm, he was currently in a crucial phase of practice, necessitating ample time for training rather than idling with this young girl. "Return, elder sister has forgiven you." "Have I ever said that I forgive you?" Chu Fei glared at Yi Feng with disdain, while the latter could only manage a bitter smile, accepting the situation with equanimity. "So, third miss, what do you desire?" During his time at the Chu residence, he had often heard tales of this third miss, a young girl who was quite the little fortune seeker. Although she lacked crystal stones, she possessed elixirs, and it would be effortless for her to part with one. However, this young lady wore an air of mystery about her. "Follow me," she said, turning on her heel and walking away. Yi Feng, though puzzled, had no choice but to obediently follow her, while the Chu family members regarded the pair with curiosity. Within the master's courtyard, the news of Yi Feng rejecting Chu Xian had yet to circulate, leaving them still under the impression that Chu Qing had announced the engagement between Yi Feng and Chu Xian. Now, seeing a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law together, what could that imply? Did the third miss harbor some deeper feelings for the second brother-in-law? The mere thought shattered the fragile hearts of many young members of the Chu family. Were it not for Yi Feng's strength and status, they would have been ready to confront him. "Damn it, why should a loser like you get all the good fortune? Could you at least leave a couple for the rest of us?" Such thoughts were only whispered in the recesses of their minds, for it was evident that the one with the mightiest fist held sway in the conversation. Thus, piercing glares were directed at Yi Feng's back, as if they wished to carve out a hole in him. Yi Feng, however, merely shrugged in indifference. Upon leaving the Chu residence, Chu Fei beckoned him to board a unicorn-drawn carriage, which then proceeded deeper into the heart of Connor City under the driver's guidance. A casual glance revealed that the driver was none other than Chu Jie, who, upon seeing Yi Feng, was equally surprised, quickly offering a sheepish smile before focusing entirely on the task at hand. The Chu family's abode lay in the most remote corner of Connor City, a lamentable reality for outsiders. Initially, the higher-ups of the Chu family had expressed intentions to relocate their clan within the city, but after discovering the crystal mine, Such aspirations diminished considerably. Ironically, what had once been a secluded residence now afforded them a modicum of geographic advantage and a rare sense of security, an unexpected turn of events for the Chu family. The carriage traveled for 2 hours, and as they ventured further into Connor City, Chu Fei cast furtive glances at Yifeng. Acutely aware that they had completely departed from the Chu family's sphere of influence and entered a realm of bustling prosperity. Along the route, various inns appeared like slides on a projector, with boisterous shops and fragrant taverns lining the streets, alongside brothels flaunting their charms and casinos tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Everything one might envision as a den of indulgence was present here. Additionally, in certain locales, one could glimpse the lavish courtyards of minor factions, from which emanated a faint yet extraordinary aura, prompting Yifeng to marvel. Having spent nearly half a year with the Chu family, this was Yifeng's first opportunity to closely observe such a vibrant city. Even during his last visit to the Deqin Merchants Association to exchange for black scorching stones, he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Thus, he found himself quite intrigued. Although the surroundings felt somewhat familiar, as the carriage came to a halt before a grand trading house, Yifeng was taken aback upon glancing at the enormous sign. Was this not the Deqin Trading Association? What business could Chu Fei have here? Though puzzled, he dared not voice his inquiries and obediently followed Chu Fei inside. Upon entering the trading house, the girl adeptly led Yifeng through several exceedingly concealed doors, until they encountered an elderly gentleman adorned in a purple robe, his attire embellished with circular coin motifs. Without hesitation, Chu Fei seated herself in front of him, her brow furrowed, and delicately inquired, "I have brought the money. Where's the contract?" "Ah, Miss Chu, please do not take offense. After all, you are currently our largest client at Deqin Lending, necessitating the personal attendance of our esteemed lady," the old man replied with a grin. Deqin Lending? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. It was evidently a money-lending operation, likely of the usurious sort. The Deqin Trading Association was one of the 4 principal vassal states of the Great Qian Empire, governed by the Qin state, with commerce as its primary focus. Yifeng had heard tales of the Great Qian Empire's tumultuous history, marked by numerous dynastic changes over the course of more than a millennium. Yet, regardless of the storms and upheavals, the Qin royal house had navigated these challenges with astute commercial acumen, thriving amidst the chaos. It appeared that their business practices were indeed sophisticated, engaging in both grand enterprises and modest trades, amassing wealth that was anything but surprising. What bewildered him, however, was the fact that Chu Fei had resorted to borrowing money here. Did she, who possessed a crystal mine, truly need to seek external financing? Humph, that cunning vixen. Chu Fei muttered softly, reclining in her chair, her teeth clenched in disdain, revealing a deep-seated resentment towards the lady of the house. Yifeng's heart raced. Just how much could Chu Fei possibly owe for the esteemed Lady Han Yuning to personally intervene? He gingerly patted his pouch, contemplating his current funds, which, combined with the proceeds from his previous sale of elixirs and the Chu family's monthly contribution, amounted to just over 8,000 crystals. He fervently hoped that Chu Fei's debts were not exorbitant. A quarter of an hour passed, and then a melodious giggle echoed from outside as a slender, graceful figure entered, a stunning woman clad in a black gown, radiating unmatched beauty. Her enchanting voice, sweet and seductive, rendered even Yifeng, who had previously beheld the allure of the Chu sisters, utterly weak-kneed. "Ah, Yifeng, dear brother, you have come too." Chapter 17. The Debt of the Gambler, Clearly. Lady Han Yuning exhibited extraordinary warmth towards Yifeng's presence, extending her arms for an embrace that enveloped him entirely, her ample bosom encasing his head. Blood surged through Yifeng's veins. Among all the beautiful women he knew, none had treated him thus, not even the Chu sisters. Though he was uncertain if he had been a virgin before his memory loss, he found himself overwhelmed by this tantalizing scene, especially with Chu Fei seated nearby. Sensing an icy aura approaching from beside him, Yifeng could easily deduce who it was. He promptly pushed Han Yuning away and, with an apologetic smile, said, "I'm sorry, Sister Yuning. I'm here accompanying Miss 3. "Oh, Miss 3, Han Yuning remarked, casting a cursory glance at Chu Fei, and the moment the two women's eyes met, a subtle tension crackled in the air. Chu Fei cast a disdainful glance at her and unexpectedly inquired, "Second brother-in-law. Do you know this person?" The term second brother-in-law caused both Yifeng and Han Yuning to raise their eyebrows in surprise. With a somewhat unfriendly tone, Chu Fei regarded Yifeng as the partner of her second sister, Chu Xian, and could not fathom his association with a woman who mingled with all sorts of social butterflies. Thus, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Meanwhile, Han Yuning gleaned a wealth of information from this exchange. It appeared her crystal card was well placed, and with newfound interest, she straightened her posture and smiled brightly. I never imagined you were doing so well, brother, even managing to catch the attention of the second young lady of the Chu family. But then again, what man doesn't he have his share of mistresses? If the opportunity arises, do not forget to visit your sister often. Chu Fei's cheeks flushed crimson. She was taken aback by the audacity of this vixen flirting with her man right before her eyes, deeming her nothing short of a brazen hussy. Yet, Chu Fei dared not show her disrespect, fully aware that she was at the mercy of this woman who held leverage over her. Still, she could not resist the urge to caution Yi Feng to keep his distance from her. Yi Feng, indifferent, merely nodded, secretly resolved that he would not be dictated by this little girl. Returning to the matter at hand, Han Yuning took the seat previously occupied by the elder and produced a contract from her sleeve, smiling brightly as she addressed Chu Fei. Miss Chu, you have borrowed a total of 30,000 crystal stones from us. According to our original agreement, you are now required to return 100,000 crystal stones. Are you prepared for this? What? 100,000 crystal stones? Are you joking? Wasn't it 5,000? Chu Fei was momentarily dumbfounded, only to see Han Yuning respond with a subtle smile. Miss Chu, indeed it was 5,000 a month ago, but due to overdue penalties, including interest and fines. You haven't forgotten about that, have you? With a gentle push, Han Yuning slid the contract towards Chu Fei. The girl seized it, scrutinizing it several times, before dejectedly nodding her head, her eyes misty as she gazed pleadingly at Han Yuning, her lips pouting in a cute manner. That's true, but Yuning, I have been a loyal customer. Considering I frequently borrow from you, could you perhaps offer me a discount? While a true gentleman knows when to be flexible, Chu Fei was no gentleman, yet that did not mean the principle was lost on her. Huh, Miss Chu, do you take me for a charity? Han Yuning's beautiful eyes widened as she snapped back, her commanding presence causing Chu Fei to lower her head like an ostrich. How many times have you run to me for help after accruing substantial gambling debts? If it weren't for my past friendship with your elder sister, I would have already taken this contract to your father at the Chu family. Granting you a month's grace is already a considerable favor. Now you dare to play the rogue with me? Do you want me to go to the Chu family and discuss this with your father right now? Han Yuning declared vehemently. She is certainly not a mere ornamental vase, if one does not thoroughly admonish clients like Lady Chu. How can the grand ship of the Qin Merchant Association continue to sail forward? Of course, her words were also directed at Yi Feng. Since he dared to come and clean up Lady Chu's mess, it implied he possessed the capability. How could a mere qi refining practitioner possibly procure 100,000 crystal stones? Such a feat seemed impossible to others, yet she subconsciously believed Yi Feng could accomplish it. However, this notion left Lady Chu shaking her head in distress. No, no, no. My father would beat me to death. Had she been a boy, it might have been more acceptable, merely seen as a frivolous young master. Yet now, the esteemed third miss of the Chu family, Lady Chu, had gone astray, racking up debts at the gambling den, and even being stabbed at home. If this were to spread, would she still have a life to live? As the situation began to spiral out of control, Yi Feng helplessly patted Lady Chu's small shoulder, offering her a comforting glance. Although he had long been aware of her mischief, it was indeed quite extraordinary for a young lady to find herself in such a predicament. He then spoke earnestly. Sister Yueying, I shall repay the 100,000 crystal stones. Oh, brother, do you truly wish to intervene? Han Yueying raised an eyebrow, her demeanor reminiscent of a brother-in-law defending his sister-in-law. Yi Feng nodded solemnly, which moved Lady Chu to tears. Do remember to forgive me, he whispered to her, and she awkwardly nodded in response. She had sought Yi Feng's assistance to help repay her gambling debts. The notion of forgiveness was merely an excuse. Had it been anyone else, they might have fled at the thought of such a vast sum. 100,000 crystal stones was no trivial amount. Upon reflection, she realized her brother-in-law was indeed a person of loyalty. Ah, such a touching scene. But brother, do you now hold sway over the Chu family? Can you manipulate the flow of funds amounting to 100,000 crystal stones? Han Yueying queried, puzzled. If not, what audacity did he possess to stand up for Lady Chu? Well, I truly do not have 100,000 crystal stones, Yi Feng replied with an awkward smile, which made Lady Chu's heart race anew. Goodness, brother-in-law, how can you pose as a wealthy benefactor without the funds? She was acutely aware of Han Yueying's temper. Inciting her wrath could lead to dire consequences. As expected, Han Yueying's expression turned icy in an instant. However, Yi Feng swiftly added, Sister Yueying, have you forgotten my identity? Your identity? Han Yueying frowned, suddenly enlightened. This young man was indeed capable of concocting exquisite elixirs, and using medicinal pills to repay debts could be a resourceful approach. Yet, even refining pills required considerable time, during which penalties for breach of contract would still apply. If the quality of the pills turned out to be subpar, they would be of lesser value than the crystal stones. Sister Yueying, Lady Chu owes you a total of 100,000 crystal stones. Provide me with the materials for the revival pill, and I shall concoct 12 superior revival pills for you within 3 hours. How does that sound? 3 hours? 12 exquisite revitalizing pills left everyone, including Han Yuning, in a state of astonishment. Although she was aware of Yi Feng's ability to concoct superior elixirs, the efficiency displayed was simply astounding. Even the elder beside her was rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Could it be that he fancied himself a reincarnation of a divine alchemist, as if refining pills were as effortless as making candy? Suppressing her astonishment, Han Yuning chuckled, "Indeed. I did not misjudge you, dear brother. However, you must consider this carefully. I shall provide the medicinal materials, but you are to produce 12 exquisite revitalizing pills for me. Otherwise, even if you and I have shared intimate moments, it does not grant you the liberty to disregard the Great Qin Merchants Association." Though the latter part of her statement was laced with jest, it bore a note of seriousness. The Great Qin Merchants Association welcomed guests from all corners of the world. Yet it was not to be trifled with. Should Yi Feng fail to deliver the 12 superior pills, the consequences would be far from desirable. If I succeed in concocting them, will you accompany me tonight, dear sister? Yi Feng provocatively glanced at Han Yuning's bosom, feeling irked by being threatened by a woman, especially one whose presence was equally commanding. It is a common trait among men to desire the submission of all women. As long as Chu Xian does not object, what harm is there in having you as my devoted subject, dear sister? Han Yuning struck a tantalizing pose, and Yi Feng could vaguely discern the enticing cleft of her bosom. Her fiery red lips curved into a smile brimming with allure, igniting a primal urge within every man present, as if he were parched and longing for water. Truly, she was a vixen. Yi Feng chose not to engage in frivolous banter, while beside them, Chu Fei's face was streaked with tears, her petite mouth pouting as she said, "Brother-in-law, perhaps I should apologize to father instead. This place is not easily swayed." Observing her, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. At least the little girl had her own convictions. He affectionately ruffled her hair. "Have you ever seen me attempt the impossible?" Rest assured, though he spoke confidently, Yi Feng was unsure within, hoping that the emperor's words were not in vain and that the imperial bloodline could aid him through this ordeal. The Great Qin Merchants Association acted swiftly. Han Yuning decisively prepared a secret chamber for Yi Feng, filling it with an abundance of medicinal materials. Faced with these fresh ingredients, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Even if his alchemical attempts were to fail, having such a wealth of materials for practice was indeed a boon. He retrieved the alchemical furnace, ignited the flame, regulated the temperature, and added the medicinal herbs, all in one fluid motion. The next step was to carefully maintain the furnace's temperature. Inside the secret chamber, silence reigned, while outside, numerous esteemed guests and high-ranking officials of the Great Qin Merchants Association had gathered. The prospect of producing 12 exquisite pills in 3 hours was a feat that even the legendary alchemists of the Tianxin sect would find difficult to match. However, since this was Han Yuning's directive, even those who had served the association for years could not help but admire her prowess. Therefore, they remained silent. Yet some dared to challenge Han Yuning's authority in this very moment. Within the span of 3 hours, the tightly sealed door of the chamber was abruptly thrust open, and a slight figure emerged, bearing an expression of weariness, momentarily taken aback by the multitude before her. "Sister Yuning, what brings you here?" Yi Feng's countenance reflected a hint of displeasure. He was reluctant for others to discover his alchemical skills. After all, traversing dark paths often leads one to encounter specters. Should any formidable force become aware of his abilities, he could find himself ensnared as a mere alchemist slave, condemned to toil for eternity in a single place. Yi Feng had heard the emperor mention alchemist slaves before, although alchemists held a prestigious status that was contingent upon their affiliation with a powerful faction or possessing formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, they risked becoming targets for malevolent forces. Ultimately captured and forced to serve as alchemist slaves, endlessly concocting elixirs, a dismal fate indeed. Dear brother, these individuals are esteemed members of our merchant guild, and they harbor considerable curiosity about you, Han Yuning remarked, waving her hand apologetically, adopting a pitiable demeanor. Yi Feng, however, remained indifferent to the situation. Young man, where are your elixirs?" An elder inquired sharply. "Indeed, it appears our Qin Merchant Guild has been too accommodating, allowing mere ruffians to come here and deceive us," another added. "Exactly, young lady. You cannot be so lenient simply because this fellow possesses good looks. Alas, he is still but a man." As the criticisms mounted, The pointed remarks began to target Han Yuning, revealing the extent of the trouble Yi Feng had inadvertently stirred. "My apologies, Sister Yuning," Yi Feng said, glancing apologetically at her amidst the uproar. He then turned back into the chamber, retrieving a large box. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted forth, silencing the previously boisterous crowd, as the scent stirred an unnatural surge of energy within them. "Top-grade elixirs," one exclaimed in astonishment. These seasoned individuals could easily discern the quality of the elixirs. If they failed to recognize top-grade ones, it would truly be a waste of their lives. At that moment, Han Yuning knew she had to act decisively, drawing upon her years of management experience. "Humph, dear brother Yi Feng, do not take offense. Our Qin Merchant Guild is composed of cultured individuals who would never disclose even a fragment of your alchemical secrets. If such knowledge were to exist, it would have been eradicated long ago." A formidable aura of killing intent erupted from Han Yuning, compelling all the high-ranking members of the guild to lower their heads in shame. The elders who had initially spoken out felt an overwhelming urge to slap themselves, regretting their reckless words. Now, under Han Yuning's scrutinizing gaze, they were left to ponder whether they could continue their comfortable lives or if they needed to humbly seek her forgiveness, lest they be forced to seek new paths altogether. "Then I shall rely on you more, Sister Yuning," Yi Feng replied with a smile. As he stood there, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, Han Yuning suddenly felt a stirring of emotions. Within her family, her fate had never been her own to command. Yet the unexpected arrival of Yi Feng presented her with a chance to alter her destiny. "Will you help me change my fate?" Amidst the chilly rain, Han Yu murmured softly to herself, subsequently taking the contract and handing it to her younger brother Yi Feng. "Here you go." "Thank you, Sister Yuning," Yi Feng replied as he accepted it. The mission they had embarked upon was ostensibly complete. However, it seemed that a matter of great significance had been overlooked. "By the way, Sister Yuning, do you know where Xiaofei has gone?" Just as Han Yu was about to respond, a flustered attendant from the Merchant Guild rushed toward them, shouting in alarm. No. This is terrible. Miss Yuning, the third young lady of the Chu family, is fighting with the people from the Blanmont family." "What?" Yi Feng's expression shifted between shock and anger. He was well aware of Chu Fei's lack of combat prowess, akin to that of a mere novice. If she encountered a formidable opponent, particularly a body-refining expert, the outcome was uncertain. The news unsettled him greatly. Chapter 18. Cloudfire Bat. Yi Feng exited the Qin Merchant Guild, hastening down the street as directed by the attendant, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. If anything were to happen to Chu Fei right under his nose, he would never forgive himself. He paused, his gaze locked onto the heart of the street where two factions stood at an impasse. To his relief, he recognized two familiar figures, which eased his apprehension. "Huh, Chu Fei, venturing out alone. Do you really perceive us as inconsequential?" A young man clad in blue, with an elegant visage, wielded a folding fan while sneering at a man and woman opposite him. This individual was Bran Chong, the eldest son of Bran Su, the head of one of the three great families of Connor City. Beside him stood Meng Ku, the second son of the Meng family, whose lecherous gaze fixated on Chu Fei. "Dear Sister Chu Fei, although our three families reside in Connor City, the younger generation seldom interacts. As the local powers, it would be remiss not to extend our hospitality to you," Bran Chong remarked with a veneer of civility, despite his brusque demeanor. Though their appearances differed, their personalities contrasted sharply. Bran Chong, with his refined demeanor, acted with a certain crudeness, while the seemingly lewd Meng Ku exuded a gentlemanly charm. Yet, all present were acutely aware of the long-standing enmity among the three families, foreshadowing an inevitable clash. "Humph, Bran Chong, Meng Ku, your cunning schemes are no mystery to me. If you dare touch me, once my brother-in-law arrives, I shall deal with you accordingly," Chu Fei retorted fiercely, mimicking a slicing motion. Passers-by broke into a sweat at her fiery temperament. This spirited girl was tenacious. Yet, the more elusive the prize, the more determined one becomes to conquer it. With her wild spirit and youthful allure, Chu Fei had become the object of desire for many young scions in Connor City. However, the Chu family was not easily subdued. Without considerable prowess, gaining her favor would prove challenging. "Hee, quite spicy, I must say, I like it." Bran Chong and Monk licked their lips, simultaneously declaring that Chu Fei had thoroughly ignited their desires. This time, even if it meant risking a conflict with the Chu family, they were determined to savor the essence of the third miss of the Chu family. Observing the ravenous glint in their eyes, Chu Jie silently lamented. How could the third miss speak so recklessly? After all, they were two formidable practitioners at the peak of body refinement. How could he, a mere advanced practitioner, stand a chance against them? Yet, with Chu Fei present, he felt compelled to buy her some time, even if he were to be overpowered. Third miss, you must flee. I shall hold them back. Chu Jie steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he summoned all his energy to charge forward. Branchong scoffed, regarding the advanced practitioner as nothing more than a source of amusement. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Chu Jie, delivering a devastating punch. With a sickening thud, Chu Jie was sent sprawling across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Chu Jie and Chu Fei were now in a state of panic, retreating in fear, but the two assailants would not relent. What a fine figure. The Chu family truly produces beauties, one remarked. Her skin is lovely, like that of a delicate lamb, said the other. Hee, I relish the sight of her fear. We wish to witness the allure of the third miss of the Chu family as well. Their words sent a chill down Chu Fei's spine, leaving her pale and trembling in terror. No, don't come any closer. Chu Jie attempted to rise, but his bones were shattered. Standing was impossible. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, extending a hand with a medicinal pill. Upon recognizing the newcomer, relief washed over Chu Jie, who exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Yi." Feeling ashamed, he added, "You have done your utmost. Please, rest well." A warmth spread through Chu Jie as he accepted the pill and swallowed it, settling down to heal. As Branchong and Monk reached out towards Chu Fei, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "If you dare lay a finger on her, I wouldn't hesitate to deprive you of your heads." Startled, the two turned, unleashing their signature attacks in retaliation. However, Yifeng merely chuckled coldly before swiftly advancing, his robust energy coalescing in his palm. With a series of dull thuds, the onlookers were astonished to see the two familiar figures being sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, mirroring Chu Jie's earlier fate. When Chu Jie saw Yifeng arrive just in time, he felt a surge of gratitude. Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, everyone suddenly recalled the tales of the Chu family's tournament 2 months prior, where Yifeng had single-handedly defeated the prodigy Chu Bai and severely injured the third elder of the Chu family, sending the elder reeling and bloodied. "Is everything all right?" Yifeng gently patted her head, relieved that no harm had come to her. Otherwise, he would have had a difficult time explaining things to Chu Qing. "Ah, dear brother-in-law, they have been tormenting me. Just a moment ago, I was even bitten." Chu Fei, without regard for whether Yifeng has accepted Chu Xian, has begun to call out to him as if he were her brother-in-law, leaving Yifeng quite helpless. The crowd around is left speechless. This little girl is telling lies without even a moment's thought. Those two didn't even lay a finger on you, yet you claim they bit you? Do you think we are all blind? However, in the presence of a formidable opponent, comparable to a peak chi refinement expert, no one dares to speak out of turn. Yifeng, Meng Ku, and Bran Chong, having just risen from the ground, quickly recognize him as the Chu family's relatively strong second son-in-law who has been making waves recently. Branchong's countenance changes drastically as he rolls up his sleeves, ready to curse. "Dare you strike me, Branchong? Do you wish to live?" It seems he was far too gentle earlier. If a single punch is deemed life-threatening, then surely you should face 1,000 cuts for trying to bully my family's third miss. Yifeng retorts candidly. "You scoundrel." Branchong fumes, his figure flashing as he rushes towards Yifeng, only to be sent flying by a kick from Yifeng. "Damn it, just wait, my elder brother is nearby, and I will make you pay for this." Meng Ke bellows, feeling humiliated after being beaten by a member of the Chu family in broad daylight. It would be a disgrace of the highest order if he did not find a way to reclaim his dignity. "Ah, I understand," Yifeng replies with a faint smile, revealing his pristine white teeth, and then tightens his fist, the knuckles cracking audibly. "What do you intend to do? We, the Meng family, have brothers nearby. I want to stoop to your level, but if you are wise, you should leave quickly. I don't wish to trouble you." Upon hearing this, several onlookers can't help but break into a sweat. This fellow truly lacks common sense. Who is it that is being unwise here? Yifeng approaches him, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his eyes flashing with cold light. Several sword energies swiftly slice through Meng Ku, followed by his agonized wails echoing in the air. 2 minutes later, Yifeng pulls out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands and turns to leave. The area is soon enveloped by a throng of onlookers, and Chu Fei, standing on her tiptoes, cannot see anything. When she notices Yifeng approaching, she anxiously inquires, "Brother-in-law, what just happened?" "Do not ask, I avenged you." Yifeng responds, unwilling to let her witness such a gruesome scene. He calls out to Chu Jie while leading the backtracking Chu Fei away. Meanwhile, Meng Ke lies on the ground, his limbs cruelly reduced to bones, barely clinging to life. A deathly silence persists for some time until many gradually regain their composure, casting peculiar glances at Yifeng's retreating figure. His decisiveness in slaughter surpasses even that of Chu Qing, the head of the Chu family. Some astute and formidable individuals begin to contemplate whether they should forge a connection with the Chu family, recognizing that with such a young powerhouse among them, the rise of the Chu family is inevitable. Minutes later, a large group of men bearing the Meng family insignia appears on the scene, reigniting the interest of the onlookers who had been watching the spectacle unfold. Hello, is it the esteemed Meng Yong, brother of Meng Ku, who has arrived? Alas, it seems the three from the Chu family are in dire straits. This Meng Ku is not only a prodigy of the Meng family, but also a beacon of hope for the entire city of Connor. It appears that tranquility has abandoned Connor City. Upon witnessing Meng Ku, now barely resembling a human, Meng Yong's countenance darkened. A man exuding a formidable presence, with long gray hair and a serpentine scar etched across his face, approached Meng Ku, flanked by an elderly figure clad in black. Their steps culminated before Meng Ku, the former's eyes flashing with menace, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. How utterly pathetic, reduced to this state, he scoffed. Despite their shared bloodline, Meng Yong glanced dismissively at Meng Ku, contemplating whether there was any hope for his recovery, finally deciding it mattered not. Very well, he commanded. The Meng family members dragged the nearly lifeless Meng Ku away, while onlookers shuddered at the chilling reputation of the Meng family's eldest son, Meng Yong, who displayed such coldness even towards his own brother. A glint of frost flashed in Meng Ku's eyes as he uttered with malice, "Though this wretch is of no consequence, he remains one of our own. The Chu family must pay a price for this injury. Set aside the matter of the Yunhua bat for now. Mobilize everyone and scour the city for those three assailants." "Yes, sir," came the reply, as the Meng family commenced their search for Yi Feng and his companions. In a secluded tavern near the Chu family, Chu Fei embraced her contract with exuberance, her eyes gleaming with relief. Beside her, Yi Feng and Chu Jie exchanged incredulous glances at her carefree demeanor, eliciting both amusement and frustration in Yi Feng. "Third miss, why are you not attending to affairs at the Daqin Merchant Association? Do you not realize how distressed Uncle Chu would be if something were to happen to you?" Yi Feng's tone was firm, prompting Chu Fei to subtly signal Chu Jie, who understood and stepped in to provide a reprieve. "Well, young Master Yi, the third miss is indeed considering the Chu family's interests. Our presence here is not solely for her personal matters. We are also gathering intelligence from local informants." Gathering intelligence? Yi Feng was skeptical of Chu Jie's assertions, though he recalled that Chu Qing had mentioned a faction in Connor City engaged in information trade. "Pray tell, what intelligence have you gathered?" The two exchanged a knowing glance and responded in unison, "The Yunhua bat of the soul refinement realm." Chapter 19. An unexpected turn of events. The Yunhua bat of the soul refinement realm? The revelation nearly caused Yi Feng to bite his tongue. Within the power structure of Connor City, most formidable figures were either at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm or on the verge of the void refinement realm. Yet, a being of the soul refinement realm had now emerged, leaving Yi Feng astounded. However, what does this have to do with us? Even if it is a Yunhua bat of the soul refinement realm, do you intend to subdue such a beast? Yi Feng's gaze fell upon the two, incredulous. Human warriors would scarcely dare to confront such a creature, let alone entertain the notion of capturing it. Who would have thought that with a sweet smile, Princess Chu would reveal two charming dimples? Brother-in-law, what if the Cloudfire Bat in the soul refinement realm were gravely injured and had a youngling? The Cloudfire Bat's offspring. Chu Fei had already provided such a significant hint. If he remained oblivious, it would suggest his mind was muddled. Although capturing a Cloudfire Bat in the soul refinement realm may prove difficult, the youngling would be an entirely different matter. With the substantial financial resources of the Chu family, cultivating a Cloudfire Bat would undoubtedly be feasible. In that case, the Chu family would effectively possess a formidable soul refinement realm expert, making the conquest of the Blandmont family and the unification of Connor City a mere formality. Thus, did you encounter the Meng family while gathering intelligence? Yi Feng stroked his chin and regarded the rare seriousness on Chu Fei's face. Yes, indeed. If you hadn't arrived in time, brother-in-law, we would have been in dire straits. Exactly, Chu Jie nodded, filled with gratitude towards him. Given that Yi Feng had just defended him, he had already begun to regard Yi Feng as one of his own. As an exemplary heir of the Chu family, he naturally had more concerns than the young lady Chu Fei, and he furrowed his brow with a hint of worry. Young Master Yi, according to our information, both the Meng and Bland families have taken an interest in the Cloudfire Bat and have already dispatched individuals to hunt it down. Do you think we should take action? Yi Feng pondered for a moment. The Chu family had only just received this news, while the two families had long since mobilized. Hesitation would likely place the Chu family at a disadvantage in the forthcoming struggle. Indecision could lead to chaos. You are correct. Chu Jia, escort the third miss home and gather some manpower. I will go take a look. Just as Yi Feng was about to depart, a delicate hand abruptly grasped his sleeve. Turning back, he found Chu Fei gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes, as if her forehead bore the inscription, "I want to go too." However, having already experienced a harrowing night, Yi Feng resolutely declined. No, what if something happens to you? How would I explain it to Uncle Chu? No, brother-in-law. We have already conveyed the news to father through the family's communication method. As members of the Chu family, how could we let you take risks alone? Please take me with you. I beg you, brother-in-law. Has Uncle Chu truly been informed? Yi Feng asked, somewhat incredulous. Chu Fei immediately lowered her head and exchanged a meaningful glance with Chu Jia, who wore an unusually perplexed expression. Why is the third miss so persistent with young Master Yi? Does she harbor feelings for him? The thought startled him. Though it seemed that having multiple wives in the cultivation world was not uncommon, provided one possessed strength. Moreover, it appeared that flirtations between a brother-in-law and sister-in-law were quite routine. He lacked the audacity to defy the third Mrs. wishes and quickly sought to alleviate the situation. Young Master Yi, the family head, is already aware, and under normal circumstances, our Chu family's forces should be mobilizing as well. With Chu Jia's reliable assurance, Yi Feng acquiesced to Chu Fei's request. The girl let out a cheer, eagerly linking her arm through his and shaking it enthusiastically, leaving Yi Feng both amused and exasperated. After their meal, the trio turned their direction towards the outskirts of Connor City. According to the intelligence obtained from the informant, the recent sightings of the Cloudfire bats were reported to be at the Dragon's Mouth in the Overcast Gorge. Legend has it that many years ago, a formidable battle erupted in the Kingdom of Liang, during which a massive surge of dark energy completely eroded a towering mountain, creating a seemingly bottomless abyss. Moreover, all the natural spiritual energy that ventured near the Dragon's Mouth would be consumed by an irresistible force, causing even those who dared to stand at the edge of the chasm to meet their demise. Thus, the fearsome reputation of the Dragon's Mouth was born. Fortunately, the appearance of the Cloudfire bats was limited to the periphery of this treacherous site. Had they advanced even a step further, it was likely that even the soul refinement stage Cloudfire bats would not have been able to resist the allure of their own lives, as their existence was, after all, precious. Shadows swiftly ascended into the air, darting between the trees of the forest. Noticing this spectacle, the expressions of Yi Feng and his companions grew serious. It appeared that numerous individuals had come to seize the Cloudfire bats within Connor City. Uncertain of who would gain the upper hand, they did not dare to relax. Yi Feng urged Chu Fei and Chu Jia to stay closely at the rear of their group. The rapid journey persisted for an hour, and when a towering mountain came into view, Yi Feng suddenly sensed an ominous and sanguine scent. The mountain, entirely black, bore crimson fissures extending from its summit to its base, reminiscent of volcanic lava. A narrow path led directly up the mountain, but at its midpoint, it was severed by an unknown force, revealing a sunken stone platform. At the mountainside, there lay a cave, rumored to be the lair of the Cloudfire bats, where the younglings resided. Chu Jia explained to Yi Feng, who nodded in acknowledgement and shifted into a state of heightened vigilance. As time passed, a throng of people began to coalesce at the foot of the mountain, forming a group of around 20 to 30 individuals, belonging to several mercenary teams. Their raucous murmurs stirred nearby second and third level magical beasts, even some of the more formidable fourth level creatures. However, these beasts seemed to possess a certain understanding of the human practitioners intruding upon their territory, believing they would depart in a few days. Moreover, the sheer number of practitioners caused even the powerful magical beasts to feel a headache, prompting them to exercise caution. It was clear that this was Chu Fei's first venture to capture magical beasts, and her curiosity was palpable. Several times, she prepared to step forward and join the stronger individuals, but was repeatedly restrained by Yi Feng. The soul refinement stage Cloudfire bats were not to be trifled with. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. Even a wounded Cloudfire bat was not something that an ordinary strong individual could handle. Thus, their current course of action was to wait, as impatience would inevitably lead someone to act. Sure enough, after half an hour, a distinguished elite practitioner of the body refinement stage seemed unable to contain his eagerness and charged towards the mountainside. This initial move prompted a flurry of fleeting shadows that swiftly advanced towards the mountain's base. For them, this distance was merely a blink of an eye, and Yi Feng and the others quickly followed suit. They arrived at the stone platform halfway up the mountain, mere dozens of feet away from the pitch-black cave that concealed the Cloudfire bat. However, the air within was suffused with a visible crimson hue, and a pungent scent of blood assailed their senses. The avaricious gazes of the crowd were somewhat diminished by the sight before them, gradually restoring a semblance of rationality as they cautiously approached the cave. As the foremost individual stepped into the cave, Knight Maple experienced a sudden jolt, an unsettling sensation surging within him. He instinctively grasped Chu Fei's delicate hand while calling out to Chu Jia, "Retreat swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from within the cave. With a rush, a torrent of red energy surged forth, akin to a catastrophic flood, engulfing those closest to the entrance. Horrific screams echoed as they were enveloped by the crimson mist. What on earth is that? Help! Chaos erupted at the cave's mouth. Yet those nearest to Knight Maple heeded his warning and narrowly evaded the calamity. As the red mist dissipated, the sight that met their eyes left the crowd gasping in horror. Numerous formidable figures appeared as if corroded by some malevolent force, their upper bodies exposed, revealing glistening white bones amidst the gore, with blood saturating the ground before the cave as if one might sink into it with a mere step. Knight Maple, unable to contain his shock, pondered, "Is this the power of a soul-refining realm beast? Be cautious, little one, it is about to emerge." The voice of the Emperor suddenly resonated, clearly indicating that the cloud fire bat had captured his attention. Upon receiving the warning, Knight Maple abruptly looked up. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from within the cave, each step causing the ground to tremble. A colossal shadow, measuring several dozen feet in length, thundered forth from the cave, and when its form was fully revealed, expressions of disbelief and terror adorned the faces of all present. This is the Cloudfire Bat. Chu Fei, whom Knight Maple had shielded, glanced at the monstrous creature and instinctively recoiled behind him. Its entire body was a dark crimson, adorned with serpentine black patterns, and its devilish head bore fierce, blood-red eyes resembling two large tomatoes, with sharp, glistening teeth exuding plumes of crimson gas. However, its massive wings appeared tattered, as if ravaged by some attack, and its abdomen bore a half-meter-long black wound, seeping black blood. Yet even in such a state, the creature's formidable presence could not be concealed. Humph, brothers, this creature is wounded and won't last long. With so many of us, are we to fear it? The demise of those who had ventured ahead did not deter the others. Had the beast remained hidden within the cave, they might have hesitated to intrude. But now that it had inadvertently revealed its vulnerabilities, it greatly provoked the iron-blooded mercenaries who lived on the edge of danger. Up! A voice cried out, and shadows surged towards the Cloudfire Bat with alarming speed, akin to a swarm of locusts releasing formidable spiritual weapons, forming a vast chain of vitality that ensnared the creature like a venomous serpent. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the cavern, prompting a collective belief that the mountain might collapse. The Cloudfire Bat, however, remained defiant, roaring in fury, unleashing ominous black gas that could spell doom for any unfortunate soul caught in its grasp. Those struck might suffer a severed limb at best, while at worst, their lives could be forfeit. Even though a wounded soul-refining realm beast suffered a significant decline in combat prowess, its physical resilience was not to be underestimated, even by some void-refining realm cultivators. Among the human practitioners present, none possessed such formidable strength. With a swift motion, the Cloudfire Bat sent one figure reeling, blood spewing as a nearby chi-refining realm warrior lunged forward, channeling all their energy into a heavy mountain-splitting axe, striking down upon the beast's back. A chilling cry echoed as the Cloudfire Bat whirled around, its fiery red eyes glaring furiously at the assailant. In a sudden movement, its massive form crashed down, leaving the warrior with no chance to evade, becoming engulfed in the shadow before being crushed into a pulp. "Damn it, I will fight to the death," shouted the captain of a mercenary squad, witnessing the fall of a comrade. He wielded his axe with ferocity, infusing it with relentless energy as he leapt, bringing it down upon the Cloudfire Bat's head like a mountain descending. With a sound akin to metal clashing, a gruesome gash erupted, blood spraying forth. Yet, the Cloudfire Bat, lowering its head, retaliated with a brutal collision, letting out a ghastly shriek. The warrior coughed up blood and was violently smashed into the hard rock, the sickening crunch of bones sending shivers down spines. Nevertheless, this blow was not without effect. The beast staggered, its roars beginning to weaken. "Ha ha! This creature is on the brink. Brothers, charge!" Someone cried out in triumph, invigorating the remaining cultivators, including Chu Xian, who surrounded the Cloudfire Bat from all directions, their eyes blazing with determination as they unleashed their skills in a desperate attempt to slay the beast. A multitude of weapons struck the creature, inflicting countless wounds, as it appeared poised to collapse at any moment. Witnessing its plight, Many powerful figures felt a surge of adrenaline, redoubling their efforts in unleashing their spiritual weapons. Meanwhile, Chu Fei, who had been observing, grew anxious. Brother-in-law, if you do not act now, the prize will be snatched away. Huh, it's not that simple, Yifeng replied, shaking his head. The animosity between beasts and humans was so deep-rooted that encounters often ended in a fight to the death. This beast had yet to reach its final moments. It was unlikely to fall easily. A resounding roar echoed, seemingly to verify the correctness of Yifeng's judgment. When suddenly the cloudfire bat emitted a deafening cry. Its body, covered in countless violet lumps, began to collide, unleashing a surging momentum that surged forth in all directions like a tidal wave. The perceptive warriors immediately recognized the impending danger. This is bad. It intends to self-destruct. An elderly man exclaimed, hurriedly leaping back with remarkable speed. The others were not foolish either, though the cloudfire bat's offspring was enticing. It was essential that they retain their lives to pursue it. With a thunderous explosion, an overwhelming shockwave of energy erupted within the cavern, sending cracks dozens of yards wide, sprawling from the ground to the cave walls. As the mountains trembled, they collapsed in an instant, burying many unprepared warriors beneath the astonishing force. Gazing at the source of this destructive power, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Under such a forceful assault, who could possibly survive? Fortunately, the cloudfire bat had been thoroughly dealt with, and many warriors collapsed to the ground in relief. Phew, it's finally resolved, Yifeng sighed, patting Chu Fei on the head. Let us depart. Chu Fei nodded. With a firm stomp of his foot, Yifeng propelled himself rapidly towards the cave, followed closely by Chu Jie and Chu Fei. Although the cave had collapsed, the robust constitution of the magical beast would likely protect the cloudfire bat. Meanwhile, those who had been resting sprang into a flurry of activity upon seeing someone enter the cave. Hey, quickly rise. The cloudfire bat offspring, they exclaimed, driven by the desire not to leave empty-handed. The previously exhausted individuals scrambled towards the cave as if invigorated by a surge of energy. At that moment, Yifeng swiftly cleared the rubble and entered the inner sanctum of the cavern. In the center, on a small platform shrouded in white mist, a large leaf was soaked in a white liquid, while the stems were a deep crimson. Below lay a soft, fleshy bundle, its eyes bleary, resembling a miniature version of the cloudfire bat. Joy surged within Yifeng as he beheld the cloudfire bat offspring. He immediately stored it in his pouch. But then a sudden rush of wind warned him of an approaching threat. Yifeng spun around, delivering a powerful punch, causing two figures to stagger back a few steps. Hey there, boy, greed will lead to your downfall. If you know what's good for you, quickly release that offspring. Otherwise, a shadowy man sneered at Yifeng. He was a peak-level body refiner, and he scoffed at the thought of fearing a mere youth. However, Yifeng merely smiled coldly and retorted, "Scram. Unbelievable." The man was about to lash out when he was struck by the overwhelming aura emanating from Yifeng, leaving him momentarily stunned. Elementary stage of Qi refinement. He thought, despairing. What kind of world was this where even the Qi refinement stage was so easily breached? Shortly after, 4 or 5 more individuals rushed in, all sharing the same intent as Yifeng, to seize the opportunity while the stronger ones were preoccupied with capturing the cloudfire bat. However, upon witnessing Yifeng's power, none dared to act. Just then, Chu Jie stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the cloudfire bat now belongs entirely to the Chu family. Anyone daring to seize it shall be opposing us. Upon hearing this, the crowd retreated several paces, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, the Chu family is one of the 3 prominent clans in Connor City. Who would be foolish enough to confront them? Observing their retreat, Yifeng felt a sense of relief. He had little regard for these individuals. While he might not fear a confrontation, he was mindful of Chu Fei's presence and the necessity of exercising caution. As the crowd drew back, Chu Jie felt a surge of joy and was about to speak when suddenly a hearty laughter erupted from behind the throng. Ah, the Chu family, how presumptuous. Do you truly believe you have dominion over Connor City? Chapter 20. Slaying Ming Yong. Yifeng's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the figure emerging from the crowd. The newcomer appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and robust, with a rugged appearance. A scar on his face immediately evoked a sense of bloodlust within Yifeng. Xiaofeng, be cautious. That old man beside him is a formidable half-step soul refinement realm expert, the emperor promptly warned. Half-step soul refinement? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, his attention now on the elder whose aura was suppressed to the point of being undetectable. Yet, this very tranquility heightened Yifeng's alertness. For the seemingly indifferent elder was indeed a genuine half-step soul refinement realm powerhouse. Young Master Yi, beware. That old man is Meng Lei, an elder of the Meng family. He has previously clashed evenly with our chief elder. Chu Jie also cautioned, his face reflecting considerable anxiety. Although Yi Feng had triumphed over the third elder, the combat prowess among half-step soul refinement experts could vary significantly, and Chu Jie harbored doubts about Yi Feng's chances against Meng Lei. All he could do was offer his warning. Yi Feng's expression grew solemn as he positioned himself to shield the two behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed at his adversaries. There's Meng Yong, the eldest son of the Meng family, accompanied by elder Meng Lei. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. The feud between these two families is hardly new. Alas, what a pity for the Cloud Firebat cub. In the end, it will benefit someone else. Though these formidable figures dared not confront the great clans, they were more than willing to observe the unfolding drama, secretly hoping for a fierce clash that might allow them to seize an opportunity. I do not know who holds sway in Connor City, but as of now, this Cloud Firebat cub rightfully belongs to the Chu family. Do you have any objections? Yi Feng coldly challenged, fixing his gaze on Meng Yong. You are indeed the son-in-law of that old scoundrel Chu Qing. Your audacity is commendable, but can you discern your true opponents? Otherwise, your ambitions are destined to be thwarted. Meng Yong retorted, pausing before continuing. Before we discuss the matter of the Cloud Firebat cub, you have injured my brother, and today I demand satisfaction. With a thunderous surge, a dominating aura erupted, causing the crowd to change countenance. Meng Yong was indeed a mid-level Qi refinement expert. Satisfaction? The Chu and Ming families have been at odds for quite some time now. Do you expect us to embrace one another? With that, the crowd erupted in laughter, finding entertainment in the predicament, while Meng Yong seethed with rage, masking his fury with a twisted smile. If the son-in-law of the Chu family is merely a smooth talker, then Chu Qing must truly be blind. Should you manage to best me today, I shall overlook the matter concerning the young cub and my brother. However, should you fail, then you shall meet your demise here. A chilling glint flickered in Meng Yong's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward, his form creating a series of afterimages as he charged towards Yi Feng. I will create an opening. Xiao Fei, I shall attend to you, and Chu Jie, you must hasten to fetch reinforcements. Despite Chu Fei's attempts to hinder him, Yi Feng boldly approached Meng Yong. Did he take him for a fool? Even if Yi Feng were to emerge victorious, could he expect Meng Lei, who stood idly by, to allow the Chu family to abscond with the Yunhua Bat cub? Yi Feng steeled himself for a fierce confrontation with the old man. The air was rent with successive sonic booms, prompting the crowd to retreat to avoid collateral damage. All eyes were drawn to the two shadowy figures weaving through the air, the energy fluctuations emanating from them instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. It was then that Yi Feng's true strength was unveiled. Initial stage of Qi refinement, Meng Yong sneered, disdain evident on his face. How audacious of a mere novice to come forth and embarrass himself. Yi Feng brandished a short blade, unleashing a chaotic flurry of attacks against Meng Yong. Yet, the latter stood his ground, parrying with nothing but his bare hands. The sharp clang of metal rang out as their weapons collided, brilliant sparks flying in a dazzling display. With a resounding crash, the two separated, but just as Yi Feng prepared to launch another assault, an alarm blared in his mind. He sidestepped instinctively as a ghostly claw emerged from behind, hissing ominously as it lunged for his heart. With a swift motion, Yi Feng raised his blade to shield his chest, narrowly avoiding the grasp of the spectral talon. The impact reverberated with a thunderous boom, yet the force remained unyielding. Meng Yong's nails, sharp as daggers, pierced into Yi Feng's flesh, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. With a forceful push, he utilized the momentum to distance himself from Meng Yong, creating a gap of several meters between them. A crimson gash marred Yi Feng's chest, causing Chu Jie to gasp in horror. It is the Ghost Shadow Claw, a superior yellow-tier spiritual weapon. Its application is both fierce and unexpected. It is clear that Meng Yong wields this weapon with great proficiency, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Having landed a successful strike, Meng Yong did not relent. With a swift stamp of his foot, he vanished from sight, only for Yi Feng to find himself enveloped in a vast shadow. Instinctively, he raised his short blade to block as an overwhelming surge of energy coalesced before Meng Yong, forming a swirling vortex of air, dark as the depths of night, resembling a block of obsidian. Blackrock Fist. The overwhelming force descended upon him in an instant. Yi Feng summoned every ounce of his energy to conjure an invisible shield above his head. The relentless black fists rained down upon his shield like a torrential downpour, the cacophony of thunderous impacts setting his nerves on edge. Under such a tempestuous barrage, Yi Feng's feet sank into the ground, and the brilliance of his shield began to wane, appearing on the verge of shattering. The gravity of the situation was not lost on Chu Fei and the others, who gasped in alarm, while Meng Lei reveled in triumphant laughter. Young master, swiftly deal with this fool. We have no time to indulge in games. Humph. Do you think hiding within will render you invulnerable? Watch as I shatter your defenses. A colossal black fist imprint materialized, akin to the final straw that breaks the camel's back, gently striking the shield. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared, spreading under the astonished gazes of onlookers. The thought that his defense was on the verge of collapse arose in the minds of many. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from beneath the shield, resonating in everyone's ears like a beast's growl. Ninefold break. A massive surge of dark energy erupted from Yi Feng's fist, hurtling toward Meng Yong. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Yi Feng's expression faltered momentarily. However, he did not adopt a strategy of retreat. While a typical beginner in Qi refinement would indeed struggle against an intermediate practitioner, he was not an ordinary case. With his will, a fierce and domineering energy coalesced into an impenetrable force of desire, ensnaring Meng Yong firmly. Yet Meng Yong remained unfazed as the black fist imprint re-emerged, crashing forcefully against that energy. The chaotic fluctuations of elemental force spread violently, with the two combatants exchanging blows at a breathtaking speed, the sound of sonic booms echoing incessantly. Under the gaze of countless astonished observers, the two figures wove and intertwined, their every punch imbued with the ferocious power to shatter mountains and rocks. Neither was willing to concede ground, and as they watched the intense clash, many could not help but exclaim in awe. Chu Qing's discerning eye for talent was well known, and this instance was no exception. Despite his youth, Yi Feng displayed prowess that was not in the slightest inferior to Meng Yong's. How infuriating! The scornful glances directed at Meng Yong were laden with irony. A beginner in Qi refinement managing to withstand for so long under his command was a blatant affront to him. Swift and decisive, with his entire being brimming with energy. Waves of black mist suddenly erupted from his body, coalescing into a vast mass of deathly energy that sent chills down spines. Meng Yong, with a mere flick of his hand, plunged into the dark energy, causing the void before him to rupture with a sudden tear, revealing a dark spear, dozens of feet long, glinting ominously as it aimed at Yi Feng. Die! Behold the falling mountain sovereign spear. The violent gale of elemental energy, imbued with a chilling aura, surged toward Yi Feng as if tearing through the fabric of time and space. Rather than retreating, Yi Feng charged forward, stomping his foot and propelling himself towards the obsidian spear. This prompted a gleeful smile from Meng Yong. Has this fool lost his mind? Well, if you seek death, do not blame me. With a tremor of his hand, the black spear shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, creating dozens of black cracks in the void, as if this dimension were about to be torn apart. In the face of this onslaught, Yi Feng appeared oblivious, fervently channeling the energy within him, and dozens of formless dragons and lions materialized behind him. A tempestuous cyclone, forged by the fierce might of the dragon and lion, surged toward the long spear with unrelenting speed. A fleeting glance of disdain crossed Meng Yong's face as he scoffed, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a tempest of primordial energy. The precarious mountainside, previously teetering on the brink of collapse, succumbed entirely, as countless stones cascaded from above. In that moment, all present swiftly employed their agile skills and spiritual prowess, retreating towards the cave. Sister-in-law Chu Fei's eyes glistened with tears as she desperately sought to reach Yi Feng, yet was firmly restrained by Chu Jia. This was an intense battle, and allowing Chu Fei to approach would be tantamount to courting death. When the formidable Meng family's desolate mountain sovereign spear manifested in Meng Yong's grasp, Chu Jia's countenance turned ashen. Legend spoke of Meng Yong utilizing this very weapon to annihilate numerous formidable practitioners of Qi refinement. It was evident that the Chu family's dragon and lion tempest could not contend with such a spiritual weapon. The crowd was taken aback. They had heard tales of the spear's notorious reputation. It appeared that Yi Feng was in grave peril. Meng Yong's pallid visage curled into a victorious smirk. Regardless of the outcome, this victory belonged to him. Should he succeed in vanquishing Yi Feng, the son-in-law of the Chu family would perish at the hands of the Meng family, a scandal that would reverberate throughout Connor City. Was it premature to celebrate such a victory? No sooner had he spoken than Meng Yong's eyes widened in shock. Yi Feng suddenly raised his palm, and the dragon lion phantasm, engaged in a fierce clash with the black spear, seemed to respond to an unseen call, shattering the spear into fragments. It violently tore through the air towards Meng Yong, who towered above them. A sense of dread washed over Meng Lei, who had previously maintained an air of calm. The desolate mountain sovereign's spear was unable to withstand the Chu family's spiritual weapon, and Meng Yong appeared utterly powerless. As a surge of ferocious energy erupted skyward, the dragon lion phantasm was entirely overwhelmed. Where had everyone gone? As the power dissipated, the onlookers began to regain their senses. Yifeng staggered to the side, his pallor suggesting exhaustion, yet fortunately, Chu Fei and her companion supported him. But what of the Meng family? The crowd, bewildered, suddenly heard a shout. Look! They turned toward the voice and finally glimpsed Meng Yong's figure. In that moment, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his body bearing the marks of unspeakable torment. Flesh torn and twisted, revealing ghastly white bones. It was evident that he had perished beyond any hope of revival. Some powerful individuals were compelled to retch. Meng Yong had actually met his end. Chapter 21. The Dragon's Breath. How dare you? Meng Lei, clad in a black robe, clutched Meng Yong, his face ashen with fury. His voice, hoarse and piercing, seemed to reverberate within the ears of all present, prompting them to lower their heads in fear, unwilling to meet his gaze, except for Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng's expression shifted as well. The formidable presence of a half-step soul refinement practitioner was indeed extraordinary. A level far beyond that of the Chu family's third elder. Meng Lei's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the distant figure of Yifeng. Meng Yong was dead. The heir of the Meng family's patriarch, Meng Xiong, one of the 3 great clans of Connor City, murdered right before his very eyes. Such a grievous sin would surely strip him of his status as a clan elder, perhaps even subject him to the harshest of punishments. You wretched beast! How dare you strike with such ruthlessness? I will have your remains scattered to the winds. Meng Lei roared, while the pale-faced Yifeng merely sneered in response. In a duel of life and death, each must accept their fate. Who is to blame for the fallen? Pray, do not suggest that this fool showed mercy. Facing a formidable opponent at the half-step soul refinement stage, Yifeng exhibited not the slightest hint of fear. His fingers twitched slightly, an inconspicuous action gradually coalescing into something more significant. This demeanor elicited silent nods of approval from all present. To have such a son-in-law must indeed be a blessing for Chu Qing. Should Yifeng continue to develop, it was not beyond reason that the Chu family might soon boast another spirit realm expert, though encountering Meng Lei posed an uncertain threat. I care not for your affairs. Mark my words, you 3 shall accompany my young master to the grave, Meng Lei brazenly declared, his form vanishing in an uncanny flash, reappearing before the trio from the Chu family. With his skeletal claws outstretched, he lunged at Yifeng, and at that moment, every heart present raced with trepidation. Having just endured a fierce battle, Yifeng seemed unable to evade Meng Lei's strike. Prepare to meet your end, Meng Lei bellowed, only to find Yifeng suddenly thrusting a palm towards him. The gesture appeared slow and peculiar, raising doubts about its lethality. Yet, as Yifeng fully unleashed his hand, a crimson figure, reminiscent of blood, materialized before him, an aura of divine and irresistible power surging forth. Meng Lei's pupils dilated in horror. His expression twisted with fear as if he had encountered a specter, unfamiliar with the explosive force stemming from the complete fusion of imperial bloodlines. The danger emanating from that blood-red figure had escalated to a level that rivaled the soul refinement stage. Should he fail to evade it in time, death was the inevitable consequence. Casting aside his pride, Meng Lei spun around and fled in a frenzy, moving with unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, the other onlookers remained oblivious to the unfolding events, until the keen-eyed among them noticed the blood-colored figure Yifeng had hurled. Instantly, a glimmer of apprehension washed over them, their legs trembling in fear. However, before any discussion could commence, the ensuing spectacle rendered all present speechless. The nameless entity conjured by Yifeng detonated in a cataclysmic explosion from dozens of feet away, unleashing a wave of devastation that shook the very earth. An overwhelming and sanguine aura surged skyward, as a colossal crimson mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, reverberating like the onset of apocalyptic doom. The sheer force of the energy shockwave sent the gathered crowd into disarray, bodies tumbling and chaos reigning supreme. Those caught in the blast were swallowed whole, devoid of screams. Their forms twisted and shattered, a grim reality that even the most oblivious could discern. Those individuals were undoubtedly doomed. The earth-shattering commotion persisted for several minutes before subsiding. Suddenly, a dark figure darted into view. It was none other than the disheveled Meng Lei, but one of his arms was bleeding profusely. Had Yifeng done this? The onlookers were left utterly numb. Goodness, what kind of fortune had the Chu family encountered this year? It was already remarkable for a novice in Qi refinement to defeat a mid-level practitioner like Meng Yong. Yet now a half-step soul refinement master had been wounded to such an extent. Despicable, despicable, despicable. The elder roared several times before his eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity. And he rushed eastward like the wind. Several dozen kilometers away, a young man was frantically sprinting forward, one hand gripping a girl as if she were a kite. Brother-in-law, let go of me. Chu Fei was on the verge of tears, being dragged along by such brute force that she felt as though she were floating in midair. Her arms swollen like an elephant's leg. No one could endure this. Yi Feng, too, did not wish to treat her this way. Moments earlier, he had poured every ounce of his imperial bloodline into unleashing a powerful strike, not anticipating such an effect. Faced with Chu Fei's pleas, he could only grit his teeth and offer solace. Little Fei, be patient. We will be safe soon. Yi Feng had previously pushed Chu Jie away, and the three had split in different directions, one towards Kanna City and the other towards the Wuyun Grand Canyon. The Chu family's crystal mine, Black Cloud Mountain, was likely in that vicinity. If he could escort Chu Fei there in time, the Chu family's protective guard would finally be able to contend with that old man. Of course, if that old man chose to pursue Chu Jie, it would not matter. The commotion Yi Feng had created was likely to have already alerted the Chu family's main forces. If they encountered Chu Jie being hunted, Meng Lei would find himself in dire straits, unable to avenge Meng Yong and possibly losing his own life in the process. However, this latter possibility seemed slim. After all, avenging Meng Yong was Meng Lei's sole focus at that moment. In a fit of rage, both he and Chu Fei could be in grave peril. Just as Yi Feng was fleeing desperately, a surging pressure suddenly descended upon him, causing his heart to leap. He instinctively executed a shoulder throw, cradling Chu Fei in his arms, but it felt as if he had been struck by a meteor, his back collapsing instantly. His internal organs felt as though they were being crushed, and the excruciating pain overwhelmed him, causing cold sweat to pour down his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body, still clutching Chu Fei, crashed through several towering ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, and Yi Feng felt a searing pain in his insides, as if he were on the verge of expelling his very organs. His vision blurred into a gray haze, as if he were experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life. Was he to perish here? Yi Feng's consciousness began to fade, summoning every last ounce of strength. He propelled himself and Chu Fei down the mountain. Has this fool lost his mind? Meng Lei, trailing behind, was astonished. For Yi Feng and Chu Fei were headed toward the dragon's maw, were falling in mint certain death. Fortunately, they were finally halted by a massive tree. Though they were perilously close to the dragon's maw, shrouded in dark mist, and measuring dozens of meters in diameter. Brother-in-law, are you all right? The attire of Lady Chu bore several stains, yet she paid no heed to her own injuries as she hastily helped Knight Feng to his feet. The youth's countenance resembled that of a gilded paper on the brink of death. This sight nearly plunged Lady Chu into unconsciousness. Brother-in-law, please awaken, she implored, tears cascading down her cheeks, but Knight Feng showed no signs of revival. At that moment, Meng Lei arrived, his gaze sharp and menacing, akin to a serpent poised to strike, fixated on Knight Feng. You little wretch, if you perish here, it would be a boon for you. Yet, your demise is not without merit. Meng Lei's eyes shifted to Lady Chu. Although he had failed to capture Knight Feng alive, presenting the severed head along with the presence of the esteemed third miss of the Chu family could perhaps lead to a lighter sentence. Bah, you old wretch. Do not dare to succeed. Lady Chu spat defiantly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Enraged anew, Meng Lei's hand descended like a blade towards the crown of Lady Chu's head. The girl closed her eyes, clutching Knight Feng's body tightly, awaiting the final moment. Forgive me, brother-in-law. I should not have brought you here, she lamented, regretting her impulsive choice to follow him. Had she relied on Knight Feng's strength, they might have escaped unscathed even if they failed to obtain the Cloudfire Bat. But now her stubbornness had led them to this dire fate. A faint, cold snarl emanated from the depths of Knight Feng's soul, followed by a surge of pure spiritual power that shot forth like an arrow, colliding with Meng Lei's hand. The contact severed Meng Lei's fingers as effortlessly as a blade slices through paper, causing blood to spurt forth. Meng Lei recoiled in pain, staggering back several steps. A glance revealed that the unconscious Knight Feng had suddenly awakened, his gaze as chilling as that of the Grim Reaper, instilling within Meng Lei an unprecedented sense of impending doom. Why you? Meng Lei swallowed hard, bewildered by Knight Feng's sudden transformation. Yet one thing was certain, he was no match for him now. Knight Feng, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, was now under the control of the Emperor, who spoke in an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. You scoundrel, you have inflicted such harm. The Meng family shall surely meet its end. The emperor's voice was calm, yet the underlying menace was enough to deter even a formidable figure like Meng Lei. He then took Lady Chu, who was in a daze, and leapt into the dragon's maw, vanishing in an instant. Meng Lei stood stupefied, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Why leap into that abyss when survival was within reach? Had he misjudged the earlier moment? Was the youth truly deranged, his aura diverging from that of a cultivator? As Meng Lei attempted to approach the dragon's maw, an inexplicable force began to draw him in, compelling him forward. Startled, he recoiled like a rabbit, retreating several paces. After repeated attempts to draw near proved futile, he had no choice but to withdraw in trepidation. Chapter 22. Seizure. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chu Fei played the role of an observer. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her brother-in-law, Yifeng. You are truly remarkable. Can you perhaps capture this magical beast? Impossible, Yifeng replied, not even casting a glance at the young girl. He was well aware of her cunning intentions, which were merely to sell the beast for a large sum of crystal stones, allowing her to indulge in a life of extravagance once more. In the face of danger, her first thoughts were not of escape, but rather of how to acquire wealth for pleasure. Yifeng felt a twinge of sympathy for Chu Qing. Raising such a spendthrift daughter must surely be exhausting. Humph, if you won't give it to me, then don't. Who cares? Chu Fei shouted at Yifeng's retreating figure, her expression one of deep grievance. If my second sister were to ask you, I wonder if you would comply, she thought indignantly. Yifeng's attitude towards her was clearly different from that towards Chu Xian, despite both being daughters of the Chu family. The disparity in treatment was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The more she pondered, the more discontent she felt. Chu Fei boldly bypassed Yifeng and plunged into the darkness ahead. The emperor immediately intercepted her, saying, Alas, little one, your emotional intelligence is quite concerning. You do not even know how to charm a girl. I am disappointed in you. Yifeng felt an urge to engage in a debate with him about what constituted emotional intelligence, especially coming from an ancient being who presumably had mastered the art of wooing. Then, I would like to seek guidance from my teacher on how to treat girls. Yifeng retorted. The emperor chuckled derisively and responded succinctly, pursuing a girl is akin to raising pigs. During the process, regardless of right or wrong, you must cater to her whims. Just like that magical beast earlier, you should have given it to her. Look how upset you've made her. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully and then followed closely behind Chu Fei. The two traversed the oppressive darkness in silence, their monotonous journey extending for 2 hours. By calculating the time, they realized they had been trapped in this dragon's maw for 3 or 4 days. For cultivators, it was indeed possible to survive without food or water for an extended period, provided they possessed formidable strength. Yifeng was fine, but Chu Fei was a different story. After only a few steps, she was already famished. Although Yifeng likely had provisions in his storage pouch, she was too proud to ask. Thus she gritted her teeth and persevered, tightening her belt to quell her hunger, though this was hardly a sustainable solution. However, not long after, Yifeng suddenly heard a faint gurgling sound emanating from Chu Fei. He paused momentarily, instinctively turning to investigate, and saw her clutching her stomach. Her face flushed as she glanced back. Are you hungry? I have some pastries, Yifeng remarked, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he reached into his storage pouch to retrieve the food. Umph, who is hungry? I am a dignified cultivator. Have you ever seen a cultivator in the wild carrying a plethora of pastries? Chu Fei retorted, her neck arched defiantly, her face betraying her indignation. Ha. Yifeng chuckled lightly. Nightfeng shook his head with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. If such words were uttered by someone else, he might have believed them, but coming from Chu Fei, it was an entirely different matter. A pampered young lady with her feeble strength managing to endure for half an hour in this place was already her limit, indicating that she was merely putting up a facade, regardless of her verbal protestations. Nightfeng suddenly produced an assortment of exquisitely crafted delicacies from his storage and turned to offer them to Chu Fei, saying, Here, take this. Don't. She protested vehemently, swatting his hand away repeatedly, though her throat betrayed her resolve as it involuntarily convulsed, almost leading to a drool. Her stomach began to protest as well, emitting odd growls that echoed eerily in the quiet underground. Chu Fei's face flushed deeper, yet she showed no sign of capitulating. Suit yourself, Nightfeng remarked. As he was not one to curry favor with the powerful, subconsciously, he seemed to harbor a disdain for the so-called aristocracy. Even in his current predicament, Chu Fei remained oblivious to his sentiments, and he was too indifferent to voice his thoughts, so he began to eat for himself. Hey, why don't you try to coax me a little? Chu Fei glared at him with a hint of lament, her eyes betraying her desire as she snatched a piece from Nightfeng's hand and took small bites. For someone who had gone days without sustenance, Even the bark and roots of trees would seem delectable. How much more so these pastries, which were not only uniquely shaped, but also exceptionally flavorful and remarkably fresh. Night Feng chuckled at the sight of Chu Fei eating so cautiously. She wiped the corners of her mouth and glared at him. What are you staring at? Don't think that just because I've eaten something of yours, I've forgiven you. Observing the feisty little hedgehog, poised to bite at any moment, Night Feng merely smiled faintly. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor only served to exacerbate Chu Fei's irritation. She felt like an inconsequential participant in this scenario. With a huff, she turned and began to walk away. Night Feng shook his head in resignation. The complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean, and this young lady's ever-changing moods were a challenge beyond measure. Yet, he felt no obligation to decipher them. His purpose alongside Chu Fei was solely for the sake of training. As long as she remained safe, he would uphold his promise to Chu Qing. The two resumed their journey, but scarcely had an hour passed when the landscape ahead transformed abruptly. The once narrow canyon widened dramatically, resembling a vast meteorite crater. An eerie black mist surged into the sky, obscuring the scant light, while a chilling wind swept through, emanating a faint reddish hue from the scattered rocks. This sight momentarily stunned Chu Fei, who then cautiously shifted her position, her gaze trembling as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, a skull with glowing eyes fixed its stare upon her. Ah! Chu Fei screamed in terror, frantically retreating, only to collide with Night Feng. Fortunately, being a person of resolute mind, he swiftly embraced her, shielding her from harm. Fear gripped her. Yet the gentle assurance of Night Feng calmed Chu Fei as he glanced toward the source of her trepidation, spotting the skull. To a cultivator, the presence of a living entity would invariably exude vitality. However, the absence of such energy suggested it was merely an apparition meant to instill fear. Night Feng's soothing presence worked wonders, and as Chu Fei clung tightly to his arm, her petite frame evoked a smirk from him. Alleviating his concerns about her getting into perilous situations, he gently led her toward the skull, though her pallor deepened with dread, and she trembled as she grasped his arm. "Brother-in-law, let us be on our way," she urged. Night Feng offered her a reassuring glance. Then with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a powerful gust that cleared the debris surrounding the skull. Beneath it lay a jade tablet, from which a crimson glow emanated. "What is this?" Night Feng inquired. Retrieving the tablet, upon which a line of small characters was inscribed, the Yin seal of the Hong family, Marquis of Wuyong, Dacian Empire. Earth-grade, low-rank spirit weapon. The revelation of an Earth-grade weapon in such a desolate locale left both Night Feng and Chu Fei gasping in astonishment. The most potent spirit weapon of the Chu family was merely the Dragon Lion Tempest scroll that Night Feng possessed, classified as a mystic-grade weapon. If they were to take the Yin seal back to the Chu family, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the factions in Connor City. "Brother-in-law, we've struck gold," Chu Fei exclaimed, her earlier fears dissipating. If they brought the Yin seal back to the Chu clan, Chu Qing would surely boast of her capabilities, potentially even offering a substantial reward of several thousand crystal stones. Chuckling at Chu Fei's mischievous grin, Night Feng realized her intentions were not entirely noble. As he reached for the jade tablet, a sudden flash of crimson light surged into his mind, enveloping his vision in darkness, followed by the chilling sound of Chu Fei's scream. "At last, someone has come. I, HNTNSHU, am blessed with great fortune, and I have emerged into the light once more." A vast, dark mass of spiritual energy materialized within Night Feng's consciousness, revealing a bewildered expression on his face. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Night Feng's visage darkened. The sea of consciousness was the very core of his soul's awareness, typically impervious to outsiders. The entrance of anyone other than an innate being like an emperor meant one thing: possession. Panic surged within him as the mass of spiritual energy gradually morphed into a disheveled man in his 30s or 40s, clad in ragged attire. His ghastly gaze fixated upon Night Feng. "Hee, little one, though your cultivation is merely at the intermediate level of qi refinement, it is still somewhat useful. Fear not, for I shall take good care of that young lady outside your body. How fortunate you are at such a tender age to have such a lure. That girl possesses quite an impressive figure, one that I find appealing. You scoundrel, begone." Night Feng was taken aback. How could Hong Tianshou dare to lay hands on Chu Fei? This was akin to touching his most sensitive spot, just as he prepared to retaliate. Hong Tianshou wore a look of disdain, swiftly extending his hand. A dark and peculiar claw descended upon Night Feng's crown, and an overwhelming force instantly began to fragment his soul. Night Feng's body shook, his vision fading to white, and his consciousness gradually dissipating. Panic surged within him. Should his awareness completely vanish, it would spell his doom, endangering not just himself, but also Chu Fei outside. Damn it! Night Feng struggled to voice his distress, helplessly witnessing Hong Tianshou siphoning his soul's strength. Simultaneously, his physical form seemed entirely repelled by a mysterious force, falling under Hong Tianshou's control. This grim scene persisted for several minutes until, at a critical moment, a torrent of soul energy shattered the ghostly claw, sending Hong Tianshou reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. Humph! A mere soul clinging to life dares to act fierce before me? The figure of the emperor suddenly materialized, striking Night Feng's crown, and he promptly awakened, albeit faintly. Thank you, master. The emperor exhaled in relief, having been engrossed in the jade slip, just as Night Feng had been. He had not anticipated that this old fiend would take advantage of the opportunity. Had he arrived a moment later, Night Feng would have indeed met his end. With this thought, the murderous intent in the emperor's eyes intensified, a pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon Zhu Tianshou's shoulders. Confronted by the suddenly materialized emperor, Zhu Tianshou instinctively believed he too coveted this body and hastily pleaded, "Senior, please quell your anger. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. Since this is your domain, I shall take my leave at once." Cold sweat poured from Zhu Tianshou as he desperately begged for mercy. Leave? Do you truly think that possible? Die? The emperor, in a fit of rage, struck out, an invisible hand seizing Zhu Tianshou's body. With a horrified scream, Zhu Tianshou shattered, transforming into wisps of white smoke consumed by the emperor. Chapter 23. The Imperial Clan and the Demon Clan, Part 1. Night Feng was secretly astonished by the emperor's display. He had been contemplating the extent of the emperor's power, considering him to be at most at the level of soul refinement, perhaps even merely at the void refinement stage. Yet, the threat posed by Hong Tianshou was far beyond what an ordinary practitioner could deliver. A soul realm expert, Night Feng was taken aback by his own thoughts. If such a remnant soul was already so formidable, what of the emperor's master, the one connected to him? How incredibly powerful must that individual be? In that moment, an ambition to surpass the emperor began to quietly take root within him. It seemed the emperor sensed Night Feng's mindset, for after devouring Hong Tianshou, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered across his face before he returned to his usual demeanor. Little one, I have uncovered something intriguing within the soul of Hong Tianshou. Upon speaking, the emperor extended his hand, unleashing a beam of golden light that soon manifested before Yi Feng as a radiant curtain. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming torrent of consciousness surged toward him, revealing a chaotic array of images that flickered rapidly within his sight. This was a tumultuous perspective, which upon reflection, appeared to depict the scenes witnessed by Hong Tianshou before his demise. Especially as countless fragments of vision converged, the narrative gradually became clearer. It was revealed that Hong Tianshou was the Marquis of Wuyang in the Great Qin Empire. According to the hierarchical system of the Great Qin Empire, to incentivize practitioners in their cultivation, any individual who attained the soul refinement realm was entitled to a title of nobility conferred by the royal family. The higher the strength, the loftier the title. Should one reach the spirit realm, they would be granted a fief and title of a prince from another clan. A coveted aspiration for many clan leaders, including Chu Qing, who endeavored for the Chu family to ascend to the status of a marquis. Remarkably, Zhu Tianshou had already reached the pinnacle of the void refinement realm, a mere step away from the spirit realm. The images on the curtain depicted a night scene, where a superlative and violent force enveloped the night sky, tumultuous winds swirling amidst an ancient and wild aura. As the vision gradually unfolded, the setting appeared to still be within the Wuyun Grand Canyon. However, to Yi Feng's astonishment, there was no trace of the vast forest nearby, but rather an expansive clearing. Countless powerful beings were left in awe, with soul refinement experts ubiquitous, and even those on the cusp of the spirit realm were as numerous as cattle. Their horrified gazes fixated upon a wondrous spectacle in the sky. Two meteoric streaks, one red and one black, clashed incessantly, descending ever lower. Observing from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Feng discerned that the mysterious forces in the night sky were engaged in combat between two superlative beings, their feet treading upon the void, the world itself their battlefield. Yi Feng was profoundly shaken by this extraordinary display of power. As the celestial battle intensified, a colossal vortex of vital energy spiraled downward toward the ground, causing those below to pale in terror as they desperately fled in all directions. At this moment, Yi Feng comprehended that these individuals were, in essence, mere onlookers, idly watching a fierce confrontation, unaware that the combatants possessed overwhelming strength, which ultimately led to their annihilation. Yi Feng was at a loss for words. It seemed that even the most disciplined practitioners could not resist the fatal allure of curiosity. The light curtain suddenly flickered, and as it regained clarity, a horrifying scene unfolded before my eyes. The earth had been pierced by a black hole, and a chasm of unfathomable depth appeared on the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, soon interrupted by a number of disheveled warriors who arrived, panting heavily. Among them the notorious Zhu Tianshou. Each bore wounds, yet their curiosity remained insatiable as they gathered around the dragon's mouth, standing vigil for 3 days and nights. But no movement emerged from within. At last, one individual seemed unable to withstand the suspense any longer. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the dragon's mouth. Following suit, another warrior hesitated only briefly before diving in as well. Zhu Tianshou, ever the cunning one, waited until nearly all had entered before joining the final group. Upon entering, they were met with an expanse of all-consuming darkness as they cautiously traversed the cave walls, exploring with trepidation. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the crowd ahead, and they began to flee upward in a frenzy. Zhu Tianshou leaped into the air, only to witness a grotesque sight that turned his stomach. A creature, indeterminate as to whether it was human or beast, seized several Void Refinement Realm warriors and swallowed them whole. Viscous red blood merged with an opaque black substance. As a massive maw, akin to a meat grinder, relentlessly tore into the warriors. The monster moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Zhu Tianshou in the blink of an eye. Shocked, he wasted no time unleashing his signature move, conjuring a crimson talisman several dozen feet in size. He knew that if this attack struck a peak soul refinement realm expert, it would inflict fatal damage. The red talisman accurately struck the creature, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. However, to his horror, the assault seemed no more than a mere tickle to the beast, causing no discernible harm. Subsequently, Zhu Tianshou was swallowed whole, his cries echoing before vanishing entirely within the light curtain. What transpired next was easily inferred. Zhu Tianshou had cultivated a secret technique, infusing the last remnants of his soul into a jade slip, hoping that someone would come to seize his body and revive him. Little did he anticipate encountering the enigmatic deity sovereign, leading to his untimely demise. This revelation left Yi Feng in a state of profound reflection, pondering the identity of the formidable beings battling in the night sky. He now understood why all who entered the dragon's mouth were ensnared within. Even a half-step mortal realm warrior was effortlessly dispatched by the creature, while those of the chi and body refinement realms were likely no more than a mere morsel. At best a bowl of leftovers. Suddenly, Yi Feng's body trembled, a look of horror crossing his face as a chill swept down his spine. He quaked slightly and asked, "Teacher, is that monster still alive?" The emperor hesitated briefly, then gravely explained that the vitality of a spiritual realm expert is remarkably resilient, reaching the pinnacle of human endurance. The formidable beings battling in the sky undoubtedly surpass the spiritual realm. They may endure for centuries or even millennia, persisting beyond death. Take Zhu Tianshou, for instance, a mere void refinement expert, yet akin to a centipede that, though dead, does not decay. How perilous is our situation, then? Night Breeze felt a surge of panic. He had ceased to obsess over uncovering the mysteries of his lineage. He speculated that the Emperor's intuition stemmed from the presence of human experts among them who bore a semblance of blood relation to him. Yet certainly not immediate kin like parents or siblings, as they too would be spiritual realm experts. The revelation that a mysterious, monstrous entity dwelled within the dragon's mouth chilled Night Breeze to the bone. Had he unwittingly led Chu Fei into a den of danger? Gathering his composure, he steadied himself. As his heavy eyelids lifted, he beheld Chu Fei, her face radiating happiness. Upon noticing him, she playfully jabbed him with her tiny fist. "You're so naughty, brother-in-law. How could you?" Chu Fei's attire was somewhat disheveled, her skirt having been lifted to reveal her delicate calves, with droplets of blood staining the ground. Night Breeze's mind went blank. Moments ago, Zhu Tianshou had been in control of his body. Had he done something to Chu Fei? Yet, his clothes remained intact. How could Zhu Tianshou have entertained such thoughts while leaving his attire untouched? Dazed, Night Breeze felt a sticky sensation on his fingers, but dismissed it, swallowing nervously as he stammered, "Little Fei, did I just—" "Hush." Chu Fei covered his mouth, leaning against his chest like a coy bride. "Brother-in-law, you're so bad. You did that to me. Let us wait until you marry my sister before we—" "What? What nonsense is this?" Night Breeze was utterly perplexed, scratching his head as he turned to the Emperor. "Master, do you know what Zhu Tianshou did while controlling my body?" "How would I know? I was preoccupied with studying that jade slip, then hurried to rescue you. However, based on the timeline, that fellow likely had no time for such antics with the girl." The emperor replied with utmost seriousness. No time. While it was a rough estimate, it suffices, Night Breeze stated with gravity. Little Fei, we are in grave danger. Follow me and do not stray. Chu Fei responded in a barely audible whisper, then was tugged along by Night Breeze as they sprinted backward. They had no choice. Who knew when that mysterious creature might emerge to attack? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if the very walls of the cave were fracturing. Night Breeze's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just as he intended to charge forward, a thunderous rumble echoed, signaling a catastrophic collapse. Subsequently, the towering walls of the cavern erupted with a thunderous roar, rocks tumbling in chaos, as a massive boulder hurtled towards the two. Night Maple swiftly shielded Chu Fei behind him, channeling all his energy to deflect the colossal stone. Alas, he had underestimated its ferocity. With a sickening crack, his arms shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He then collapsed against Chu Fei, who was instantly knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. A deafening roar erupted from within the shattered cavern, transforming into a palpable sound wave that spread like an explosive shock, gouging the ground several meters deep. Soon, an immensely colossal figure emerged from the cavern, resembling a deity of destruction. Each step it took caused the very fabric of space to tremble, emitting a cacophony of intolerable cracks. Night Maple succumbed to unconsciousness, but the Emperor could not afford to be idle. He surged forth from within Night Maple, radiating an imposing aura akin to a tsunami. Fixating on the gigantic creature before him, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Should this behemoth dare to harm Night Maple, he would risk everything to vanquish it. The creature was revealed to be a gargantuan black bear, towering several meters high, enveloped in a shroud of black flames. A scorching black sun blazed upon its belly, while violet-black embers flickered atop its head. Despite its bear-like form, it instilled within the Emperor an instinctual sense of dread. Ha ha ha, the Imperial clan, how delightful. At last, I encounter another of your kind, the bear bellowed in a chilling, ghastly voice, its grotesque grin fading into a maniacal laugh. You are the holy son of the Imperial clan. I have searched tirelessly for you. Are you of the demonic lineage? The Emperor was struck with shock, an unprecedented weight pressing upon his heart. Their situation was perilous. Chapter 24. The Imperial Clan and the Demonic Clan, Part 2. The vast maw of the dragon inhaled deeply, as the Emperor regarded the suddenly emerged colossal bear with a grave expression. While an ordinary person would have fled in terror, he could not abandon Night Maple and Chu Fei. The bear's eyes burned with hatred, fury, and ecstatic madness. Years ago, I tracked the holy son of the Imperial clan to this very place. Little did I know that old ghost would engage me in a life-or-death struggle. If not for a fragment of my soul clinging to this sun-eater demon bear upon my demise, survival would have been uncertain. The bear spoke with human-like clarity, its vengeful gaze fixed upon the Emperor, who was jolted by the revelation. It became clear why he sensed a familiar presence. It was indeed his nemesis, and he had mistakenly perceived this demonic entity as an ally of Night Maple. I have endangered Night Maple, the Emperor lamented inwardly. Had he not been complacent, lingering after repelling the thunderous strike, and hurriedly escorted him back to the Chu family, this calamity may have been averted. Yet it was now too late. He must protect Night Maple at all costs. A mere fragment of a soul dares to be arrogant before me? Truly, it knows not the depths of its folly. The Emperor commanded resolutely. With that, the sun-eating demon bear fell into a brief silence, its eyes suddenly ablaze with ferocity as it licked its tongue and proclaimed, "Let us see who is truly unaware of their impending doom." As its chilling voice echoed, alarms rang in the heart of the Emperor, who swiftly waved his sleeve, summoning a colossal red fire crystal hand of considerable size, which surged forth in an instant to confront the sun-eating demon bear. The latter scoffed, clenching its massive paw into a fist and bringing it down with great force upon the Emperor's crown. The two forces collided violently, unleashing a catastrophic storm of primordial energy that rippled outward in a curved wave. Within 100 meters, the solid rock walls of the cavern shattered, sending boulders raining down like a torrential downpour. The Emperor, locked in confrontation with the sun-eating demon bear, felt a tightening in his throat. He swiftly retreated, seizing Night Maple and Chu Fei into his embrace, and with a deft motion, he withdrew 100 feet away from the descending boulders, transforming into a slender streak as he retreated without uttering a word. Yet, the sun-eating demon bear was not inclined to relent. I have waited for many years, and to my surprise, the Imperial clan has come knocking at my door. How could I possibly let you leave? With a sinister grin, the bear struck the cavern wall with a powerful punch, instantly sealing the exit with a fallen boulder. The emperor's complexion changed drastically before he could react. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind, compelling him to throw out his hands in defense against the towering bear. Celestial fire Kirin arm. With a fierce shout, a torrent of crimson flames erupted from the emperor's body like a volcanic eruption, forming a colossal Kirin arm that extended from him, measuring 100 meters in length. As more flames coalesced, the air resonated with the roar of tigers and the cries of dragons, as if a Kirin had descended upon the earth. Gazing upon the imposing Kirin arm, a look of disdain crossed the sun-eating demon bear's face. Is this the extent of the first clan of the divine realm? If so, then prepare to perish. A glint of cold determination shone in the emperor's eyes. How dare this beast mock the imperial clan to its face? Today, he would not leave without tearing a piece from it. With a swift alteration of his hand seal, the Kirin arm descended like a meteor towards the sun-eating demon bear's position. Humph, the bear scoffed, showing no inclination to evade or escape as the colossal Kirin arm struck down upon it. The sound of cracking echoed repeatedly, and to everyone's astonishment, the towering sun-eating demon bear collapsed under the force, blood gushing and flesh scattering. Have I succeeded? The emperor was momentarily stunned. Yet, as his voice faded, an ancient and crisp sound resonated, and the bloodstains appeared to come alive, surging rapidly. A fierce wind whipped through the air, and thick, black mist erupted from the bear's shattered wounds, coalescing into a viscous cloud. A pair of glowing red eyes fixated upon him, and with that gaze, the emperor felt a bone-chilling cold seize him. A sudden onslaught of death, malice, and dread surged forth, constricting his throat as if ensnared by an unseen force. Cackling with glee, the entity mused upon the might of the imperial lineage, compelling it to relinquish its host. Yet, such circumstances proved favorable, as its true form reveled in the thrill of battle. From the swirling dark mist emerged a claw, resembling blackened coal, which lunged fiercely and, in an instant, found itself embedded in the chest of the emperor. A dull thud echoed as the emperor coughed up a torrent of blood, his feet stomping forcefully to shatter the ground beneath him. However, even that immense strength could not wholly negate the impact, causing his body to stagger backward, carving two deep rifts into the earth, reminiscent of plowed fields. After that devastating blow felled the emperor, the blood that stained the ground caught the dark mist's attention. Is this the bloodline of the imperial clan? The mist exclaimed, its tone filled with delight, followed by a maniacal laughter. Fortune smiles upon me. To discover the existence of imperial blood in this mundane realm is truly fortuitous. Once I absorb this essence, not only shall my corporeal form be restored, but my power will ascend to unprecedented heights. With a ferocious roar, fragments erupted from the dark mist, coalescing into a 3-foot staff that hovered in the air, manifesting as the fabled heavenly departure rod. Ah, heavenly departure sovereign, did you ever imagine this artifact would fall into my grasp? Today, let it taste blood. And be sure to express your gratitude. The dark mist cackled maniacally. A fierce gust swept through as the staff transformed into a wicked black arrow, aimed directly at the emperor's head. The earlier strike had already set the emperor's vital energies into turmoil, and facing this more ferocious assault, he gritted his teeth and brandished a short blade in an attempt to parry the attack. Observing his futile struggle, the dark mist emitted a disdainful snort, accelerating the arrow's speed. Just as the staff was poised to shatter the emperor's skull, a rough voice pierced the air. Oh, I never expected to encounter a member of the demon clan here. It appears that the great battle of your failed to instill fear in you. With a resounding crash, the heavenly departure rod halted mere inches from the emperor's head. Who dares? The dark mist shouted in alarm, sensing a power unlike any it had previously encountered. As if confronting an ancient nemesis, a terrifying force emanated from the staff, causing the surrounding energies to surge, as if heralding the arrival of their sovereign. Under the astonished gaze of the dark mist, a colossal phantom emerged from the staff, causing the ground to tremble upon its descent. Heavenly departure sovereign, ye yet live? The mist shrieked in a frenzy. Ignoring the chaos that ensued, the giant bowed towards the unconscious Yi Feng, proclaiming with a booming voice, I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince. The Imperial Prince? The dark mist gasped in astonishment, a cold sweat breaking out as it recoiled several paces. It had dared to attack a member of the imperial lineage, while a figure of immense power loomed nearby, casting a menacing gaze. The mist pondered its own fate. The prince is unharmed, but this creature. The emperor's fragmented memories began to crystallize, and he recognized the sudden appearance of the heavenly departure sovereign. With a sudden smile, the celestial being, Tianli, gazed at the dark figure before him. Instantly, his ethereal form erupted with an overwhelming aura, his body twisting sharply as his crimson eyes, reminiscent of Yi Feng's, fixated intently on the encroaching darkness. Tianli's parched lips parted, emitting fragmented words. Dare to offend my imperial lineage? Die, die, die. With a flick of his hand, the Tianli staff soared into his grasp, and with a sweeping motion, a torrent of vital energy spiraled into fine red threads that ensnared the ominous black mist. From within, a monstrous roar echoed, filled with madness. Tianli, we are both worn and weary souls. Why risk everything over such trivial matters? Surely, I can extend an apology to the prince? The voice from the mist pleaded. Apologize? Do you possess the worthiness? Tianli retorted, his tone imbued with an air of superiority. The crimson threads crackled like thunder, enveloping the black mist into a cocoon of light, which then began to constrict. The mist emitted wisps of white smoke, accompanied by anguished cries, until moments later, the space fell into tranquility. Oof, what a pity for him. Yet, who is this demon that has brought you to ruin? The emperor inquired. A flicker of unease crossed Tianli's usually stoic face, as he blushed slightly. Have some regard for my dignity. He is merely a small fry. My troubles arose while escorting the prince to safety. How has the prince fared these years? Placing a hand affectionately on Yi Feng's head, there was a warmth of elderly love in his expression. The conditions have been tough, yet all is well. Old ghost, can you survive? The prince requires your assistance, the emperor pressed urgently. Yi Feng's current plight was dire. If Tianli retained even a fraction of his strength, he could easily handle the situation in Connor City. Yet, Tianli shook his head. I am not like you. You have preserved your soul, while I am merely a lingering will. Today, I am fortunate to see the prince unharmed, a testament to the collective protection of my Tianli clan. Let this Tianli staff accompany the prince, and as for you, I trust in your capabilities to lead the prince back to the divine realm. Tianli cast a glance at the emperor, who, with a discontented pout, felt moisture welling in his eyes, sensing Tianli's intentions. With a chuckle, Tianli hurled the Tianli staff, drawing forth a torrent of vital energy that surged towards their location, dimming the brilliance of the dragon's mouth. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, still in a stupor, gradually regained his senses, observing a colossal figure kneeling reverently before him. Who are you? Yi Feng inquired, bewildered. The figure smiled gently and replied, I am Tianli, the celestial being. The prince is well, I am grateful. As the words left his lips, the figure transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing into the void, leaving behind a black staff that fell at Yi Feng's feet. Is this the Tianli staff? Yi Feng reached out to grasp the dark artifact, and a deluge of information surged into his mind, leaving him dazed as he gazed at the emperor suspended in midair. This opportunity bestowed upon you by the old man is significant. The Tianli staff was once a remarkable artifact, but after years of accumulation, it has degraded to the level of a mysterious treasure. Should the opportunity arise, remember to restore it. The emperor smiled faintly, concealing certain aspects. As the Tianli master and the beings of the demon clan emerged, some of my memories were also restored. Master, who was that esteemed elder just now? Night Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it had been sliced open when the Tianli master dissipated. Yet the emperor remained unperturbed. He was merely an old monster nearing his end, much like myself. But let us not dwell on him. Young one, you have encountered a treasure. The emperor gestured towards the direction of the sun-eating demon bear. Night Feng was speechless. Did he expect him to consume the flesh of that creature? Chapter 25, The Cloudfire Bat's Theft. In the vast, dense mountains, the lush greenery resembled an endless ocean of green. Deep within a certain peak, a resolute young man sat on the ground, a strange and formidable power surging through his arms and veins. With a stretch of his hands, a torrent of vital energy surged forth, striking the void and forming a blood-red imprint several dozen feet in size, reeking of death and bloodlust. Then came a powerful shout. Hunyuan Seal. The imprint shot forth, accompanied by a violent sonic boom, ultimately crashing against the mountainside like a cannonball, leaving the wall to melt away like chocolate, rapidly collapsing into a viscous stone slurry. Gazing at his creation, Night Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his sweat-drenched face. If Hong Tianxiu were to witness this scene, he would surely weep. Initially, he intended to use this earth-level spirit weapon to possess another. Yet not only did he fail to do so, but he also lost his family heirloom, leading to his demise and inadvertently crafting a wedding dress for another. Such acts, even in the name of good deeds, seem rather excessive. Indeed, impressive, the emperor praised sincerely. Although this is merely an earth-level spirit weapon, its cultivation difficulty is extraordinary. requiring the unblocking of several hidden meridians. One must understand that a cultivator's meridians are innate, while spirit weapons generally require the unblocking of narrow or obstructed pathways within the body. However, the Han Yuan seal carries a peculiar bloodthirsty aura, and to fully harness it, this step is absolutely unavoidable. Hong Tianshou is indeed a good man. By the way, Master, can I now cultivate that body-refining martial technique? That large bear is sure to reek. Night Feng pinched his nose, casting a comical glance at the small mountain behind him, where a monstrous bear covered in black liquid loomed. At the sight of that repugnant creature, Night Feng felt his stomach churn violently, nearly retching. It was a miracle that he had endured to successfully cultivate the Han Yuan seal over the past month. Had it not been for the Emperor stating that the body-refining spirit weapon he was to cultivate next was related to this, he would have incinerated that giant bear long ago. But do not be hasty. It seems you have forgotten something of great importance, the Emperor reminded. Upon hearing these words, the youth could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, subsequently resigning himself as he lowered his head to grasp the heavenly departure staff nearby, and with a vigorous push of his feet, he soared into the depths of the mountains. You old fool, why don't you just perish? In the secluded mansion of the Meng family in Connor City, for nearly 10 days, an enraged roar would erupt periodically, causing every member of the Meng family to tremble in fear, bowing towards the hall adorned with mourning cloth, not daring to lift their heads. My son. Following the furious outburst, a wave of agonized cries filled the depths of the mansion. Meng Xiong's face twisted in anguish, tears welling in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, gazing at the dark coffin before him, his body shaking violently. Meanwhile, on a wall that was nearly shattered, Meng Lei, clad in blood-soaked mourning attire, wore a bitter expression, unable to meet Meng Xiong's gaze. At this moment, Meng Xiong had succumbed to a rage that bordered on madness. His son was dead. The heir apparent of the Meng family, Meng Yong, who had led the family in Connor City for decades, had perished. Had it been any other son, it might have been more bearable, for they were all frivolous wastrels consumed by indulgence. But Meng Yong was different. He was the designated successor and the hope for the family's resurgence. The old servant is filled with dread, having failed to protect the young master. Meng Lei prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for Meng Xiong's mercy. Faced with Meng Lei's plight, Meng Xiong clenched his fists tightly. He knew that even if he killed Meng Lei, Meng Yong would not return. A pinnacle qi refinement expert was an invaluable asset to the family, one that could not be sacrificed. Thus, for the past month, he had merely summoned Meng Lei intermittently to release his frustrations, fully aware that Meng Xiong would not resort to murder. What is the situation now? Meng Xiong slumped into the grand chair, speaking wearily. Meng Lei breathed a secret sigh of relief, having escaped the worst of it, and began reporting to the family head. The situation remains unchanged from a few days ago. We have seized a significant number of the Chu family's assets in Connor City, inflicting considerable damage on many of their young members. However, his voice abruptly halted as Meng Xiong slammed his hand on the table, his expression fierce as he barked, "Speak." Yes, family head, it remains as it was. The Daqing Chamber of Commerce seems to have lost its senses, providing assistance to the Chu family in various ways. Thus, although our assaults have been fierce, we have not managed to inflict any crippling blows on them. In truth, since Meng Lei's return to Connor City, the grieving Meng Xiong had been enraged to the brink of fury, immediately declaring war on the Chu family. Naturally, their ally, the Brand family, offered full support, leading to a fierce clash between the two factions. Yet, after more than a month, no clear victor had emerged. On one hand, both sides' leadership were recuperating and hesitant to act. On the other hand, the Chu family had secretly gained the backing of the Daqing Chamber of Commerce, significantly bolstering their strength, thus maintaining an equal footing against Meng family's attacks. However, these developments remained unknown to Yi Feng and his companions. With a fierce, volcanic pressure suddenly emanating from Meng Xiong, Meng Lei's complexion turned ashen. Though he too was a peak practitioner of qi refinement, the disparity between their strengths was evident. Faced with such overwhelming might, he could only bow his head and submit. Curse that wretched cold rain, Han Yuning. Should I lay my hands on you, I shall ensure that every member of the Meng family takes their turn with you, and arrange a ghostly marriage for my son to seal your fate. Upon hearing this, Meng Lei felt his face flush with embarrassment. How many green hats would his son wear? Yet, he understood that Meng Xiong was merely venting his frustrations. The Qin Kingdom, one of the 4 vassal states of the Daqian Empire, was a formidable entity. Who would dare challenge him? One was a colossal mountain of power, while the other was a mere ant by comparison. To act on such threats would be tantamount to courting death. Meng Xiong was simply speaking out of anger. and Meng Lei chose to listen. After a considerable time, Meng Xiong calmed himself, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In that case, let us summon the guest of Rongsu. Meng Lei was taken aback. The Rongsu Empire was a bitter enemy of the Deqian. He was well aware of the implications of such an action. However, if successful, it would be advantageous. Failure, on the other hand, could lead to the Meng family's demise if they were discovered colluding with an enemy state. Yet, seeing Meng Xiong's menacing demeanor, the elder bowed respectfully and retreated cautiously. Turning his gaze back to the coffin, Meng Xiong's eyes welled with tears. Rest assured, Father, I shall annihilate the Chu family, ensuring that all their kin, young and old, accompany you in death. In the deep mountains surrounding the ominous Cloud Valley, Yifeng dragged a monstrous beast, which was a dozen times larger than himself, to a clearing near a lake. There, he beheld a delicate maiden, sitting upon a rock, cramming a piece of meat the size of a human leg into her mouth. Rather than eating, it could be said she was voraciously devouring it, vividly reflecting Yifeng's own feelings at that moment. Upon his arrival, Chu Fei patted her rounded belly and burped contentedly, revealing her small canine teeth with a beaming smile. Brother-in-law, you're back. Indeed, Yifeng replied, glancing at the massive skeletal remains of the beast, now resembling a small mountain. He effortlessly shattered the bones with a single strike and, albeit reluctantly, handed her the freshly roasted meat. Thank you, brother-in-law, Chu Fei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of food. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the meat and began to gnaw at it, showing no signs of courtesy. Her speed left Yifeng dumbfounded. Fortunately, the Cloud Valley was teeming with magical beasts, or he would truly struggle to support such a glutton. Is it delicious? Yifeng inquired tentatively. Chu Fei wiped her greasy face with her sleeve and, with a goofy grin, replied, It's tasty. Although it's a magical beast, it's still quite edible. Quite edible? Yifeng mused. What you've consumed these past few days could feed our village for many years. As Yifeng paused momentarily, he pondered why he had mentioned the village. However, this fleeting thought was soon cast aside as he moved on to other fragments of his memory. Now was not the time for such reflections. Regardless, he approached the sun-eating demon bear, prepared to commune with the emperor through the power of his soul. As the emperor's voice echoed, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into Yifeng's mind. The god of fire refinement. The ancient script shimmered before him, imbued with a fervent essence that seemed to scorch the very heavens. A profound aura enveloped him, quickening his breath. Yifeng's gaze turned fervent as he looked to the emperor. This was the martial art mastered by the continent's foremost practitioner of physical cultivation, a man who, unable to cultivate in the traditional sense from birth, had forged his own path, excelling in bodily prowess. It was said that only those at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm could withstand 3 strikes, while those beneath that level were easily dispatched with a single blow. Regrettably, had he possessed a lifespan akin to that of a void refinement expert, he might have carved out a significant place among the continent's martial elites, the emperor mused. Yifeng felt a deep respect, not for any reason other than the fact that this unparalleled powerhouse had established such a reputation solely through his physicality, indicating that the god of fire refinement was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he questioned the relevance of this to the sun-eating demon bear, inquiring, Isn't it necessary to use elixir fire for the refinement? The emperor glanced at him, a hint of sharpness evident in his brow. Ordinary individuals are well aware of how to cultivate body-enhancing spiritual martial arts. I would not waste my breath here if this were the case. However, this is different. It is a method developed by an ordinary person who cannot absorb energy. If he were to undergo the same fiery refinement, not only would his body fail to strengthen, but he might even lose his current cultivation level, becoming a mere waste. Goodness, how bizarre. Yifeng was inwardly astonished. Indeed, this spiritual martial art diverged from the norm. Initially, he had contemplated using elixir fire for cultivation. Grateful for the emperor's guidance, he realized he might not have survived otherwise. Master, how should I cultivate? He asked. Though that formidable practitioner created this spiritual martial art, I refined it just days ago, rendering it a technique that can be cultivated with energy. Of course, to unleash the full power of the god of fire refinement, one must use its essence to shield oneself, combined with elixir fire, to achieve remarkable results. The emperor indicated with a nod towards the sun-eating demon bear. Yifeng's understanding crystallized. This was the intended application. Very well. I shall now breach the flesh of this creature to extract its essence. Step aside, little one, the emperor commanded, gesturing with his hand. Yifeng quickly retreated, witnessing the emperor slice through the air with a single hand, unleashing a formidable azure energy that cleaved the sun-eating demon bear in two. A deluge of dark blood and entrails gushed forth like a burst dam, gradually replaced by a vivid crimson tide. The emperor's expression brightened with delight. Little one, act swiftly. That is the essence of the sun-eating demon bear. Knight Maple retrieved a small jade vial, ready to make his move, when suddenly, a pink shadow burst forth from his storage pouch, darting directly towards the essence of the sun-eating demon bear. The emperor was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, the little creature had already begun to consume the essence. Is that the Cloudfire Bat? The emperor recognized it only later, realizing it was the Cloudfire Bat that Knight Maple had fought so hard to obtain. However, he never anticipated that this little creature would be so audacious as to compete with its own master for the prize. Enough, stop this at once, Knight Maple exclaimed, panic overtaking him. Without a second thought, he grasped the small jade vial and dashed into the carcass of the sun-eating demon bear, frantically vying with the Cloudfire Bat for the essence. Alas, in the end, he only managed to secure a small vial. The majority had been devoured by the Cloudfire Bat. How infuriating! Observing Knight Maple's near-manic state, the emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. Despite all his meticulous planning, he had overlooked the unexpected variable of the Cloudfire Bat. Was this fate at play? Chapter 26. Child Bride. Gazing at the distraught Knight Maple, the emperor felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. My dear Xiaofeng, as the saying goes, what is gained is fortunate, what is lost is fated. Although Knight Maple, still seething with anger, looked at the small vial of essence in his hand, his face twitching in frustration. Just moments ago, he had envisioned himself mastering the fire god armor and wreaking havoc in the cultivation world. And now, a mere Cloudfire Bat dared to challenge him for his prize. How could he possibly retaliate? He could not even compel the Cloudfire Bat to regurgitate the essence. Wait, regurgitate? Knight Maple suddenly jolted, a sinister smile creeping across his face, causing the emperor to feel a shiver down his spine as he glanced back and forth between Knight Maple and the Cloudfire Bat, hastily inquiring, Little one, what are you planning? I initially thought that nurturing this creature would make it an ally of the Chu family. But as you can see, even if it were to reach the soul refinement stage, it would be ages away. So why not? In a swift motion, Knight Maple produced a small knife from an unknown source, sharpening it against a nearby stone, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon the Cloudfire Bat lying on the ground, patting its belly. Let me slice open its belly and extract the essence for my cultivation. Without further ado, Knight Maple vanished from sight, appearing right before the Cloudfire Bat. The latter, suddenly shrouded in a large shadow, squinted its eyes, displaying a perplexed expression. In an instant, Knight Maple thrust the knife forward, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp, decisive sound aimed at the Cloudfire Bat's belly. At that moment, the emperor felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his voice rising in urgency as he shouted within Knight Maple's mind, Little one, retreat at once. Without needing further prompting, Knight Maple summoned all his energy to shield his body, retreating explosively, but it was already too late. The formidable impact forcefully struck the retreating Yifeng, producing a dull thud that caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was taken aback to discover that a significant portion of his chest had been violently caved in. Yifeng's complexion paled momentarily as he steadied himself, his feet firmly planted on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was propelled backward nearly 10 meters, finally coming to a halt after crashing into a large piece of bluestone. It was a profound and overwhelming aura, awakening like an ancient behemoth, emitting a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Stimulated by such a sound, all the beasts within the Black Cloud Canyon erupted in a chorus of earth-shattering roars, causing countless lower-tier magical creatures in the canyon to tremble uncontrollably. Yifeng gazed vacantly at the distant black orb, unable to discern what lay within, yet the earth-shattering power emanated from it. Was it possible that this was the moment he had been preparing to confront the Cloudfire Bat? The thought made him shudder. Teacher, have I stirred up trouble? Is it a relative of the Cloudfire Bat that has arrived? Yifeng swallowed hard, fearing that this was the only plausible explanation. However, the emperor shook his head repeatedly, stating, That Cloudfire Bat from earlier, my dear boy, I too cannot discern its origin. But one thing is certain, it is far from an ordinary magical beast. As they conversed, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Yifeng, astonished, looked down to see the black orb now radiating an all-consuming black light. His gaze sharpened, but the next moment he felt dizzy, hastily averting his eyes in distress. What could that entity be, capable of devouring even one's sight? Yifeng pondered, rubbing his forehead. This scene persisted for several minutes until faint cracking sounds of an eggshell echoed, followed by the tiny fissures on the surface of the orb quietly splitting apart. Yi Feng's eyes were fixed on this spectacle, aware that it concerned his very life. If a formidable beast were to emerge from within, both he and Chu Fei would likely be inadequate in comparison. Yet, his apprehensions proved unfounded. At last, after a tense wait, the orb completely dissipated, revealing its contents before Yi Feng's eyes. A nude figure stood suspended in the air, surrounded by delicate strands of black light, exuding an enchanting allure. Her long, cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, cascading down to her curvaceous form, embodying the essence of a mature yet youthful maiden, with features as exquisite as a painting, skin as pure as snow, and eyes resembling dark pearls radiating an allure of temptation. She possessed a charmingly innocent visage that would surely be a fatal temptation for any with a penchant for youthful beauty. If she were to continue growing, Yi Feng would undoubtedly find it impossible to resist such extraordinary beauty. Is this the Cloudfire Bat? Yi Feng stammered, nearly biting his tongue in astonishment. Indeed, even the esteemed emperor could not suppress his astonishment at this very moment. Although his memory housed a wealth of knowledge regarding magical beasts, it was commonly understood that only those who ascended to the realm of spiritual transformation could take on human form. Yet, it seemed that the Cloudfire Bat was still in its juvenile stage. How could it possibly have grown so rapidly? The girl stretched languidly, her delicate and tender waist accentuating her burgeoning figure perfectly. As she opened her eyes, a look of naive bewilderment combined with a deathly aura caused Yi Feng to retreat several steps. However, upon reflection, Yi Feng felt a twinge of shame. After all, he was a mid-level Qi refinement warrior. How could he possibly fear a mere newborn monster? Just as he was about to inquire, an overwhelming force emanated from the girl, manifesting in a spiraling tempest that surged outward in all directions. Yi Feng was taken aback. This was a soul refinement realm warrior? The tone of the emperor's voice grew grave, for he sensed that this power was still escalating. Should it surpass the limits he could control, Yi Feng would find himself teetering on the brink of life and death, and there would be no second divine intervention to aid him. Simultaneously, Yi Feng's heart raced, and the astonishment on his face was beyond words. The previously wounded Cloudfire Bat had required the combined efforts of numerous Qi refinement warriors to subdue, and now a soul refinement warrior had appeared. Dispatching him would surely be child's play. At that moment, the girl moved, and had it not been for his resolute spirit, Yi Feng would have fled in terror. Yet, an inexplicable sense within him suggested that this little girl bore no intention of harming him. As he pondered, the girl approached him, her bare form radiant, extending a delicate wrist towards him. She lifted her adorable, refined head and emitted a few gentle calls. Her soft voice reminiscent of a child playfully seeking attention, akin to a hungry infant imploring for sustenance. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. The little creature's hand was reaching for his storage pouch. Instinctively, he opened it, revealing a plethora of spiritual herbs within. Upon sighting these treasures, the girl expressed delight, eagerly rummaging through the contents and hastily stuffing them into her mouth, her eating habits rivaling that of Chu Fei. Meanwhile, Yi Feng felt a pang of distress. The reason for his turmoil was simple. He could afford to raise a gluttonous beast, but now he faced a creature that consumed crystal stones and spiritual herbs. How many pills would he need to refine to sustain her? It wasn't until the girl finished the last crystal stone, yawning with reluctance before collapsing into a deep slumber, that Yi Feng gazed at his nearly depleted storage pouch, torn between laughter and tears. Master, how should I deal with this creature? She has stolen my vital essence and devoured a substantial portion of my reserves. If I simply let her go, I would feel a pang of regret. A glimmer of fervor sparkled in Yi Feng's eyes, while the emperor beside him gasped in shock. Little Feng, do you intend to take this creature with you? Understanding the thoughts of the night breeze, the voice of the emperor resounded in his heart. With a chuckle, the night breeze licked his lips, feeling a slight thrill as he said, Master, this is indeed a matter of fortune and fate. Since luck has arrived, how can one not take the chance? The fact that even an erudite figure like the emperor was unaware of the origins of this entity further indicated that the young girl must possess a remarkable background. If he were to nurture her as a personal attendant, he would immediately acquire a free protector at the soul refinement realm. Once she matures and her family arrives, it would undoubtedly add a formidable ally to his forces. This child, the emperor sighed, unable to fully grasp the whims of the night breeze. Yet, a reminder was necessary. You should be aware that even if she takes on a human form, it does not guarantee humanity. If everything unfolds as you envision, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. However, have you considered what might happen if the forces behind her have certain rules? Or if her memories are merely sealed for a brief period? Once awakened, she may not acknowledge any debts of gratitude. The night breeze, initially brimming with delight, momentarily froze, his expression tightening in contemplation. After a long pause, he exhaled softly and murmured, "I cannot dwell on such matters. Master, fortune favors the bold. I cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. Ah, my dear child, I hope you do not end up burning yourself." The emperor sighed in resignation, tacitly agreeing. Chuckling, the night breeze thought to himself, "In truth, there is something I haven't mentioned. The fact that the emperor did not whisk me away during the perilous moments suggests that despite the formidable might of this unknown entity, the emperor is confident in handling it. With such a divine guardian, how could I refrain from taking a risk?" However, he kept this thought to himself, for if the emperor were to discover it, he would surely exclaim, "You little rascal, even I am outsmarted by you." The night breeze regarded the young girl as if she were a precious work of art. He then retrieved a set of robes from his storage pouch and delicately draped it over her smooth skin, akin to fine jade. His gaze took on a more frivolous demeanor, and he drooled slightly as he thought, "From now on, I shall call you Yunluo. How delightful it would be to have you as my child bride." Being a youthful and passionate lad, the night breeze could not resist giving a playful pinch to the girl's delicate form, confident that no one would notice his innocent teasing of a minor. Yet, a voice interrupted his lewd musings. "Child bride, are you referring to her?" The night breeze stiffened, mechanically turning his head to see the newcomer, forcing a few awkward chuckles. "Little Fei, what brings you here?" Chapter 27. The Divine Fire Armor. Explain yourself. Chu Fei demanded, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing through the night breeze. She wore an expression of despair, unsure whether to lament for herself or her sister, who also appeared equally embarrassed by the brazen words that had escaped her lips. However, she is, after all, his third miss, and she may very well become his future sister-in-law. If he does not provide an explanation, how will they navigate the days ahead? Thus, for nearly half an hour, Yifeng earnestly conveyed his thoughts. In essence, their relationship is innocent, yet the temper of Miss Chu Fei flared up once more. She refused to believe him, accusing him of being a heartless scoundrel. Yifeng, towering above her, felt an overwhelming urge to seize her and teach her a lesson. At that moment, a voice of discontent emerged between them. "Humph, what are you arguing about?" Silence. A fierce aura erupted like a volcano, startling both Yifeng and Chu Fei, who turned to see that it was the awakened Yunluo. Enchanting, she was a beauty that could bring kingdoms to their knees. Her adorably charming visage paired with an icy demeanor akin to a snow lotus, rendering Chu Fei feeling inferior yet igniting her competitive spirit. After all, women are inherently prone to comparison, and Chu Fei was no exception. "What insolence, little vixen! How dare you command me to be silent? Just watch how I deal with you," Chu Fei exclaimed, extending her hand towards Yunluo. Yifeng's heart sank, though not tall. She was nonetheless a formidable soul-refining realm practitioner. For Chu Fei to confront her was tantamount to courting disaster. "Little Fei, refrain from being reckless. Come back," Yifeng cautioned, but it was too late. Yunluo merely lifted an eyebrow with a disdainful curve as Chu Fei approached. Believing her imposing presence had rendered the girl speechless, and a victorious smile spread across her face. "Little vixen, prepare to meet your end." Yet, just as Chu Fei drew near, Yunluo swiftly swung her arm, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted from within her. The palpable force left Chu Fei dumbfounded, realizing the folly of challenging someone 2 levels above her. In the midst of Chu Fei's astonishment at Yunluo's strength, Yunluo delivered a sudden strike with her palm, moving with such speed that no one had time to react before it landed squarely on Chu Fei's chest. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of delicate punches rained down upon Chu Fei, causing her to feel her vitality surge as a sharp pain radiated from her front. She sensed that if this continued, her very essence would shatter. "Ah, brother-in-law, save me." Despite maintaining her pride, she found herself on the brink of despair. Yunluo, with claws extending from her fingers, advanced to leave 5 marks upon Chu Fei's face. "Yunluo, stop!" Yifeng shouted. Just as the claw was poised to strike Chu Fei's face, it pivoted dramatically, landing solidly on her shoulder instead. With a cry, Chu Fei's legs buckled, and she knelt before Yunluo. "Allah!" Chu Fei, rubbing her chest, burst into tears. "You!" Yifeng was seething with rage, unable to believe the severity of the situation as the girl had struck with such ferocity. "Release her," Yifeng commanded. Fully aware of Yunluo's mysterious lineage and her formidable strength in the soul refinement realm, he understood that being overly assertive might yield adverse effects, so he endeavored to temper his emotions. However, Yunluo paid no mind to his words. Her captivating eyes glinted with a hint of malice as she regarded him with a chilling gaze. Lowering her head, her lips, tinted with a hint of menace, moved slightly. With delicate fingers, she gently lifted Chu Fei's chin, resembling a tyrant teasing a virtuous woman, and pronounced with an air of disdain, "Should you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, prepare for the consequences." With that, she forcefully shoved him away, causing Chu Fei to roll several times like a hefty ball before coming to a stop. Now subdued, Chu Fei retreated into the shadows behind Yi Feng, her posture shrinking, not daring to show her face. Esteemed senior, might I inquire about your identity?" Yi Feng gulped, taken aback by the young lady's formidable prowess. Addressing her as senior seemed fitting. Yet, his words elicited an inscrutable expression from the girl, her dulcet voice emerging with a teasing lilt. "Did you not call me Yin Luo? Am I not to be your child bride? And now you refuse to acknowledge it?" Yi Feng's face flushed crimson, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, esteemed senior, you jest. I am but a fool who cannot recognize the mountain of your greatness. Since you have awakened, might I implore you to take your leave?" Yi Feng, now wary of the young girl, had initially perceived her as a naive child. Yet, her adeptness in handling him revealed her to be an ancient entity, having lived for many years. At this moment, he harbored no desire to serve as her unwitting pawn. Rather, he wished for her swift departure. After all, having an enigmatic and potentially volatile soul refinement expert nearby was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, one that he, as merely a chi refinement practitioner, could not withstand. But to his surprise, Yin Luo chuckled softly. "Depart?" She elongated the word, her delicate palm gliding over her youthful form as if appraising her own curves. With a playful flick of her tongue across her rosy lips, she exuded an intoxicating allure reminiscent of a poisonous poppy, irresistible despite its danger. "I am all alone in this world. You are the only person I know. Where else could I possibly go?" Yi Feng nearly choked on his breath. How could a soul refinement girl claim to be alone in the world? How had she cultivated such power? Yet, this scenario was not entirely implausible. Perhaps she, like him, had suffered amnesia and was cast away by some formidable force. Sensing Yi Feng's reluctance, the coldness in Yin Luo's bright eyes intensified, her gaze fixated upon him, radiating a palpable aura of menace. "I will remain by your side. Do not entertain thoughts of casting me out. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure your demise." A shroud of murderous intent enveloped Yin Luo, and under her penetrating stare, Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were trapped in the depths of winter. This made him acutely aware that she was not jesting. "Esteemed senior, you may call me Yin Luo." Night Maple offered an awkward smile, secretly regretting how he had entangled himself with such a mysterious little girl. However, it was too late for regrets now. Wasn't this precisely what he desired? A free, formidable aid? "Well, I shall take my leave to rest," Yin Luo yawned, a delicate smile gracing her lips. A surge of dark energy erupted forth, and in an instant, her form began to shrink until she transformed into a petite girl with delicate wings. Her entire being a soft, translucent pink, no larger than a fist. She then lazily perched on Night Maple's shoulder, leaving both of them in utter astonishment. What exactly is this?" Chu Fei stammered, casting a wary glance at Yin Luo, as if fearing that this creature might suddenly launch an attack on her. "Would that I knew," Night Maple mused, observing the unpredictable little sprite on his shoulder. Although unsure of her intentions, she appeared harmless for the moment, which was indeed a comforting thought. "Phew. Little Fei, I must commence my cultivation." Night Maple inhaled deeply, a strange smile playing on his lips. If a mere child could threaten him, it seemed evident that his strength was still insufficient. Chu Fei sensed something amiss with Night Maple and promptly retreated. 4 towering peaks loomed like colossal beasts guarding a central circular area, from which dark red gas had been seeping for 3 days, enveloping the sky for miles around. Night Maple, bearing a large jar, poured a copious amount of black liquid into the circular pit, akin to a seemingly bottomless abyss. The refining fire divine armor was irreplaceable for initial stage cultivators, while the blood of the sun-devouring demon bear possessed remarkable efficacy in tempering the body. Night Maple understood he was still young and could not rely solely on one method to dominate the continent. For now, he merely needed to navigate the present circumstances. The abyss was filled with the blood of the sun-devouring demon bear, which, from Hong Tianshou's final fragmented memories, contained the formidable essence of legendary powerhouses from yesteryears, making it an invaluable resource for Night Maple's cultivation. Utilizing this blood to purify his body would serve as the ultimate tonic for him. Suddenly, the Emperor surged forth from within Night Maple, fixating his gaze upon the blood-tinged abyss, occasionally watching as blood bubbles formed and burst, releasing a dense energy that permeated the air. Teacher, Knight Maple nodded toward the Emperor. The Emperor replied, as a flicker of purple-red flame danced from his fingertips, resembling a fiery sprite. In an instant, it plunged into the abyss. Upon contact with the blood, the area erupted into a blazing inferno, unleashing an even more potent and violent force. Are you prepared? The Emperor inquired with concern, the worry evident in his gaze. Yifeng smiled faintly, his expression slightly grave as he gazed at the black hole before him. The chaotic and potent energy within it was a shortcut to enhancing his strength. Standing at the edge of the black hole, Yifeng pondered for a moment before nodding resolutely, dispelling any lingering hesitation. I knew it, he thought. As the Emperor's gaze solidified with determination, he turned and departed, a voice echoing softly in the distance. I shall guard you. No one shall disturb you, little one. I wish you good fortune. Thank you, Master, Yifeng replied gratefully, casting a glance at the Emperor before his toes lightly touched the ground. In an instant, he shed his garments and plunged into the abyss with a splash. As he entered the black hole, a chilling cold and a searing pain surged through him, alternating in intensity. A peculiar rumble resonated, as red and black patterns swiftly traced the pathways of Yifeng's meridians, unleashing an extremely violent energy that rampaged through his veins like a parasite. The excruciating pain caused him to bite his lip, blood trickling down as, amidst the agony, slender, nearly imperceptible red and black filaments began to sprout from his body, gradually spreading throughout. Chapter 28. Fierce battle time passed, nearly half a month, during which Chu Fei meandered aimlessly outside. Fortunately, the Emperor had discerned her habits while within Yifeng's sea of consciousness, and every so often, he would capture a magical beast to satiate her appetite. She mistakenly believed these offerings were sent by Yifeng through Yun Luo, thus remaining quiet and compliant. The Emperor felt exasperated, noting how the first two sisters of the Chu family embodied a refined elegance, while the third sister seemed starkly different. At this moment, Yifeng found himself at a critical juncture. The blood of the sun-eating magic bear, though rich in energy, was also tainted with a sinister corrosive force. Under this influence, Yifeng's skin felt as if it were being pricked by needles and scorched by fire. This forced him to divide his focus, absorbing the tumultuous power of the blood, enduring the dual sensations of ice and fire, and contending with the corrosive force. He sensed he was nearing his limits, having nearly succumbed to unconsciousness several times. Once more, under the intense pain, Yifeng bit his tongue, awakening his senses. I cannot do this alone. I need someone to help fend off the corrosive force, he thought anxiously. However, being in seclusion, the greatest taboo was external disturbances. The Emperor and Chu Fei were unreliable sources of assistance. Just then, a gentle sensation brushed against his shoulder. Yun Luo, Yifeng instinctively called out. To his surprise, Yun Luo opened her tiny mouth, absorbing the strands of black power and swallowing them whole. Observing her formidable devouring ability, Yifeng felt a tingle in his limbs. If she could consume that corrosive force, what would happen if one day she decided to swallow him as well? Such thoughts were fleeting, and he soon settled cross-legged, concentrating intently on absorbing the energy emanating from the black hole. The tranquil meditation persisted for approximately 4 to 5 hours. Suddenly, an invisible tempest of vital energy erupted violently from Yifeng's body. In an instant, the surrounding rocks and trees were reduced to dust, swirling in the wind, while the 4 mountain peaks trembled slightly in response. Fine, thorn-like hairs rapidly covered Yifeng's entire form, appearing both translucent and tangible, adorned with intricate red and black patterns. It resonated like the deep, muffled roar of a bull as Yifeng's soul surged forth, causing the vital energy within him to swell to a terrifying magnitude. As the profound sound emanating from the depths of his soul reverberated, Yifeng's tightly shut eyes abruptly flew open. With a powerful cry resonating from his throat, a thin layer of luminous energy enveloped his body, revealing itself upon closer inspection as a delicate combination of fine hairs. The first layer of the fire-refining divine armor, the Tsongnyo armor, utilized these fine hairs to augment his strength in battle, shielding his body and reflecting 30% of the damage back to the opponent. As the Emperor explained from an unknown source, merely 30%, Yifeng expressed his disappointment, stretching his limbs and realizing that donning this soft armor felt inconsequential. After enduring so much hardship, the outcome was less impressive than that of a few hundred crystal stones. What a misfortune. Seeing his dissatisfaction, the Emperor chided him lightly. What are you thinking, little one? You should be grateful. If you use this Tsongnyo armor against an opponent of equal strength, It means that your adversary can only exert 70% of their power. This also applies to higher-level opponents. Currently, even against those of the advanced soul refining level or below, you possess the ability to retreat unscathed. Are you not satisfied? Do you expect this to aid you in sparring with formidable beings from the spirit realm? Ah, I see, Yifeng replied with a sheepish smile, realizing that it also held value against higher-level opponents. He swiftly donned his robe, while Yun Luo on his shoulder drifted back into a deep slumber, embodying the essence of eat and sleep. Yifeng chuckled at the irony, but was content knowing that through this experience, he understood that if he encountered danger, this little one would not remain indifferent. Master, have we been here for nearly 2 months? He inquired. Yes, the emperor nodded in affirmation. Indeed. If you had not completed your training of the Hong Yuan seal and fire refining divine armor, I would not have dared to let you leave. Now that you have reached a significant level, it is time to return. If we delay any longer, the Chu family may have already lost their wits. Yes. Yifeng recalled the haunting gaze he had encountered, letting out a quiet sigh. The emperor's involvement with him and Chu Fei in the Dragon's Breath incident must have been relayed back to Connor City by Meng Lei. After killing Meng Yong and being absent for such a long duration with Chu Fei, it was likely that all factions in Connor City had been thrown into chaos. We must hurry back, Yifeng said, placing Yun Luo into his storage pouch. He then conferred with Chu Fei regarding their return, and she appeared quite delighted at the prospect. Together, they set forth towards the direction of Connor City. As he strolled slowly through the dense forest, sensing that no formidable magical beasts lurked nearby, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. Presently, he was accompanied by an exceedingly cumbersome companion. If they were to inadvertently encounter a troublesome creature, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, their luck had held, and they had not encountered any menacing beasts along their journey. Even if there were any, they were merely low-level magical beasts frightened off by Yifeng. Their passage had been remarkably smooth. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Yifeng furrowed his brow. It seemed they would not reach Connor City until deep into the night. After traversing another small grove, the night completely enveloped the moonlight. Yifeng, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned to Chu Fei and remarked, "It appears we have no choice but to camp out in the forest." I refuse," Chu Fei protested, unwilling to accept this predicament. As the esteemed daughter of the Chu family, and a young lady at that, what was the meaning of camping in such a desolate wilderness? Just as Yifeng was preparing to persuade this stubborn lady, the nearby trees suddenly rustled. A figure was seen fleeing with great distress, collapsing to the ground as it emerged from the forest, utterly exhausted. With a furrowed brow, Yifeng shook his head in resignation. He had no time for acts of heroism. In the realm of cultivation, those with a compassionate heart often did not last long. He then grasped Chu Fei and intended to find another place to camp. However, as if sensing their presence, the man suddenly called out loudly, "Little brother, we are in trouble. I beseech you, lend us a hand and relay a message to my family." "No time," Yifeng replied curtly, raising his hand as he turned to leave. "Wait, little brother." Seeing Yifeng gradually retreating, the man gritted his teeth and shouted with all his might, "I am from the Chu family, a subordinate of the esteemed Miss Chu Piapiao. She is in peril. If you help me deliver this message, you will be our family's benefactor." The man's words held truth. Chu Piapiao's strength was such that she could easily assume the role of an elder within the family, her worth indeed meriting any sacrifice from the Chu family. At the sound of the man's plea, Chu Fei froze, abruptly shaking off Yifeng and desperately trying to rush towards him, grasping the collar of the man and shaking him vigorously. "What did you say? What has happened to my elder sister? Speak quickly," Chu Fei cried, tears welling up in her eyes. The bond between the three sisters had always been strong, and upon hearing of Chu Piapiao's peril, her heart ached. Yet, she overlooked a crucial detail. The man, in his frantic attempt to summon assistance, had already exhausted all his strength and could hardly endure her vigorous shaking. "Little Fei, let us speak calmly," Yifeng said, noticing the man beginning to froth at the mouth, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If he did not intervene, would this man perish from Chu Fei's shaking? Hearing Yifeng's voice, Chu Fei released her grip. Yifeng hastily placed a pill into the man's mouth. Gradually, a gentle medicinal force began to mend the man's injuries, restoring color to his pallid face. "Cough, thank you both. No need for thanks. This is Miss Chu Fei, the third miss of the Chu family. I am Yifeng. What on earth has transpired?" Yifeng blinked, his crimson eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "What? You are the third miss, and you are young Master Yi? You cannot be alive." The man gasped, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. How could these two stand before him, and what could have prompted their confrontation with the Meng and Brand families? Mind your own business regarding whether I am alive or dead. Quickly tell me what has happened to my elder sister. Chu Fei shouted at the man, causing his complexion to shift dramatically as he hurriedly recounted the series of events. It turned out that since the war between the Chu family and the Meng and Brand families commenced 2 months ago, all of the Chu family's enterprises had suffered severe assaults, with Black Cloud Mountain being the focal point. In fact, within the first month, 3 mid-level Qi refining experts from the Chu family had already perished. Yi Feng, originally responsible for Black Cloud Mountain, was unable to arrive in time, and thus had to delegate the defense to Chu Piapiao. However, the Meng family devised a nefarious scheme to poison the water source, successfully contaminating the entire water supply of Black Cloud Mountain. Although Chu Piapiao discovered the plot in time, most of the Chu family's guards had already been poisoned and rendered unable to fight back. In desperation, a team of death warriors was dispatched to carve a bloody path for help. Now I understand. Lead the way. We must rescue my elder sister. Yi Feng stood up, drawing the celestial staff from his storage pouch with a smile. What? Young Master Yi, you alone? The man exclaimed in panic. Young Master Yi, the number of Meng family warriors attacking Black Cloud Mountain is overwhelming. We should return to the family first and report the situation. Enough of this nonsense. The family head and the elders are monitoring from Connor City. Their top-tier combatants will certainly not engage. The assailants at Black Cloud Mountain are merely a group of lowly figures, at most at the Qi refining level. Besides, did you not say they were resorting to underhanded tactics? If they were truly powerful, would they resort to such measures? Hurry, lead the way. If anything happens to my elder sister, I shall leave you to the third miss. Yi Feng smacked the man's head, rolling his eyes as he urged him on. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the man suddenly understood. My goodness, no wonder he is the son-in-law of the Chu family. His intellect is truly remarkable. Once he had recuperated, Yi Feng grasped the man's arm with one hand and wrapped the other around Chu Fei's slender waist. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he sped through the forest. Chapter 29. Arrival at Black Cloud Mountain with a guide. Yi Feng's speed was astonishing. Traversing 3 mountains in merely half an hour, a stronghold appeared before him, Black Cloud Mountain, the treasury of the Chu family. Yi Feng had initially imagined Black Cloud Mountain to be akin to a bandit lair, yet upon arrival, he realized it was, in fact, a city nestled against the mountains. With its steep terrain and imposing, thick walls, the city was well fortified, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. It was aptly described as a fortress that could withstand the might of thousands. As Yi Feng and his companions arrived, they were completely taken aback by the thunderous shouts and cries of battle that echoed throughout the area. The colossal trebuchet relentlessly hurled massive stones the size of grinding wheels against the city walls, emitting a deafening wail. The devastating force generated by the acceleration of gravity rendered the walls riddled with gaping holes, causing them to tremble precariously. Upon the walls, the young defenders occasionally failed to evade the falling boulders, meeting their demise in an instant, reduced to mere flesh and bone. A cacophony of chaotic sounds, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones, resonated throughout the battlements. The enemy had commenced their siege, and the captains and officers of the Chu family shouted commands atop the walls, the atmosphere thick with tension, an inevitable bloodbath looming ahead. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared atop the battlements, bellowing to the crowd, "Loose the arrows." In a synchronized clamor, the archers of the Chu family stood ready, drawing their bows to unleash a volley upon the foes below. Arrows rained down like a dark cloud, whistling as they descended upon the adversaries. Heart-wrenching screams echoed from the ground, as nearly hundreds perished in an instant. Humph, the Chu family's eldest daughter possesses some skill, but this is where it ends. An ancient voice reverberated across the expansive mountains, as numerous members of the Meng family fell to the ground. The Chu family warriors displayed a flicker of fear upon hearing such words. Then, a terrifying aura surged forth, pressing down upon the battlements like an immense mountain, as spiderweb-like fissures abruptly appeared in the walls. The powerful energy collided forcefully with the fortifications, instantly shattering the formation of the Chu family defenders, many of whom tumbled down, meeting a grim fate. A pinnacle cultivator of the Qi refinement realm, the Chu family's experts were taken aback as a gaping breach was torn in the city defenses. The Meng family assailants, eyes gleaming, swiftly employed their martial techniques to surge upward. A torrent of energy erupted from the Chu family warriors, momentarily halting the advancing wave of Meng family soldiers. However, faced with the formidable presence of the Meng family's peak cultivator, such energy could not be sustained for long. As anticipated, chaos soon engulfed the city defenses, with Meng family soldiers pouring forth to engage in a grueling tug-of-war against the Chu defenders. Chu-he, keep an eye on the young lady. I will assist them, Yifeng declared, casting aside his staff as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging into the Meng family ranks. They could never have anticipated an assault from behind. Feeling a sudden chill in their throats before their heads were severed and sent soaring into the air, their last sight was their own blood-soaked, headless corpses. Chuckling, Yifeng did not look back, exclaiming with a laugh, I adore this place. The night, stained with blood, was a man's most cherished spectacle. Though Yifeng had defeated numerous foes, compared to this night, they seemed insignificant. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the battlements. Upon reaching the walls, he observed the chaos unfolding and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward into the fray. As he approached the battlefield, a sword came slicing through the air towards him. He deftly sidestepped, avoiding the lethal edge, and with a swift motion of his Tianli staff, he struck forward. A sharp sound echoed as he severed the throat of his assailant, blood gushing forth as the body crumpled to the ground. Like a wraith, he moved with an ethereal grace, his vitality harmonizing with the Tianli staff, and in an instant, more than 20 corpses lay strewn around him. However, Yifeng's vision grew increasingly blurred, stained by the splattered blood upon his face. The enemy was overwhelming in number, seemingly infinite, an unending tide of foes to vanquish. Alongside Yifeng, countless members of the Chu family fought valiantly for their clan's honor and survival, including Chu Tian, who had just ascended to the position of external steward and broken through to the Qi condensation realm. His long sword transformed into a multitude of fierce blades of light. With every swing, formidable opponents fell before him. Thus, this area became the sole bastion of the Chu family's defense that remained unbreached. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal the vacant stare in Chu Tian's eyes, resembling a relentless killing machine. He was acutely aware that the youth who had aided him had been slain, the culprit standing before him. His consciousness faded, and as he gazed upon the sea of corpses, his heart ached, and he silently cried out, Brother Yifeng, I shall avenge you today. Chu Tian, be cautious. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sharp voice pierced through the chaos. He turned abruptly, his hair standing on end at the sight of an elderly figure with a cold smile, a fist imbued with a violently potent essence hurtling towards him. This man was Meng Lei, the elder of the Meng family and commander of the operation. In truth, he had volunteered to lead this mission to rectify his previous mistakes and seize this pivotal stronghold of the Chu family. To ensure success, he had even gone to great lengths to procure a deadly poison capable of incapacitating even the most powerful Qi condensation warriors. Failure was not an option. Sensing the gravity of his situation, Chu Tian gazed at the rapidly enlarging fist of fury, a grim smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, followed by a maniacal laugh. Old dog, I will ensure you accompany Brother Yifeng to the grave. He retaliated with a punch of his own, meeting the impending assault head-on. The fierce clash was imminent. Yet, just as Meng Lei's strike was about to descend upon Chu Tian, a dark flash surged to intercept the powerful blow. Meng Lei was taken aback, his body jolting as he attempted to dissipate the force, but even so, the dark energy remained relentless. With cries of agony echoing, the Meng family's warriors, who had just secured their position atop the city walls, began to plummet like dumplings. Following in the wake of the fallen Chu family members, Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, only to soon behold a stunning figure clad in black armor, wielding dual blades. Her presence radiated an aura as formidable as an ice mountain, capturing the attention of all the warriors present. The young miss, as they beheld her graceful silhouette, countless Chu family members felt rejuvenated, their spirits soaring. The Meng warriors, too, turned their attention towards Chu Piapiao, pausing to observe the impending clash of the two most powerful combatants. Heh, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, you have finally made your appearance. Meng Lei stood atop the city wall, his gaze sharp and piercing as he fixed his eyes on Chu Piapiao. Capturing the crystal mine was indeed an achievement. But if he could also seize the eldest daughter of the Chu family alive, that would be an accomplishment not to be overlooked. I have been waiting for you as well. Chu Piapiao, with her icy beauty reminiscent of a cold moon, glared fiercely at Meng Lei, her voice resonating with anger. Today, I shall avenge my younger sister. Raising her head, her countenance was frigid, yet it radiated a fervent spirit of combat that echoed through the heavens. A torrent of unrestrained fury surged in her eyes, as if it sought to incinerate the man before her. It was this very old scoundrel who had slain her sister. After all, when enemies meet, there is no room for mercy. To her surprise, Meng Lei chuckled heartily, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. Dear Miss Chu, were you in your prime, I might have had some reservations, but I have heard that in your efforts to save those poisoned Chu family members, You have already exhausted much of your energy. Pray tell, how do you expect to contend with me? A formidable malevolence loomed over the Chu family disciples like oppressive storm clouds, their eyes blazing with rage as they regarded him. How despicably shameless of the Meng family to resort to such underhanded tactics. I spit on you, you vile old wretch, to have such a cruel heart. When the Chu family reinforcements arrive, I shall have you torn to shreds. Chu Tian interjected angrily. Yet Meng Lei appeared indifferent, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Heh, do you truly believe this will be just another trivial skirmish? The Meng family has allied with the Brand family for a full-scale assault on the Chu family. Whether those messengers you dispatched can even reach the outskirts of Connor City is uncertain. Do you still harbor hopes for assistance from the Chu family? It is time to awaken from such sweet dreams, young one. Infuriating, shameless old thief. The Chu family disciples erupted in fervent outrage, hurling curses, but Meng Lei remained unfazed. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Heh, no one can save you now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention something. The powerful allies you so painstakingly recruited for the Chu family were actually bribed by me 3 days ago. It is quite possible that the Chu family has already been annihilated. Chu family members, surrender and you may be spared. Otherwise, prepare to accompany this eldest daughter of the Chu family to the grave. Meng Lei believed that the warriors recruited by the Chu family were not true members of the family, thinking that a mere threat would compel them to yield. Yet he was gravely mistaken. The warriors from Black Cloud Mountain were genuine members of the Chu family, their loyalty unwavering. Faced with such a precarious situation, not a single one chose to betray their kin. Upon hearing Meng Lei's words, the messenger from the Chu family immediately changed his expression. Secretly relieved that he had not returned, yet concern soon followed. Third miss, what about our family? Do not worry. With my brother-in-law here, everything will be fine. Chu Fei, with her lovely big eyes, gazed intently at a certain point atop the city wall. Though she could not discern Yi Feng's position, she believed wholeheartedly in his invincibility and felt assured that the Chu family's crisis would be weathered successfully. Infuriated, Chu Piapiao seethed with resentment, contemplating the treachery of those who feasted at the table of the Chu family. Upon deeper reflection, her thoughts held merit. The formidable warriors recruited by the Chu clan were amenable to lending their strength when circumstances favored the family. Yet it would indeed be a luxury to demand their unwavering loyalty. Recognizing the futility of remaining entrenched, Chu Piapiao resolved to break free. With a surge of vast vitality, she unleashed her twin blades, which transformed behind her into a myriad of sword edges, an array of azure lotus blades. With a graceful flick of her delicate wrist, a symphony of piercing winds erupted, as the countless blades surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing fiercely towards Meng Lei. Meng Lei gazed impassively at the onslaught of fierce winds, his eyes swirling with dark energy, unfazed. With a cold smirk, he taunted. A waning strength still dares to speak of valor. Come to your demise. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Meng Lei unleashed a bolt of lightning from his being, streaking through the night sky with a resounding thunderclap. The atmosphere crackled with turbulent energy as two massive violet fingers materialized menacingly. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Chu Piapiao trembled slightly. Her delicate hands tightening around the twin blades, she raised slowly. This thunder demon finger is my signature technique. It is an honor for you to perish beneath it. Meng Lei sneered, his smile grotesque and savage, akin to a tyrant from the depths of hell. With a disdainful huff, Chu Piapiao summoned her resolve, launching a barrage of lethal azure light towards Meng Lei with blinding speed. The violet fingers, entwined with flickering sparks of lightning, met the blades, rendering them as ineffective as water against stone. Meng Lei's lips curled into a sinister grin as he advanced. The speed of the violet fingers doubled, crashing down upon the twin blades with an unrelenting force. The sound of shattering echoed as the blades were crushed, yet the momentum continued, bearing down upon Chu Piapiao. The backlash from the spiritual weapon left Chu Piapiao gravely injured, her legs buckling beneath her as she fell. The lethal fingers bore down upon her in that instant. Protect the young lady. Observing Chu Piapiao in peril, the remaining capable warriors of the Chu family sprang forth to shield her. However, the violet fingers struck like lightning. They barely glimpsed darkness before their bodies erupted in a gruesome display, as several of the Chu disciples perished in the blink of an eye. Step aside. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chu Piapiao pleaded, unwilling to let her kin sacrifice themselves for her. Yet, Chu Tian disregarded her cries. In the next moment, the fingers crashed into Chu Tian, enveloping him in a torrent of electrical energy. He convulsed violently, teetering on the brink of an explosive demise. Much like the unfortunate disciples before him, Chu Piapiao bit her red lips tightly, her delicate eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. The sensation of watching her loved ones perish before her eyes, while feeling utterly powerless, was indeed a fate worse than death. Just then, a swift and piercing sound of wind sliced through the air, drawing countless astonished gazes. A heavy palm struck Chu Tian fiercely, instantly suppressing the electric energy, followed by an explosive wave of force that met with the purple fingers, producing a deafening sound of detonation. Amidst the dissipating dust, a large shadow appeared, steadfastly shielding the two from the tumultuous energy vortex, unwavering in its protection. As the energy finally waned, a sunlit, charismatic visage emerged before the crowd, crimson eyes radiating a gentle glow as they swept over the members of the Chu family, ultimately resting upon Chu Piapiao. "My apologies for the delay," a voice called out, igniting a wave of astonished gasps. Chu Tian's pallid complexion flickered with astonishment upon recognizing the figure. "Yi Feng, brother Yi." At the mention of this name, all the formidable members of the Chu family stood in disbelief, their gazes filled with a mix of incredulity and unspoken awe. This was the legendary figure who had shone brilliantly during the family competition, slaying Meng Yong, only to tragically meet his untimely demise. Yet here he was, alive and in their midst once more. With her beautiful eyes finally opening, Chu Piapiao covered her lips with her palm, fresh blood staining them, exuding an air of both allure and mischief. It was this man who had kept her and her sisters on edge. After a moment, Yi Feng awkwardly turned his head, offering a sheepish smile. Elder sister, I hope I'm not too late." Tears welled in Chu Piapiao's eyes, her lips pouting in a manner that seemed to express both reproach and playful affection. "You rascal, you know to return." Hearing this playful banter, many of the Chu clan members who had fallen to the ground propped themselves up, envy and jealousy etched upon their faces. Yi Feng was already the fiancé of the second young lady, and now it appeared he shared a deeper connection with the eldest. Wait a moment. Wasn't he being pursued alongside the third young lady, Meng Lei? Did that imply she too had similar feelings? The thoughts racing through the minds of the Chu family members were a whirlwind of incredulity. What did it mean to be a winner in life? This was the epitome of victory, three sisters collectively captivated by a single man, each of whom was a tempestuous beauty. How could these eligible bachelors possibly survive such competition? Unperturbed by the thoughts of her kin, Chu Piapiao's cool gaze softened slightly. "Since you are unharmed, then little Fei should have returned as well, right?" Just then, as Yi Feng was about to respond, a petite figure began to climb up the ladder, waving enthusiastically toward the Chu family members atop the city wall. "Sister, I'm here. I've returned," exclaimed the third miss as several young members of the Chu family hurriedly pulled her up. The girl, brimming with vitality, appeared before Chu Piapiao. Upon noticing the blood, Chu Fei's intelligence seemed to falter. "Hey, did you lose a tooth? Why is there so much blood? I'll bite you." "I haven't lost a tooth. Can't you see I've been beaten?" Faced with such a sister, Chu Piapiao felt utterly drained. Little did she know, upon hearing that her elder sister had been harmed, Chu Fei's anger flared immediately as she rolled up her sleeves. "What? Who did this? Sister, tell me, and I will personally deal with them." Everyone around looked at Chu Fei with bemusement. "Your combat skills seem insufficient to even take on a novice body cultivator, yet you aspire to defend others? Never mind. Little Fei, just take care of your sister," said Yi Feng, who then affectionately patted Chu Piapiao's head before fixing a cold gaze upon the figure of Meng Lei below, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Old dog, I have returned." Yi Feng would not forget the moment when he and Chu Fei were reduced to a state of fear akin to lost dogs. Now, having advanced to the intermediate stage of qi refinement, and with the cultivation of the fire god armor, even a soul-refining expert would be a worthy opponent. Why would he fear this old fool? Meng Lei's expression shifted from rage to uncontainable elation. "Ha ha ha, little beast. I have finally found you. Today, you shall surely die." Meng Lei shouted frantically, for it was this little beast who had caused him much suffering. Daily beatings from Meng Xiong, coupled with the disdain of the clan members, had driven him to the brink of despair. Originally, he had taken on this task to achieve great merit and redeem his humiliation. Yet now, he cared little for the crystal mines or the Chu family's eldest daughter. Capturing the murderer of Meng Yong would undoubtedly atone for his past transgressions. "Ah, old dog, I've been searching for you as well. I hear you've been bullied by Meng Xiong all day. How fitting it is that today I send you to meet your short-lived young master. This way, you shall no longer live like a dog." Yi Feng taunted fiercely, igniting Meng Lei's fury further. Being called old dog repeatedly by his archenemy only intensified his wrath. "Little beast, I will see you dead." Meng Lei's face darkened further, blue arcs of electricity crackling across his body, emanating the formidable aura of a peak Qi refinement expert. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and the Meng clan warriors wore smug expressions, while others might be unaware of Elder Meng Lei's true strength. The core members of the clan understood perfectly well that he was a legitimate peak Qi refinement expert, effortlessly capable of handling someone at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Peak Qi refinement, is it? Yi Feng remarked lightly, and as a faint red aura surged around him, his presence paled in comparison to Meng Lei's might. The Chu clan's members turned ashen, and even Chu Piapiao, who belonged to the peak of Qi refinement, faltered. Could they still hope for a mid-stage Qi refinement expert to save them? Supported by others, Chu Piapiao stared in astonishment at the youthful figure in the arena. In the realm of Qi refinement, this fellow's heart sank. Even when he was merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement, he had managed to injure the third elder at the peak of Qi refinement. How could he possibly be defeated by a peer? And what of his enigmatic master? Was he not formidable? Meng Lei suddenly surged forward, his palms bending into an unusual arc. His fingers clenched tightly, resembling the talons of an eagle, as they carved through the void, leaving behind trails of chilling light. The Xian eagle claws descended with a ferocity that was both overwhelming and relentless, striking, slashing, and clawing at Night Maple. Night Maple's expression shifted, prompting him to retreat several dozen feet to evade the onslaught. Yet, those fierce attacks clung to him like a relentless parasite. In response, Night Maple raised his palms slightly. A surge of dark energy rapidly coalesced along his arm's meridians, rushing towards his palms, forming a powerful air cannon in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, the fierce energy collided violently, sending ripples of vitality cascading outward, scattering the dust from the surrounding ground. The cacophony of the clashing eagle claws and air cannon filled the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. The two figures danced through the battlefield, each blow igniting the spectators' fervor, rendering the preceding battle utterly inconsequential by comparison. This little beast dares to contend with me directly. As he wielded his palms, Meng Lei's expression darkened. A peak body refining expert like him could not even subdue a mere intermediate Qi refinement practitioner. It was clear that this fellow's ability to slay Meng Yong was not merely a stroke of luck. In truth, he was reluctant to engage Night Maple in a protracted struggle. The last blow had left him psychologically scarred, and another such encounter could very well lead to his demise. However, this was a matter of pride. He was fighting on behalf of Meng Yong. If he could not even subdue this little beast, how could he possibly face Meng Xiong? No, it was imperative to conclude this swiftly. With this thought in mind, Meng Lei stomped the ground, steadying his stance, his gaze fixating on Night Maple like a serpent poised to strike. A powerful surge of vitality coalesced into his palms, and as he bit his tongue, blood sprayed onto his hands, instantly etching deep lines of strain upon his face, weakening his breath significantly. The blood domain thunder erupted with a sound reminiscent of a tidal wave. Night Maple's expression changed as he realized, too late, that a vast expanse of blood-red light enveloped the area like a sea of crimson, drastically reducing visibility, while a thick, metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Not good. Night Maple, get out. Chu Piapiao shouted, but it was too late. The blood-red curtain swiftly engulfed Night Maple, leaving Chu Piapiao pale and filled with anxiety. She had initially believed that with the assistance of the mysterious emperor, Night Maple would navigate the peril safely. Yet, with the emergence of the blood domain thunder, she sensed that Night Maple's situation was dire. This sinister spirit weapon was rumored to be cultivated at the cost of a practitioner's life, capable of amplifying one's strength to an astonishing level in a short span. Whether the emperor could withstand it remained uncertain. Sister, is brother-in-law in danger? Chu Piapiao remained silent, while Chu Fei anxiously gazed into the distance. The expressions of the Chu family members shifted dramatically, confused by the unfolding events, yet acutely aware of Night Feng's precarious situation. Within the sea of blood, Meng Lei's figure drifted erratically, his pale face turned towards Night Feng, a chilling smile crossing his lips. This time, he had risked everything to eliminate Night Feng. Capturing him alive was no longer his ambition, but rather the desire to bring back his lifeless body. A formidable surge of blood energy erupted from all directions, its foul and sinister essence rendering the air nearly suffocating. Night Feng sensed the imminent danger and, without hesitation, unleashed his soul power to probe the surroundings, only to be met with disheartening silence. As if his efforts had vanished into a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, hundreds of crimson lightning bolts, as thick as arms, descended from both the sky and the ground, resembling a colossal spider's web aimed at Night Feng. His scalp prickled with fear, and in response, the spectral form of a dragon lion materialized behind him, charging forth with the ferocity of a stampede, unleashing a torrent of vital energy to confront the oncoming lightning. The air was filled with the deafening sound of thunder and explosive booms, yet the dragon lion form could only withstand the onslaught for a brief moment before being dispersed. A single bolt of lightning struck Night Fang's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, prompting him to roar in defiance. The burning fire divine armor surged forth, enveloping him in a layer of red and black, successfully absorbing the lightning strike. However, the resulting shockwave sent him careening back several dozen feet. A strange sound echoing in his ears. A scorched odor and a pungent smell emanated from his shoulder, and as Night Fang turned in disbelief, he discovered that the blood-red lightning had carved a 6-inch gaping wound into his flesh, accompanied by a peculiar force that seemed to corrode both his muscles and his vital energy. What is this? Night Fang's expression soured further as he retrieved a small vial from his storage bag and hastily applied its contents to the wound. With a swift push off the ground, his speed surged several-fold, propelling him 100 feet away in an instant. Yet, strangely, no matter how he maneuvered, he could not escape the overwhelming blood energy that enveloped him. A sense of dread washed over him. Surely, this blood energy could not consume the entire Black Cloud Mountain? Heh, little beast, run all you want. If I don't capture you today, I'll share your surname. Meng Lei's sinister voice reverberated from all directions. Damn it. If you want to take my life, let us see if you have the capability. Night Fang bellowed, a black gleam flashing before him as he brandished a 3-foot-long black Tianli staff. Taking a deep breath, his eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he suddenly opened them wide. An unprecedented and terrifying aura, reminiscent of an ancient beast, surged forth from within him. With a thunderous roar, the dragon lion storm erupted, resonating throughout the entire blood mist space with a fearsome cry. With a sudden distortion in the space behind Yi Feng, hundreds of translucent dragon lion phantoms emerged, emitting faint growls, poised to devour everything in sight. Yi Feng raised his arms slowly, then swung them down fiercely, causing the dragon lion phantoms to charge explosively into the blood mist that enveloped the area. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding thunder echoed throughout the blood mist realm, as waves of terrifying vitality surged like a tsunami, tearing apart the dense fog and revealing dark fissures through which moonlight streamed in. A surge of elation filled Yi Feng's heart. However, a mocking laughter suddenly echoed in his ears. Haha, the little wretch possesses some skill. But is that truly enough to shatter this blood domain thunder? Suddenly, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from the blood mist, as thousands of crimson lightning bolts struck the phantoms with precision, dispersing them in an instant like dried leaves in the wind. Damn it, is this blood mist realm devoid of any weaknesses? Yi Feng fretted, his anxiety mounting. Just then, an exhilarating voice broke through his turmoil. Fear not. That fellow does not possess such formidable power. Teacher, what exactly is happening? Yi Feng's heart raced. This Meng Lei was no trifling opponent, and he had never felt so cornered. Have you not noticed something peculiar about the name of this spirit weapon? The emperor reminded him. The name? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Blood domain thunder is a fusion of blood and lightning attributes. If I am not mistaken, that old coot has transformed his vitality into lightning to wield it. In that case, even your Hanyuan seal may not suffice to overcome it. How intriguing. Teacher, please do not jest. Yi Feng exclaimed, exasperated. He felt like rolling his eyes at the emperor in such dire straits. Haha, little one. This presents a splendid opportunity for you to hone your ultimate technique, the emperor urged. Yi Feng's spirit surged, his lips trembling. Could it be that you mean? The last time he had unleashed that technique, derived from his entire imperial bloodline, had left him astonished. Yet it was executed with such immaturity that it had nearly cost both his and Chu Fei's lives. However, with the emperor's reminder, he grasped the implication. With a clap of his hands, fierce energy rippled forth from within, erupting in a thunderous roar. Should anyone be present to observe, they would likely be awestruck by Yi Feng's appearance, as his veins pulsated like pipes, spraying fine droplets of blood outward, coalescing into a delicate humanoid figure between his palms. His expression remained composed, yet the blood streaming from him made it seem as though he had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the tiny figure in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. It must succeed, based on previous experiences. The mastery of the imperial bloodline had grown increasingly adept, and soon an exquisitely beautiful figure made entirely of blood appeared before Yi Feng, resembling a nuclear bomb compressed to its utmost limit, ready to unleash cataclysmic power with the slightest touch. What truly is this entity, concealed within the blood mist? Meng Lei furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, a sense of mortality surged within him, only to be swiftly discarded. Overthinking it, he reassured himself. Having already revealed his ultimate techniques, was he truly afraid of being unable to defeat his opponent? Yifeng took a deep breath and suddenly bellowed, "Imperial blood explosion." As his voice echoed, the crimson figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the blood-red shield in an instant. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm. Outside, the formidable warriors from the Chu and Meng families were taken aback as the blood mist roiled like a tsunami. Their hearts racing as they gazed with horror at the impending clash, knowing that the outcome would determine the fate of over 1,000 lives. Following the resounding impact, an overwhelmingly fierce energy shattered the blood mist, revealing gaping holes and distorting the surrounding space, as though the apocalypse had descended. A torrent of blood-colored power, whether from Yifeng or Meng Lei, cascaded down from above, enveloping the mountains dozens of kilometers away, leaving the onlookers awestruck by the superlative energy in the sky. The tremendous force generated a powerful shockwave that swept through the crowd with devastating force. Some of the more potent warriors hastened to unite and reinforce a protective barrier against the tsunami-like surge of energy. However, even they felt a heavy thud in their throats. One by one, they were sent soaring into the sky like willow catkins caught in a gale. The continuous explosions echoed like a detonated powder keg, relentless in their assault on the eardrums of the audience, who were drenched in cold sweat. It was evident to all that those individuals were destined for demise. This scene persisted for several minutes, after which a potent wave of energy swept down from the heavens like a devastating typhoon, revealing a figure that plummeted to the ground like a broken kite. Their clothing tattered, their body riddled with gaping wounds, the skeletal structure, meridians, and even internal organs were faintly visible. Half of the head had been completely severed, though the face was a bloody blur. The wrinkles on the skin suggested that the deceased was an elderly individual. Elder Meng Lei has slain a member of the Meng family, someone exclaimed in horror, drawing all gazes towards the lifeless form. The Chu family members stood in stunned silence. What had once been an easily captured prey had now unexpectedly transformed into a hunter. This stark contrast left them speechless, while the sisters Chu Fei and Chu Piao Piao kept their eyes fixed on the vast expanse of blood clouds in the sky. Meng Lei had already emerged. Where was Yifeng? Chapter 31. Advanced Qi refinement. With a resounding crack, a thunderous noise echoed once more, drawing the gazes of many towards the sky. A shadow descended upon the black cloud mountain city defenses with the swiftness of lightning. Clad in black, the figure stood against the moonlight, its crimson eyes coldly surveying the terrified disciples of the Meng family below. After a prolonged silence, a chilling word escaped its lips: kill. This single word, imbued with lethal intent, ignited the vengeful resolve within the Chu family disciples. Just moments ago, countless comrades had stood shoulder to shoulder with them, only to be separated by the veil of death in an instant. With the formidable Meng Lei now fallen, it was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. If they could not overcome this, they might as well return home to embrace their children. A cacophony of battle cries erupted among the Chu family disciples, who surged forth like a tidal wave towards the fleeing Meng family members. Faced with the full might of the Chu family, the Meng disciples had no choice but to flee, their anguished screams filling the air. Night Feng darted into the fray of the Meng family, catching the strongest among them by surprise. Before they could react, a flash of red light severed the necks of the swiftest among them, their heads tumbling away. Night Feng's targets were all Qi refinement experts of the Meng family, while it was feasible for the Chu family to repel these foes with their combined strength. The complete rupture of relations necessitated a decisive and thorough approach. Any hesitation could invite a desperate counterattack from the Meng family, resulting in greater losses. Having completed his grim task, Night Feng swiftly returned to the city wall, where Chu Piao Piao and Chu Fei awaited him. "Hey, elder sister, are you unharmed?" With a sharp clap, Night Feng incredulously covered his face, staring blankly at Chu Piao Piao. Meanwhile, the Chu family disciples, who were busy transporting the fallen, gazed in bewilderment at the trio, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?" Chu Tian inquired hesitantly, as he shared a good rapport with Night Feng and felt compelled to speak on his behalf. I harbor no personal vendetta against you. This slap is for my sister, Chu Xian. Whether you like it or not, I expect a clear answer to spare my sister from her perpetual despair." With that, she seized Chu Fei and vanished from sight, leaving Night Feng and Chu Tian in a state of confusion. Chu Tian, having caught a hint of ambiguity, cast a curious glance at Night Feng. Night Feng, what is going on between you and the second young lady? Why pry into such matters?" Just take me to the crystal mine, Night Feng retorted, playfully slapping Chu Tian on the head before striding down towards the city. Along the way, numerous Chu family disciples bowed to him, a stark contrast to the treatment he received upon his first arrival at the Chu family. After all, they had just witnessed the scene where Yi Feng dispatched Meng Lei, and everyone was filled with pride. After all, he was the son-in-law of the Chu family, capable of defeating a peak qi refining expert at the intermediate level. They believed that with such a formidable ally, the day when the Chu family would unify Connor City was not far off. However, they would later come to realize that the small Connor City could hardly accommodate the ambitions of the Chu family. As the two passed through the city walls, they finally beheld the overall visage of Black Cloud Mountain. Towering above them was a barren mountain, dotted with numerous irregular dark tunnels from which people occasionally emerged and entered. Each individual pushed a small cart, entering empty and emerging with large quantities of rough black crystals laden with rock and soil. Brother, these are the crystals mined by our Chu family, gathered by these ordinary workers. However, due to the subpar quality of these crystal mines, they require further processing. Additionally, the veins here are impure, and some areas yield crystals that contain toxic gases. Chu Tian sighed lightly, offering an explanation. Yi Feng nodded in understanding, as this seemed reasonable. If the Chu family possessed high-quality crystal mines, even the nearest prince you would be eager to stake a claim. Yet, given the inferior quality, only a power like the Chu family would be willing to occupy such a site. Hey, who are you? This is a restricted mining area. You cannot wander freely. Get lost. Suddenly, a burly guard blocked their path, bellowing at them. Damn it, are you blind? You don't even recognize me. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, but remained silent. However, Chu Tian's temper flared, and with a swift slap, he sent the guard reeling, crashing against the cave wall, moaning in agony. Just as he was about to continue, Yi Feng intervened. Enough, Xiao Tian, let us go in, he said, striding directly into the depths. While Chu Tian shot a fierce glare at the guard before following closely behind. Ouch, you bastard. The guard was about to curse when a companion hurriedly covered his mouth. Shut up, Laoma. That was our Chu family's son-in-law, young Master Yi Feng. The one beside him is Steward Chu Tian. What? Laoma's eyes widened in shock as cold sweat broke out. He was well aware of the exploits of these two. If they were displeased, it was entirely possible he would be forced to pack up and leave. He then lamented, what should I do? I have offended the son-in-law. What will happen to me now? I have an elderly mother and a young wife and children to support. And the gatekeeper's fortune depends on me bringing in several crystals each month. All right. I believe Steward Chu Tian was merely intimidating you. Young Master Yi Feng didn't care about this trivial matter. We can just apologize to him later, his companion reassured. With that, Yi Feng and Chu Tian continued deeper into the dimly lit mine tunnel. The further they ventured, the narrower the paths became. The soil beneath their feet grew softer. Yet the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly dense, indicating they were approaching the end of the mine. Brother, what are we doing here? Chu Tian inquired, scratching his head. As the night breeze swept through, Yi Feng exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. He contemplated utilizing this crystal mine for his cultivation. In the recent battle, he had sensed the subtle emergence of a breakthrough. His last advancement had occurred 2 months prior, and after enduring trials in the Dragon's Mouth and the Black Cloud Canyon, he had reached a pivotal moment for another breakthrough. The confrontation with Meng Lei had definitively exposed the formidable barrier of advanced qi refinement. And with the presence of this crystal mine, he felt a solid 7 out of 10 confidence that he could elevate his cultivation to the advanced stage. Cultivation? Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to understand. Indeed, this crystal mine was a veritable paradise for cultivation. He himself had once trained in a prime location within this very mine, which had facilitated his own breakthrough to the qi realm. Brother, is this crystal mine not too inadequate? Should I procure a better one for you? Not at all. After you leave, remember to seal this place. I wish to enter seclusion. Yi Feng instructed Chu Tian succinctly before the latter departed from the mine. After traversing deeper into the mine, Yi Feng finally discovered a relatively clean and suitable spot where he settled down. Subsequently, the crystals embedded in the cave walls began to emit a resonant hum, radiating an array of peculiar lights. An incomparably pure energy surged toward Yi Feng, swiftly enveloping him in an expansive cocoon of energy. In that instant, a powerful force surged into his body, igniting the vital energy within his blood, meridians, and dantian into a rapid whirlwind. Yi Feng fervently absorbed the inexhaustible energy, feeling the unmistakable sensations of an impending breakthrough manifest within him. The air was soon filled with sharp, explosive sounds, and a cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings. As if the earth itself trembled, fissures appearing abruptly. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, his absorption of the crystals had drained them of vitality, transforming them into lifeless debris that subsequently detonated. The very crystals that supported the cave's weight were now destabilized. A professional observer would surely be left astounded, for Yi Feng's actions bore striking resemblance to the calamity of a mining disaster. As the series of explosions unfolded, the mine experienced a catastrophic collapse, engulfing the entire cavern. Outside, Chu Tian was taken aback when a thick cloud of dust erupted from within the mine. Stunned, he could only stand frozen in place. The thunderous roars naturally drew the attention of many formidable warriors, including Chu Fei and Chu Piao Piao, who rushed over, alarmed. Upon learning the circumstances, Chu Fei nearly fainted, pleading with Chu Piao Piao to rescue Yi Feng. "Big sister, how could you be so careless?" Chu Piao Piao chided. Though she recognized that Yi Feng was her sister's husband and potentially the man for both of her sisters. Promptly, she commanded all strong individuals to rush over and assist in extricating Yi Feng. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, Yi Feng remained steadfast, immersed in his cultivation. Fortunately, at the moment of the explosion, the emperor had intervened, propping up the area. Otherwise, with Yi Feng's current strength, he would surely have been reduced to a mere pulp. At this critical juncture, Yi Feng found himself besieged by a relentless, ant-like sensation of itchiness and pain emanating from his muscles and bones. Beneath this discomfort, sweat soaked his garments entirely. A dull thud reverberated within him, prompting all his muscles to writhe in unison. It felt as though his veins had twisted into a complex braid, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Cultivation is akin to navigating a vessel. One either progresses or regresses, and now was not the time for him to falter. Soon, he sensed a waning of the excruciating pain. A surge of joy welled within him as he realized his meridians seemed more resilient than before, with a torrent of rich, vital energy coursing through them. Moments later, the agony dissipated entirely. A crimson light radiated from his eyes as he rose slowly, a formidable aura emanating from him that reverberated throughout his surroundings. Without the need for the emperor's assistance, his sheer presence was sufficient to sustain this confined space. Congratulations on reaching advanced Qi refining, little one. Chapter 32. The Crisis of the Chu Family Upon Awakening. Yi Feng immediately noticed the bloodstains adorning his body and couldn't help but chuckle ruefully at his lack of experience, inadvertently causing a collapse. He hoped Chu Piao would not hold it against him. Retrieving a set of clothes and a shovel from his storage bag, he commenced a fervent excavation of the earthen exit. Just then, the emperor suddenly exclaimed, drawing in a handful of soil for meticulous examination. "This soil, master. Is there something amiss?" Yi Feng inquired casually. "Yes, Xiao Feng. Change your digging direction," the emperor ordered abruptly. Yi Feng was taken aback. Changing direction implied digging deeper into the mountains. However, trusting the emperor implicitly, he complied and began to excavate with vigor. Gradually, a sensation of alternating warmth and cold surged through his palms, startling him and prompting an acceleration in his digging. Maintaining this posture for over 2 hours, Yi Feng's shovel abruptly struck a solid object, snapping in two. His expression faltered momentarily, but he inhaled deeply and unleashed a surge of energy, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. A brilliant light materialized before him, and he began to assault the edges of the opening with his fists, expanding it until it was large enough for a person to enter. Without hesitation, he dove inside, and the sight before him left him awestruck. Before him lay a massive crystal, measuring several meters across, one side white and the other black, emanating both warmth and cold. Was the fluctuating temperature he had experienced during excavation the doing of this crystal? The gem-like crystal shimmered brilliantly, causing Yi Feng's breathing to quicken, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What is this?" Yin Yang crystal. The emperor gazed at the crystal, his body trembling with intense excitement. The Yin Yang crystal, a treasure naturally formed within crystal mines, is imbued with a rich aura of yin and yang. Generally, it is rare to find even a single Yin Yang crystal among hundreds of crystal mines. Indicating the inferior quality of these mines is not without reason. The spiritual essence has been absorbed by this particular crystal. Is this thing truly useful? Yi Feng, bewildered, touched its surface, feeling no distinct difference from an ordinary crystal. "Hey, little one, why not try to absorb the essence of this crystal using your technique?" The emperor chuckled. Yi Feng nodded, placing his palm upon it, and an invisible force gradually directed the spiritual energy within the crystal towards himself. The moment that energy entered his body, Yi Feng felt as though his soul was suspended between ice and fire. His previously tranquil essence suddenly stirred. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, as the emperor explained. The yin-yang power within this crystal is an essential ingredient for alchemists when refining the yin-yang soul crystal. For those at the qi refining stage, absorbing a yin-yang soul crystal while attempting to break through to the soul refining stage increases the chances of success by 60 to 70%. Yifeng's heart raced at the thought of such odds. He recalled the heads of the 3 prominent families in Connor City, who had been stuck at the threshold of the soul refining stage for over a decade. With the aid of this yin-yang soul crystal, breaking through would be almost trivial. If he were to present this crystal to the Chu family, given Chu Qing's character, it was likely that even if he wished to marry the 3 sisters of the Chu family, it would not be an insurmountable challenge. The soul refining stage. A passionate gleam flickered in Yifeng's eyes. Although he was merely a high-level qi refiner at present, the prospect of breaking through to the soul refining stage seemed essential for his future, particularly for the Chu family, who were currently in peril. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a treasure during his training at the crystal mine. Master, do you know how to refine it? Yifeng inquired eagerly. It is not a difficult task. You already possess all the necessary materials in your storage pouch. Let us commence the refinement, the emperor mused. As time passed, the Chu family's warriors anxiously dug through the collapsed mine. Chu Fei and Chu Tian waited with bated breath. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from within, causing the crowd to change countenance. Could a mine collapse have occurred? Before anyone could react, a sound of air being sliced through followed, and a figure appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Although there were traces of blood upon his head, an aura emanating from Yifeng made it clear that he was not the same as before. Brother-in-law, wow, you finally emerged, Chu Fei exclaimed, disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around her as she leapt into Yifeng's arms, her ample bosom pressing against him, causing him to feel quite flustered. Cough, cough. You too, mind yourselves. Everyone is watching, Chu Piao Piao remarked, unable to bear the sight of the intimate embrace. With a complex expression, she observed the couple, wondering what this looked like, an affair between a sister-in-law and her brother-in-law. Unable to contain herself, she offered a gentle reminder. With a sudden bellow directed at the crowd, he exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Get back to work." Some onlookers from the Chu family reluctantly departed for their respective duties. Night Breeze then released Chu Fei and stepped forward with a serious expression, stating, "Miss, we must abandon Black Cloud Mountain and redirect all personnel to support the family." Chu Piao Piao's countenance shifted in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Night Breeze would utter such words. The crystal mine was the very foundation of their Chu family, and relinquishing it would significantly undermine their strength. How could this young man, who was considered a senior member of the Chu family, say such a thing? Noticing her confusion, Night Breeze promptly retrieved a crystal from his storage pouch and whispered something to the girl. With a look of astonishment, Chu Piao Piao made a remarkable decision. An hour later, all Chu family members on Black Cloud Mountain were to withdraw immediately, and the miners were granted an indefinite holiday. When the Chu family at Black Cloud Mountain was ready to resume operations, all Chu family members would return to support the family. There were indeed numerous dissenters to this order, yet under Chu Piao Piao's resolute leadership, the command was executed without fail. Under the blazing sun, Connor City was a bustling metropolis, yet today the atmosphere was peculiarly ominous. The streets and shops, usually teeming with people, were now shuttered, enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the whisper of the wind between the buildings. Within Connor City, some astute factions had gleaned alarming news through various channels. Today, the Bran and Ming families would launch a full-scale assault on the Chu family, intent on erasing them from the map of Connor City. This conflict was unlike any other, a true battle for survival, ignited by the infamous son-in-law of the Chu family, Night Breeze, who had single-handedly slain Meng Xiong's most favored son, Meng Yong. Should such combat prowess be allowed to flourish, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the Chu family. However, they had met with misfortune instead. Initially, some opportunistic factions believed the Chu family could withstand the onslaught, but to their surprise, the Ming family released a proclamation. Any foreign strongman who had been recruited by the Chu family could join their ranks, and upon breaching the Chu family stronghold, they would be allowed to share in the riches of the Chu crystal mine. To demonstrate their sincerity, the Ming family even went so far as to offer a generous bounty. Any strongman who defected from the Chu family and joined them would receive 50,000 crystals. This revelation left the entirety of Connor City astounded. 50,000 crystals. How many cultivators would struggle their entire lives to amass such wealth? Now, all it required was a mere nod of agreement from those foreign strongmen of the Chu family, and with a little effort, they could secure 50,000 crystals. It was an irresistible opportunity, a veritable windfall from the heavens. Who could possibly resist such temptation? Loyalty was merely a matter of insufficient leverage against betrayal. Indeed, on the very first day, numerous strongmen recruited by the Chu family flocked away, announcing their allegiance to the Meng family. Although the Chu family leadership was incensed, they were powerless to act. Caught off guard, they found themselves unable to counter the monetary offensive, for their reserves of crystals had long since dwindled. Originally intended as a supplement from Black Cloud Mountain, the Meng family unexpectedly prepared so thoroughly that they directly severed the Chu family's crystal transport line, plunging the Chu family into a dire struggle for survival. Fortunately, the Qin Merchant Association provided covert assistance. Otherwise, the Chu family might not have endured until now. Within the headquarters of the Chu family, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Figures moved swiftly throughout the family, and all external warriors were summoned back at once. While numerous archers stood at the ready, prepared to defend the Chu clan. In the small courtyard of the family head, the senior members of the Chu family gathered, and even the previously demoted third elder was reinstated. Among them was Chu Liang, who had past grievances with Yifeng. Chu Qing, her eyes bloodshot, looked anxiously at the frost-faced Chu Xian beside her, cloaked in black, as if embodying a grim reaper concealed in darkness. Chu Qing appeared despondent, reminiscent of her demeanor since the incident involving Yifeng. What now? The elder and the family head, many powerful allies have defected to the other side today, and for some reason, the support from the Qin Merchant Association has noticeably dwindled these past few days. Some warriors have already been withdrawn, sighed Chu Qing, self-deprecatingly. Alas, merchants pursue profit, such as to be expected. Humph, all of this chaos is instigated by Yifeng. Had it not been for him, we would not be in this predicament, a sharp voice interjected, belonging to Chu Liang, who expressed the sentiments of a portion of the family members. Silence. Chu Xian struck Chu Liang, sending him crashing against the wall, where he coughed up blood, his face swelling grotesquely, gasping for breath. All the Chu family's warriors, including Chu Qing, were taken aback by this unexpected display of fury from the usually composed young lady. With an icy glare, Chu Xian remarked, "The enmity between the Chu family and the Meng and Brand families has spanned over a decade. Look at them. When they remain still, we are powerless. Yet upon their movement, we are utterly defenseless. This indicates that their desire to swallow the Chu family has long been in the making, thoroughly prepared. And what of you? Day in and day out, you squabble amongst yourselves for power. The head and elders vie for authority, while the younger generation fixates solely on the rewards of the family competition. With such a Chu family, is it any wonder we are at risk of annihilation? Can we truly expect to become the hegemon of the great Qian Empire?" Hearing her words, Chu Qing and the others felt a wave of shame wash over them, lowering their heads in silence, realizing the validity of her statements. "The second miss speaks wisely. Young master, ye has set a commendable precedent for us. If the Chu family can survive this crisis today, we must unite to obliterate the Meng and Brand families," a cold voice suddenly echoed, drawing the attention of the group. To their surprise, it was Chu Jie, who harbored animosity towards Yifeng. "Indeed, Chu Jie is correct," Chu Qing began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of battle cries erupting from outside. Chu Xian charged forth immediately, with Chu Jie and the others closely following. "Chu family, come forth and meet your end. I offer you a swift demise." A furious roar reverberated, akin to a bomb detonating in the skies above the Chu residence. Chapter 33. The mighty Chu Xian, a formidable throng of warriors clad in black, surged forth from the hidden recesses of the streets, exuding a palpable aura of menace, ultimately converging into a torrent that came to a halt outside the Chu family estate. Observant elites from Connor City quickly discerned that this was the force of the Meng and Brand families, and soon the news spread like wildfire. Gazing upon the menacing assembly, many warriors expressed their astonishment. The Chu family is surely facing a dire predicament this time, isn't it? Indeed, we ought to seek refuge quickly. After this battle, the Chu family may well cease to exist. Not necessarily. I have heard that the Chu family has ties with the Deqin Commerce Association. Is it plausible that the astute Chu Qing would remain oblivious for an entire lifetime? As they watched the formidable ranks resembling an army of ants marching densely down the thoroughfare, many felt a shiver of apprehension and began to contemplate the future landscape and their own paths. The Meng family's forces encircled the Chu family like a tidal wave, with an estimated number of at least 700 to 800 warriors. Faced with the uniformly coordinated and imposing demeanor of the Meng disciples, the Chu science, who were accustomed to a life of luxury, were instantly gripped by fear. Countless gazes turned toward this spectacle, eager to witness the impending clash that could potentially reshape Connor City. Curiosity filled the hearts of many in response to such a confrontation between titans. How could the Chu family's remaining disciples, sheltered from the rigors of battle, possibly compare to the battle-hardened warriors of the Black Cloud Mountain Chu family? They were left stupefied by the overwhelming presence, rendered incapable of even drawing their bows. On the other hand, the Ming clan was not to be underestimated. How could they afford to squander such an excellent opportunity for attack? The Chu family is nothing but a bunch of spineless cowards. Brothers, the family head has proclaimed that the first warrior to breach the Chu family's defenses will be handsomely rewarded with 30,000 crystal stones, encouraged the Ming leader. 30,000 crystal stones? The crowd gasped in disbelief. When did Meng Xiong become so generous? This kind of incentive is extraordinary, and the task seems hardly daunting. Just enter with a companion, find a few soft targets, and 30,000 crystal stones will be ours. With such a generous reward, courage would inevitably emerge. Moreover, the prospect seemed devoid of danger. In an instant, countless Ming disciples, their eyes ablaze with ambition, advanced toward the Chu family gates, while the Chu scions, paralyzed by fear, offered no resistance. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind. Chu family disciples, ready your bows. The voice, though not grandiose, rang clear and resonated powerfully enough to rouse the faltering spirits of the warriors. Many Chu disciples swiftly regained their composure, and with the twang of bowstrings, a multitude of arrows ascended into the sky, forming a dense cloud that rained down upon the Ming disciples. With a flurry of arrows piercing the Ming ranks, anguished cries filled the air. Outside the Chu estate, the Ming forces fell like wheat before the scythe, their bodies piling high. Dozens of body refinement experts perished in an instant under the onslaught of the Chu family's arrows, and the once spirited Ming contingent was abruptly deflated, retreating as if the tide had suddenly turned. A formidable aura suddenly emanated from behind the younger members of the Chu family. Then, clad in black garments, Chu Xian stood tall against the wind, her toes poised on the wall, her frosty countenance fixed upon the scene below. Her slender figure was enveloped in a dark cloak that gracefully draped over her delicate calves. Possessing a stunningly beautiful visage, she exuded both serenity and allure. Her skin as smooth as snow, her willow-like brows arching above cherry-red lips, and her eyes, deep as the ocean, subtly revealing a hint of murderous intent. She was the goddess in the hearts of the Chu family's youth, the second young lady, Chu Xian. In the past, they might have dared to whisper about Chu Xian, but now, to utter a word without facing her wrath would be a sign of her benevolence. Ever since the incident 2 months ago involving Yi Feng and Chu Fei, Chu Xian had become taciturn, shunning contact with other members of the Chu family. Save for her missions, even the most naive could perceive the drastic change in her demeanor. Her hatred for the Meng family, responsible for Yi Feng's demise, was palpable. She had claimed the lives of no fewer than a dozen Meng family members, each meeting a gruesome fate, with flaying and dismemberment being considered merciful. Chu Xian's eyes flashed with an icy sharpness, beneath which a faint scent of blood lingered, sending chills down the spine. Yet, this very aura instantly quelled the advance of the Meng family, causing the ordinary Ming warriors to hesitate in their assault. However, this did not imply that there were not others willing to step forward. Isn't this the little widow of the Chu family? Why not stay at home? Is she seeking a man? A mocking voice rang out, followed by a fleeting shadow darting from among the Ming clan, clad in the same garb. With an overly slicked hairstyle and an unabashedly lecherous gaze sweeping over her delicate waist, this was Meng Ku, the next heir of the Meng family, who had nearly been incapacitated by Yi Feng. Originally, Meng Xiong had been reluctant to allow this scoundrel to inherit the family legacy. After being severely injured by Yi Feng, he seldom visited him, confining him at home and neglecting any healing remedies. Yet, with only 2 sons, he had no choice but to allocate all family resources for Meng Ku's recovery. Not only did his injuries heal, but he also achieved a breakthrough in the Qi refinement stage, and with Meng Xiong's covert support, Meng Ku now basked in the glory of his newfound strength. Faced with the enchanting beauty before him, Meng Ku could only fantasize about subduing her beneath him. He had been nearly defeated by this young lady's man, and even his elder brother had fallen at his hands. Had Yi Feng still been alive, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. However, the situation had changed. That young man was dead, and Chu Xian had always maintained a low profile in Connor City. What combat prowess could a sheltered young lady possess? Even before the battle commenced, Meng Ku was already lost in delightful daydreams. Monk, mind your language in front of Chu Xian. After her appearance, the younger generation, including Chu Jie and Chu Liang, arrived just in time to overhear Monk's lewd remarks toward Chu Xian. Unable to tolerate such insolence, they prepared to retaliate, but suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Monk, causing the faces of the Chu family to change drastically. Intermediate stage of qi refining? You have already reached that level? Chu Yang spoke, his complexion paling significantly under the weight of Monk's presence. Heh, so you are a qi refiner now. Does that mean I cannot surpass my limits? Monk chuckled with arrogance, then sternly addressed Chu Xian, since I'm in a good mood, I won't hold your family's ignorance against you. If you 3 sisters of the Chu family are willing to become my concubines, I might just spare a few of your lives. Huh. Just as Chu Jie was about to engage in a verbal spar, a graceful figure dashed toward Monk with a singular focus. Chu Xian herself. Heh, so eager to serve your new husband? Here I come, my dear. As Chu Xian launched her fierce assault, Monk sneered coldly. The azure energy around him coalesced, and he stood his ground like a mountain. His palms twisted grotesquely, nails elongating to 3 inches, resembling daggers poised between his fingers, creating a sharp wind as he launched a brutal attack toward Chu Xian. With a chilling gaze, Chu Xian met his advance with her longsword, the clash producing sparks as their weapons collided. Utilizing the recoil, she skillfully evaded his strike, swinging her sword to form a vast web of blades that enveloped Monk. Unfazed by the lethal sword net capable of slicing flesh, Monk scoffed at the display of skill. Is this the best you can do? With a swift motion of his hands, a sharp azure sword energy erupted, shattering the sword net as if it were nothing, the force continuing unabated toward Chu Xian. Seeing this, Chu Jie and the others felt their hearts leap, ready to intervene, but Chu Liang restrained them. Don't worry, the second young lady is not easily trifled with. He reassured them, fully aware of Chu Xian's strength from their previous missions together. Even if Monk had advanced to the qi refining stage, the outcome against Chu Xian was still uncertain. As Chu Xian deftly sidestepped the fierce attack, intending to retreat, she was caught off guard by Monk's unexpected swiftness. One claw aimed at her long sword while the other lunged toward her chest. Despicable. Not only the Chu family, but even the members of the Monk family cast scornful glances at their young master. This vulgar move seemed likely to have been conceived during his forays into brothels. He truly was a unique character. Despite Monk's assault, Chu Xian remained composed. She exhaled softly, her delicate hand transforming into a fist, and a blinding golden light erupted from her, illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of yards. What is this? Monk stared, dumbfounded, his eyes stinging as his offensive momentum faltered. A splendid opportunity presented itself as Chu Xian swiftly evaded Monk's attack. Moving like lightning to position herself behind him, with a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap to his face. The resounding crack echoed through the air as Monk staggered and fell to the ground, his face swollen and bruised, revealing 2 glistening objects that appeared to be his teeth. Monk had been defeated, and at that moment, all gazes were fixed on Chu Xian, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. A soft sigh escaped their lips. Such formidable combat prowess was reminiscent of Yi Feng, a pity indeed. You little wretch, I will kill you. Monk bellowed in a fury, his rage palpable as if he were a wounded beast. His fingers curled, and a spectral blue beast suddenly emerged behind him, its claws poised like a descending tiger. Storm Tiger's rending claws. A deafening roar reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, and the phantom sprang to life. Its claws crossing in a scissor-like motion aimed at Chu Xian's slender waist, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom that sent dust swirling through the air. Chu Xian steadied herself, bracing against the imminent onslaught. With a swift thrust of her sword, 9 luminous orbs appeared, radiating golden light as they shot forth from the tip of her blade, targeting the spectral tiger. 9 Palace's breaking army sword. The 2 forces collided violently, producing a cacophony akin to bursting firecrackers. The air filled with dust and debris. And as it settled, a sack-sized object was propelled from the cloud, crashing into the wall of a nearby shop, shattering it into fragments and enveloping the figure in a white dusting, resembling a snowman. Moments later, a fountain of blood erupted from several gaping wounds, splattering red and white like a circus clown. It was Monk. Among the onlookers, some had witnessed Yi Feng's prowess and gasped in disbelief, watching Monk's body riddled with wounds. A tremor coursed through them, realizing that this couple's ferocity surpassed even Yi Feng's. Within the Chu family courtyard, astonished eyes were fixed on the seemingly indifferent young woman. And soon cheers erupted throughout the estate. Second miss, you are magnificent. Long live the Chu family. Huh. The Monk family is filled with cowards. Bring forth a stronger opponent. The Chu family erupted in joyous exclamations, relishing the poetic justice after being scorned moments earlier. In stark contrast, the Monk family's warriors bowed their heads in shame, realizing that Monk was but a failure, inept and foolishly provoking conflict. Yet, as Monk lay on the brink of death, Chu Xian did not relent, gripping her sword tightly. She approached him slowly, an aura of murderous intent that seemed uncharacteristic for one so young. Chu, second miss, what do you intend to do? The monk family warriors gasped in shock, preparing to intervene, while the Chu family stood defiantly, ready to confront them. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chu Xian raised her sword and made a decisive motion as if to behead. It's you, you scoundrel, who brought misfortune upon Yi Feng and Xiao Fei. You shall die. Her eyes were bloodshot. The demise of Yi Feng was directly tied to her encounter with this monk. Had it not been for him, none of this would have occurred. All the blame lay with this wretch. Chu Xian had no intention of merely inflicting pain on a helpless foe. She sought to take his life. As her sword descended, poised to exact vengeance for Yi Feng and the others, monk, trembling in fear, pleaded, "Do not kill me. I'll leave right now. I dare not harbor any further ill thoughts." Seeing the sword poised to strike, monk's fear manifested as a significant dampness beneath him. Yet, Chu Xian remained resolute. Her sword cutting through the air with a fierce wind, aimed precisely at the nape of monk's neck. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. "Stop, you little wretch." A wave of energy surged forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed at Chu Xian's crown. A cold snort echoed from the Chu family side. "Monk Xiong, dare you touch my daughter?" A massive shadow descended from the heavens, shielding Chu Xian behind him as a tempest of energy erupted like a thunderclap. The initial assailant from the monk family was forced to retreat several paces, the ground beneath them resembling the furrows of a plowed field. Observers gasped at the sudden appearance of the two figures. An exhilarating spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 34. The great battle commences. The one who intervened was naturally Chu Qing. After thoroughly checking that Chu Xian was unharmed, a glint of icy malice flickered in his eyes. "Monk Xiong, fortunate that Xian is safe, otherwise, I would ensure your family knows no peace." Meanwhile, upon seeing his father arrive, Monk crawled to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Father, you must avenge me. That girl has beaten me mercilessly. Capture her, so I may torment her properly." He shot a venomous glare at Chu Xian, lurking behind Chu Qing. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads at the spectacle of the new generation from both families. To be so thoroughly bested by a woman and still have the audacity to complain. Monk Xiong, a man of great renown. How could he have fathered such an unreliable son? Surely, his wife must have been unfaithful. Monk Xiong, not blind to the multitude of scornful gazes directed at him, felt the weight of their disdain. However, with only this one son remaining, he knew he could not resort to violence. He simply waved his hand, commanding the younger members of both families to carry Monk away. Subsequently, his demeanor turned cold, his eyes glinting with a menacing fury as he fixated on Chu Qing. "Chu Qing, your daughter and son-in-law have slain my son. Today, I shall settle both new and old grievances." "Humph, Monk Xiong, you have wronged my daughter and son-in-law. I have yet to seek retribution, yet you have come knocking at my door first. Today, I shall avenge my daughter and son-in-law," Chu Qing declared coldly. Chu Fei was his most cherished daughter, and Yi Feng represented the hope for the revival of the Chu family, all of which had been destroyed by the Monk family. Monk Xiong, in a fit of rage, laughed ironically. "Huh, Chu Qing, we have been rivals for ages. Our strengths are evenly matched. Do you truly believe you can seek revenge?" With a mocking smile, Chu Qing retorted, "Indeed, since you are already aware, why waste breath here? Are you not foolish?" Meng Xiong's face turned beet red, resembling one who had swallowed a fly, his expression grotesque. In terms of cultural sophistication, Chu Qing had returned from a prestigious academy in the imperial capital, his verbal prowess undeniably impressive. However, he found himself at a loss. Unable to retaliate against such a straightforward provocation, left merely to glare in silence. At that moment, a figure clad in white emerged slowly from behind Meng Xiong. The gaunt face bore a sickly pallor, with sunken eyes radiating a piercing brilliance. This person was Brand Su, the head of the Brand family, who had consistently played the role of strategist in the alliance between the two families. Observing Meng Xiong's predicament, he offered a faint smile and remarked, "Master Chu, my Brand family and the Meng family can hardly compete with you, but what if we were to count these few individuals?" As his words fell, 10 figures suddenly materialized before the gathered crowd. A surging wave of formidable energy emanated from them, akin to a mountain's weight, causing the faces of all Chu family members to change dramatically. Moments later, a torrent of fury erupted as they pointed fingers at the last 4 individuals in the formation. Hurling curses, "Zhao Guang, you wretched traitor, how dare you betray Wu Qing? Have we not treated you well in the Chu family?" They shouted. "Wu Yong, Yuan Chao. You as well. Humph, One cannot trust those of different surnames, with the exception of young Master Yi and Old Wu. After one of the younger members spoke ill of those with different surnames, an icy chill suddenly swept in from the side, revealing it to be Chu Xian, prompting an immediate retraction of his words. Among the 10 unexpected arrivals, for were actually esteemed guest elders hired by the Chu family, holding a status only second to the family head and senior elders. To see them appear in such a manner today was utterly unforeseen. Countless onlookers were struck with astonishment. Had it merely been the Meng and Brand families, the situation might have been manageable, but now even the Chu family had traitors among them. 12 formidable half-step soul refining realm warriors. How could they possibly contend with such odds? Chu Qing's pupils constricted, his chest rising and falling erratically. Had he not maintained his composure, he might have joined the Chu family members in cursing. His face contorted with rage, he finally managed to unclench his fist, demanding, "Elder Zhao Guang, the Chu family has treated you well, why betray us today?" The Meng family's offer was enticing. Each outsider who defected from the Chu family would receive a reward of 50,000 crystal stones. In contrast, the Chu family provided these warriors with an annual tribute of 80,000 crystal stones, a significant portion of their income dedicated to their support. It was utterly unexpected that these four would turn against their benefactors, aiding Meng Xiong in his assault on the Chu family. In response to Chu Qing's inquiry, Zhao Guang and the others merely chuckled derisively. "Master, one may die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. The compensation from the Chu family is indeed substantial. Yet the head of the Meng family has promised us shares in the crystal mine if we sever ties with the Chu family. Which would you prefer, a golden egg or the hen that lays them?" In a fit of rage, Chu Qing sighed deeply after a prolonged silence, his eyes reflecting a certain resolve. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder immediately understood and struck a mighty blow upon a nearby grand bell. The resounding clang echoed, unleashing an astonishing momentum from the depths of the Chu family estate. Suddenly, 3 figures, each a half-step into the soul refinement realm, emerged before the gathering crowd. These were the revered elders of the Lingwu Pavilion of the Chu family, revealing an unexpected depth of heritage. Alas, the Chu family had reached its most perilous moment. The seasoned spectators recognized the stature of these 3 individuals. They were said to be close allies of the late patriarch of the Chu family, who had pledged to safeguard its safety out of loyalty. Yet, despite the addition of these 3 formidable beings, the Chu family now stood with merely 7 half-step soul refinement experts against a daunting 12 from their adversaries, making their survival seem increasingly bleak. Esteemed elders, do your utmost. Should the heavens decree the end of the Chu family, I implore you to depart swiftly. For your years of protection, I, Chu Qing, offer my heartfelt gratitude, he said, kneeling and bowing respectfully, a gesture echoed by Chu Xian, who also paid her respects to the 3 elders. "Do not speak so modestly, head of the family. If the time comes, we shall risk our lives to preserve even a fragment of the Chu lineage," one elder replied, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if slicing through the deceitful 4 traitors among them. Truly, the world had changed. Have you finished your farewells? Now, let us proceed with our business. Meng family disciples, heed my command, eradicate the Chu. With Meng Xiong's thunderous command, the previously dispirited Meng clan warriors surged forward with renewed vigor. With their top combatants poised to dominate the Chu family, what was there to fear? In that moment, akin to tigers descending from the mountains, they charged towards the Chu family. The Meng clan fought with fervor, while the Chu family, in a desperate battle for survival, could not afford to hold back. Blood flowed like rivers, and the ground was littered with bodies. The air was thick with the mingling of blood and sweat, rendering it indistinguishable, while the overwhelming aura of slaughter drew the attention of all factions within Connor City. As the Meng family's offensive unfolded in earnest, battles among the half-step soul refinement experts raged fiercely. Meng Xiong and Brand Su surged forward like twin bolts of lightning towards Chu Qing. With the Meng family, Brand family, and the traitors from the Chu family, there were 12 half-step soul refinement experts in total, an advantage that allowed them to suppress all of the Chu family's contenders. Given such numbers, it was illogical not to exploit this advantage. Each Chu expert faced nearly 2 opponents of equal rank, leading to a scenario where they were overwhelmed. Confronted with the combined might of his adversaries, Chu Qing's expression darkened, yet a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He called out to Chu Xian, "Xianer, stand with your father. A Chu family member shall die with dignity." With that, a fierce aura erupted from him, halting Meng Xiong and Brand Su in their tracks. Gazing upon the majestic and vigorous battlefield, Chu Xian's eyes glistened with emotion as she commanded her daughter to take charge. With unwavering composure, She directed the Chu clan's disciples to confront the enemy. Waves of formidable iron forces relentlessly assailed the gates of the Chu family, yet none could breach their defenses. Amidst the ranks of the Meng and Brand families, a blood-soaked figure flickered like a specter, each step resulting in the demise of several formidable fighters. In a display of valor that rivaled that of men, Chu Xin fought fiercely, igniting the spirits of the Chu clan's warriors to unprecedented heights. Undeterred by the blades, she welcomed the piercing strikes of countless weapons upon her body. A cruel smile crept across her face as a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, plunging into the chest of her adversary. This exchange of life for life, wound for wound, moved many powerful figures, and even if the Chu family were to fall, the legacy of their once great lineage would forever be etched in the annals of Connor City, a name that would resound as the Chu family. Countless gazes were fixed upon the blood-soaked battle outside the Chu estate, while in another part of Connor City, an unsettling silence reigned. A woman of striking beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being, bore a look of indignation as she glared at an elderly man in an ornate golden robe seated beside her, his eyes narrowing with the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant. "Indeed, miss, this tea is delightful. Do have a taste," he remarked with a smirk. Hu Yun, as the president of the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce stationed in the Kingdom of Yu, I command you to dispatch a soul refinement realm master to support the Chu family immediately, Han Yuning exclaimed, her voice sharp with urgency. However, the elder known as Hu Yun remained grave, responding, "Humph, miss, do you not realize the error of your ways? The Qin Wangfu is already aware of the situation here. You entrusted our family's crystal card to an unknown alchemist. The entire supply of elixirs in the Great Qian Empire is controlled by the Dan sect. If they discover our chamber is smuggling potions, the entire Wangfu could be implicated. As president of the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce, how could you jeopardize the entirety of the Wangfu?" Han Yuning clenched her fists tightly, yearning to strike down this old man, yet she refrained, knowing that such an act would leave her unable to explain herself to the Qin Wangfu. Nevertheless, she held faith in Yi Feng. Although both the Chu and Meng families had proclaimed Yi Feng's demise, her mind persistently wandered to those crimson eyes, and she sensed that he would not so easily perish. Thus, she sought ways to aid the Chu family, only to find that opposing factions within her own family had appointed this elder as vice president to restrain her efforts, claiming they had no knowledge of Yi Feng from the Dan sect's alchemist team. After all she had done for her family, this was the outcome. Sighing, Han Yuning lamented, "Alas, brother Yi Feng, I can no longer assist you." A flicker of helplessness and reluctance passed through her beautiful eyes. Chapter 35. I believe in him. The Chu family is destined for greatness, many leaders of smaller factions watching from afar remarked, glancing at the Emperor Zun and Yun Luo beside Yi Feng. Just a day prior, the forces that were frantically distancing themselves from the Chu family now found themselves steeped in regret. How could they not? Two formidable soul refinement realm experts had appeared, and in the context of Connor City, where such beings rarely even passed through, their presence was akin to that of deities. Even the Qin Merchants Guild had to greet them with smiles. As Knight Maple and Chu Piapiao emerged unexpectedly, the bloodied disciples of the Chu family erupted in jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable as they beheld the slender youth, while the Ming family found themselves in a state of panic, hastily retreating. For the threat posed by soul refinement realm experts was simply overwhelming. Sensing the gaze of the Chu family disciples upon him, Knight Maple, with an air of apology, clasped his hands toward Chu Qing, expressing his regret for arriving late. "Please forgive me, Uncle Chu. One cannot expect compassion from mere mortals." Given Chu Xian's current plight, if he failed to respond, he would indeed be labeled a scoundrel. Son-in-law, Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reddening. Typically unshaken by calamity, he was now visibly stirred, his lips twitching in emotion. "Excellent, Xiao Feng, your timing is impeccable." Knight Maple nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the sound of slicing air echoed from behind the Meng family ranks. A relatively small, yet formidable contingent of experts swiftly sealed off their escape route. The sudden appearance of these Chu family warriors elicited exclamations of shock. "Isn't that the force stationed at Black Cloud Mountain? What brings them here? Could it be young Master Knight?" The Chu family warriors were utterly perplexed. Knight Maple himself felt equally perplexed. The Emperor would never intervene unless faced with life-threatening danger. His earlier display had merely been a casual swat at a fly. As for Yun Luo, she was simply hungry and sought sustenance. Therefore, the two great beings could not be summoned. This crisis he must confront alone, necessitating the mobilization of the Black Cloud Mountain troops. "Knight Maple, are you the one responsible for my son's death?" Meng Xiong suddenly erupted in fury. He had heard his subordinates mention Knight Maple's name countless times. Never expecting to encounter him today, he glared at him with venomous intensity. Beside him, Brand Su wore a grave expression. The fact that Chu Piapiao had arrived indicated that the old man Meng Lei had failed. To his dismay, the carefully devised plan had not succeeded in eradicating this segment of the Chu family's strength. Useless scoundrels, Brand Su cursed inwardly, but it was too late for regrets. He needed to contemplate how to navigate the current predicament. Esteemed elders, I sincerely apologize for our ignorance of your esteemed identities as masters of the Chu family. We beg your forgiveness for any offenses committed earlier, Brand Su said, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, the emperor and Yun Luo exchanged glances. She scoffed coldly, remaining silent. While the emperor cleared his throat a few times and spoke. Ahem, we merely owe this young man a favor and are returning him home, so please do not misunderstand. I see. Brand Su appeared to have an epiphany, and the formidable figures of Connor City also grasped the situation. It turns out they are here to escort someone home, not to confront the Chu clan. Master Chu, are you not obliged to provide us with an explanation now? You once vowed to seek justice for your daughter and son-in-law, yet here your kin stand alive and well, while the son of the Meng clan has been brutally slain. The perpetrator being one of your own. If you do not surrender the murderer, this matter will remain unresolved, Brand Su declared sternly. Since those two soul refinement experts are unrelated to the Chu clan, there is no need to be overly fearful. Rare treasures and resources are meant for those fated to possess them. Meng Yong was merely incapable of outmatching my son-in-law, and thus met his demise. According to your logic, should all those who acquire rare treasures bear the burden of their slain competitors? Moreover, Meng Yong actively challenged my son-in-law. Whose fault is it if he was bested? Chu Qing scoffed, fully aware of the events that transpired and unperturbed. Master Chu, one cannot frame it that way, while it may be acceptable in other contexts. The deceased was the future head of the Meng family, a position of significance. Here's what we can do. My Brand family has invested minimal resources this time and still possesses strength. We can act as neutral arbiters, temporarily withdrawing from the conflict between the Chu and Meng families. Your son-in-law and the Meng clan leader may engage in a life-and-death duel, leaving the outcome to fate, thus resolving this conflict entirely. What do you think? Brand Su cast a glance at the emperor and Yun Luo, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a lowered tone. As Chu Qing prepared to refuse, a voice unexpectedly resonated from a certain direction. Very well, Master Brand, your family is not without integrity and dishonor. I, Yi Feng, shall take on this matter. The countenance of the Chu disciples changed dramatically, their incredulous gazes locking onto Yi Feng. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Chu Qing's expression shifted as he realized that even if the two soul refinement experts were reluctant to intervene, the elite of the Chu family were present. Should a confrontation arise, even if they could not secure victory, they could force a retreat. Indeed, if Yi Feng could triumph over Meng Xiong, the Chu family could resolve this crisis and gain a moment's respite. However, Meng Xiong had been a formidable presence at the half-step soul refinement level for many years. Should a battle ensue, Yi Feng might not emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Chu Xian furrowed her brow, ready to rise and dissuade him, but was halted by Chu Piao, who gently shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. Chu Fei gritted her teeth and retreated. Uncle Chu, it is fine, Yi Feng said earnestly to Chu Qing, disregarding the latter's impending objections as he confidently strode towards Meng Xiong, gesturing for him to proceed. The head of the Meng family, with a disdainful huff, declared that he would avenge his son today. Meng Xiong, with a flick of his sleeve, followed suit, while a cold smile flashed across Yi Feng's face. Meng Xiong was the pillar of the Meng family. Should Yi Feng manage to slay him openly and honorably, it would undoubtedly spell the downfall of the Meng clan, which had become a significant thorn in his side. He would not miss the opportunity to eliminate this menace. Meanwhile, forces from 3 factions and the powerful of Connor City began to gather towards the direction of the two. News of the challenge between Yi Feng of the Chu family and Meng Xiong spread like wildfire throughout Connor City, prompting numerous strong individuals to hasten to the central duel platform. As conflicts arose with the Chu family disciples, this platform, located at the heart of the city, had long been the venue for cultivators to settle personal grievances. Since the bloody duel between the Chu and Brand families, alongside the Meng clan, over a decade ago, the platform had remained dormant, yet today it was unexpectedly revived. A large and a small figure appeared on the duel platform. The imposing silhouette resembled an iron tower crashing down, causing the platform to tremble violently under the force of gravity. With crimson eyes gleaming with pleasure, Meng Xiong sneered. You ignorant little brat, Today I shall show you what it truly means to be a half-step into the soul-refining realm. He was aware of Yi Feng's triumph over the third elder of the Chu family, yet he regarded that elder as a mere mediocre half-step into the soul-refining realm, not worthy of comparison. Thus, he looked down upon Yi Feng, believing that a minor achievement had inflated the youth's ego, and he was determined to teach him a lesson. In the face of Meng Xiong's derision, Yi Feng lightly tapped his toes and leaped, landing directly in front of Meng Xiong with a hint of mockery in his expression. The Meng family's talent for verbal sparring is quite remarkable. Your son is no exception, and neither is Meng Lei. If this is all the Meng family can muster, I might as well concede now to avoid someone claiming my victory is unearned. Meng Xiong's forehead twitched with rage. This fellow truly knew how to strike a nerve, reopening old wounds right from the start. Given Meng Xiong's notoriously volatile temperament, how could he endure such provocation? His gaze turned icy, and with a powerful stomp, he created a crater in the ground, a whirlwind of energy ruffling his garments. A colossal aura emanated from him, compelling all strong individuals nearby to take several steps back. With a resounding crash, Meng Xiong launched himself into action. A streak of lightning darted forth as he unleashed the full extent of his speed as a half-step soul-refining realm powerhouse. In an instant, he delivered a devastating fist. His right hand clenched, imbued with a fierce and surging energy directed at Yi Feng's chest. How swift! Yi Feng silently praised. The Meng father and son shared a penchant for audacious approaches, unleashing a thunderous assault from the outset. Had he not cultivated the fire god armor, he would have hesitated to confront this young man head-on. The formidable fist shadow streaked through the air like a meteor, emitting a low growl, and in an instant, it was upon Yi Feng's chest. Faced with such an onslaught, Yi Feng neither flinched nor evaded, allowing the fist to crash against him. Has this young man lost his senses? Noticing Yi Feng's movements, everyone momentarily froze, while Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief, casting a resentful glance. This fellow was always a source of concern. If he were to act, it would signify he was entangled in trouble, not merely posturing. His immobility now suggested a sense of unshakable confidence. Vital energy surged rapidly through his meridians, hastening towards the surface of his skin. Suddenly, slender spikes, as fine as cow hairs, protruded sharply from his flesh, rendering Yi Feng's body akin to a porcupine. Confronted with this sight, Meng Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon a trace of mockery replaced his surprise. Did he truly believe that donning a layer of soft quills would shield him from his assault? The force of his punch howled through the air, crashing against the layer of spikes with a fierce intensity, akin to cannon fire detonating upon its surface. The resounding explosions echoed loudly, and when the cacophony subsided, Meng Xiong initially assumed Yi Feng had sustained grave injuries. However, the next moment, he felt a layer of swelling on his knuckles, only to discover numerous tiny blood punctures. Infuriated by this unexpected setback, Meng Xiong's attacks became increasingly ferocious, relentlessly driving Yi Feng towards the edge of the arena. The sound of his strikes reverberated as he unleashed a barrage of blows, each imbued with powerful energy. Once more, the imposing figure of the armored bull faced Meng Xiong's onslaught, as one figure was sent hurtling backward, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Yi Feng staggered back a few steps before barely regaining his balance. To outsiders, it seemed that with one final strike, Meng Xiong could claim victory over Yi Feng. Sister-in-law, he gazed at the imminent defeat of Yi Feng, with Chu Fei looking anxious, while Chu Piao secretly wiped the sweat from her palms. Yet, noticing Chu Xian's calm demeanor, they found it rather perplexing. Xiao Xian, that is your future husband, are you not worried? Worried? Chu Xian, serene as water, shook her head gently, her eyes glimmering with affection as she gazed at the figure on stage, silently affirming, rather than worry, he hopes I believe in him. Chapter 36. The resurgence of the imperial blood explosions. Indeed, it proved effective. A surge of elation filled Meng Xiong's heart. After all, he was a battle-hardened warrior at the threshold of the soul refinement realm. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Yi Feng's body tempering techniques, he understood that if he continued to recklessly assault him with his fists, his hands would soon be rendered useless. Thus, if contact was impossible, he would simply suppress him with his overwhelming energy. After all, the opponent was merely a high-level qi refinement practitioner. Could a half-step into the soul refinement realm truly be outmatched by him? With a roar, Meng Xiong pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches that tore through the air with a deafening sound. The shadows of his fists filled the sky, completely sealing off Yi Feng's escape route. Faced with these nearly tangible punches, Yi Feng felt the hair on his body stand on end. These were not mere illusions. He could sense that each strike would inflict significant harm if they landed. Stay calm, stay calm. Yi Feng urged himself internally as the myriad of fist shadows descended upon him in an instant. With a thunderous roar akin to an explosion, the arena reverberated, unleashing a cacophony that resonated through the very heavens and sent shockwaves akin to a tempest radiating outward. Numerous feeble combatants were instantly propelled backward, while the remaining ones were at least seasoned practitioners of body refinement. As the overwhelming destructive force dissipated, the scene upon the arena gradually came into focus, enveloped in an eerie silence as countless gazes fixated upon the gaunt figure standing amidst the chaos, rendered speechless by the cataclysmic sound. The arena lay in ruins, strewn with debris and shattered stones, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. At its center stood a figure, erect and resolute, emanating an aura as sharp as a sword, his bare torso marred with ghastly wounds, clearly having endured a brutal conflict. Knight Maple was injured, and in a state of panic, his father urgently called out to Chu Xian, his eyes brimming with concern. It was evident to all that Meng Xiong had not exerted his full strength during their skirmish. Should Knight Maple truly fight for his life, it would amount to a death sentence. Upon hearing Chu Xian's voice, Chu Qing's countenance shifted, and he was about to rally the Chu clan elders to intervene, only to be confronted by several figures who abruptly blocked his path. Brand Su, with a sinister smile, proclaimed loudly, "Clan leader Chu, these two are sworn enemies. They must determine a victor on this stage, lest our city of Connor know no peace." Furious, Chu Qing glared at Brand Su, taken aback by his audacity to obstruct them at such a critical moment. The commotion below had naturally drawn Meng Xiong's attention. As an old friend with years of collaboration behind them, he was well aware of Brand Su's intentions. Despite Knight Maple being at a disadvantage, the fact that he had held his ground against his subordinates until now was remarkable. Even his own son, Meng Yong, could not achieve such resilience. At such a young age, Knight Maple had reached this level of prowess. If left unchecked, the Chu clan would inevitably produce a formidable spirit realm expert. This young man was decisive and merciless towards members of the Meng family, and thus, it was imperative to resolve this predicament swiftly to avoid the emergence of a terrifying adversary in the future. "Boy, prepare to meet your demise," Meng Xiong sneered, inhaling deeply as a tsunami of bloodlust surged forth. The crimson energy swiftly coalesced around his arms, enveloping him in a mist of sanguine fog, accompanied by a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. A small sphere, deep crimson and pulsating with a sinister energy, materialized in Meng Xiong's palm. And those with discernment quickly recognized this formidable spirit weapon. This was the Meng clan's Earthgrade spirit weapon, Blood Fiend Light, and Knight Maple was in grave danger. Indeed, this individual once matched two semi-soul refining realm experts with this very technique, killing one and severely wounding another, they murmured. Knight Maple was in peril. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's complexion paled dramatically. Although she could not fathom the full extent of this spirit weapon's power, she instinctively grasped that it was anything but ordinary. And thus she called out to Knight Maple with urgency. "Descend swiftly," he chuckled, as Meng Xiong stepped forward, his foot crashing down, shattering the ground beneath him. His form surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards Yi Feng, fissures several feet deep, rapidly radiating in all directions. With a fierce momentum, he hurled the crimson sphere towards Yi Feng. In the face of such overwhelming force, Yi Feng remained steadfast, his head bowed, showing no sign of resistance, seemingly drained of strength from the prior battle. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xian's face turned pale, while the onlooking Yun Luo narrowed her beautiful eyes, pouting in discontent. What on earth is this guy doing? Just as the blood-red sphere was about to make contact with Yi Feng's body, the young man stirred. Slowly lifting his head, he revealed a mysterious smile that sent a tremor through Meng Xiong's heart, an acute sense of danger surging within him. As the smile faded, Yi Feng clasped his hands tightly, a dazzling array of gestures unfolding rapidly before the spectators. A robust energy coalesced between his palms, forming a blinding red seal in an instant. Hong Yuan seal. With a sudden thrust of his head, Yi Feng fixed his gaze upon the blood-colored sphere, pushing his palms forward. Instantly, the space behind him tore open to reveal a crimson light, accompanied by a thunderous sound as it collided violently with the sphere. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shockwave detonated within a radius of several hundred feet, reducing nearby shops to rubble. A tempestuous wind surged forth, sweeping away several Qi refiners, who screamed as they were caught in the vortex, only to crash into the ground with a thud, leaving deep craters in their wake. Chu Qing and Brand Su were taken aback by the spectacle created by the two combatants. Goodness, even if we were to fight right now, we might not reach such a level, Chu Qing pondered. Wait, Wasn't Yifeng already incapacitated? How could he possibly unleash such combat prowess? Could it be that he was merely feigning weakness, the wolf in sheep's clothing all along? The thought ignited a spark of excitement in Chu Qing. While Bransu's expression darkened with worry, he chastised himself for his earlier bravado, thinking it foolish to have opposed the Chu family over matters of chivalry. No, it can't be. That boy must be putting on a show, Bransu reassured himself. In mere moments, the makeshift arena, spanning dozens of feet, was reduced to ruins amidst the thunderous cacophony, clouds of dust swirling chaotically. Countless gazes were fixed on the depths of the dissipating haze. Who had triumphed? Yifeng or Meng Xiong? Just as uncertainty loomed, a figure hurtled from the depths of the dust, landing steadily in an open area, their expression calm yet grave. Eyes fixed intently on the remnants of the chaos. Yifeng regarded the familiar silhouette as the Chu family's members proclaimed their brilliance under the sun. However, this scene lasted only a few fleeting seconds before a sharp sound of sonic explosion suddenly reverberated. Before anyone could react, a figure erupted like a bolt of lightning, bloodied and battered, with a contorted face, suddenly extracting a black pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Eerie black patterns rapidly manifested upon his skin surface. Meng Xiong raised his head, his eyes, filled with a chilling glare, fixated intently on Yifeng. The previously waning vitality surged abruptly at that moment, akin to a volcano erupting with an even more formidable presence, overwhelming everyone present. Could it be that this fellow consumed a vitality pill? Cold sweat trickled down Yifeng's back. It is not uncommon for cultivators to use pills to secure victory in battle. However, the pill Meng Xiong had just ingested had remarkably rejuvenated his energy. Apart from the second-tier vitality pill, Yifeng could think of no other substance that could yield such miraculous effects. Yet, the Emperor in the Sea of Consciousness refuted this notion. No, it is not a vitality pill. While it can restore some vitality, it cannot bring one back to peak condition in an instant. No second-tier pill possesses such potency. The humble Meng family would not have access to such extraordinary ammunition unless the Emperor paused, unless this fellow has consumed some obscure and unorthodox concoction. Xiaofeng, brace yourself for this attack. Understood. Umph. It is an honor for you to compel me to use this pill. Now prepare to meet your demise. Meng Xiong stomped fiercely on the ground, propelling himself forward like a dazzling streak of lightning, his fingers coalescing into a fist aimed squarely at Yifeng's vital points. Huh. Consuming something foul and still hoping to defeat me? Consider this a gift for you. Yifeng waved his hand, casting forth a shimmering red object, as a terrifying, violent force rapidly coalesced at the center of the dual platform. Upon witnessing such power, a momentary terror flickered in everyone's hearts, and soon after, a clever warrior turned on his heel and fled without a word. With the first to flee, the second and third quickly followed suit, including Chu Qing and Bransu, who desperately pulled their respective kin away to safety. Meng Xiong was acutely aware of the unusual behavior of those around him. However, having consumed the pill provided by the Rongsu Empire, he felt a fleeting sense of invincibility, which dulled his judgment. It was only when the red figure appeared before him that he sensed the formidable destructive force of the moment. His mind went blank, engulfed in confusion as he stared vacantly at the object hurtling towards him, its hue radiant and translucent. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever beheld in his life. The golden figure silently glided past, pressing against his face. And then his entire visage trembled as if inflated, subsequently expanding with a thunderous explosion that resonated like divine retribution. A flash of red light erupted as a cataclysmic force radiated from the dual platform, akin to a crimson sandstorm, surging outward in all directions. Some of the slower warriors were instantly engulfed by the red tempest, unleashing blood-curdling screams before vanishing into the storm. Chu Qing dragged Chu Xian and Chu Fei out of Connor City, only daring to turn back and observe the apocalyptic scene once they were a safe distance away. Half of Connor City lay utterly devastated. The towering city walls, resembling the carcass of a colossal serpent, had crumbled into grotesque heaps of twisted stone. A massive pit, several thousand meters in diameter, appeared near the arena, radiating destruction in all directions. Wherever it extended, life was obliterated, leaving behind desolate ruins that testified to the recent horror. Was this the work of Night Foam? A few formidable individuals swallowed hard, secretly relieved they had not opposed the Chu family. Otherwise, they might have found themselves on the receiving end of an unknown explosive, with no time to escape. Yet, where had Night Foam vanished? This question surged through everyone's minds, while Chu Xian stood pale and dazed, her gaze fixed on the gaping pit. Chu Xian remained silent, or rather, she dared not utter a sound, A tumult of unfamiliar emotions swirled within her. No, she could not accept the grim reality before her. Night Feng must not perish. Yet, that terrifying force, one even the soul refinement experts dared not confront, could a mere qi refining practitioner withstand it? Night Feng's lips parted slightly, and moisture began to gather in her eyes. Suddenly, a tiny black dot appeared in the distance, swiftly enlarging as it approached. It landed not far from Chu Xian, revealing a disheveled figure who tumbled forward, rolling to a stop before her, a dust-covered face breaking into a bitter smile. My dear aunt, please do not cry. Chapter 37. It's all my fault. Who is crying? Chu Xian replied, though her hand subconsciously brushed away a tear. The earlier scene had frightened her profoundly. Night Feng chuckled softly, yet was also startled by the overwhelming force of the imperial blood explosion. Truly, it was a formidable technique born from her painstaking efforts, albeit one whose power was exceedingly difficult to control. During the battle, she had to self-detonate the Zhongnyo armor to fully negate the damage. She had intended for a decisive blow, but it seemed that Meng Xiong possessed a quick recovery elixir as well. Fortunately, she had prepared the imperial blood explosion in advance. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Upon inspecting her injuries, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Her meridians were shattered, and her energy circulation was slower than a snail's pace. The numerous bleeding wounds on her body would likely take considerable time to heal completely. She resolved not to fuse all the imperial bloodline in next time. Had it not been for Yunluo's timely intervention, she might have ended up like Meng Xiong, reduced to nothing. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by Chu Qing's voice, tinged with uncertainty. Little Feng, has Chu Xiong already perished? This question immediately drew everyone's attention, as it pertained to the future power dynamics of Connor City and could not be taken lightly. Night Feng took a deep breath and replied with solemnity, Uncle Chu, Meng Xiong is dead. Now is the optimal moment for us to take control and eliminate the Meng family. Indeed, a glint of fierce determination flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. The Meng family nearly brought about the annihilation of the Chu family, and just moments ago, they had slain numerous formidable members of the Chu clan. If this grave threat were not eradicated entirely, remnants would undoubtedly cause further chaos. With a wave of his hand, he immediately commanded the uninjured senior members of the Chu family. Meng Xiong is dead. All protectors of the Chu family, mobilize and cleanse the Meng family with blood. Upon hearing these words, the Chu family disciples, who had previously been filled with trepidation at the thought of their clan's potential destruction, suddenly surged with vigor, their eyes alight with determination as they flocked towards the Meng family's location in Connor City. To Yifeng's surprise, Yin Luo seemed intrigued, trailing behind the Chu disciples. This was fortuitous. Although Meng Xiong had perished, he had observed that a significant number of elders from the Meng family still remained. With the presence of a formidable soul refinement expert like Yin Luo, dealing with the remnants of the Meng family was assuredly a matter of certainty. Watching the swiftly vanishing Chu clan members, Yifeng exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had witnessed the Chu family mobilizing with such fervor. The Meng family was doomed. Meanwhile, Bran Su, a member of the Meng faction, appeared as though he had just lost his father, his face ashen. He attempted to push through the crowd to leave, but was suddenly called back by Chu Qing. Bran family head, please wait. Bran Su turned around mechanically, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his heart racing. Chu family head, do you require something? With a cheerful laugh, Chu Qing raised his fist and said, I recall, Bran family head, that prior to this duel, you stated you would not interfere in the grievances between the Chu and Meng families. Surely, you do not intend to go back on your word? As he spoke the last words, Chu Qing's eyes glimmered with menace. Yifeng had painstakingly created an opportunity to eliminate all of the Chu family's foes. If he did not capitalize on it, he would be a fool indeed. Should this man dare utter a word of defiance, he would be willing to sacrifice even half of the Chu family to ensure the complete annihilation of the Bran family's higher-ups on the spot. Understanding Chu Qing's intent, the elders of the Chu family immediately grasped the situation, swiftly blocking all escape routes for the Bran family's warriors, their expressions dark and threatening. Bran Su was no fool. The palpable killing intent was evident to all. Though the Chu family had suffered considerable losses, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Did the Bran family truly believe they stood a chance in a confrontation? He quickly donned a sycophantic smile, saying, Dear Chu brother, you jest. I have always believed that the foremost family in Connor City should be the Chu family. I was merely coerced by Meng Xiong, leading me to momentarily oppose the Chu family. With the inclusion of the talented young Yifeng, the future of the Chu family is undoubtedly destined for greatness. Observing Bran Su's obsequious demeanor, The powerful figures from various factions present did not scorn him. Rather, they admired his discernment. It was clear to all that the rise of the Chu family was unstoppable, and now was the time to ingratiate themselves. Yifeng held no interest in such a fickle character as Brand Su. He subsequently returned to the Chu family accompanied by the three Chu sisters, leaving the management of the remaining matters to Chu Qin and the others. The long-standing enmity between the Chu and Meng families was ultimately concluded with Meng Xiong's demise. And more importantly, the Chu family had displayed an unexpectedly resolute stance, dispatching a formidable force to seek out and annihilate the Meng family. The Chu family, having lost the formidable Meng Xiong, despite the desperate resistance of three formidable warriors at the half-step soul refinement stage, could not escape the fate of annihilation. The fall of the Meng family sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Connor. Initially seeking vengeance for their son, they ultimately found themselves bereft of both their revenge and their very lives. Consequently, within just a few hours, leaders of various factions within Connor City flocked to the Chu residents to pledge their loyalty, their performances akin to long-lost descendants returning to recognize their roots. To this, Yifeng remained indifferent, contentedly sipping tea with Chu Xian, humming a light tune in sheer delight. Amu lay sprawled in his chair, as Chu Xian playfully fed him grapes, inciting the irritation of Chu Piao Piao and Chu Fei, who wondered why he could not serve himself. Eventually, Chu Piao Piao could no longer bear the sight, and snatched the plate of grapes, her expression a mix of annoyance and affection. "Hey, my sister isn't even married to you yet, so don't be so eager to boss her around." "Indeed," Chu Fei chimed in, grabbing the plate and offering a handful of grapes. "Good things should be shared. How can you hoard them, second sister? Quickly, hand over the food. He is injured and needs nourishment," Chu Xian demanded, extending her hand towards Chu Fei. The two sisters exchanged weary glances before uttering in unison, as expected, once married daughters are like water spilled. While Chu Piao Piao remained unfazed, Chu Fei cast a lingering glance at Yifeng, reminiscent of events that transpired beneath the dragon's breath. Suddenly, Yifeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, leapt from his chair, a flicker of joy lighting his features as he turned toward the entrance of the Chu family. The sound of horses' hooves echoed ominously, followed by the thunderous cheers of the Chu family members. "They have returned. Let us go and see," he declared, leading the three women toward the outer courtyard of the Chu estate. Meanwhile, Chu Qing and the higher-ups of the Chu family wore beaming smiles. Upon seeing Yifeng, they enveloped him in a bear hug, leaving the young man blushing with embarrassment. "Ah, my son-in-law, we owe you a great debt this time. Had I not arranged the betrothal between you and Xian'er, I might have offered all three of my daughters to you." Chu Qing's expression radiated excitement. Little did he know that his investment in Yifeng would yield far more than just a daughter. "Marry all three of them to me." A flicker of ambition ignited within Yifeng as he cast a heated glance at the three Chu sisters, only to be met with a sudden chill that crept up his spine. Who could it be? Yifeng, ever perceptive, quickly withdrew his gaze. At that moment, he noticed that the jubilant cheers came from the Chu family's younger generation left behind, while those who had participated in the extermination of the Meng family stood with palpable tension, trembling as they focused on a dark figure emerging from behind. Draped in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her enchanting figure, she sat poised in a carriage, her long, snow-white legs swaying gracefully. Her visage was utterly captivating. With almond-shaped eyes, crimson lips, and a delicate, heart-shaped face, her attire transformed to radiate a charming innocence. Yifeng found himself momentarily entranced. Yet the bloodied object she held in her hand sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Has this young lady taken another life? At that moment, Chu Wang approached Yifeng, his face as pale as a sheet, his legs trembling as he inquired of Yifeng. Currently, among the Chu family members on duty, only he had a decent rapport with Yifeng, thus he dared to approach him with his questions. Young Master Yi, this young lady does not consume members of the Chu family, does she?" Chu Wang cast a furtive glance towards Yun Luo, but quickly averted his gaze, filled with trepidation. He then recounted the events that had transpired with the Meng family. It turned out that the attire worn by the young girl had been seized from a woman of the Meng family. Not only had she appropriated the clothing, but she had also devoured all the Meng family members, including the three esteemed elders, leaving them utterly incapacitated. This had instilled fear in the formidable beings who attempted to assault the Chu family, leading many to contemplate the implications of bringing such a voracious little demon back to the Chu household. Who could predict whether she would someday turn her malice upon the Chu family? Yifeng offered a sheepish smile to Chu Wang, then strode confidently towards Yun Luo, taking a deep breath as he spoke. "Yun Luo, have you feasted upon humans again?" "Indeed, Yin Luo replied, her smile enigmatic as her alluring gaze prompted Yi Feng to avert his eyes. Realizing that Yi Feng was concerned about her potential threat to the Chu family, she opened her mouth to clarify in a nonchalant manner. I do not easily consume humans, and what I devour are merely their souls and powers. Well, in that case, Yi Feng sighed ruefully, aware that her formidable soul-refining abilities made her a force to be reckoned with throughout the entire Yu kingdom. Engaging in conflict with her would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, since the Chu family was the maternal home of Chu Xian, he felt compelled to urge her to exercise some restraint. After all, we are in the realm of humanity. Should you inadvertently devour an entity beyond your reckoning, you could find yourself in peril. Perhaps you should consider tempering your appetite? Yi Feng suggested, feigning concern for her well-being. Yin Luo, however, scoffed dismissively, a cold smile gracing her lips. The realm of humanity, beyond reckoning? Though her tone was laced with mockery, she was acutely aware of the need to remain inconspicuous, lest she attract the attention of powerful factions. Observing her demeanor, Yi Feng realized that the mysterious young girl had absorbed part of his admonition. Yet the next remark left him utterly astounded. All right, you are correct. I shall refrain from consuming humans. However, all these items for my cultivation are rightfully mine, Yin Luo declared, extending a delicate hand towards the carriages. They are all mine. With that proclamation, the countenances of all the Chu family warriors darkened, their gazes fixed on the haughty Yin Luo, while Chu Xian seethed with indignation, as if confronted by an arch-nemesis. Yet, when Yin Luo cast her gaze over them, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent bore down upon the shoulders of all the Chu family members, causing their faces to blanch. In a flurry, Chu Qing hastened to bow before Yin Luo, saying, He, if this esteemed elder desires these items, they are undoubtedly yours, and the Chu family harbors no grievances. Should you find this insufficient, please do not hesitate to speak. Whatever the Chu family possesses, we shall gladly offer. With that, Chu Qing patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance. Although the Chu family suffered a loss of resources, they simultaneously gained the presence of a formidable soul refinement realm expert to oversee their affairs. Such a powerful individual cannot simply be summoned with mere cultivation resources. Night Maple felt a surge of admiration for Chu Qing. With such a mindset, the rise of the Chu family is surely imminent. At that moment, a minor leader from the Chu family stealthily approached, casting a fearful glance at Yin Luo before producing an account book. Master, we have managed to extract 1 million crystal stones worth of goods from the Meng family, all of which are to be given to this esteemed elder. The previously composed Chu Qing's countenance turned pale in an instant, and his smile faltered slightly. Yet, how could he go back on his word? Especially to a soul refinement realm powerhouse. No problem, just give it all to her. As he spoke these words, Chu Qing's heart bled. 1 million crystal stones represented a fortune that the Chu family had accumulated over decades. However, the thought of eliminating the Meng family, a significant threat, offered him some solace. Should the Chu family encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Just as Chu Qing felt despondent, Yin Luo's voice, like a celestial melody, graced his ears, nearly bringing him to tears. The expenditure felt worthwhile. Chapter 38. Infiltration within the closed confines of the first courtyard's secret chamber. Night Maple silently gazed at the translucent crystal within the ornate box. Unlike ordinary crystals, this one was entirely transparent. Yet suspended within it was a substantial mass of thick ink-like substance, resembling tadpoles swimming in water. The impurities within this Yin Yang crystal have been entirely removed. Although you may not be able to utilize the Yin Yang soul crystal at present, it will assist in restoring your strength, the Emperor explained. Thank you, Master. Night Maple managed a strained smile, then grasped the crystal tightly. A faint suction began to draw energy from within the crystal. Gradually, the crystal's transparency dimmed, as if all its pure energy were being absorbed by Night Maple. As he absorbed the exceptionally pure energy, his body responded as if it were a plant in a desert, eagerly drinking in the precious energy after years without rain. The nearly dormant vital energy began to flow through his meridians as though it had come to life. Night Maple felt a surge of joy and breathed a sigh of relief. He sensed that as his entire body consumed this energy, the core vital energy in his dantian expanded several folds, allowing him to wield over 70% of his previous strength. This state persisted for half an hour. When Night Maple finally opened his eyes and inspected himself, he found that the robust vital energy surged through his meridians like a raging river. He had finally regained some power. Opening his eyes, Night Maple reveled in the increasingly abundant strength within him, his gaze betraying uncontainable delight. After more than a month, he had finally returned to such a level of power. It was no wonder. He had not anticipated the astonishing might of the imperial fallen blood explosion he had concocted. Even with Yunluo's assistance, he still sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, the situation for the Chu family is currently thriving. Otherwise, were he to engage with his present strength against an opponent at the half-step soul refinement stage, he would undoubtedly falter. At this juncture, only if Chu Qing and the others could collectively break through to the soul refinement stage could the Chu family assert their dominance in Connor City. The soul refinement stage, he mused, then sighed wryly before stepping outside. Strolling leisurely through the expansive Chu family courtyard, he was greeted with respectful nods from the younger members of the family, to which he reciprocated with courtesy. Although he had resolved to accept Chu Xian, he remained cautious in his demeanor, for these were her kin. Upon arriving at the patriarch's courtyard, he was met with a cacophony of voices emanating from within. Night Feng felt a twinge of confusion. This courtyard was not a place one could simply enter. Even though Chu Qing and the three elders were in seclusion, apart from him and the three Chu sisters, no one else had the privilege to intrude. Could something have gone awry? With a look of astonishment, he proceeded toward the patriarch's courtyard. Before he could cross the threshold, he overheard Chu Fei's loud and unabashed tirade. Humph, that sly vixen, refusing to lend a hand with such trivial matters. Does she look down upon the Chu family? Now, little Fei, Han Yuning is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps she is facing difficulties, came a soothing voice. Indeed, little Fei, let it go for now. Have an apple first. Listening to the commotion inside, Night Feng broke into a cold sweat. Chu Fei's temperament was one that few could tolerate outside of family. Upon entering the room, he was met by the gaze of several pairs of eyes. Aside from Chu Xian and the others, even strong members of the Chu family such as Chu Tian, Chu Wang, and Chu Shanhao had gathered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Night Feng took a seat beside Chu Xian. As he inhaled the fragrance of the nearby maiden, he momentarily lost his train of thought. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel any wandering notions, and inquired with curiosity, Xianer, what exactly has transpired? This matter pertains to the Deqin Chamber of Commerce. Chu Xian sighed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Since yesterday, they have ceased supplying medicinal materials for our healing needs. We have just emerged from a fierce battle, and these resources are vital. However, the youths we dispatched to negotiate with the Deqin Chamber of Commerce were unable to gain entry. Later, my elder sister attempted to meet Han Yuning in person, only to be met with a closed door. After sharing this, Chu Xian cast a worried glance at him, her crescent moon-like eyes shimmering with concern as she lowered her voice, asking, "How is your injury? I still have some spiritual medicine. If you need it, do let me know." At her words, Night Feng felt a warm sensation in his heart, as if he understood why men sought to keep a woman at home. Humph. The second sister shows favoritism, giving all the good things to her husband. We were born from the same womb. After all, she lamented playfully. As they engaged in their quiet conversation, Chu Fei suddenly burst forth to air her grievances. Whether directed at Chu Xian or Night Feng remained unclear. Both were taken aback to find that every gaze in the room had converged upon them, leaving them uncertain whether to feel envy or something else entirely. Their cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Chu Xian extended a delicate jade hand to gently touzle the young girl's head, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Little Fei, your brother-in-law's injuries have yet to heal. Those medicinal herbs may prove useful to him. Let us postpone your request for now, shall we?" Pouting in dissatisfaction, Chu Fei's lips formed a sulky pout, prompting Chu Piapiao to promptly declare the meeting adjourned, lest it devolve into a personal showcase for the third young lady of the Chu family. Noticing the discomfort etched upon Chu Piapiao's face, Yifeng hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to his own quarters. "Master, lend me your assistance. I wish to covertly infiltrate the Deqin Merchants Association." Yifeng articulated his intent. The Emperor of the Heavens responded with surprise, and after a moment's pause, queried with intrigue, "Are you not involved with that Han Yuning? Do you truly need to sneak into her domain?" At these words, Yifeng's countenance betrayed a moment of awkwardness. Did this fellow lack the art of conversation? What did he mean by involved? It was merely a pure friendship, if only he understood. Yifeng, however, was disinclined to engage in a verbal spar. "Master, Han Yuning's bond with Chu Piapiao is far more solid than mine. She has yet to even meet the girl. Wouldn't approaching her directly only invite unnecessary trouble?" A resolute glimmer flickered in Yifeng's eyes as he softly continued. "Thus, the only path left is to stealthily infiltrate. However, given the multitude of formidable experts within the Deqin Merchants Association, I truly cannot manage without your assistance. Sigh, a woman's beauty is a double-edged sword. Look at you, so devoted despite her not yet being your wife. Confess, are you merely seizing this opportunity to woo her, hoping for some intimate encounters? The Emperor of the Heavens teased. Yi Feng's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a prolonged silence, he retorted, "How could you think so? My relationship with Chu Xian is entirely innocent. Now, will you assist me or not? Let us put aside the matter of innocence for now. After all, your master has been through it all." The Emperor of the Heavens chuckled quietly to himself. As night fell, silence enveloped the world. A full moon hung in the pitch-black sky, casting a silvery light that elongated the shadow of a swiftly moving figure across the rooftops of the marketplace below, clad in a dark cloak that billowed in the wind. The figure darted like a black arrow towards the northernmost edge of Connor City, in stark contrast to the eerie stillness that pervaded the rest of the city. This area resonated with the sounds of revelry and celebration. Should a person of considerable strength observe from a distance, they would discern a mysterious and potent force enveloping the figure, enabling them to navigate the intricate streets with remarkable agility, executing daring maneuvers before finally halting before a grand edifice reminiscent of a three-story palace. Gazing at the brightly lit, resplendent Daqin Merchants Association, Yi Feng pulled down his face covering to reveal a pair of crimson eyes. Behind the facade of tranquility, he sensed several powerful presences lurking nearby, their energies palpable yet elusive, sending a wave of uncertainty coursing through him. "Master, are you certain we can sneak inside undetected?" Despite the Emperor of the Heavens having once vanquished a foe at the peak of the void refinement realm, even a remnant soul had nearly ensnared him eternally. This time, however, he was faced with an actual soul refinement realm expert, leading him to harbor a flicker of doubt regarding the Emperor's capabilities. Can such insignificant creatures truly impede my path? The Emperor regarded him with disdain, a surge of power commanding his body to explode forth, traversing the distance between the Merchant Association and his location like a shooting star. Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock. He thought, so we are truly doing this. A distance of over 1,000 meters was considerable to Yi Feng, but for the Emperor, it was but a fleeting moment. The rush of wind whooshed past his ears, and as Yi Feng's restless emotions surged with the anticipation of soon confronting the lower echelons of the Merchant Association, a powerful aura swept through at a terrifying speed. It was evident that a formidable presence from the association was scanning the surroundings for intruders. Fear engulfed Yi Feng's expression, if discovered. The accusation of infiltrating the Great Qin Merchant Association would be grave indeed. Yet, faced with such a predicament, he found himself suspended in midair, unable to alter his course, and could only place his trust in the Emperor. Fortunately, the Emperor did not disappoint him. A gentle energy enveloped him quietly, and the formidable aura merely swept by before shifting to another direction. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Feng's body landed steadily on the rooftop. However, he did not find solace in this. His garments were soaked in cold sweat, and he truly wished to never experience such heart-stopping moments again. The Great Qin Merchant Association was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, simultaneously acknowledging the Emperor's strength. It appeared that the Emperor's power was at least above the soul refining realm, likely at the level of the void refining realm. With such a powerful figure at the helm, Yi Feng felt considerably reassured, knowing that his and the Chu family's safety was secured. He stealthily descended the stairs toward the next level of the Merchant Association. The building was vast, its labyrinthine layout causing Yi Feng to feel dizzy. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, sending a jolt through his body as he vanished in an instant. As the footsteps grew louder, he realized it was a stunning maid. A flicker of excitement surged within him. This was the perfect opportunity to inquire. Just as the maid passed by the shadows, Yi Feng swiftly darted out, a hand like an iron claw emerging from the darkness, gripping her delicate neck tightly. "Do not move." Chapter 39. The Duke of Andu Pavilion. On a cliff in the back mountains of the Chu family, a solitary figure sat, exuding a powerful mental force that enveloped the entire Chu estate. Suddenly, the figure turned and called out casually, "Yin Luo." A faint, almost imperceptible cold huff emerged from the darkness behind, and stepping into the moonlight was a slender figure clad in a dark, form-fitting dress. Though her appearance was exquisite, the aura of death that surrounded her filled even Yi Feng with trepidation. Who exactly was this girl? Yin Luo did not raise her head. Instead, sitting closely beside Yi Feng, he produced a small wine bottle, uncorked it, and offered it to her, saying, "This is the 100 flowers brew I concocted. Do give it a try." Wine? Yin Luo hesitated for a moment, then gracefully extended her delicate wrist to take the bottle. The rich aroma of the wine wafting through the air. Taking a deep, intoxicating breath, The slender and fair neck of the young woman gracefully arched as she poured an entire bottle of the floral brew down her throat. With a satisfied belch, her cheeks flushed a charming shade of red. "Do you require my assistance?" she inquired, her face blooming like a ripe apple, her dark eyes glinting with a hint of danger. Knight Maple, caught off guard, felt a complex wave of emotions. He was aware of Yun Luo's significant lineage and that she would eventually depart, yet he found himself inexplicably reluctant to part with her. He hesitated before broaching the subject. "Well, Yun Luo, it appears I have encountered a bit of trouble. If you could lend me a hand, I would be more than willing to provide you with as much floral brew as you desire." "What do you say?" 3 days prior, the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce had resumed supplying medicinal herbs to the Chu family, eliciting cheers from its members. However, Knight Maple felt no relief. He remembered Han Yuning's warning about a mysterious force covertly supporting the Brand family in their endeavors against the Chu family. After a brief exchange with Chu Piao Piao, he learned that over a dozen members of the Chu family had ventured into the city to gather information. To their astonishment, it seemed that all factions within Connor City had begun to shun the Chu family as if they were afflicted with a plague. Nonetheless, the immediate concern was that Chu Qing and others were striving to breach the soul refinement realm. Thus, the Chu family had entered a state of heightened alert. Preparing for impending troubles, Knight Maple sensed an inexplicably formidable force extending its dark hand towards the Chu family. If matters escalated, he feared he would be ill-equipped to handle it alone, thus necessitating Yun Luo's strength. "Very well," she replied unexpectedly, her rosy complexion returning as her icy demeanor resurfaced. "Since I have nothing pressing, I suppose entertaining them is acceptable. However, I can only assist with 2 in the soul refinement realm. Beyond that, I cannot manage." Despite her considerable power, it was unreasonable to expect her to risk her life for someone she barely knew. Letting out a long breath, Knight Maple smiled faintly. "Thank you, Yun Luo." "Humph, do you truly require my intervention for such a trivial matter?" Yun Luo tilted her head, casting a disdainful glance at him. Knight Maple chuckled awkwardly. "What may seem trivial to you is a matter of life and death for me. I shall take my leave. Summon me if you need anything." She waved her hand, and the space before her twisted before she vanished from his sight. Sighing, Knight Maple picked up the empty bottle, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The brew had required considerable effort to produce, and he hadn't anticipated that she would consume it all in one go. Still, having secured the allegiance of such a formidable ally was a significant boon. As he gazed into the distance, just as he was about to retreat for rest, his body stiffened, his gaze locking onto a specific shadow in the darkness where 2 powerful auras surged forth like a sudden torrent. "We have succeeded," he exhaled deeply, a flicker of elation crossing his face. The Chu family was finally on the cusp of welcoming a powerhouse from the soul refinement realm. Such a formidable aura naturally captured the attention of all the members of the Chu family. As they rushed out of their rooms, feeling the presence akin to that of a colossal dragon, many of the elder warriors from the Chu family were moved to tears. This was the aura of a soul refinement realm expert, an immense fortune for the Chu family. The deafening cheers of the family had reverberated through the heavens and the earth, while the 3 sisters of the Chu family were equally ecstatic, for they had been born and raised in this place, and the elevation of their family's power was what they had longed for. However, amidst the jubilant cries of the Chu family, Yifeng furrowed his brow. The aura of the soul refinement realm was, in fact, only twofold. For experts were in seclusion, striving for breakthroughs. Was it truly the case that cultivators? A voice reminiscent of an emperor echoed in his heart, lamenting that for cultivators, the optimal moment for a breakthrough is precisely when they touch the barrier of ascension. Once they reach that critical juncture, external force must be employed to force through. The longer the delay, the greater the difficulty of the breakthrough. This is why humanity establishes familial and sectarian alliances, to seek warmth in numbers, as one's individual strength is ultimately feeble. Yifeng's gaze fixed upon the aura of the soul refinement realm, and he finally nodded. With a swift motion, he descended the mountain. That powerful aura lasted only a few fleeting minutes before dissipating entirely, as if nothing had ever occurred. Then, with a thunderous sound, 4 figures emerged from the secret chamber, landing heavily on the ground. "Father, family head." The Chu family warriors gazed enviously at Chu Qing and the others, seemingly awaiting something. However, the observant would notice that the expressions of Chu Qing and the others were far from pleasant. Could it be that they had failed? The hearts of the Chu family members sank, akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair. Chu Qing and the others looked down from their elevated position, their eyes sweeping across all the Chu descendants. They opened their mouths as if to speak, yet no words emerged. At that moment, Yifeng squeezed through the crowd and smiled at Chu Qing. Congratulations, Uncle Chu. The Grand Elder has successfully broken through to the soul refinement realm. The prosperity of the Chu family is imminent. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Chu family members shifted dramatically. Yi Feng's words made it clear that only Chu Qing and the Grand Elder had achieved the breakthrough. What of the second and third elders? Hee. Little Feng truly possesses extraordinary insight, Chu Qing mused, casting an appreciative glance at his son-in-law. With such a prodigious talent joining the family, the pangs of concern in his heart seemed to lessen considerably. After all, the value of a promising young genius far outweighs that of the aging second and third elders, it is evident. Do not lose heart, esteemed elders. When I ascend to a higher level as an alchemist, I shall ensure that both of you break through to the soul refinement realm, Yi Feng said, bowing respectfully to the second and third elders. Indeed, young master Yi speaks wisely. A few more years will not delay our breakthroughs, they replied, their eyes glistening with emotion. This is what family truly embodies. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qing felt invigorated. With such unity within the Chu family, how could they not flourish? The news of the head of the Chu family, Chu Qing, and the elder breaking through to the soul refinement realm spread like wildfire, causing a tremendous upheaval in the entire city of Connor. Everyone began speculating on the next move of the Chu family, wondering if they would seize the opportunity to expand their influence and absorb others. Consequently, leaders of various factions, both large and small, found themselves in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that the Chu family's formidable warriors might come knocking at their doors. At this juncture, the Brand family, which had remained silent for an entire month, also made headlines, but their news was even more explosive. The Brand family had also acquired a strong presence in the soul refinement realm and had received recognition from the Deqian royal family. The royal decree conferred upon Brand Su, the head of the Brand family, the title of Duke of Andu, along with a fief of 10,000 households. The announcement triggered a cacophony of astonishment, as many heads of families wept in their dreams. What on earth was happening? Why had no one from our family emerged as a soul refinement realm expert? Being conferred a noble title is the grandest dream of every faction within the Deqian Empire. However, most resources are controlled by the four great feudal lords, the royal family, and the empire's foremost sect, the Tianqin sect. Without connections within the court, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary faction to break through to the soul refinement realm and attain noble status, a mere fantasy. Yet today, two monumental opportunities had seemingly fallen from the heavens, striking the Chu and Brand families with tremendous force. Many could only harbor silent envy and resentment in their hearts. Simultaneously, another piece of news sent shockwaves through Connor City as if it had been struck by an earthquake. The Brand family, or rather, the Duke of Andu's residence, extended invitations to all factions, announcing a gathering to celebrate the Brand family's elevation to a ducal status 3 days hence. It was stated that all recipients of the invitation were obliged to attend, or they would face the consequences. Those with discerning eyes quickly recognized the Brand family's intent. This was a declaration of war against the Chu family. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and after years of covert and overt rivalry, the two families were poised for a decisive clash in 3 days. All factions within Connor City resolved to make a final choice between the two, determining their future alliances. Within the Grand Hall of the Chu family, Chu Qing and others remained silent, their expressions grave as they focused intently on a particular spot. Meanwhile, Chu Fei held the crimson invitation with a look of indignation, coldly huffing, "Humph, what is an Anda Duke worth? How dare he act so arrogantly? Such a lack of ambition." Hearing this, Yi Feng and the others found it both amusing and lamentable. After all, the Brand family had already been conferred a title, while the Chu family had yet to achieve such recognition. Alas, the day has finally arrived. We cannot show any signs of weakness now. Regardless of whether he is an Anda Duke or a member of the royal family, we have no path of retreat left. Let us all step outside for a moment. I wish to be alone. Yes, father. Yi Feng and the others rose to leave, just as a surge of spiritual energy transmitted a message into Yi Feng's ear. Xiao Feng, should anything happen, I entrust all 3 of my daughters to you. The figure of Yi Feng, who was walking, suddenly froze, and then turned back to give Chu Qing a smile. Such words, akin to a final testament, seemed more fitting for Brand Su to utter. With that, he took a step forward and vanished from Chu Qing's sight, as a hint of joy appeared on the man's worried face, suggesting that his son-in-law was perhaps preparing to surprise him. Chapter 40. The traitor. The elevation of the Brand family to nobility was undoubtedly the most significant event in Connor City in nearly a century. While some factions harbored skepticism regarding the sudden emergence of a soul refinement realm expert from the Brand family, the news that Brand Su had invited the Chu family piqued the interest of several powerful individuals. Brand Su's actions undoubtedly stemmed from a sense of confidence. His prowess in the soul refinement realm was unquestionable, and more importantly, the tides of change were approaching Connor City. Within and around the Brand Manor, throngs of people filled the space, bustling with activity. All the Brand family's descendants wore expressions of pride and delight, as Brand Su himself stood at the entrance to greet guests, eager to showcase the family's prominence. The flattery and sycophantic remarks made Brand Su feel invigorated, more excited than he had been on his own wedding day. Just then, a large entourage suddenly surged towards the Brand family, causing the other powerful factions entering to part ways. At the forefront, the elegant Chu Qing, accompanied by Yi Feng and others, approached with dignity. "Oh, the head of the Chu family has arrived. The Brand family is truly graced by your presence," Brand Su said with a beaming smile. "Lord Andu, you are too kind. I hope this gathering is not a trap akin to a Hongmin banquet, for that would cast a shadow on all our faces," Chu Qing responded lightly. Brand Su smirked coldly, a hint of malice in his eyes, and leaned in closer. "Chu Qing, we have been rivals for many years. Today, I shall extend a merciful warning. Your Chu family must obediently follow my arrangements, or do not blame me for the consequences of your annihilation." Annihilation? Chu Qing's gaze was as sharp as a blade, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "I do not know when the Chu family will face annihilation, but I have heard that the Brand family's recent ally has already crumbled to dust. The term annihilation suits you far better." Brand Su's expression darkened, his eyes icy as he retorted, "Good words cannot dissuade the damned. Chu family head, please." Chu Qing smiled faintly and led the group into the grand hall of the Brand Manor. The spacious hall was filled with energy, although it was the Brand family's territory. Many powerful figures allied with the Chu family were present. Upon seeing Chu Qing arrive, they all approached to exchange pleasantries, which Chu Qing graciously welcomed, responding to each warmly. Countless gazes swept between the members of the Chu and Brand families, leaving one to wonder just how long this tempestuous prelude would continue. As time progressed, when the strength of those receiving invitations reached a similar level, the atmosphere surged to a peak of popularity. In truth, it was not just the Chu family that was bewildered by Brand Su's inexplicable assertiveness. Even these forces were equally mystified, arriving with a mindset of resignation to the circumstances. Once nearly all guests had settled, a chorus of astonished gasps emanated from outside the main entrance. A group of formidable figures clad in black robes, their appearance markedly distinct from the local populace, secured the entrance, their gazes scanning over all present like venomous serpents. More alarmingly, their language seemed foreign to the great Qin Empire. What was happening? Why was the door locked at a gathering? Everyone stood in shock, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Yet, upon reflection, they considered how the Chu family, even with its soul refinement realm experts, remained in this city. Such a formidable force, if unleashed, would hardly be underestimated even by the noble houses. Had Brand Su lost his wits to dare to challenge such numbers? Night Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Just then, a group emerged from the inner hall, led by a striking young man clad in white. Alongside him was Brand Su, who had already ascended to the title of Duke of Anduding. In that moment, he bore none of his initial pride, appearing rather fearful of the youth beside him, adopting a posture of subservience that left Chu Qing and the others utterly astonished. It was surprising that the arrogant Brand Su would show such deference to a mere boy. Who could this young man be to command such respect? Ignoring the peculiar stares from the crowd, Brand Su stepped forward and boisterously announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of my Brand family's elevation to nobility. I am profoundly grateful for your presence, and I, Brand Su, express my heartfelt thanks." Regardless, this was still the Brand family, and many strong figures offered a few courteous words, which greatly pleased Brand Su. Suddenly shifting his tone, he continued, "Ah, esteemed guests, beyond my family's elevation, I wish to introduce a friend to you all. Please welcome His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Rongrong Su Empire, Prince Su He." The young man in white, quite handsome, lazily surveyed the audience and declared, "I have come at my father's command with a matter requiring your assistance. Is that agreeable?" The crowd was taken aback, incredulous that a prince from the Rongrong Su Empire would dare issue commands to the subjects of the great Qin Empire. Just as the audience was reeling from the sudden appearance of an enemy prince, a thunderous shout pierced the air. "Brothers, let us take him down." In the midst of this, a figure emerged, Zhang Zhitian, the leader of the Wolf Fang gang, one of the top powers in Connor City. Although the Wolf Fong Gang's foundation paled in comparison to the Chu and Brand families, Zhang Zhitian was a genuine half-step soul refinement realm expert. How dare you? You insolent wretch, lay a hand on the ninth prince. A sharp, cold voice rang out, followed by a massive hand of energy crashing down upon them, resulting in a cacophonous explosion as several Wolf Fong Gang members were obliterated like ripe melons. Gasp! Gazing upon the blood-soaked ground littered with corpses, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. The old man's formidable prowess was unmistakably revealed to be that of a high-level soul refinement practitioner. Not only he, but simultaneously, those peculiar figures began to unveil their own might. An astonishing 7 soul refinement experts. 7 soul refinement practitioners. To the astonishment of all, the young man was flanked by 7 formidable guardians. In an instant, a powerful aura, akin to a tempest, surged forth, overwhelming the multitude of several hundred individuals. It seemed the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation as Chu Qing, with a grim expression, directed a sharp rebuke towards Brand Su. Master Brand, are you contemplating treason? Be aware that treason warrants the annihilation of one's entire lineage. You must deliberate carefully. With a faint smile, Brand Su responded in a booming voice. Ah, Master Chu. Those who recognize the times are the true geniuses. The arrival of the ninth prince in our humble abode is indeed a blessing. Let us not disregard the ninth prince's dignity. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with a mix of anger and helplessness. It was one thing for Brand Su to betray his nation, but to drag them into this treachery was beyond reproach. Many among them were powers that had migrated from the heart of the great Qian Empire, their ancestral graves situated there. Would they forsake their homeland for the sake of betrayal? Knight Feng, visibly exasperated, pondered whether merely gathering a few formidable figures could compel them to forsake their homeland that had nurtured them. At that moment, Brand Su, aware of the reluctance of these strong figures, leaned closer to Su He and whispered something. Suddenly, Su He's gaze fixated intently on the direction of the Chu family, particularly on the 3 sisters of the Chu household. Seeing this, Chu Qing's heart sank. He was well aware of the allure of the Chu sisters. Chu Piao Piao, clad in a sleek black outfit, showcased her strikingly attractive long legs. Chu Xian, dressed in elegant attire, possessed an innate grace reminiscent of a celestial being, her enchanting curves and slender waist capable of driving many to madness. As for Chu Fei, with her youthful visage and voluptuous figure, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Oh, ninth prince, the 3 young ladies of the Chu family are the epitome of beauty in our Connor city. It is said that a talented man deserves a beautiful woman. I believe that if you were to embrace these 3, it would undoubtedly symbolize the friendship between the great Qian Empire and the Rongsu Empire. Brand Su said with a beaming smile as he stepped forward. Indeed, once our Rongsu army subdues the great Qian, if I could bring home these 3 exquisite beauties, my father would surely rejoice, Su He declared with an air of finality, as if passing divine judgment upon mortals. The crowd, witnessing this, inwardly cursed Brand Su for his audacity. They were well aware of Chu Qing's character. He cherished these 3 daughters immensely and would never consent to such an arrangement. This would undoubtedly offend the ninth prince, bringing calamity upon the Chu family, serving as a dire warning to others. Very well, it is settled. Master Chu, this is a splendid opportunity for your family to make their mark. Do not let it slip away, Brand Su remarked nonchalantly. Rest assured, Master Chu, he added with a grin. As long as you consent to this marriage, upon our return to Rongsu, I shall bestow numerous rewards upon your Chu family. I refuse. Yi Feng roared, for not only was he already betrothed to Chu Xian, but he also shared an ambiguous relationship with the Chu concubine. And Chu Piao Piao was the elder sister of both women. Even in death, he could not agree to this scoundrel taking them away. Yi Feng, do you intend to oppose the ninth prince? Are you willing to watch the Chu family perish? Look at the worthless son-in-law you've chosen, utterly clueless. Taking advantage of the situation, Brand Su added fuel to the fire. Unexpectedly, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, and without warning, he struck out, delivering a heavy punch that landed squarely on Brand Su's chest. With a resounding cry, Brand Su was sent flying, crashing into the hard wall and creating a large hole. Although Brand Su and Meng Xiong were both half-step soul refinement realm experts, the disparity between them was significant. With his current strength, Yi Feng could easily eliminate them. Thus, the once prominent Duke Brand Su met his demise merely 3 days after being granted the title. Scoundrel! Su He exclaimed, astonished and incredulous, then filled with indignation. How dare this brat, who wasn't even a soul refinement expert, defy the orders of the ninth prince of the Rongsu Empire? 7 soul refinement experts by Su He's side surged forth simultaneously, their terrifying aura erupting like the pressure of the deep sea, completely materializing the atmosphere around Yifeng. His complexion flushed crimson as blood trickled from the ruptured veins on his forehead. Chapter 41. The Celestial Staff Technique. Suddenly, a graceful figure, like a shooting star, embraced Yifeng from behind, enveloping them both in a surge of slightly weaker vital energy, alleviating the immense pressure significantly. Xianer, Yifeng gritted his teeth, fully aware that Chu Xian was trying to ease his burden. Yet, against the formidable strength of the 7 soul refinement experts, even he found it challenging to resist. How could this little girl withstand it? Su He's expression darkened instantly. The woman he coveted had the audacity to embrace another man openly. With great difficulty, Chu Xian turned her head, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, resembling a vibrant rose, her defiant gaze fixated on Su He. I will never agree to marry you, even if it costs me my life. Viewing this scene, Su He bellowed in anger, then snapped his fingers, unleashing a horrifying beam of condensed light that surged toward Chu Xian with a deafening roar. Just as the beam was about to strike her, a colossal hand of vital energy appeared instantaneously, blocking the attack. Prince Su He, this is the great Qian Empire, and I am Chu Xian's father. Yifeng's father-in-law. You have no authority here to wreak havoc. Chu Qing's voice resonated throughout the Brand family estate, imbued with a simmering fury that erupted like a volcano. The aura of the soul refinement realm instantly jolted all the powerful guests gathered for the event, revealing that the Chu family indeed possessed a soul refinement expert, and it was no mere boast. If a cataclysmic battle were to unfold among them, perhaps they could take advantage of the chaos to escape unscathed. Ladies and gentlemen, should we choose not to resist at this moment, we shall undoubtedly become traitors. Seize the opportunity and swiftly seek assistance from the Daqing Chamber of Commerce. Once they intervene, this band of foes will be vanquished, Chu Qing shouted to the crowd. Upon hearing this, an immediate spark of hope ignited in their eyes. The Daqing Chamber of Commerce is a property of the Qin royal household, and surely they would not stand idly by in the face of the enemies of Daqian. My brothers, the head of the Chu family speaks the truth, responded a leader who had previously maintained good relations with the Chu clan. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous cries of battle, as the formidable warriors of the Rongsu Empire and their allies from the Brand family clashed violently with the local forces of Connor City. Elder, come fight alongside me, Pia Piao. Take the clan's disciples and hold off one of the soul refinement experts. Elders 2 and 3 worked together to restrain another, Chu Qing commanded, his complexion growing increasingly grim. We must endure until the powerful allies from the Daqing Chamber of Commerce arrive. With that order, the Chu family's warriors surged forth to confront the incoming soul refinement experts. As the strongest family among the local forces of Connor City, the Chu family bore the brunt of the assault. Night Feng pulled Chu Xian back to the area with the least enemy fire, placing her alongside Chu Fei. Stay here and do not move. I will return shortly, he assured Chu Xian with a comforting glance before vanishing from the sight of the two women in a flash. Sister, are you all right? Chu Xian inquired, her heart racing from the earlier near miss with Su He. However, she did not respond to Chu Fei's concern, instead focusing intently as an imperceptible wave of vital energy began to gather around her body. Little Fei, protect me. I am about to utilize that thing. Chu Xian could not bear to remain inactive while Night Feng fought desperately ahead of her. What thing? Chu Fei asked, bewildered, as Night Feng hurtled towards them. Su He's eyes flashed with disdain. With such meager skills, he dares to vie for a woman? What arrogance! He then waved his hand, summoning 2 soul refinement experts who swiftly closed in with a fierce wind. With one on each side, the overwhelming pressure caused Night Feng's speed to slow considerably. He then shouted, Yunluo. The moment the words left his lips, a deafening roar of a beast echoed forth. A thick, almost tangible black mist descended from above, radiating a chilling malevolence. In the blink of an eye, a demonic figure resembling Yunluo materialized before the astonished eyes of the spectators. Petite in stature and clad in a black and crimson battle armor, the eerie black mist swirled around her. A horned helmet adorned her head, and massive wings unfurled from her back. A long black tail swayed behind her, and in her grasp, a blood-red trident resembled a demon from the depths of hell, her slightly parted lips revealing 2 sharp fangs. Night Feng swallowed hard. The only word that came to mind to describe this scene was demon. What is that? Su He stammered, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yunluo. With a piercing cry, Yunluo surged forth like a streak of black lightning, her bat-like wings trembling as she propelled herself toward the 2 formidable soul refinement realm warriors. A tempest of dark energy rolled in, fracturing the surrounding space with ominous crimson veins. The black mist enveloped the two men like an impenetrable prison, emanating a jarring aura that sent shivers down the spine. Merely a creature practicing some sinister and obscure sorcery. There is no need for concern, Suhi remarked, feigning composure. Although this monster had momentarily halted the two soul refinement experts, two more of their kind remained unengaged in battle. Your Highness, allow me to take care of that boy. The elder began to rise, only to be halted by Suhi. Rest easy, Elder Yutang. You deal with the ungrateful Chu Qing. This is my pursuit of a woman, and I would prefer you not to interfere, Suhi said with a sinister smile, his murderous intent palpable as he advanced slowly toward Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng was enveloped in a myriad of fine, red spikes, resembling the hair of a cow. It was then that Yifeng realized Suhi possessed the strength of an intermediate soul refinement expert. Consequently, he donned the Tsang Nyo armor, which suppressed his opponent's power to 70%. However, Yifeng understood that even a slight misstep could lead to his demise. Resolving himself, he stamped his foot fiercely, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a flash of red light, launching forward with a powerful punch that shattered the air as it aimed at Suhi. Like a tempest, swift as lightning, Suhi felt a chill wash over him, astonished by Yifeng's speed. Nevertheless, drawing upon his soul refinement strength, he retaliated with a fierce palm strike. The resulting shockwaves reverberated, causing both figures to stagger back several meters. Engaged in combat with a soul refinement expert, neither side yielded ground. The warriors who were struggling in battle felt a surge of relief. It appeared that the prince of the Rongsu Empire had merely accumulated his strength through medicinal means, lacking any true combat experience and exuding a rather superficial aura. Infuriating, infuriating, Suhi exclaimed, his eyes sharp. He was not oblivious to the multitude of gazes fixed upon him. You think I cannot defeat you? I am a proud soul refinement expert. Tiangang Longbadao. With a low shout, a torrent of purple energy erupted from Suhi's body, akin to a tornado connecting heaven and earth. In that instant, he stood suspended in the air, a god of wind, with sharp gusts capable of obliterating all in their path. With a cold glint in his eyes, Suhi manipulated his palms, conjuring a colossal blade several feet long, which he deftly swiped, unleashing a barrage of over 100 violet wind blades that surged forth like a crescent moon, casting blinding light and enveloping Yifeng. As the oppressive blades rushed toward him, Yifeng inhaled deeply, his shoulder quaking as he brandished a 3-foot black staff adorned with mysterious patterns, swinging it against the wind. The formidable aura hidden within the Tianli staff erupted with sudden ferocity. In recent days, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, he diligently practiced the heavenly departure staff technique bestowed upon him by the venerable master. The more he practiced, the deeper he delved into the mysteries of this spiritual martial art, discovering that the heavenly departure staff possessed an offensive enhancement capability. For instance, as he was at the Qi refining realm, a cultivator at the second level could receive a 20% boost upon breaking through to the soul refining realm. This enhancement would rise to 30%, increasing by 10% with each subsequent level. Thus, even when faced with adversaries stronger than himself, he would not be entirely defenseless. Feeling the amplification from the heavenly departure staff, a fierce flame ignited in Yifeng's eyes. When confronted with the devastating blade of wind, he exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, he leapt forward like an arrow released from its bow, reaching out with determination. The sound of crackling echoed as a barrage of purple wind blades struck Yifeng, creating a symphony of popping sounds and dazzling sparks that tantalized the onlooker's visual senses. From another perspective, Yifeng appeared enveloped in a thick layer of sparks, resembling a fiery figure, yet he maintained his momentum, charging directly towards Suhi. After half a minute of continuous crackling, the sound ceased. Upon closer inspection, the armor he wore was in tatters, riddled with countless holes, seemingly on the verge of crumbling with the slightest touch. A deep disdain flickered in Suhi's eyes. He had initially perceived Yifeng as formidable, only to realize he was merely a mediocre fighter. Boy, are you dead? Suhi, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned expert, barked sternly. Looking at the nearly shattered Yifeng, Chu Fei covered her mouth in shock, her face paling to an extreme as she anxiously turned to Chu Xian, who was still seated on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Dear sister, are you all right? Brother-in-law is about to be killed. Dead. Spare me your concerns. A cold snort escaped Yifeng's lips, and suddenly his body moved, causing the remaining fragments of his armor to shatter completely. As the heavenly departure staff technique unfolded, a blue dragon emerged, The staff traced a series of ethereal remnants, as the azure energy swiftly coalesced into a massive blue-scaled dragon, stretching over 10 zhang in size. With a thunderous roar, the blue dragon whipped its tail and lunged at Su He with ferocity. The distance between them closed in an instant, and Su He felt the fierce wind rushing past his ears. The colossal dragon surged towards him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He sensed that Yi Feng had not been injured. It seemed that the armor-like spiritual weapon had preserved his strength intact. However, Su He was not to be underestimated. Transforming his fingers into a fist, a brilliantly radiant golden fist imprint suddenly materialized, Aurora Fist. With a powerful strike, the void was forcefully rent apart, creating over a dozen black fissures, and with a resounding crash, it collided with the azure dragon. The golden fist imprint was instantly dispelled by the dragon's claw, while the overwhelming force struck Su He squarely in the chest. With a heavy cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. His complexion turned pale as he staggered back for over 10 steps before regaining his footing. Yu Tang was taken aback, ready to intervene, but was firmly restrained by Chu Qing. Although the opponent has just broken through to the soul refinement realm, there is still a distinction compared to others of a higher rank. However, this does not imply that one can afford to underestimate the situation. With a slight change in complexion, he shifted his gaze to another battlefield where the second and third elders of the Chu family were confronting another formidable figure of the soul refinement realm. Despite their numerical advantage, the disparity between a half-step soul refinement and a true soul refinement powerhouse remains significant. Chao Dang, cease your antics and swiftly deal with these two fellows. The prince is in peril. Understood, Chao Dang responded, a cold smirk escaping his lips. My apologies, but I shall no longer indulge you. As his laughter echoed, he waved his arms, unleashing a surging mass of viscous red light that rushed toward the two elders of the Chu family. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, both elders' expressions shifted, and a torrent of vital energy erupted from within them. In the blink of an eye, two streams of energy clashed against the red light. With a hissing sound, the red light entwined around the energy, emitting a strange corrosive sound. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it violently shattered, scattering the elders' offensive. The force, undiminished, struck directly against their protective energy. With a muffled grunt and a trickle of blood at the corners of their mouths, the two were sent flying backward, only coming to a halt after traveling several dozen yards. After effortlessly repelling two half-step soul refinement experts, Chao Dang, brimming with arrogance, stomped down, propelling himself toward Yi Feng like a cannonball, seemingly intent on joining forces with Su He to eliminate Yi Feng. Observing Chao Dang's intervention, Su He refrained from further comment. Fully aware of Yi Feng's combat prowess, he realized that if he continued to act recklessly, he might end up severely injured himself. Chapter 42, Sweetheart Cannon. After fending off the two half-step soul refinement experts, Chao Dang swiftly transitioned to another battlefield. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, and by the time anyone reacted, Chao Dang was already charging directly at Yi Feng, forming a pincer attack alongside Su He. If Yi Feng were to be slain, the battlefield's dynamics would swiftly shift in favor of the Chu family's disadvantage. As they watched Chao Dang darting forward, many formidable figures from Connor City displayed expressions of despair and fear. Should he succeed in his strike, they too would meet the same fate as the Chu family. Hee, your life is mine to take. Chao Dang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he prepared to unleash a heavy punch, infused with rich vital energy, aimed at Yi Feng's back. Just then, a voice interrupted. To harm him, you must first eliminate me. In that instant, as Chao Dang was poised to succeed, Chu Xian, who had been in a meditative state on the ground, suddenly leaped into action, her graceful figure swiftly positioning itself in the path of Chao Dang's attack, completely blocking him. Chao Dang paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening as he recognized the striking young woman nearby. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a sharp light, locking onto him intently. It's you? Chao Dang lewdly assessed the shapely form before him, licking his lips. Although she was the woman favored by the ninth prince, it did not deter his covetous gaze. He then spoke harshly. Miss, I kindly ask you to step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon witnessing Chu Xian's appearance, Chu Qing's face turned crimson as he shouted at her. Xin'er, don't be foolish. Quickly run. As a father, he was all too aware of the forces that his daughter was entangled with. The prowess she exhibited in the Qi refinement realm had been achieved through relentless training and the aid of potions after the presumed death of Yi Feng. Her vitality was inherently fragile, and now she found herself confronting a formidable opponent of a significantly higher realm, destined for a futile demise. Nevertheless, there was no trace of emotion on Chu Xian's face. She stood like a flower on the battlefield, unwavering amidst the cacophony surrounding her. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a radiant golden silhouette gradually materialized, resembling a small sun that instantaneously illuminated the entire Chu residence, replacing the chaotic battleground with blinding brilliance. What was that? Yi Feng was taken aback, the overwhelming aura emanating from the golden light startling him profoundly. Anxious. He understood her character. She might resort to rapid means of enhancing her strength or employing forbidden techniques. Although her power had surged, he feared for her health. Should anything go awry, he would be left lamenting too late. Rest assured, that is not a forbidden technique. It resembles some kind of treasure. The emperor explained, though his tone conveyed considerable astonishment. What on earth was this young girl conjuring to create such a commotion? With a sweep of the silhouette, a deafening sonic boom resounded. A torrential wave of searing heat erupted akin to a volcanic explosion, enveloping the area within dozens of miles in an oppressive warmth, drenching everyone in perspiration. Yu Tang, the most seasoned combatant from the Rong Su faction, gazed in horror at the young woman, his murky eyes widening in disbelief as a sense of impending doom loomed over him. Staring at the cataclysmic heatwave, he suddenly shouted frantically at Chao Dang, "Run!" As the golden light finally waned, what astonished everyone was the revelation that the object was a round, pink entity measuring 5 feet long and 3 feet wide. One end, shaped like an arc, was firmly grasped by Chu Xian, while the other end, a dark circular aperture, was aimed squarely at Chao Dang's head. Was that a firearm? Images of cannons and rifles flashed through their minds. The item Chu Xian wielded bore an uncanny resemblance to such weaponry. Is that the Chu family's yellow-grade superior treasure? The sweetheart cannon? Chu Qing recognized it immediately. A treasure? Yi Feng was utterly bewildered, as the emperor's voice resonated in his mind. A treasure is an upgraded version of an ordinary cultivator's weapon, imbued with unique powers. For instance, your Tianli staff can enhance attacks. Treasures are categorized into 5 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and divine. For cultivators, wielding a treasure can bridge the gap in strength, even allowing for counterattacks against stronger foes. Such items are rare and precious. I never expected to see one in this modest Chu family. The emperor was equally intrigued, noting that the sweetheart cannon in Chu Xian's hands appeared even more formidable than Yi Feng's staff, though it remained uncertain whether it could vanquish a soul refinement realm expert. In the next moment, Chu Xian made her move, directing the cannon's muzzle towards the unsuspecting Chao Dang. A series of muted sounds erupted, followed by a brilliant golden beam hurtling towards him. The beam of light rushed forth, causing Chao Dang to stand on end, his body trembling with fear. With a determined grit of his teeth, he struck his chest with a fist. With a soft pop, a lustrous white orb, exuding a rich vitality, was abruptly expelled from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of energy shields enveloped him, providing a layer of defense that brought him some semblance of peace. The soul orb. Had that individual resorted to using the soul orb? Chu Qing marveled silently, realizing that what Chao Dang had just released was the very source of power harbored within the dantian of a soul refinement expert. Such a treasure would only be unveiled in dire circumstances, yet this also spoke volumes about the tremendous force behind Chu Xian's strike. With a thunderous crash, the golden beam collided with the energy shield, producing a sharp crack as the shield trembled violently before bursting into a spray of crimson. Subsequently, a viscous dark red substance mixed with rapidly descending white bones fell from the sky, witnessing the gruesome amalgamation on the ground, resembling something churned out by a blender. Many mighty warriors retched violently. The entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence in that fleeting moment. Chu Xian's body weakened, and she plummeted towards the ground. But several members of the Chu family rushed forward to support her. The girl's gaze fixed on another direction, her lips parting slightly to utter a few words. "I have guarded your back," her corner of the mouth lifting as if to take credit in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng cast a complex glance at the girl before concentrating his attention on Su He, expressing a hint of reproach. "Foolish girl." The death of Chao Dang left the warriors of the Rong Su Empire in shock. They could hardly fathom that a distinguished soul refinement expert like Chao Dang could be slain by a mere chi refinement practitioner, and in such a gruesome manner at that. The fall of the first soul refinement expert acted as a potent morale booster for the resisting warriors of Connor City, instantly elevating their combat prowess as they surged towards the Rong Su Empire's fighters with frenzied aggression. Faced with such madness, even the soul refinement experts felt a chill of trepidation. Gulping, Sui swallowed hard, instantly drawing in a sharp breath. With a single strike to eliminate a mid-level soul refinement expert like Chao Dang, Chu Xian truly concealed her depths. How could he have ever thought to claim such a woman for himself? It was as if he were courting death without even realizing it. Next, it is your turn. Yi Feng, wielding the celestial departure staff, pointed it at Su He, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. How could he squander the opportunity that Chu Xian had fought so fiercely to obtain? Humph, an ant dares to challenge me. Sui bellowed, his aura shifting as an indescribable power erupted within him, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, fracturing into dark lines. A tempestuous vortex of energy ravaged everything within the Bran estate. Could it be that His Highness intends to use that? Sensing the overwhelming aura akin to a tumultuous wave, Yu Tang's expression shifted. Having served the royal family for many years, he was acutely aware of Su He's impending actions. With a thunderous rip, Su He's garments unexpectedly burst apart, revealing his bare form to the gaze of all present. His body was adorned with a shimmering layer of red serpent scales, each scale glistening like a precious gem and radiating a dazzling brilliance. A formidable aura, reminiscent of a towering mountain, emanated from him, vast and overwhelming, as though it stemmed from an unparalleled powerhouse. A formidable soul-refining expert named Nan Yi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "The blood python armor. The royal family has actually bestowed such a treasure upon the ninth prince? It is said that this blood python armor is a mid-grade treasure of the yellow tier, crafted from the flesh and soul of a semi-spiritual realm Ming mountain demon python. Once donned, it bestows the wearer with the strength of a semi-spiritual realm protector. And the greater the wearer's innate power, the more formidable the armor's capabilities become." Night Feng, gazing at Su He, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of soul refinement, felt no fear. Instead, a fervent light flickered in his eyes. The sweetheart cannon of Chu Xian belonged to his wife, and he would never allow it to be seized. However, the blood python armor was an entirely different matter. If he were to acquire it, it would be an astonishing advantage in battles against others. A thought suddenly ignited within Night Feng. This is a treasure of the Rong Su Empire. I never intended to reveal it, but today, I shall see you perish beneath its might. You may close your eyes in peace. Su He gritted his teeth, immediately releasing a domineering aura that captivated the attention of all. This must be the heavens conspiring against the Chu family. Chu Qing trembled slightly. Having initially believed that Night Feng and Chu Xian could turn the tide by defeating the two soul-refining experts. Alas, it was not to be. With a sudden roar, Su He spread his legs apart, stepping into the void with an unparalleled swiftness, unleashing a straightforward, yet powerful punch. A resounding roar echoed as he struck, transforming his crimson energy into a massive blood-colored python, several yards long, surging toward Night Feng with an unassailable ferocity. Night Feng swiftly stepped forward, aligning himself with the blood python, and with a heavy swing of the Tianli staff, he pierced through the giant serpent's scales, sending it scattering into the air. Yet, the python's tail followed swiftly, striking Night Feng and propelling him backward over 10 yards. The sharp, thunderous sound reverberated in the ears of everyone present, forcing many powerful figures to retreat hastily, disregarding their immediate foes. The overwhelming energy ripples spread through the air, forming a vortex of vital energy that swept across the vicinity, obliterating those who could not evade it into a mist of blood. Chapter 43, Decapitation. Consider yourself fortunate. Can you evade this strike, or even 100 more? Su He sneered coldly, his hands moving in a flurry as he cast over 100 magical seals. Hundreds of blood-colored pythons, echoing the might of the first, emerged in the air, hissing menacingly and completely sealing off Night Feng's escape route. This treasure is indeed formidable. Faced with the onslaught of the powerful blood pythons, Night Feng felt no fear. Instead, an insatiable desire arose within him. This was an artifact he was determined to possess. Night Feng emitted a cold snort, his left hand sweeping dramatically, summoning a series of enigmatic azure patterns upon the staff. The deep, thunderous roar reverberated once more, and in an instant, a colossal azure dragon, 100 zhang in length, flickered into view behind him. In that fleeting moment, a tempest arose, dark clouds gathered ominously, and an unimaginable pressure from the dragon clan threatened to shatter the very foundations of the Bran estate. The staff of Tian Li unveiled the azure dragon. The dragon unleashed a deafening roar, akin to a supernova detonating in midair. As the sovereign of the beast tribe, the blood python found itself momentarily paralyzed, rendered speechless by the sheer force. In that instant, the azure dragon surged forth towards the serpentine horde, resembling a meteor crashing down, transforming the previously clear sky into a battleground dominated by azure and crimson forces. The violent energies continuously produced thunderous sounds reminiscent of muffled thunder. The blood pythons were scattered like brilliant fireworks, and the overwhelming force surged towards the Brand family estate, obliterating houses as if they were mere willow catkins in the wind. The fierce energies radiated outward. Although their potency was diminished compared to earlier, even a single hit would spell disaster for anyone unfortunate enough to encounter it. Many powerful beings cursed under their breath, lamenting their recent brush with death, only to find themselves in peril once more. This scene, however, was fleeting. The azure power gradually gained the upper hand, slowly suppressing the crimson energy. Night Fang's face flushed crimson as he approached Su He with measured steps. It was evident that with each stride he took, the might of the azure dragon surged. Once he drew near enough to Su He, his fate would be sealed. Not good. The blood python's power cannot withstand this youth. Your Highness, activate the blood python at once, or it shall be too late. Yu Tang shouted frantically at Su He. Damn it, to be forced into such a predicament. Su He's complexion darkened severely. He had initially believed he could slay Night Fang with ease, only to discover that the seemingly insignificant foe proved to be exceedingly formidable. Regardless, I shall still emerge victorious. Su He's eyes reddened, his aura transforming as if he had entered an entirely different realm. The air around him quivered, and his aura shifted dramatically, emanating an intensity that reached a ferocious peak from the blood python armor. The layer of armor appeared to come alive, coiling around him in an instant, transforming him into a vividly animated serpent-skinned figure. Ah, how familiar is the scent of human blood. Su He let out a chilling cry, lowering his gaze to the blood-soaked battlefield. With a swift motion, he seized a corpse from the ground, raising it effortlessly, and with a savage bite, he feasted upon it. His blood-soaked visage resembling that of a vampire, evoking visceral reactions from the onlookers. Ah, Elder Yu Tang, why is the ninth prince in such a panic? It is merely the activation of the blood python armor's power, Yu Tang admonished sternly. He understood that relying on Su He's meager strength was utterly insufficient to subdue the spirit realm serpent beast. While his consciousness remained somewhat clear, he needed to strike decisively and eliminate it at once. He then called out to Su He, Ninth Prince, slay that Yi Feng. Ah, Yi Feng, Su He exclaimed, discarding the corpse, his mouth hissing as his serpent-like tongue flicked out, revealing a malevolent smile. Boy, I shall devour you. A surge of energy erupted around him, the previous fierce aura multiplying exponentially. A crimson light enveloped Su He completely. In the next instant, onlookers beheld a substantial blood-red python, distinct from the earlier illusion, radiating an unmistakable scent of bloodlust. Humph, if you wish to consume me, let us see if you possess the fangs for it. Yi Feng's eyes glimmered with ferocity. Even if he could not unleash the imperial destruction blood eruption, it did not imply he was a mere soft persimmon, easily squeezed, sharp-tongued, and oblivious to your own demise. The blood python sneered, as thick waves of sanguine energy swirled about, roaring forward towards Yi Feng. A crimson line sliced through the air, accompanied by explosive sounds ringing in Yi Feng's ears, akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Brother-in-law, quickly dodge. Chu Fei shouted at Yi Feng, but he remained unfazed. In the next heartbeat, he vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing silently behind the blood python. Aiming for the python's vital point was crucial. As he spoke, a cloud of white mist erupted from behind Yi Feng, a deep, thunderous roar emanating from within him. In an instant, a colossal white tiger, spanning several dozen feet, materialized before the astonished crowd. What is that creature? Chu Qing and the others were dumbfounded. While Yu Tang's expression shifted, the immense tiger seemed to harbor a force even he dared not confront. Perish. Celestial Departure Staff Technique. White Tiger Break. Yi Feng smirked coldly. The massive tiger, responding to his intent, lunged forth, its powerful claws slicing through the air with thunderous roars, crashing down upon the blood python. In an instant, the python was torn asunder, thrashing violently, but Su He, stark naked, appeared before Yi Feng with a face of sheer terror. And no, please don't kill me. Su He pleaded as Yi Feng flicked his hand, a dark light flashing. With a soft thud, the inky celestial departure staff pierced Su He's neck, a fountain of blood erupting skyward. Su He clutched his throat, dying with unblinking eyes, murmuring, "Kill me, but you shall not survive either." Humph. Yi Feng replied expressionlessly, slowly extracting the bloodied staff. With his other hand, he stored away the acquired blood python armor. His demeanor remained composed and unflappable. If I do not kill you, I shall not live. Faced with a man who constantly eyed his wife, he resolved to eliminate him at all costs. However, he realized he had truly gone too far this time. Su He lay dead, yet Yifeng's body was also drained. The technique he had just executed was the second layer of the celestial departure staff technique. But summoning the white tiger break with his limited strength had taken a considerable toll on him. In the moment when darkness enveloped him and consciousness began to fade, he addressed the emperor, "I leave the rest to you. Do not lay a hand on my Xian'er." The ninth prince, along with the formidable warriors of the Rongsu Empire present, erupted into heart-wrenching wails. Despite the relatively lower standing of the Rongsu royal family, they were still of noble blood. According to the military regulations of the empire, when the commander is captured, all warriors must face punishment. The death of a royal family member was unprecedented. Even if they managed to return alive, preserving their families would be a trivial victory, leaving little concern for their own lives. The architect of this chaos was merely a boy of around 15 or 16 years. As they gazed upon him, the aura of lethal intent still emanating from his being sent shivers through the hearts of all present. "I have slain Zhaoping, a soul refinement realm warrior engaged in battle with a descendant of the Chu family," he declared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged toward Yifeng. With the ninth prince dead, he was determined to avenge the royal family, for otherwise, his entire family would be doomed. "Huh, you think you can kill him?" The emperor, who controlled Yifeng's body, scoffed disdainfully. A mere advanced Qi refinement practitioner dared to act with bravado before him. Enraged, Zhaoping's countenance shifted suddenly. He sensed an overwhelming ferocity radiating from the boy, rendering him utterly powerless in comparison. What the hell is this? Panic surged within Zhaoping, but he quickly reassured himself that the boy, like the ninth prince, was merely relying on external forces. How strong could he truly be? Once this secret technique wore off, he would reclaim the advantage. Such thoughts are not entirely misguided, but unfortunately for you, you are up against me. The emperor seemed to perceive his intentions. A cold smile gracing his lips. "You really think I fear you?" Zhaoping retorted, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that crystallized the surrounding atmosphere into shards of ice. In an instant, irregular ice spikes erupted like a torrential rain, hurtling toward Xiao Yin with lethal intent. The air itself was transformed into a corridor of cold, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it. "Ah, playing with ice, are we?" The emperor mused with interest as he waved his hand, conjuring a slender light sword that sliced through the air with a piercing sound, meeting the ice spikes head-on. Like snow meeting a raging fire, the ice spikes crumbled instantly, and with a swift motion, the blade swept across Zhaoping's neck. A soft hiss echoed as a thin line of crimson erupted, rapidly expanding as blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling beneath him to form a river of red. In just one move, the emperor had obliterated a mid-level soul refinement warrior. As they gazed at the boy's still warm smile, a chill surged through Yutang's body, creeping upwards from his feet to the crown of his head. He sensed that if they did not flee now, the remaining 5 soul refinement warriors would truly be unable to escape. At that moment, a massive plume of black flames erupted from the swirling darkness, revealing a gruesome skeletal remains, a haunting testament to the horrifying attack they had just endured. Suddenly, as the oppressive darkness dissipated, a smaller black figure emerged from the haze. With a delicate nose and cherry lips, and a strikingly pale visage, her bewitching eyes instilled a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon them. Clad in form-fitting black armor, her dainty feet, adorned with nails resembling pearls, were nothing short of a fetishist's delight. "Alas, I am doomed." Gazing upon the 2 skeletal remains, the elderly face of Yu Tang turned ashen. Among the 8 formidable soul refinement realm warriors, only 3 remained standing, while the other 2, even without Yu Tang's command, instinctively fled for their lives. "Run!" Witnessing the dismembered Zhaoping and the 2 emaciated skeletons, the morale of the Rongsu warriors crumbled utterly. Fear etched on their faces. They desperately fought their way to escape. "Stop them. If he survives, he will inevitably return." The emperor's gaze flashed with cold intensity as he called out to the other warriors. Everyone nodded in agreement, charging forth like tigers descending from the mountains towards the remaining adversaries. With the addition of the emperor and Yun Luo, the battle tilted decidedly in their favor. Half an hour later, the 3 remaining soul refinement realm warriors were utterly defeated, joining their fallen comrades. The conspiracy of the Rongsu Empire to invade the city of Kanna was decisively shattered. None could have anticipated that the once dominant 8 soul refinement realm warriors would meet such a dismal fate. In the wake of this confrontation, the names of the Chu family and Yifeng resonated throughout the northeastern regions of the Great Qian Empire, with astute observers realizing that another noble house would soon emerge within the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Chapter 44. Soul Crystal. Although the rebellion in Kanna City was quelled, the news sent shockwaves throughout the entire realm. It was evident to all that, as two equally powerful nations, the very prince of one had risked himself to infiltrate a mere city like Kanna, deploying 8 soul refinement realm warriors in the process. Who could say whether Rongsu would embark on a larger-scale invasion? Was the battle for Kanna merely a provocation or the prelude to a tempest? In response to the royal edict, the powerful factions of the empire rapidly assembled in the northeast. The northern and eastern border legions of the Great Qian were poised for combat, prepared to counter any threats from Rongsu. After repelling the 9th Prince, Su, and his assault, the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce took considerable time to receive news and hastily dispatched a multitude of powerful individuals to support the Chu family. However, by then, it was too late. Upon hearing that Yifeng had single-handedly vanquished 2 soul refinement realm warriors and aided the Chu family in dealing with the remaining threats, Han Yuning was left utterly astonished. It seemed the crystal card she had given to Yifeng was indeed a fortuitous gift. The rebellion had unfolded right under her nose, and as one of the 4 major lords of the Great Qian Empire, the Qin Wangfu family had shown no response to the maneuvers of their sworn enemies. It was likely that they would eventually scapegoat her for the inaction. However, the situation had changed, with Yifeng, a promising client of the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce, taking action, even if the chamber did not intervene. Han Yuning could use Yifeng as a pretext should the higher-ups inquire. Yet, for Yifeng, none of this mattered. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. The forced activation of the White Tiger Break had exacted a toll, leaving him in a deep slumber for an entire month. In a secluded chamber of the Chu family, the blinding sunlight cascaded upon the face of Yifeng, who had been in a deep slumber for quite some time, causing him a moment of discomfort. Slowly, he opened his eyes and, upon glancing down, was astonished to discover a young girl in a pale yellow dress resting beside him, seemingly having been there for an extended period. A warm sensation enveloped Yifeng's heart. After all, she was to be his bride. And who else would exhibit such concern for him? However, to his astonishment, he felt a surge of energy within his meridians, as if his vital essence was in a state of agitation, relentlessly impacting his channels and dantian. The prospect of a breakthrough filled Yifeng with joy. For him, each time he exerted himself to the brink of injury, it was merely an opportunity to further unearth the latent potential within his being. With the substantial energy he had absorbed from the Chu family's crystal stones, this impending breakthrough was hardly unexpected. 2 hours later, Yifeng's internal energy surged dramatically, and the sharp gleam in his eyes reflected a profound transformation in his aura. Gradually, he emerged from his meditative state. Observing the still, slumbering Chu Xian, he prepared to lift her gently and place her back on the bed. Despite his careful movements, he inadvertently stirred the girl awake. As Chu Xian opened her eyes and realized she was resting against Yifeng's chest, a rosy hue swept across her cheeks. "You're awake," she remarked with a gentle smile. "Yes," Yifeng said softly as he set Chu Xian down, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. "I almost didn't get to see you again. What nonsense are you talking? We are both perfectly fine, aren't we?" Chu Xian replied with a radiant smile that momentarily left Yifeng entranced. "By the way, what exactly is that treasure of yours? It appears to be quite formidable." Yifeng inquired with genuine curiosity. He still vividly recalled the shock he experienced when Chu Xian unleashed her power, effortlessly vanquishing a formidable opponent in the soul-refining realm. Had she not been his fiancée, he would have been alarmed at the prospect of someone else seizing the opportunity to strike him down. That is a treasure left behind by my ancestors from the Chu family. Only those recognized by the artifact can wield its power. Wasn't I impressive that day?" The girl's eyes sparkled with pride, for she had been able to assist Yifeng. You wouldn't use it against me, would you?" Yifeng swallowed hard, recalling the grisly fate of Chao Dang, and hesitantly posed the question. "Well," Chu Xian drew out the word, her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled mischievously. "It depends on your performance." Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, a chill running down his spine, realizing that his future days might not be as easy as he had hoped. "Yifeng, is Yunluo your sister?" the girl suddenly inquired. Yifeng was taken aback, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean? During the month you were unconscious, she came daily to transfuse blood to you, claiming it was to aid your recovery. As for the healing process," Chu Xian hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "One thing is certain, Yunluo's treatment involved blood." Thus, it became evident that Yunluo shared a blood relation with Yifeng. As Yifeng delved deeper into his thoughts, he examined his own body. To his shock, he discovered that not a single drop of his imperial bloodline remained. "Alas, I have been robbed." Night Maple's complexion flushed crimson, evidently linked to Yunluo's persistent approach towards him. Their acquaintance was merely a fortuitous encounter, and they were hardly familiar with one another. To a certain extent, both were strangers to themselves due to their amnesia. In such circumstances, the revelation of his imperial bloodline to her raised concerns. One could only wonder if she would harbor ill intentions. Master, I urgently call upon the Emperor, Knight Maple implored. The potency of the imperial bloodline was something he had been made aware of. How could he refrain from intervening after his essence was pilfered? Little one, truth be told, I have contemplated intervening to halt that young girl for the past month. However, we are within the Chu family domain, and her combat prowess rivals my own. Are you certain you wish to engage here? The Emperor replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Knight Maple was momentarily rendered speechless, his heart brimming with astonishment at Yun Luo's formidable strength, so much so that even the Emperor could not subdue her. It seemed he had miscalculated. The adage of inviting a deity only to find it hard to send them away had proven true. Knight Maple's expression of profound despair left Chu Xian utterly perplexed. Did Yun Luo fail to heal his wounds? Little did she know that Yun Luo had done an exemplary job. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a cool little head. Upon sighting the figure, Knight Maple's rage ignited. That head belonged to none other than the thief of his blood, Yun Luo. The moment she noticed Knight Maple had awakened, she awkwardly turned to retreat. Yet Knight Maple barked, "Stop right there, Yun Luo." Despite his command, Yun Luo paid no heed, which was hardly surprising. When he first encountered her, even the haughty Chu Fei had been subdued by her, coupled with her soul refinement realm prowess. It was evident that he might not have commanded her respect either. Witnessing this scene, Knight Maple swiftly extended his hand, unleashing strands of energy that coiled around her like venomous serpents, binding her tightly. He pulled forcefully, yet Yun Luo remained steadfast, unyielding despite his efforts. "What are you doing, Knight Maple?" Chu Xian's expression shifted, bewildered by his sudden aggression towards Yun Luo. "Xianer, step outside. I have matters to discuss with Yun Luo," he commanded, not allowing her a moment to question him. With a flick of his sleeve, he gently propelled Chu Xian out, then turned, his countenance darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Yun Luo. "Will you provide me with an explanation?" "What explanation?" Yun Luo retorted fiercely, clearly disregarding Knight Maple's authority. Gazing at her unrepentant demeanor ignited a fire within Knight Maple. How dare she be so brazen after stealing from him? Gritting his teeth, he coldly asserted, "Do I need to remind you of the matter concerning my blood essence?" At the mention of this, Yun Luo's previously composed expression shifted slightly as she met Knight Maple's gaze, still exuding a hint of arrogance. "I acted as your enforcer. What is wrong with taking a bit of your essence? You have no right to refuse." "I refuse to be subservient." Yifeng erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Teacher, lend me your strength. I no longer require this free lackey. Even if it costs me my life, I shall eliminate her." This time, Yifeng was truly incensed. How could one be so shameless after seizing what is most precious? The intent of that young girl seemed to imply that she wished to treat him as her blood slave. If he did not teach her a lesson, what would the future hold? As if to bolster Yifeng's momentum, a surge of overwhelming energy suddenly erupted, and in an instant, it felt as though the minuscule particles in the air had begun to settle. Confronted with such intensity, Yun Luo unleashed a formidable aura in response, matching him fiercely. In the silent clash of these two immense powers, the entire room was filled with the sound of dust cascading down, while spiderweb-like cracks began to spread across the walls, threatening to obliterate the chamber entirely. Observing Yifeng's desperate demeanor, Yun Luo's expression shifted. It seemed this was not going to be easily resolved. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a magic ring was sent flying towards Yifeng. "Isn't it just blood essence? I shall compensate you," Yifeng declared as he reined in his aura, gazing at the crimson ring, which bore a faint inscription of the character Su. "Is this a magic ring?" Yifeng was taken aback. Magic rings are exclusive artifacts for cultivators, akin to storage bags in function. However, the distinction lies in their compact size for convenience. Moreover, certain high-grade rings can merge directly with one's bloodline, ensuring that unless faced with an exceptionally powerful adversary, one would not easily relinquish the resources painstakingly acquired. The rarity of magic rings means that, aside from the nobility, few in the great Qin Empire possess them. Even the Chu family, with its crystal mine, does not own one. This is not merely a matter of prestige, but rather the status it represents, one that the Chu family has yet to attain. "Oh, what a splendid gift," Yifeng mused inwardly. Upon opening the magic ring, he discovered smooth, lustrous, milky white crystals within, emanating waves of yin and yang soul energy. Unlike the yin-yang crystal he had encountered at Black Cloud Mountain, this crystal seemed to contain soul energy that even Qi refinement experts could absorb. Yifeng sensed that with enough of these crystals, he could soon break through to the pinnacle of qi refinement, and subsequently utilize a piece of yin-yang soul crystal to advance into the soul refinement realm, which appeared to be a straightforward endeavor. Remarkably, it is a soul crystal. This young girl has indeed gifted something so precious to you, the emperor remarked, astonished. Elated, Yifeng quickly inquired, Teacher, what is this? A soul crystal. A variant of ordinary crystals. Typically, when powerful beings fall, their spiritual energy can coalesce into soul crystals. The natural soul energy contained within a soul crystal is far more valuable than the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. According to the current exchange rate in the Great Qian Empire, a single soul crystal is worth 100 ordinary crystals, so you have not suffered a loss. The emperor explained slowly, his tone revealing rare excitement. His duty was to protect Yifeng, and naturally, witnessing his growth in strength was a sight he delighted in. Clearly, this girl had not been idle over the past month. It was evident that these soul crystals were obtained from refining the 8 soul refinement experts. With 100 crystal stones in hand, Yifeng counted them and immediately inhaled sharply. Within, there were a staggering 8,000 soul crystals, which converted into a sum of 800,000 crystal stones, equivalent to a decade's worth of pure income for the Chu family. These soul crystals are intended as compensation. I have a pressing need for your essence. Rest assured, I shall not take it without reason. After all, weren't you hoping for me to serve as your free enforcer? This I can agree to, but I require a drop of your essence every month. Yun Luo articulated her terms, yet Yifeng, with a mischievous smile, tucked the soul crystals away and replied, My essence is also necessary for my cultivation. I apologize, but it will have to be 1 drop every 3 months. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Yun Luo's youthful chest heaved with indignation as she bit her lip and threatened, Are you not afraid I will reveal your request for my essence? To which he retorted, In that case, you may wait until your next life to ask me for it. The door is there. Please see yourself out. Noticing Yifeng's roguish grin, even the emperor couldn't help but commend, what a clever lad. Chapter 45. The matter of sealing nobility, Yifeng could not forget the fierce gaze Yun Luo had cast at him. Yet in the face of the invaluable lineage of the emperor's blood, he could only choose to compromise. This filled Yifeng with pride. Acquiring a free enforcer of the soul refinement realm for merely a drop of essence every 3 months was a shrewd bargain. However, he found it somewhat exasperating that the little girl had transformed into her original form, a diminutive, palm-sized sprite, nestled upon his shoulder under the pretext of needing protection. Yifeng was indifferent to this. With her presence, his combat strength would at least double. Subsequently, Yifeng handed 5,000 soul crystals to Chu Xian. Upon realizing the preciousness of these soul crystals, she adamantly refused to accept them. You are now the greatest support of the Chu family. As long as you grow stronger, we shall remain safe, Chu Xian said with a sweet smile. The resources of the Chu family no longer held particular significance for him, having finally acquired suitable resources. It was only natural they would be concentrated on him. Chu Xian did not mind others saying she was favoring him, as he was to be her future husband. Gazing at her slender silhouette, Yifeng's pupils constricted. Chu Xian was increasingly resembling a wife, making it clear who held more importance between himself and the Chu family. Rest assured, I shall protect you and the Chu family, Yifeng murmured to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Within the confines of his room, Yifeng sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation, with a large pile of soul crystals extracted from the magic ring laid before him. An invisible stream of pure energy continuously surged from the soul crystals into his body. Although these soul crystals would not allow him to break through to the qi refinement stage, they would at least solidify his foundation, preparing him for a smooth transition to the qi refinement stage and even the soul refinement realm. The torrent of pure energy fortified Yifeng's meridians and dantian, enabling him to harbor more vital energy. As time passed, his muscles and bones underwent a gradual transformation. This monotonous and dreary existence persisted for half a month until a young disciple of the Chu family, under the orders of Chu Qing, summoned him, prompting Yifeng to withdraw from his cultivation state. Walking along the path, he felt the reverent gazes of the Chu family disciples upon him, stirring a multitude of emotions within Yifeng. Dignity is derived from strength. Comparing the present scene to 6 months ago, Yifeng found himself enveloped in a dreamlike reverie. As he turned a corner, he beheld a delicate silhouette in a pale azure hue, and a smile instinctively graced his lips. Darling, you've come too. Chu Xian, feeling both bashful and irate, shot him a fierce glance and retorted, We are not yet wed, so refrain from such casual terms. To his utter disregard, he boldly encircled Chu Xuan's slender waist, inhaling deeply her youthful fragrance, which left him utterly entranced. Regardless of how forcefully Chu Xian attempted to extricate herself, she ultimately resigned to his whims. Upon arriving once more at the family head's courtyard, Yi Feng's reckless gaze was abruptly halted by the sight of a captivating woman clad in an intricately designed golden robe. Her alluring figure, partially concealed beneath the luxurious fabric, was both fair and delicate, instantly captivating the attention of numerous prominent members of the Chu family. With each smile and glance, she exuded a mature charm reminiscent of a succulent peach, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Such irresistible allure would likely overwhelm even Chu Qing. However, Yi Feng held no intention of indulging in admiration. After all, Chu Xian stood beside him. If she were to discover any hint of impropriety between him and the enchanting woman, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Isn't she lovely? He mused. Indeed, but none can compare to my beloved. Xianer, you shall forever remain the fairest in my heart. In a swift mental pivot, he averted his gaze, and, noticing Chu Xuan's reproachful expression, he cleared his throat awkwardly and added, I merely encountered her a few times while shopping, so please do not misconstrue. Whether the girl believed him or not remained uncertain. With a hint of menace in her tone, she remarked, Today, Father mentioned discussing the Chu family's elevation to marquis status. I wonder how she learned of this meeting. The woman's cunning and strategy surpassed even her father's, she warned. Should you dare to engage with her, beware of my wrath. At her words, Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine, and with an awkward smile, he replied, I have a preference for cucumbers. As for her, I shall pass. With that, he confidently stepped through the entrance. Cucumber? Chu Xian exclaimed, bewildered, glancing down at her own figure. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she stamped her foot in indignation. What? Do you look down on me? Come, Xiaofeng, allow me to introduce you. This is Han Yuning, the president of the Daqin Chamber of Commerce stationed in Yuegua, Chu Qing said as she smiled at Yi Feng upon his arrival. To everyone's astonishment, Yuning extended her hand toward Yi Feng with an air of familiarity. Hello, Yuning Jia. Chu Qing and the others were momentarily taken aback. What was Han Yuning's status? Even the current king of Yu would be on equal footing with her, and yet Yi Feng seemed to know her well. Ah, Yi Feng, my dear brother. It has been too long since we last met. Since our last parting, you haven't come to visit me. It seems I have been forgotten by you, she teased. Winking playfully at the young man, Yi Feng felt a cold sweat break out. If this little enchantress were to divulge the events of the previous night, he would surely face Chu Xuan's fury. At that moment, a knowing laughter escaped from Chu Qing's lips. Heh, I never expected that Miss Yuning was acquainted with Xiaofeng. The intimacy between Han Yuning and Yi Feng was evident even to a fool. Deep within, Chu Qing sighed, recognizing that a man with multiple wives was not an uncommon sight in the Deqian realm. He could see that the diminutive Chu family was not a place where the young man should linger, and he could only hope that he would treat his daughter kindly in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng grew anxious and hastily explained, I only met Xiao Fei to repay her gambling debts and, in passing, sold some elixirs. I apologize, Xiao Fei, but for my lifelong happiness, I had no choice but to part with you. In an instant, Chu Fei found herself under the scrutinizing gazes of her two sisters, compelling her to lower her head in shame. Yet, internally, she had scolded Yi Feng more than once, thinking, wretched brother-in-law, just you wait. With Yi Feng's clarification, Chu Qing's expression softened considerably, and with a relaxed smile, he remarked, Ah, my daughter. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Please, everyone, take your seats. With a wave of his hand, countless maids from the Chu family emerged to serve tea and water to the guests. Yi Feng and Chu Xian sat beside each other, their eyes fixed on Chu Qing. The promotion to a marquisate signified that the Chu family would officially ascend to the ranks of nobility within the Daqian Empire, thereby gaining access to cultivation resources from the royal family, significantly enhancing their overall strength. According to the Daqian imperial decree, a family or sect with a single sole refining realm expert could be granted the title of marquis, albeit with varying tiers. Currently, there are 3 ranks: pavilion marquis, township marquis, and county marquis. The requirements for a pavilion marquis include possessing fewer than 10 sole refining realm experts, with the strongest member simply needing to be at that level. For a township marquis, the requirement is to have between 10 to 20 sole refining realm experts, with the strongest needing to reach the peak of that realm. A county marquis must possess 20 to 30 sole refining realm experts, with the most powerful needing to attain the void refining realm. Should a power exceed the highest limit for marquis titles, its strongest member would be required to serve the royal family. Otherwise, they would face warnings and suppression from the imperial authority. They are not fools, after all. to expend vast resources fattening a multitude of forces only to be trampled upon. If they wish to obtain the royal family's cultivation resources, they must serve the royal cause, thereby ensuring that the soul-refining realm experts are concentrated within their control. Despite the four great feudal lords clandestinely recruiting some soul-refining realm experts to their banners, no one can deny that the royal family remains the most formidable force aside from the leading sect. However, ambition resides in the hearts of men who would willingly allow their family to remain under the control of the royal family. Some fortunate individuals among the void refining realm have made breakthroughs into the spirit combatant realm, thus elevating their family's status dramatically. Presently, the pinnacle of combat strength within the Deqian Empire consists of these spirit combatants. Among the millions of Deqian citizens, the number of spirit combatants can be counted on one hand. Only the four great feudal lords, the royal family, and the empire's foremost sect, Tianqian sect, possess spirit combatants. The Chu family may currently be weak, yet this does not hinder Chu Qing's ambitions, for the Chu family has Yifeng, with the ability to slay two soul-refining realm experts at the Qi refining realm. Can one truly doubt that the Chu family will not one day produce a spirit combatant? Ladies and gentlemen, although the Chu family has acquired a powerful soul-refining expert, we still lack the necessary connections to secure a noble title. Chu Qing voiced this concern at the outset of the family gathering. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Chu family displayed expressions of unease. Everyone desires access to cultivation resources, while the nobility of the great Qian Empire is not overly numerous. Most of these families have held their titles for many years, and in terms of connections, the Chu family remains relatively fragile compared to them. Thus, even with the qualifications for nobility, lacking connections renders it futile. Then, according to the family head's intent, one senior member inquired, Chu Qing has summoned us not merely to listen to his ramblings. There must be a solution to this predicament. Sighing, another remarked, this matter should be addressed by Miss Han Yuning. What does this have to do with Miss Han Yuning? The crowd was perplexed, while Han Yuning, with a radiant smile, replied, esteemed guests, my Qin Wang Fu has been a long-standing ally of the Chu family. Naturally, we are inclined to lend our assistance in the face of your current challenges. However, I request a promise. Once a member of the Chu family achieves a breakthrough in soul refining, do not disregard the Qin Wang Fu for its modest influence when seeking refuge. The crowd suddenly appeared enlightened. Oh, so it is the Qin Wang Fu and not the Deqin Merchant Association. That carries a different implication. It was evident that this maneuver was a strategy to compete with the royal family for talent, by extending favors to those poised to advance in soul refinement. And once they leveraged the resources of both the royal family and the Qin Wang Fu to achieve their breakthrough, these individuals would bear the mark of the Qin Wang Fu. In this way, it resembled a partnership in business. Profits would be generated, yet one party would entirely seize the gains. The senior members of the Chu family, however, felt little unease about this arrangement. After all, whatever it takes to secure their noble title was paramount. Very well, we shall rely on Miss Yuning, they agreed. The Chu family will undoubtedly look to His Highness of the Qin Wang Fu for guidance in the future. We are profoundly grateful for the assistance rendered by the Qin Wang Fu. The Chu family shall not take Miss Yuning's goodwill lightly. In an instant, gratitude poured forth from the crowd towards Han Yuning, while Chu Xian cast a complex gaze at Yifeng beside her. In a voice only they could hear, she remarked, Sister Yuning, is it not you whom she is interested in? How could that be? It must be the potential of the Chu family that has prompted Sister Yuning to invest so generously. When will the breakthrough in soul refinement occur? Yifeng vehemently denied, and Chu Xian chose not to press further, instead wearing a bittersweet smile, knowing some thoughts were better left unspoken. Chapter 46. Ambush in the Gorge. With this pressing matter resolved, the focus shifted to the relocation of the entire Chu family. The true essence of a family's strength is manifested when its stronghold is moved to a thriving city, akin to individuals purchasing homes in a city after acquiring wealth and influence. Generally speaking, this would entail moving to the nearest royal capital or directly to the imperial capital where the royal family resides. Kongna City lies under the dominion of the Yu Kingdom, and according to tradition, once the Chu family successfully secures their noble title, they must relocate to the capital of the Yu Kingdom, Yingge. To facilitate this transition, the Chu family must dispatch someone ahead to manage affairs in Yingge City. Initially, the Chu family assumed this individual would be Chu Qing, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Yifeng. In this regard, Chu Qing also had his considerations. Firstly, Yifeng was his son-in-law, thus considered a half-member of the Chu family, and had repeatedly come to their aid during times of peril, his character beyond reproach. Secondly, Yifeng represented the most promising heir of the family, and it was only fitting to allow him to venture forth for further development. Lastly, there was his relationship with Han Yuning. Although neither had acknowledged their bond, Chu Qing's keen insight could hardly miss such a connection. Yet, he chose to turn a blind eye, understanding that no matter how many women Yi Feng might have in the future, Han Yuning would always hold a significant place. At least after Chu Xian. The prowess Yi Feng had demonstrated made it evident how wise his earlier decision to arrange their betrothal was. Among his 3 daughters, Chu Xian was the most sensible and would naturally not oppose his decision. The emperor also wholeheartedly agreed. The resources Yi Feng required for his cultivation were exceedingly scarce within the current confines of the Chu family, making this journey an opportune venture. Only in the bustling Yingge city could he hope to find the spiritual herbs, martial arts manuals, and spiritual weapons necessary to enhance his strength. As night fell, in Yi Feng's room, Chu Qing solemnly addressed him, saying, "You are now capable of standing on your own. However, remember that Yingge is not like Kangna City. Exercise utmost caution there. Should you encounter any difficulties, you must return, and we shall face them together." Chu Qing admonished Yi Feng like a father, warming Yi Feng's heart. A sensation he realized he had not felt since before his amnesia. "I understand, Uncle Chu. Rest assured, I shall not return empty-handed this time," Yi Feng promised Chu Qing, vowing that he would succeed in his endeavors. Chu Qing nodded slightly, handing Yi Feng a magical ring. "This contains the entirety of our Chu families and the Brand family stockpile, including martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, and the crystal stones we have accumulated over the years. This time, the Chu family is fully committed to securing our noble title. Xiao Feng, I await your good news." As he gazed into Chu Qing's trusting eyes, Yi Feng felt a pang of emotion. Contemplating how he had yet to marry Chu Xian and wishing to ask Chu Qing if he feared Yi Feng might abscond with the treasures. Yet, the question remained unvoiced. In the end, Chu Qing patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said, "Xiao Feng, take care." Yi Feng nodded silently, and after a lengthy admonition, Chu Qing finally smiled at him before turning to leave. The following day, as Yi Feng stepped out of the Chu family's grand entrance, he found a caravan awaiting him on the road. Each carriage was constructed from wood, measuring 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width, with a small window encased in wire. At the forefront was a nameless white magical beast, its muscular form indicating formidable strength. Soon, a graceful figure emerged from one of the carriages. With a face like a peach blossom and delicate features, her alluring curves were accentuated by a sheer, low-cut golden gown that clung to her form, each step exuding an enchanting allure that ignited a fire within Yi Feng. He hurriedly bowed to her in greeting. Sister Han Yun smiled gently, boldly extending her arms to embrace Yi Feng, saying, "Hee, I knew you were a man of your word. After all, this is a significant matter for the Chu family. Naturally, I cannot afford to break my promise. Could you kindly release me?" Faced with such a captivating beauty, Yi Feng felt on the verge of losing control, yet the remnants of his rationality held him back from making any further moves. "Look at you. Do you think I would actually devour you?" Han Yun's eyes subtly darted towards a certain position within the Chu family, before leading Yi Feng to her vehicle. At the command of the guardian overseeing the cargo, the convoy set off. After a considerable time, a graceful silhouette appeared before the gates of the Chu family. Gazing at the retreating convoy with a soft sigh, the Dacian Empire sprawls vast and wide, and traversing the barren cliffs of the Wuyun Grand Canyon took nearly 4 to 5 days without sight of an end. Each day brought only blue skies and white clouds. Had Yi Feng not been able to enter a state of cultivation, the seemingly endless mountain road would have driven him to madness. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true issue lay in the fact that a delicate beauty accompanied him at all times. In the past, he would have welcomed such a situation with open arms, but now, bound by a betrothal to Chu Xian, he dared not harbor any peculiar thoughts about Han Yun. Despite the allure she presented, though the Prince of Xiang remained oblivious, the goddess's intentions were unmistakably clear. The convoy traveled at a notably slow pace, which Yi Feng initially attributed to the cautiousness of the Daqin Merchants Guild. Yet, there was one thing he found unbearable, waking each day to the sight of Han Yun, who would inquire with her enchanting voice, "Little brother Yi Feng, did you sleep well last night? Thank you for your concern, Sister Han Yun. Everything is just fine." "Oh, that is good to hear. I am responsible for this entourage, so if anyone dares to upset you, just let me know, and I shall handle them." With that, she would turn and depart. This scene unfolded almost daily, and it was evident that Han Yun's enthusiasm was excessive. Thus, he directly claimed he was in seclusion for cultivation, seeking to avoid her as much as possible. Yet, he could not fathom that among the many families with potential to serve the Qin royal household, none would warrant Han Yun's elaborate efforts. Ultimately, she believed in her own discerning judgment, assured that the returns on her investment would far exceed her current sacrifices. However, her painstaking efforts were misconstrued by others as a wealthy woman indulging a young man, leading to idle gossip that occasionally reached Yi Feng's ears. Hey, why would our leader take a liking to that pretty boy? I refuse to believe he is superior to me. Haha, old ma, you are unaware, aren't you? Our leader's beauty is such that only that young man is worthy of her. Humph, is it just because he has a handsome face? If I were to remove this scar on my face, I would be just as good-looking as he is. One evening, gathered around a large bonfire, Yi Feng, looking at Han Yun, who rested her chin on her hands, sighed, Sister Han Yun, please spare me. Can't you see how many people are gossiping about us? Humph, what fear do I have of you when I am but a woman? Rest assured, we currently rely on their protection, but once we reach our destination, I shall demonstrate how to deal with them. Han Yuning maintained a sweet smile on her face, yet in Yi Feng's eyes, it elicited a series of gasps. This woman is extraordinary. She was certainly not speaking idly just now. As the convoy halted at a fork in the road, Han Yuning and Yi Feng occupied the same vehicle, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Half an hour later, 5 figures appeared within the line of sight of the crowd. 5 formidable soul refinement realm experts. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Emblazoned on their chests was the emblem of the Deqin Merchant Association. Among them, the leading middle-aged man strode with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, exuding a formidable presence. He was indeed a peak soul refinement expert. The remaining 4 comprised 2 special level, 1 high level, and 1 mid-level soul refinement practitioners, evidently tasked with safeguarding the convoy. Yet, how could they have strayed from the group? Hizili, you have arrived late. Do you understand the significance of this auction in Inga City to us? Do you wish to incur the wrath of the Merchant Association? Upon facing the newcomers, Han Yuning immediately shifted her demeanor, radiating an aura of authority that even a soul refinement expert could not intimidate. The one referred to as Hizili spoke with a hint of trepidation. President, we were dispatched by the Vice President to escort goods elsewhere and encountered some troubles. We hope for your forgiveness. Han Yuning furrowed her brow. While this excuse held some validity, her extensive dealings with people led her to draw other conclusions. The top-tier combat power of the Kungana City branch consisted solely of soul refinement experts, and there were over a dozen within the association. Yet all had been dispatched by Hu Yun under various compelling pretexts. In the past, Han Yuning would not have been so hesitant, but circumstances had changed. The timing of this mission was far too critical, and it was evident that she was short-handed. Should they encounter an unspeakable presence, it could prove fatal. Sister Yuning, have you encountered any troubles? Do you require my assistance? Yi Feng inquired, for this outing primarily relied on Han Yuning, and he would not stand by idly while she fell into a trap. It's nothing, dear brother, Han Yuning began to reply, but was abruptly interrupted by the middle-aged man, who suddenly turned around, his gaze piercing toward Yi Feng as he coldly demanded, President, who is he? Numerous other powerful figures from the Merchant Association watched Yi Feng with a gleeful anticipation, as if awaiting a spectacle. Although Hizili was merely a patron of the association, he was reportedly dispatched by Han Yuning's family to protect her, more accurately, to restrict her interactions with other men. Thus, the sudden appearance of Yi Feng provoked his disdain, and he retorted with a dark tone. Yi Feng, from the Chu family of Kungana City, special level in Qi refinement. He is my recognized foster brother. What does it concern you? Han Yuning replied, her voice tinged with annoyance, clearly unimpressed by Hizili's demeanor. Foster brother? He shot a few disdainful glances at Yi Feng, his tone laced with contempt. I care not who you are. Do not harbor delusions of climbing to the heights of power, or else I shall make you regret it. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving Han Yuning to shake her fist in frustration before ultimately lowering it. It appeared that she held a considerable apprehension towards Hizili. Sister Yuning, do you need me to eliminate him? Night Breeze remarked quietly, gazing at Hizili's figure, though the bloodthirst in his words sent a chill through Han Yuning. Yet, the thought that Night Breeze was standing up for her brought a sweet warmth to her heart. It felt as if this moment was the first time she had noticed the young man clad in black robes throughout their journey. In any case, the conflict was swiftly resolved through Night Breeze's compromise, but Hizili would never fathom that he had narrowly escaped death, for the Emperor had decreed that none should insult Night Breeze. However, since Hizili had not crossed any further lines, the Emperor saw no need to intervene. The caravan, bolstered by the presence of 5 formidable soul refinement experts, surged forward with newfound speed. Night Breeze soon comprehended that the previous sluggish pace of the caravan was due to their waiting for Hizili and his entourage. Days passed as the caravan continued its journey. One day, while traversing a canyon, Night Breeze, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly jolted, causing the vehicle to lurch violently toward Han Yuning's carriage. "What are you doing?" He Zili, leading the way, was startled by Night Breeze's sudden movement. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from above, and as everyone looked up, their faces drained of color. A massive boulder, dislodged from a towering cliff, plummeted directly towards Han Yuning's carriage below. The boulder fell with astonishing speed, and before the 5 soul refinement experts could react, it crushed Han Yuning and Night Breeze beneath its weight. With a deafening crash, the carriage was reduced to mere splinters. He Zili's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. But at that moment, the surface of the boulder emitted cracking sounds, stirring a flicker of hope within him. Could it be that they were unharmed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of shattering resonated, and the boulder exploded into fragments. From the debris emerged 2 figures, a man and a woman, revealing Night Breeze and Han Yuning, unscathed. Chapter 47. Perils in the Forest. Upon seeing that both were safe, he Zili exhaled in relief and approached, asking, "Miss, are you unharmed?" "Miss." Night Breeze was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Han Yuning held a significant status within her family, far beyond merely being a merchant association leader. Although her clothing bore several tears, Night Breeze's timely intervention had spared her from serious injury. Still shaken, she realized that had anything happened to Han Yuning under her watch, she would truly bear the weight of unbearable guilt. Consequently, she felt a newfound gratitude towards Night Breeze, offering him a respectful nod. "Thank you for your assistance, young brother Night Breeze." "It was nothing, merely a trifling effort," Night Breeze replied in a nonchalant manner, not overly warm, yet he Zili understood, managing an awkward smile. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed once more. Upon glancing back, the 5 vehicles at the heart of the convoy were suddenly struck by a cascade of falling rocks, burying the merchants within alongside their goods, leaving no chance for escape. "This is dire, we must rescue them." Han Yu's face paled as she hastily commanded. The elite forces she had painstakingly cultivated and the precious cargo they carried were at risk. Any loss could jeopardize both of the upcoming auctions. Without awaiting her orders, the nearby powerful individuals swiftly began to salvage the goods and rescue their companions. At that moment, the voice of the emperor resonated. "Xiaofeng, watch above." "What?" Yifeng shot his gaze upward, catching a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure darting past. Though it was merely a cursory glance, he discerned that the individual's strength far surpassed his own. Pursuing was out of the question. He had a peak soul refinement realm expert beside him. Such an opportunity would be squandered. "Jie Yuning, who is that?" Yifeng inquired, pointing towards the direction the shadow had sped off. Han Yu and He Zili also noticed the figure, the latter emitting a sharp whistle before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already soaring along the cliffside, akin to the shadow. "Is this the speed of a soul refinement realm expert?" Yifeng gazed enviously in that direction, contemplating that if he were to attempt such velocity with his Qi refinement realm power, he would likely exhaust his energy reserves without the aid of a Qi restoration pill. "Do not envy him, with my presence. Your ascension to the soul refinement realm is merely a matter of time," the emperor proclaimed with pride. Yifeng nodded lightly and turned back towards the convoy. With the loss of cargo, Han Yu's playful banter with Yifeng dissipated instantly, and she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the rescue efforts. Observing the orderly team, Yifeng marveled. A woman capable of leading a significant merchant guild was certainly no mere decorative vase. The boulders had struck with precision, targeting the most valuable cargo from this merchant venture. Though Yifeng was unaware of the significance of this shipment to the Deqin Merchant Guild, he could infer the magnitude of the loss from the somber expressions of those around him. 2 hours later, He Zili, battered and breathless, appeared before Han Yu. Shame etched across his features. Gazing at his injuries, Han Yu's complexion paled, and her body trembled slightly as she asked, "Did you catch him?" "I am sorry, Mississippi. That individual is of equal strength to me, and he had accomplices aiding his escape." He was acutely aware of the importance of the cargo to Han Yu, but it was too late for regrets. He could only bow his head and await her reprimand. Yet she merely waved her hand, biting her lip as she declared, "This is not your fault. We have all been ensnared." Ensnared? He Zili appeared perplexed, but Yifeng understood. During their journey to Kana City, Chu Tian had elucidated the situation. The Wuyun Grand Canyon completely separated the eastern and northern regions of the Deqian Empire, teeming with magical beasts and bandits. For any ordinary force to traverse this canyon, they must rely on maps crafted from the latest trajectories of beast and bandit activity provided by recent travelers. Someone had expertly calculated the Deqin Merchant Guild's route and chosen the most cunning of traps. If it were not for internal traders, who would believe it? I understand. Miss, could it be that old scoundrel Hu Yin? How infuriating. I believe he covets your position, Mississippi. Upon my return, I shall ensure he is flayed alive. He Zili declared vehemently. However, Yi Feng shook his head. I do not believe that Hu Yun is the mastermind behind this attack. Brother, what do you mean? Han Yuning's composed demeanor flickered, as his words suggested that this trap was merely the beginning. Sister Yuning, did you not say that Hu Yun had just arrived from the headquarters? Even if you faced a predicament, the position of the chamber president would not be his to claim as an outsider. Han Yuning nodded slightly. Yi Feng was indeed correct. The promotion system within the Qin Chamber of Commerce is exceedingly stringent. Even if she were to step down, a qualified individual would be appointed from another branch. They would never allow a newly appointed vice president like Hu Yun to ascend. Such an act would surely incite discontent among the local merchants. Therefore, it stands to reason that someone is guiding Hu Yun from behind, and more importantly, that person is not simple-minded enough to merely wish to impede my sister's progress. They seek my life. Han Yuning's expression darkened as she articulated that thought for Yi Feng, while he Zili seethed with rage, shattering a nearby stone with a furious punch. How infuriating. After venting his frustration, he gazed worriedly at Han Yuning and suggested, Miss, perhaps we should return. Your safety is of utmost importance. Yet, Han Yuning resolutely rejected the idea, stating, No, do you not understand how crucial the goods we are escorting are to me? Moreover, since that old scoundrel Hu Yun intends to harm me, he has undoubtedly rallied numerous forces to ambush me. Whether we return or not, the outcome remains the same. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yuning decisively produced 3 magical rings and said to him, He Zili, immediately place the most important goods within these rings. We must journey through the night to reaching a city as swiftly as possible. Acknowledging her command, He Zili took the 3 rings and called upon the other strong individuals to prepare the goods. After some time, Han Yuning regained her composure and, with an apologetic tone, said, Brother, I am truly sorry. I have burdened you. Sister Yuning, what are you saying? We are friends. There is no burden in that. Yi Feng quickly replied. Han Yuning, biting her red lips, looked at him with a hint of anticipation and asked, Are you willing to be my friend forever? Among great families, deceit abounds. Although Han Yuning appeared radiant on the surface, who could understand the struggles of a woman fighting desperately for her survival? Yi Feng's selfless act of saving her had genuinely touched her heart, prompting her to speak uncontrollably. The youth, without a moment's hesitation, affirmed, I am willing, but sister, you must not harbor any ill intentions towards me. I am already betrothed. Yi Feng winked and then returned to assist the chamber in organizing the goods. After his departure, Han Yuning revealed a captivating smile reminiscent of a charming fox, pondering that having more sisters could alleviate her solitude. If Yi Feng were to discover her thoughts, he would likely lament that a woman's madness could rival that of a man's. The route they were traversing had likely been compromised, prompting Han Yuning to alter their course and select a relatively safer path. For the next 4 or 5 days, they experienced a tranquil journey. However, they were in the ominous Wu Yun Canyon, one of the 10 perilous locations of the Daqian Empire. It was not uncommon for beasts to devour a person whole. As anticipated, amidst the heightened tension, the long-anticipated crisis finally struck. The convoy entered a lush, verdant forest, and upon entering, He Zili's warning echoed through the air. Yi Feng, do not be careless. The most dangerous part of Wu Yun Canyon lies within this forest. Before Yi Feng could fully comprehend the warning, a sudden explosion erupted from the side. He raised his gaze to behold a colossal serpentine figure, towering 10 zhong, materializing before him. The towering trees swayed violently, and leaves cascaded down like rain. Abruptly, a rush of contrasting cold and hot air caused the vehicle to shake violently. Fortunately, with He Zili, a formidable soul refinement expert, at the helm, a powerful wave of energy stabilized the vehicle with a mere gesture. Then, a thunderous roar reverberated from the side, and as Yi Feng focused, the 2 massive serpentine shadows revealed their true forms. One was red and the other blue, yet they shared a single body. Upon seeing the beast, He Zili was drenched in cold sweat, cursing, Damn it, an ice-fire 2-headed serpent. What bad luck. Despite his grievances, He Zili swiftly conjured a massive illusory hand, dozens of zhong in size, which he directed forcefully against the ice-fire 2-headed serpent. With a resounding crash, the enormous serpent was forcibly subdued. And as Yi Feng observed the ground tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, he realized that while the creature had not perished, it was certainly in distress. Hey, little brother, are you frightened? That is the ice-fire 2-headed serpent, estimated to possess at least peak Qi refinement strength. If I weren't a soul refinement expert, We would all be in peril, he Zili said with a sense of pride, while Yi Feng appeared utterly unfazed. Peak Qi refinement. Is that impressive? If we encountered it, I could dispatch it in an instant, he thought. Just as he Zili prepared to continue boasting, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Both men turned to look ahead, and he Zili's triumphant smile immediately froze. Before them lay not one, but a dozen ice-fire two-headed serpents, and judging by their strength, they seemed to surpass mere peak Qi refinement. Damn it! Soul refinement experts, engage. Others, protect the vehicles. He Zili entrusted the vehicle to Yi Feng. With 5 soul refinement experts joining forces, a tempest of unparalleled vitality surged forth, propelling their convoy like a small boat amidst a storm. Struggling through a forest where the path was utterly indiscernible, Yi Feng had not anticipated that the forest of Wuyun Canyon could be so terrifying. They had spent a full half-month traversing just this one forest. Every day, they endured relentless assaults from magical beasts. Fortunately, the adversaries were mostly below the soul refinement realm. Had they encountered more formidable foes, their fate would have been sealed. Little did they know, several powerful magical beasts had already emerged, only to be repelled in time by the Emperor, sparing them from casualties on their very first day in the forest. The journey had been fraught with peril, and even someone as resolute as Yi Feng felt the dampness of apprehension lingering behind him. Upon reaching the vast expanse of the plain, his spirits finally lifted. He was not alone in his relief. He Zili and the others shared in the joy. For those accustomed to traversing the ominous Black Cloud Gorge, the sight of a plain signified their proximity to human habitation. Yi Feng exhaled deeply, sensing the once tense atmosphere gradually dissipating. Just then, a feminine voice broke the silence. Finally arrived. Someone prepare a large basin of water. I need a good bath. The group was momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with elation. Han Yuning was going to bathe, which meant they might catch a glimpse of her. Chapter 48. Monstrous Beasts. As night descended, the earth was cloaked in darkness, and a full moon hung high in the sky like a silver disk. Several campfires dotted the vast terrain, twinkling like stars. Amidst the stillness, the sounds of lively chatter resonated across the land. In a secluded tent, Yi Feng sat cross-legged. After more than a month of rigorous training against magical beasts, he sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, awaiting just the right opportunity to ignite the transformation. They were nearing Yingge City, where, according to popular belief, the capitals of the 4 great feudal states and the imperial capital gathered the most prominent forces of the empire. The Qi refinement realm was commonplace, while the soul refinement realm was abundant. The vibrancy of the place was incomparable to the small town of Connor. For Yi Feng, embarking on his first journey away from home, a mix of anxiety and anticipation filled him. He understood that without strength, progress would be impossible. Thus, every increment in power provided an additional layer of security. As he withdrew from his meditative state, the sound of cracking bones filled the air as pure, nourishing energy gradually refined his body. Yi Feng let out a sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. He had not achieved another breakthrough, but he recognized the wisdom in gradual advancement, a lesson frequently imparted by the Emperor. Just then, He Zili's voice called from outside. Yi Feng, are you in there? Yes. Yi Feng replied, rising to exit the tent, only to find He Zili standing there. After spending some time together, their relationship had eased from its initial tension. Yi Feng smiled faintly and asked, Brother He, didn't you go with them to watch Sister Yuning bathe? Why are you back so soon? He Zili tugged at his mouth, revealing an awkward expression, and said, Brother, please refrain from mocking us. She is the young lady. Anyone who dares to sneak a glance at her bathing would be crossing paths with me. Come, we have been awaiting your arrival for the gathering. Today marked their final night on this desolate expanse. According to their travel estimates, they would reach their destination, the capital city of the state of Yingge City, by tomorrow. Hence, a small celebration was in order. After nearly a month of battling ferocious beasts, Yi Feng felt a bit unhinged, yet he accepted this reality with grace. It is indeed an honor for Brother He to personally come, Yi Feng remarked, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. After all, he was but a youth, having endured a month of trepidation. Were it not for his resolute spirit, he might have succumbed to madness long ago. Thus, a moment of relaxation was indeed warranted. Following closely behind He Zili, the two walked in tandem. Initially, the atmosphere was warm, but gradually it grew more somber. Suddenly, He Zili halted, turned around, and hesitantly spoke. Brother Yi Feng, do you have feelings for the young lady? Yi Feng's steps froze, his mouth slightly agape, and he wore a peculiar expression as he replied, Brother He, why do you say such things? I am merely an ordinary friend of Sister Yuning. Young brother, I am considerably older than you. Furthermore, I have watched the young lady grow up. This is the first time in many years that she has shown such affection for a man. Even he can discern this sentiment. However, young brother, should you choose the young lady, be prepared for a multitude of troubles ahead. You must remain steadfast. He zeally patted Yi Feng's shoulder, offering a glance of encouragement, then burst into hearty laughter as he made his way to a bonfire. Do I like her? Yi Feng pondered, recalling the enchanting scene at the Merchant Association, and he could not help but let out a bitter smile. He immediately shook his head, casting aside those fanciful thoughts. Setting aside whether Han Yuning harbored feelings for him, what of Chu Xian, who treated him so kindly? And what of the Qin royal family, which had their sights set on a penniless youth like him? Contemplating such matters now was inappropriate. The future would unfold in due time. Sitting beside the bonfire, he engaged in discussions with the burly men from the Merchant Association about various topics. To Yi Feng, their tales of the great Qin Empire and its lore were enchanting. His understanding of this nation was still woefully inadequate, and his experiences could not compare to those of these seasoned wanderers. I heard that this auction finale will see representatives from all 4 major feudal states attending. This is a first, one of the guards remarked. Indeed, we have been preparing for this auction finale for quite some time. It is only natural for them to come. Another responded. However, I recall we held one a few years ago, and at that time, no representatives from the 4 major feudal states attended, a third added. As the conversation unfolded, Yi Feng's eyes brightened, and he discreetly tugged at He Zili's sleeve, his face etched with curiosity as he inquired, Brother He, what is the auction finale? Ah, you do not know? He Zili glanced at him as if he were a formidable beast, but then suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Chuckling apologetically, Ah, right, you only arrived in Connor City this year. It's understandable that you're unaware. Allow me to enlighten you. Our Qin Merchant Association is ubiquitous throughout the great Qin Empire, and periodically, we organize auction events in the capitals of various vassal states and the imperial capital, showcasing the prowess of our association. The auctions are generally categorized into 3 tiers: commoners, nobility, and elite nobility. Thus, a single auction can span over 6 months. The first 2 categories are self-explanatory. They are accessible to commoners and general noble factions, such as the Marquisate. The final tier, the elite nobility auction, is deemed the highlight of the event, with items displayed that only the 4 major lords and the royal family are qualified to participate in. The individual overseeing this grand auction is none other than the young lady herself. Oh, I see. Yi Feng nodded, understanding why Han Yuang would make such an effort. Personally overseeing the transport of goods. The presence of high-ranking imperial officials at the event signifies the stature of the Qin Merchant Association. Any misstep could lead to ridicule for the foremost merchant association of the great Qin Empire. At that moment, Tang Qing, a formidable soul-refining realm expert who had been trailing He Zili, interjected, Brother, we are nearly at our destination. How about we indulge a bit today? As he spoke, he hurried to the carriage, clutching several wine pouches. The sight of the numerous wine pouches sparked joy among the group, tightening their throats in anticipation. Wine was their closest companion, and for those who danced on the edge of danger, a sip during their journey felt like a taste of divinity. However, He Zili firmly declined, his expression turning serious. No, we cannot indulge just yet. We Haven Tea arrived at a secure location. Once we reaching a city, I shall treat you to whatever you desire. Although they were nearing Inga City, the ominous shadows from the Wuyun Gorge had yet to emerge, evidently a ploy by Hu Yun. Fortunately, they had altered their route in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a complete disaster. He Zili remained on high alert, unwilling to allow any slip-ups that could provide Hu Yun's group with an opportunity. Understanding He Zili's apprehensions, one of the companions stepped forward, addressing Tang Qing. Tang Qing, what are you thinking? There are only 5 of us with substantial strength. If enemies were to appear, who would protect the young lady? Humph, Lu Ming. What do you understand? I can handle my drink. Even if I consume 3 cups, I won't be intoxicated. If you can't, I'll drink on your behalf. Tang Qing retorted. To prove his point, he promptly opened a wine pouch and gulped down a hearty swig. Observing his companion indulging so freely, He Zili remained outwardly silent. Yet internally, he felt a restless itch. After 3 pouches had been emptied, Tang Qing, still unperturbed, remarked, See, I'm not even tipsy. Indeed, if that is the case, what do we have to fear? Brothers, let us drink. With Tang Qing's demonstration, Lu Ming, who had initially opposed, snatched a wine pouch and began to drink. This time, He Zili felt compelled to join in, taking a pouch for himself and tossing one to Yi Feng as well. Thank you, Brother He, as he spoke. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. A gentle and refreshing sensation traveled from his throat down to his abdomen, bringing a sense of elation. Indeed, what Tang Qing had said was true. This wine had a low alcohol content, and even if consumed in excess, it would not lead to intoxication. The group continued to drink late into the night, reveling until they finally dispersed. For Yi Feng, however, this modest amount of wine had already blurred his vision. Yet he still stumbled back to his tent and collapsed into a deep slumber. Time passed unknowingly, and suddenly, the voice of the emperor reverberated, jolting Yi Feng awake from his slumber. "Xiaofeng, wake up, there's a situation outside." "What?" Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he became fully alert. The cacophony of battle cries filled his ears, and disregarding his parched throat, he threw open the tent and rushed outside. The entire camp was engulfed in a tumult of shouts and flames. A large group of men clad in black was fiercely assaulting the guards of the Deqin Merchant Association. To Yi Feng's astonishment, the guards accompanying the Deqin Merchant Association outnumbered the black-clad attackers, so why did they not intervene? Hundreds of figures clashed chaotically, the sounds of combat echoing in succession, while a nauseating scent of blood permeated the air, transforming the silent night into a scene illuminated as brightly as day by the firelight. At that moment, a furious curse from He Zili broke through from the side. "Tang Qing, Lu Ming, you treacherous dogs, how dare you betray the young lady?" He Zili's face darkened as he sent a black-clad man flying with a single strike, his gaze sharp as he turned towards the opposition. Where stood Tang Qing and Lu Ming, whom they had shared drinks with just hours ago, now aligned with three indistinct black-clad figures, mockingly gazing at the almost frenzied He Zili. "Heh, old He, we've been brothers for quite some time, and I am well aware of your strength. If we hadn't used the Yuluxiang to incapacitate these guards, how would we have had the opportunity to strike?" A cunning smile crept across Lu Ming's face. Yuluxiang. Yi Feng suddenly comprehended. He had heard the emperor mention it before. It was a colorless, odorless, and non-toxic wine. Initially, regardless of how much one drank, it would feel like drinking water without the risk of intoxication, but after several hours, its effects would manifest, leading to a deep, unyielding stupor. It was indeed remarkable that He Zili and the remaining two soul refinement experts had managed to hold out until now. "Heh, we were never on Han Yuning's side. How could we speak of betrayal?" Tang Qing laughed maniacally, addressing the three black-clad men beside him. "Gentlemen, Han Yuning is a rare beauty. Once we eliminate these three, shall we enjoy ourselves together?" "Haha, of course." The leader of the black-clad men grinned lewdly. "These three heroes, I do not know your origins, but we are members of the Deqin Merchant Association. If you let us go, we will surely reward you handsomely in the future," He Zili said, his expression turning grave. Dealing with a band of robbers was not in his nature, but he could not allow anything to happen to Han Yuning. "Haha, when I mention someone with the surname He, are you truly oblivious? Who is unaware that the Deqin Chamber of Commerce is an enterprise of the Qin Royal Mansion? Once you deliver the token of gratitude, my brothers, we would hardly dare to accept it. Hey Hu, you must intercept those two formidable individuals beside that youth. Leave the one named He to me. Hey Bao, along with Tang Qing and Lu Ming, go capture Han Yuning." Upon hearing He Zili's words, the leader among the black-clad figures could not help but burst into maniacal laughter. Infuriating. "Brothers, protect the young lady," He Zili declared, his gaze icy as he summoned all his inner energy to confront them. The remaining high-level and special-level soul refiners gritted their teeth and followed suit. However, upon engaging, He Zili's heart sank. The three black-clad warriors were all peak soul refiners, while he stood alone. How could he contend against them? The opposing force possessed overwhelming strength, significantly increasing the pressure on the Deqin Chamber of Commerce, and their already meager numbers suffered a staggering loss. He found himself in peril several times. At that critical moment, the tent where Han Yuning resided was suddenly torn open, revealing an exceptionally enchanting figure with cascading hair, captivating the attention of all present. The beauty that emerged post-bath was mesmerizing, causing the three black-clad men to nearly lose control. The young lady gazed at the suddenly appearing Han Yuning, and He Zili's composure shattered. "Young lady, flee. I will hold them off." Han Yuning bit her red lips tightly, her expression turning cold as she retorted, "Is there still a chance to escape? Warriors of the Deqin Chamber of Commerce, I command you to slay." As her voice fell, she charged at one of the black-clad men, swiftly dispatching him with a single blow. "Haha, splendid. Young lady Han is fierce. I, Heilong, admire that." The black-clad warrior engaged in combat with He Zili grinned wickedly upon witnessing his companion's demise. "Brothers, capture her. Feast upon her flesh, and we shall offer you a taste of broth later." The group of black-clad men erupted into lewd laughter, rushing towards Han Yuning like ravenous wolves, while the remaining warriors of the Deqin Chamber of Commerce fought desperately to impede their advance. Yet, their efforts were in vain. They could only watch helplessly as the black-clad figures drew closer to Han Yuning. As the frenzied horde charged, each individual gazed at her with lustful eyes, causing Han Yuning's fair countenance to shift, overtaken by a fleeting despair. Yet, that feeling dissipated almost instantly, replaced by a fierce determination. Humph, even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. She then positioned her long sword against her neck, prepared to take her own life. However, a sudden commotion erupted, a thunderous voice reverberating through the air, causing both combatants to momentarily halt. Suddenly, one individual, pale as a ghost, pointed at the sky above Han Yuning, stuttering. Monster, monster, a monster? The crowd followed his gaze, gasping in horror, their legs trembling. A colossal shadow, towering dozens of meters high, emerged before them, its skin pitch black and adorned with an enormous pair of wings, each spanning several meters, exuding an aura of power. Yet, as they scrutinized, they realized the figure bore the form of a woman, with curves that were both pronounced and alluring. Yet the two small white teeth protruding slightly from the little mouth resembled those of a vampire, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 49. The Miserable Defeat of the He Brothers. What exactly is that thing? This question arose in the minds of everyone present. Yet Yunluo was not in the mood for playful banter. With a powerful flap of her wings, she conjured two colossal tornadoes that swept up over 50 individuals into the sky, cascading down like a blooming flower, a splendid blood mist swirling upwards. The aura emanating from Yunluo astonished the black dragon, who gazed in disbelief, his eyes flashing with a fierce cold light. Soul refinement realm? How could this creature, neither human nor beast, emerge from nowhere with such formidable power? As they watched Yunluo's display, a shadow gradually emerged from behind her massive form. A delicate visage appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing this person, He Zili's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "Brother Yefeng, take the young ones and flee. I'll hold them off here. You must escape." Yefeng chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "Why should we retreat? This is an excellent opportunity to ensnare our enemies. Brother He, go and eliminate that fellow." He pointed at the second-ranked black tiger with a finger. Yunluo let out a jubilant roar, a sound that was truly deafening. And in the blink of an eye, her enormous form surged towards the black tiger. "How dare you think me easy prey?" The black tiger scoffed, stomping the ground. His massive body shot forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Yunluo. Simultaneously, a mountain-cleaving blade materialized in his hand, gathering a torrent of vital energy, which he forcefully brought down upon Yunluo, unleashing a tremendous force that sent her staggering back several paces. "You seek your own demise." Yunluo's fury ignited, as if a supreme queen was provoked by mere ants. With a thunderous cry, her body radiated a brilliant crimson light, and within mere moments, she transformed back into her original petite form. A red trident appeared in her hand, her will guiding its motions. With a powerful flap of her wings, she darted forward, the trident's tip cutting through the air, unleashing a fierce crimson light that hurtled towards the black tiger with a resounding sonic boom. The red light traveled with astonishing speed, appearing before him in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the black tiger's chest caved in under the impact of the red light, causing him to spew forth a torrent of scarlet blood, his body skimming along the ground and carving a deep trench. The fissure spread like a spider's web, nearly engulfing the entire camp. The second-in-command, Black Dragon, was taken aback. This sudden appearance of Yunluo was overpowering the black tiger, and he realized they had unwittingly run into a formidable opponent. With Yunluo's powerful entrance, the faces of many merchant guards, once filled with despair, now flickered with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, rising to resist. This shift in morale left Black Dragon and his company in dire straits. Yet they had already committed to battle. Retreat was no longer an option. "Old Three, you are to apprehend Han Yuning, Tang Qing, and Lu Ming, while the two of you shall suppress those merchant guilds." Several individuals responded in unison and promptly charged towards their respective adversaries. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Black Panther, who, with a swift motion, positioned himself not far from Han Yuning, gazing at her peach-like, delicate skin with a hint of fervor. "Miss Han, I, the Black Panther, am a connoisseur of beauty. Rest assured, I shall be exceedingly gentle." Han Yuning remained silent, but her guard, standing resolutely before her, was less courteous. "Get lost, you wretched cur. With your appearance, how dare you entertain thoughts about my lady?" Several guards swiftly lunged at the Black Panther. Observing their rapid approach, A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. Stubborn fools. With a thunderous sound, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the Black Panther, sending one of the guards flying with a single strike. A swift motion of his fingers unleashed a sharp force that sliced through the neck of another guard at a precarious angle, resulting in a fountain of blood as the unfortunate soul met his end. The Black Panther grinned wickedly, eyeing the now terrified merchant guards, ready to seek his next prey. Suddenly, a piercing sound of slicing wind filled the air, and he instinctively recoiled. A shadowy beam, glimmering ominously, clung to him like a leech, and a torrent of wind blades relentlessly rained down, forcing him to retreat. Clenching his fist, he unleashed an overwhelming force that met the onslaught. The collision produced a metallic clang, and the dark beam was repelled. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a pair of eyes, resembling rubies, fixed upon him from several dozen paces away. A hand raised, drawing back the celestial staff. Yi Feng. Han Yuning was momentarily taken aback, a spark of astonishment lighting her beautiful eyes. Strangely, despite the youth's only possessing an advanced qi refinement level, she felt an undeniable sense of security emanating from him. "Leave this to me, Jie Yuning," Yi Feng declared with a chilling gaze, fixated upon his opponent. "I shall claim your life." As Yi Feng advanced, a sinister expression crossed the Black Panther's face. "Kid, there's a path to heaven, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no doors, yet you venture in." Quite audacious. With a chilling tone, the Black Panther unleashed a torrent of potent energy from within, and with a powerful stomp, he left behind a fleeting shadow, appearing before Yi Feng in an instant. He swung his blade, the crimson edge infused with fierce energy, cleaving the air towards Yi Feng's crown. Yi Feng's expression turned cold. His left leg bent slightly as a surge of energy coursed through his veins. With 2 fingers bent, an air wave of equal might to the Black Panther's formed on his fist. 9 paths break, 9 layers overlap. An explosive wave of energy erupted from the two, sweeping outward like a devastating flood, as layers of fresh soil were uprooted in an instant, carried by the wind across the battlefield. Humph. Even the top-tier qi refinement practitioners have come to embarrass themselves. The Black Panther disdainfully curled his lip. Yin Luo's entrance had genuinely astonished him, leading him to believe that this unnamed newcomer might be a formidable adversary, only to discover that such was not the case. In the face of 9 incoming waves of energy, the Black Panther's expression turned grim. Gripping his blade with both hands, he swung fiercely, unleashing a verdant wind blade that effortlessly blocked the 9 energy strikes, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, with powerful ripples of aura rapidly expanding outward. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Ever since the opponent had transitioned to the soul refinement realm, the yellow-tier spirit weapons had gradually become inadequate to contend with him. Fortunately, he possessed a considerable array of spirit weapons, most of which were of high rank. Taking a deep breath, he moved his palms in a dazzling manner, while torrents of energy surged from his dantian through his meridians towards his hands. A blinding red light began to coalesce on Yi Feng's palms, the overwhelming power sending chills down his spine. How is this possible? The Black Panther was taken aback. The spirit weapon Yi Feng had manifested exuded a sense of danger. Yet, he was merely a top-tier body refinement practitioner. How could he, at the pinnacle of the soul refinement stage, fear him? Suddenly, a formidable black energy began to coalesce around them, casting a shadow over the area. Arcane bolts of blue lightning flickered along the blade, resembling a crescent moon. With a gentle sweep, the arcs of electricity tore through the void. The Black Panther's face contorted with ferocity as he stepped forward, gripping his blade tightly, and swung down fiercely towards Yi Feng. "Die, kid!" Behind Yi Feng, the cold rain of the night let out a piercing scream, her face paling as she beheld the unfolding scene. Indeed, Yi Feng's strength was still lacking, he mused inwardly. The potency of energy in the qi refinement realm simply could not be compared to that of the soul refinement realm, leading to disparities in the speed of spirit weapon deployment. Fortunately, he still had time. Just before the crescent blade struck, a dark red sigil suddenly materialized. The Hanyuan seal. As the crescent wind blade made contact with the red sigil, a fierce energy storm erupted, sweeping outward with such force that even Yi Feng was sent flying several dozen feet. Trivial skills, break for me. Feeling a surge of confidence after his successful strike, the Black Panther unleashed another fierce crescent, crashing heavily against the red sigil, creating a resounding crack as the sigil shattered instantly. Seeing this, the expressions of all the powerful members of the Great Qin Merchant Association changed. If Yi Feng were to fail, their chances of victory would diminish significantly. Without further ado, as Yi Feng was forced to retreat, the Black Panther seized the opportunity to flash forward, his long knife slicing through the air, and in an instant, he appeared behind Yi Feng, launching a deadly thrust aimed at his back. The divine fire armor of the refining fire god. Faced with this lethal strike, Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly. A crimson glow enveloped him, and fine, hair-like spikes formed in unison before the wind blade could reach him. With a thunderous crash, the bull armor was instantaneously shattered. Knight Maple's body jolted forward, propelling him several dozen feet before he finally came to a halt, turning his head back without a hint of concern. "Are you all right?" The Black Panther, taken aback, gazed at the young man whose aura was chaotic yet still brimming with vigor. That previous strike had encompassed all of his energy, and yet the boy remained unscathed. This defied logic. "Humph, what do you mean by all right?" Knight Maple rubbed his shoulder, noting how the bull-like protrusions had splintered into fragments, revealing a layer of glimmering crimson scales at the torn fabric. This time, he had donned both the bull armor and the blood python armor for double protection. Had he not equipped the latter beforehand, it was uncertain whether he could have withstood that blow. "You've had your turn, now it's my time." A cold smirk graced Knight Maple's lips as he raised his arm, summoning the black Tianli staff into his grasp. Azure Dragon appears, White Tiger shatters. With a sweep of the staff, an overwhelming force surged forth, and two colossal phantoms, one azure and one white, materialized in the camp. The moment the dragon and tiger specters emerged, the surrounding air erupted violently, layers of shockwaves colliding with a thunderous roar. The Black Panther's throat tightened as he beheld the phantoms beside the boy, an ominous premonition settling in. Damn it, once this job is done, endless riches await. What is there to fear? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his long knife, unleashing a 100-foot-long azure blade towards the dragon-tiger phantoms. With a roar, the blade struck the azure dragon and white tiger, producing a deafening explosion. The dragon and tiger lunged, claws bared, toward the light blade. And in the blink of an eye, the blade was violently shattered. Yet, instead of diminishing, their ferocity intensified, surging toward the Black Panther with overwhelming might. As he gazed upon the enlarging phantoms, a chill of impending doom enveloped him. He sensed that if he could not withstand this onslaught, his demise would be imminent. Gritting his teeth, he struck his dantian with a fist. With a splatter, a bloodied orb erupted from within, and with a swift motion, he hurled it at the dragon-tiger phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. The orb collided with the phantoms, unleashing a massive wave of energy that surged forth like a tsunami, drawing the attention of all present as the clamor of battle diminished. "Run." Observing the precarious situation, the nearby formidable warriors hastily turned to flee, disregarding the life-and-death struggle they had previously engaged in. As they fled, others followed suit, scrambling in a frenzy to escape. Those unable to escape could only watch helplessly as they were engulfed by the tempest of energy. Hizili and his companions, closest to Knight Maple's battlefield, were violently thrown back several dozen meters, spitting blood as their faces paled from evident injuries. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The critical question remained: who triumphed between Knight Maple and the Black Panther? Countless gazes converged on the clash, and soon a frail black figure staggered to its feet, revealing itself to be a boy. "Is that kid unharmed? What of the Black Panther?" Black Dragon looked bewildered as he glanced to the side, only to witness a disheveled figure crawling out of a large pit, spitting blood profusely. With his last breath, he shouted to Black Dragon and the others, "Brother, hurry, run. This fellow is sinister." He then lowered his head and fainted. A heavy thud echoed as his body fell to the ground, followed by a petite black shadow appearing before the crowd. Black Dragon, feeling a surge of anguish, immediately vomited a mouthful of old blood. This was his own brother, one of the three siblings who had trained and ventured together since childhood. It was unimaginable that they would fall at the hands of such a simple task. Chapter 50. Grasshoppers on the same rope. Knight Feng was astounded. Having single-handedly incapacitated a peak soul refining expert, Hizili and the others looked at Knight Feng with an overwhelming urge to weep. Goodness, must it be so? When we were at his level, we certainly did not possess such prowess. Truly, comparisons breed envy. Noticing the envious gazes of the three, Knight Feng could only smile wryly. He took several energy-replenishing pills from his magic ring and swallowed them. Although dealing with a peak soul refining expert was no small feat for him, it meant he would be unable to utilize his energy for the next few days. What followed was no longer his concern. The demise of the two soul refining experts dealt a fatal blow to the morale of the attackers, causing them to scatter in panic. However, Hizili and the others had no intention of pursuing them, as they had already suffered significant losses during the battle. Encountering more attackers would be too much for them to bear. While they could not pursue those assailants, they certainly needed to hold on to Tang Qing and the others. Humph. Tang Qing, what do you have to say now? One of the soul refining experts bellowed at Tang Qing and his companions. Damn it, I considered you a brother. Yet you colluded with outsiders to betray me. Do you believe I want to make you pay for this? One of them, unable to contain his anger, swung his fist in an attempt to vent his frustration, but was stopped by He Zili. Enough, enough, no more, He Zili interjected, his gaze shifting. Tang Qing, Lu Ming, you are also members of the Deqin Merchant Association and know the association's rules. If you reveal who the mastermind is, I assure you, you will not die. The lives of these two insignificant individuals were of little consequence. However, the mastermind behind their actions was the real prize. If they could reel in such a figure, it would be a tremendous boon for Han Yuning, granting her greater influence within her family. To his surprise, Tang Qing sneered coldly. Humph, you think you've won? Let me enlighten you. We have already swapped the goods you are escorting. What you carry are merely worthless scraps. At this, Han Yuning let out a shrill scream, hastily opening the 3 magic rings to inspect their contents. Her expression grew increasingly grim as she discovered they contained only decorative items. Not a single piece of the auction goods was present. Damn it, you scoundrels. He Zili's eyes reddened, teetering on the edge of rage as he seized Tang Qing by the collar. Speak quickly. Who is it that has commanded you to act thus? Should you remain silent? Do not blame me for my lack of mercy, He Zili thundered. Yet, to his surprise, a trickle of black blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. And with a sudden tilt of his head, he succumbed to death, as did the two accompanying him. Han Yuning's expression turned frigid as she remarked. So it was poison. It seems they have truly gone to great lengths to harm me. What shall we do, miss? He Zili's face reflected extreme distress. The significance of the cargo was, in many respects, tantamount to Han Yuning's very life. Should this auction go awry, her capabilities would undoubtedly be called into question, and dismissal from her family's position would be the least of her worries. There was little use in further discussion. We must depart. After a night of chaos, dawn had broken. With a swift gesture, Han Yuning led the remaining members toward Yingu City. Night Feng, feeling dazed, leaned against Yun Luo, who, though slightly uncomfortable, extended a hand to support him as they walked together. They had arrived with a convoy of several large carts, yet as they progressed, their numbers dwindled. The sight of the empty carts stirred a profound sorrow within everyone. They were responsible for this auction, and if they failed to present a worthy item, it would surely invite ridicule from the upper echelons of the great Qian Empire. Thus, an oppressive silence enveloped them. After some time, Han Yuning regained a semblance of composure within the carriage. She lifted the curtain to reveal her pale countenance, forcing a strained smile as she said, "Brother, I fear it will take a considerable time for me to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. The promise I made to you may have to be postponed. Do not speak such nonsense, Sister Yuning. I am in no hurry. If it requires me to wait in Yingu City, then so be it. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Night Feng replied earnestly. Han Yuning felt a rush of warmth in her eyes, nearly moved to tears. "Thank you, brother, but I should be able to manage." With that, she regained her tranquility. After a tumultuous journey, 2 hours later, Night Feng and Han Yuning finally reached Yingu City. Gazing upon this fabled capital of the Yu Kingdom, Night Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. Along the grand avenue leading to Yingu City, throngs of people surged and jostled, far exceeding mere bustling. He estimated that the population surrounding Yingu City was more than 10 times that of Connor City. Among the crowd, those at the Qi refinement stage were the most basic presents, while those at the Soul refinement stage were not uncommon. Clad in luxurious garments adorned with the insignias of various prominent families and sects, their high status was evident. At that moment, Night Feng understood why the Soul refinement stage served as a dividing line for the status of cultivators within the great Qian Empire. He Zili expertly navigated the throngs, leading his entourage into the city, where their convoy finally halted before a commercial establishment that rivaled the grandeur of a palace, dwarfed only by the one in Connor City. Gazing at the imposing structure, Night Feng rubbed his eyes, feeling distinctly like a country bumpkin entering the city. As they stepped inside, they were immediately surrounded by a dozen individuals clad in the attire of senior members of the Deqin Merchant Association, one of whom appeared to be struggling with unspoken words. As the cold rain gathered, her brows furrowed, and she inquired, "Autumn Leaf, has something occurred? President, I have heard that you have not brought the goods intended for the auction. Is that true?" A chuckle followed, and she noted how swiftly news travels. "Do not worry. I can handle this alone," she replied, biting her crimson lip. The events of last night had already reached the Merchant Association today, indicating that some were intent on unsettling her. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "Indeed, you can handle it. Rain condensation. You truly are a woman of valor. However, the auction is to be held in 3 days, and not only have you misplaced the goods, but you also have the audacity to claim you can resolve this alone. Our Qin Merchant Association values its reputation. Should any mishap occur, you may find the royal court's ire difficult to bear. As the words fell, a figure emerged before the crowd. The woman possessed skin as white as snow. Her figure both alluring and irresistible, with delicate features somewhat reminiscent of rain condensation yet distinctly different in that rain condensation exuded charm, while this woman radiated a certain boldness. Accompanying her was an elderly man, his smile exuding an air of danger. They approached rain condensation at a leisurely pace. Han Xiang, what brings you here? Rain condensation asked with a slight twitch of her fair face, her tone less than amiable. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing the familial connection in the name, but noting the apparent tension. Dear sister, the auction is of great importance to our Qin Merchant Association. I wonder if you are prepared? Han Xiang feigned concern, her demeanor laced with sarcasm. Both Han Xiang and the eldest lady were offspring of the Qin royal court. Though Han Xiang was a mere illegitimate child, and her status paled in comparison to that of the eldest lady. Thus, she had always been at odds with her. The elderly man, Hu Zili, the vice president of the association, stood aside, elucidating the situation. Whether I am prepared or not is my concern and none of yours. Zili, please arrange accommodations for Yi Feng. Autumn Leaf, you shall accompany me. With that, she turned to leave, but Hu Yun cast a sinister smile at her retreating figure, saying, President, this auction is of great significance. I hope you approach it with the seriousness it deserves. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. I will report these matters to the higher authorities. At these words, rain condensation's body stiffened, yet she maintained her composure, responding coolly. Speak as you wish, and ascended to the second floor with Autumn Leaf. Hu Yun and Han Xiang exchanged knowing glances, their smiles hinting at their scheming. They had plotted this downfall for quite some time, determined to see her utterly vanquished. Rain condensation, await your demise. Han Xiang glared at her back with resentment. Yi Feng observed Han Xiang's expression, understanding this was a familial affair, and he felt no right to reprimand her. He simply followed Hu Zili to a secluded chamber. Brother Yi Feng, I shall leave you here. Should you require anything, feel free to summon a maid. I have made the necessary arrangements. As Hu Zili prepared to depart, he was halted by Yi Feng's call. Brother He, does rain condensation truly possess the means to navigate through this crisis? Yi Feng found himself perplexed by the intricacies of the situation. Although Han Yuning's explanations were vague, it was apparent to all that the colossal auction organized by the Daqin Merchants Guild required an astonishing quantity of auction items, a feat seemingly impossible to accomplish within a mere 3 days. Well, it should be feasible, He Zili offered a nebulous response before turning away, leaving Yi Feng with a furrowed brow. Before the auction had even commenced, a sense of conspiracy began to permeate the air, indicative of internal strife within the Daqin Merchants Guild. The conflict had caught Han Yuning off guard from the outset, despite her orders to consolidate all goods from nearby guilds. Those items held little value for figures of the stature of the 4 great lords. For 2 full days, numerous individuals frequented Han Yuning's chamber, yet she remained unseen. Concerned, Yi Feng sought her out. Standing at the door, he beheld Han Yuning, her complexion pale, disheveled, and clad in a state of disarray. Seated barefoot on a chair before a mountain of documents, her gaze vacant and lost in thought. Despite her formidable abilities, she was, after all, a woman, and could not possibly manage every detail. Observing this scene, Yi Feng felt a pang of compassion. Since arriving in Connor City, aside from the Chu family, Han Yuning had been his most attentive guardian, and he felt it was his duty to assist her. With great effort, a faint smile emerged on Han Yuning's waxen face as she uttered, I apologize for any embarrassment caused. Struggling to rise, her relentless toil over the past 2 days had taken a toll on her body, and as she stumbled, Yi Feng swiftly caught her. Be careful, Yuning Jia, he admonished gently, cradling her in his arms and placing her on the bed. It felt rather peculiar to be cared for by someone significantly younger than herself. Yet there was an undeniable sweetness to the moment. Who would have thought I could be so fragile? Han Yuning mused bitterly, reflecting on how long it had been since she felt this way. It was astonishing to realize that in her bid to undermine her, Han Xiang was willing to sacrifice the interests of her own family. While the Daqin Merchants Guild was the largest in the Daqin Empire, it was by no means the only one. Were it not for their apprehension regarding the power of the Qin Prince's mansion, some competitors would have likely seized a share of the lucrative business opportunities controlled by the mansion. Yuning Jia, what you lack most at this moment are the auction items. Am I correct? Yi Feng inquired, gesturing towards the list on the table. Han Yuning nodded, replying, "Indeed, I have spent considerable time preparing for this auction, gathering numerous items of interest to major families, but unfortunately, they have all been ruined. Well, actually, I possess quite a few items that might serve as auction goods." Yi Feng ventured once more. "Ah, dear brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but the auction items I require are beyond what you can provide." Han Yuning replied with a bittersweet smile. Nevertheless, she was deeply gratified by his thoughtful gesture and felt compelled to assist him as a final investment of her own. Night Feng, shrouded in mystery, inquired of Han Yuning, "Sister, rest assured, I am quite capable of handling this matter, yet I require your full cooperation and discretion." Han Yuning's enchanting gaze sparkled with a keen insight. It was evident that Night Feng possessed a certain level of confidence. "Are you truly about to alter my fate?" she asked, swallowing hard as a seductive smile graced her lips. "Brother, if you can assist me, you and I shall be like grasshoppers in the same boat, sharing both glory and misfortune." The phrase grasshoppers in the same boat caused Night Feng's lips to twitch, for it was a rather vivid expression. In truth, Night Feng was not acting on a whim. The Chu family intended to establish their roots in Shadow City. Without a significant backing, they would inevitably face the same ostracism that had befallen the Chu family when they settled in Connor City. Thus, securing the Deqin Chamber of Commerce was imperative. "Fear not, Sister Yuning," Night Feng replied with a subtle smile, then proceeded to write. Within half a minute, a shopping list lay before Han Yuning. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. Upon scanning the list, Han Yuning's composure shattered. It detailed numerous recipes for spiritual medicines, while the financial cloud of the Deqin Chamber of Commerce could easily procure such items within a day. The true nature of Night Feng's intentions remained a mystery to her. Nevertheless, desperate times called for desperate measures. She had no other recourse. "Little one, my future depends entirely on you," Han Yuning lamented, before instructing her subordinates to attend to matters. Chapter 51. Where does this confidence stem from? As night fell, torrential rain lashed against the window, a prelude to the impending chaos that Han Yuning was about to unleash upon the Deqin Chamber of Commerce's auction finale. Meanwhile, in a heavily fortified room to the east of Shadow City, a gripping battle unfolded. The room was enveloped in a peculiar fervor, the temperature soaring as the cold air from the unsealed window failed to extinguish the fervent movements of two bodies entwined on the bed. The woman's sultry moans harmonized with the man's heavy breaths, creating a unique symphony of human ecstasy that persisted unabated for an extended period. These two individuals, Hu Yun and Han Xiang, were adversaries in the Deqin Chamber of Commerce and Han Yuning. Both were cultivators, adept in their confrontation, and none could have anticipated that individuals of such disparate status would find themselves entwined in such a liaison. After a passionate encounter, Han Xiang, her complexion flushed, lay atop Hu Yun, whose form had succumbed to a state of utter fatigue. She planted fervent kisses upon his wrinkled visage, while he embraced her supple figure, squeezing her curvaceous form. It truly took considerable effort to tame this wild mare, Hu Yun mused. Despite his esteemed position as the vice president of the Deqin Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Kingdom of Yu, he understood the gravity of entangling himself with someone of the Han family, for the current king of Qin was indeed of their lineage. However, a wife pales in comparison to a concubine, and a concubine is less desirable than a clandestine affair. The exquisite taste of such secret indulgence can only be truly appreciated by the one involved. A soft sigh escaped Han Xiang's lips, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade akin to that of a ripe apple. A dainty hand wandered carelessly across Hu Yun's body. "My esteemed lord, does Xiang serve you obediently?" Hu Yun embraced Han Xiang's slender waist and pressed a kiss upon her cheek, teasingly remarking, "You little enchantress, are you intent on exhausting me? Rest assured, I shall handle matters with utmost diligence." With a mixture of disdain and revulsion, Han Xiang gazed upon his aged visage, feeling a wave of nausea. Yet, for the sake of her own future, she was compelled to feign compliance with this old man. Simultaneously, a surge of resentment and hatred for Han Yuning brewed within her. As a fellow daughter of the Han family, the latter had been favored by the family elders from a young age, acquiring nearly a quarter of the Qin royal family's enterprises and amassing wealth that could last several lifetimes. In contrast, despite her own striking beauty, Han Xiang felt woefully inadequate beside Han Yuning, barely qualifying as a mere backdrop. Unwilling to accept her subordinate status, she sought every opportunity to vie for control of the great Qin Chamber of Commerce. It must be acknowledged that her innate business acumen ran deep within her bloodline. Within a few short years, she had managed to seize control of a portion of the branch. As she watched the assets that rightfully belonged to Han Yuning inch closer to her grasp, She found herself stifled by her status as a born of a concubine daughter, forcibly relegated to a branch where she remained stagnant for an extended period. At that juncture, Hu Yun arrived in the state of Yu, assuming the role of vice president. Though they were both serving the Qin royal family, they were aligned with opposing factions, with him positioned against Han Yuning. One sought to topple Han Yuning to secure a promotion, while the other aimed to dismantle her influence, thereby strengthening their own position. This synergy ultimately led to the incident involving the Black Brothers' attack on Han Yuning. Once that wretched Han Yuning is ousted, the Yu branch shall be ours. Han Xiang's body quivered with anticipation, her innate allure fully on display, reigniting the smoldering embers of Hu Yun's desires. He playfully pinched her soft curves and grinned. Indeed. The Grand Elder is due to arrive tomorrow. Although that old fool has always favored Han Yuning, should that little vixen jeopardize such a critical auction, even his venerable reputation may not suffice to save her. From now on, you shall reap the rewards of your perseverance. A glimmer of joy flashed across Han Xiang's face. After years of labor, was this not the day she had been striving for? It seemed her efforts were finally poised to bear fruit. Han Yuning, I shall strip you of everything, piece by piece. The following day, the once quiet Yingge city erupted with a cacophony of excitement. As throngs of people surged toward the eastern sector, where a magnificent 9-story palace stood. Gazing upon that colossal edifice, all present could not help but express their awe. The grand auction event of the Deqin Merchants Association has always been a momentous occasion for every feudal state. Although rumors circulated that the association was unprepared for this auction. As the doors opened to welcome guests, many cast aside the fervent whispers that had been circulating. The notion that the Deqin Merchants Association had nothing to auction was absurd. While many arrived, most were kept at bay outside the entrance. Those permitted to attend the auction were prominent figures within the vast Deqian Empire. Without an invitation from the association, even a cultivator of the void refinement stage would find their efforts futile. Outside the grand entrance, several peak soul refinement cultivators patrolled with hundreds of Qi refinement practitioners, their weapons in hand. The chilling aura of their presence rendered the commotion outside somewhat subdued compared to the bustling city within. The powerful individuals unable to gain entry had no intentions of attempting a breach, as they were well aware that the mere presence of these soul refinement cultivators would suffice to thwart any such endeavor, not to mention the hidden guardians within the association. It is said that 5 cultivators of the void refinement stage once attempted to plunder the Deqin Merchants branch in Yingge City, only to find themselves lost and disoriented before they could even cross the threshold, thwarted by 10 soul refinement cultivators and several more lurking nearby. Wealth begets the resources necessary to employ even more formidable cultivators, and with such strength, the Deqin Merchants Association would remain unyielding to the local powers throughout the empire. Suddenly, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as a carriage drawn by a magical beast approached, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the association. A young servant promptly retrieved a stool to assist the occupant in disembarking. Then, a graceful figure emerged before the onlookers, slightly bending at the waist. Her exquisite form perfectly outlined. The deep black crevice at her chest revealed glimpses of her fair skin, while a delicate waist, smooth abdomen, and pert posterior created an alluring silhouette. Her long, shapely legs emerged from beneath a crimson robe. Her rosy lips and skin, as radiant as snow, glimmered softly. Such beauty. However, behind this enchanting woman was a seemingly youthful boy, his red eyes blazing with a fiery intensity. Clad in a fitted black robe, he exuded an aura of profound restraint. At an age that should be filled with the brilliance of youth, he instead bore an expression tinged with bitterness and sorrow. This caused Han Yuning considerable distress as she affectionately patted her brother Yi Feng's face, chiding him gently. I brought you out to enjoy yourself, not to sulk. Apologies, sister, Yi Feng replied with an awkward smile, aware of his incongruity with the surrounding atmosphere, a sentiment echoed by Han Yuning's own helplessness. With that, she took his hand and led him into the association. Han Yuning's entrance set many hearts racing, eager to approach her, but she offered no warmth. Her demeanor icy towards all but Yi Feng, who received her full attention. No one could have imagined the excitement that enveloped Yi Feng when she unveiled the auction items. Since that moment, Han Yuning underwent a sudden transformation, maintaining a cool demeanor toward everyone, yet exhibiting an unusual warmth toward Yi Feng. However, certain matters are inescapable. For instance, Han Xiang and Hu Yun arrived with a throng of onlookers, encircling the two. If it isn't Sister Yuning, have you managed to acquire the auction items? During this auction finale, your own embarrassment is inconsequential, but if the Qin Wangfu suffers disgrace, that would be a grave matter. Han Yuning remarked with a semblance of a smile. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall ensure that this auction finale surpasses all previous ones. Han Yuning replied with a subtle smile, her eyes slightly narrowed. Han Xiang was momentarily taken aback. She recognized that expression all too well, one that Han Yuning displayed only when she was confident of victory. Could it be that she had indeed gathered the auction items? No, she must be bluffing. How could she possibly assemble so many items in just 3 days? As the president of the Daqing Chamber of Commerce's branch in Yu Nation, while she ranked slightly lower than Han Yuning, it did not imply ignorance regarding the auction items. All the members of the chamber had spent nearly 3 years gathering these items for the auction finale, and she had previously collaborated with Hu Yun to sabotage them. What could Han Yuning possibly present? Just as she prepared to confront Han Yuning, a hand intercepted her. Upon closer inspection, it was Hu Yun, who bowed respectfully to Han Yuning. President, your prowess is indeed commendable. We await your good news. Indeed. Han Yuning replied coolly, as she departed, not forgetting to pull Yi Feng along, the two brushing past each other. Hu Yun, gazing at Yi Feng's departing figure, suddenly recalled something, prompting Han Xiang to furrow her brow and inquire, Who president? What is it? Nothing, he replied. Though he had never met Yi Feng, the intelligence team of the Daqing Chamber had provided him with comprehensive details about him, and his bore 2 words, miracle. Could it be that Han Yuning's confidence stemmed from him? But he was merely a qi refinement practitioner. If that were not the case, a hint of relaxation appeared on Hu Yun's aged face as he feigned calmness and made his way toward the auction venue. Chapter 52. The opening this year's Daqing Chamber of Commerce auction finale was indeed bustling. Within the spacious hall, a sea of people surged, and the cacophony echoed both inside and outside. Yi Feng, following the flow of the crowd, noticed that the exit was nearly shrouded in darkness, suggesting that more individuals continued to enter the hall. The fervor surrounding the Daqing Chamber of Commerce auction finale was palpable. However, none of this compared to the single issue that troubled Yi Feng. Han Yuning was seated beside him. Back in Conner City, she was the object of desire for countless men, and in this city, with her striking beauty, maintaining distance from her was essential to avoid inciting envy. Indeed, as people noticed that not only was Han Yuning sitting next to him, but they were also engaged in light-hearted conversation, jealousy erupted, with at least 1,000 piercing glares directed at him. Eventually, Yi Feng could no longer endure it, and could not help but inquire. Sister, are you not the one presiding over this grand auction? Why have you yet to take the stage? He, Han Yuning, with an enigmatic smile, playfully winked at Yi Feng and leaned in closer, saying, Brother, I shall no longer sell my flesh. Despite the surrounding clamor, Yi Feng was struck by a profound sense of emotional turmoil, suddenly recalling the moment he first encountered her in Conner City. A young woman, dressed in an alluring manner, stood on the auction platform, captivating the fervent gazes of numerous men below with her curvaceous form. People saw only the enchanting allure and mature charm of Han Yuning from the Daqing Merchants Association, along with her acumen in business. Yet, who truly cared whether this was her desire? What did it matter if she was wealthy? She still had to smile at all those men, her demeanor hardly more dignified than that of courtesans. One could only say she was an artist, not a courtesan. The words I shall no longer sell my flesh uttered from her lips carried a depth of emotion that even Yi Feng, with his resolute spirit, felt a pang of sorrow. For reasons unknown, Yi Feng boldly grasped Han Yuning's delicate hand, his gaze fixed upon the auction platform, whispering in a voice only they could hear, As long as I am here, no one shall compel you to do anything against your will. Upon hearing this, Han Yuning turned her head, fighting back tears, and silently focused her attention on the stage. Yi Feng scrutinized the layout of the venue and observed that the auction was held on 2 levels. The main structure was circular, resembling a grand bullfighting arena. The first floor was somewhat austere in design, while the second floor was resplendent. Lavishly adorned private boxes lined the upper level. Yi Feng noted that each box bore a flag emblazoned with the characters for Liang, Yu, Qin, and Wu, which, according to Han Yuning's explanation, represented the 4 major lords of the Daqing Empire, where were the royal family and the Tianqian sect. Moreover, why did the name Liang resonate with him? Could it be that he was of Liang descent? A thought briefly flickered in Yi Feng's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. This was not the time for such musings. At the very center of the first floor stood a conspicuous elevated platform, which Yi Feng sensed was protected by some form of formation that completely obstructed his mental probing. Clearly, this was a security measure employed by the Merchants Association. On the second floor, in the section designated for the Liang Nation, several elderly men in white robes were surrounded by a throng of people. One elder, with a gaze sweeping through the crowd, suddenly spotted Han Yuning engaged in conversation with Yifeng, and his brow furrowed in concern. What is going on with Yuning? Why is she not present? Who is that youth? From within the crowd, Hu Yun and Han Xiang emerged. The former respectfully addressed the elder, saying, "Great elder. The president has matters to attend to and cannot come at the moment. I hope you will forgive her. However, there is a matter concerning the survival of our Daqin Merchants Association, and I implore you to make a decisive judgment." Survival? The crowd fell silent momentarily, and the elder's expression turned perplexed. Hu Yun, what on earth is happening? Yuning has presided over this auction before. Could there truly be a mistake? Hu Yun, with a prolonged tone, interjected, and Han Xiang hesitantly remarked, "Elder, it is true that the auction items of our guild were seized by a group of nefarious individuals during the escort by Sister Yuning. The goods we are selling at this auction were only prepared by her 3 days ago." What? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Although they were seasoned veterans of the Daqin Merchant Guild, well-versed in the preparations for auction items, they understood that for an auction of this caliber, the essential items, particularly the grand finale pieces, typically required at least a year to prepare. How could Han Yuqing possibly be ready in just 3 days? An elder, visibly anxious, inquired, "Elder, how could this be?" "Wait," the elder gestured, his gaze resolute. "Yinqing has always prioritized her family. Have any of you ever witnessed her act recklessly? Let us observe before passing judgment." "Elder," after much contemplation, Han Xiang sought to speak, but was interrupted by Hu Yun, who asserted, "The elder's reasoning is sound. We are also aware of Miss Yunqing's capabilities." With that, she pulled Han Xiang to a corner. "What are you doing? Why did you stop me earlier?" Once they were away from the crowd, Han Xiang vented her frustrations, while Hu Yun merely smiled faintly. "Why the haste? The auction items have already been compromised. Han Yuqing is doomed. If the elder wishes to wait, what harm is there in that? If you obstruct the auction now, Han Yuqing, even if penalized, could be reinstated in a few years. However, once the auction commences without any finale items, it would tarnish the reputation of the Daqin Merchant Guild, and that little wretch would truly face irreparable ruin." Hu Yun's expression held a hint of coldness, and Han Xiang suddenly understood, promptly following Hu Yun into a private box to await the commencement of the auction. Amidst the bustling crowd, the auction finally began as a middle-aged man, beaming with a smile, ascended the podium. He commenced with an extravagant speech filled with gratitude, which nearly lulled Yefeng to sleep. At last, he concluded, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Daqin Merchant Guild's auction. I hope all of you leave today satisfied. Now, let us present the first item, the poison blade, forged from 9 heavens meteorite, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. What makes it even more precious is that the craftsman blended the venom of a peak soul refining realm heavenly poison spider during its creation, allowing it to unleash a fraction of the spider's power in combat. The starting bid is 10,000 crystal stones, with increments of no less than 1,000. Please proceed." 10,000 crystal stones? Yefeng cast a glance at Han Yuqing, recognizing the cunning nature of merchants. The manufacturing cost of this item, to be frank, would not exceed 1,000 crystal stones, yet it was marked up by over 10-fold. The Daqin Merchant Guild truly exemplified dominance. Nevertheless, Yefeng was indifferent to this item, as he had not assisted in its creation. Ultimately, the first auction item settled at 89,000 crystal stones, a remarkable price for a weapon. Subsequently, several more weapons were auctioned, most lingering around the 60 to 70,000 crystal stone range, without any further increases. As the night wore on, Yifeng gradually began to feel fatigued, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Time ticked away, and at long last, it was time for the grand finale of the auction. This particular item drew significant attention, and the reason was clear. It was rumored that the grand prize of the Daqin Merchant Association had been stolen. If what Han Yuning presented turned out to be of the same caliber as the earlier items, it would certainly be a spectacle to behold. Everyone was filled with anticipation, including Hu Yun and Han Xiang, who exchanged cold smirks upon hearing that the auction was entering its climax. Han Yuning, how will you conclude this? Ladies and gentlemen, the first item up for bid is a treasure of considerable renown. Recently, during the invasion of Ardakian's Kana city by the 9th prince of the Rongsu Empire, it was claimed as a trophy by one of our formidable warriors. Behold, the yellow-grade treasure, the blood python armor, crafted from the skin of a spirit realm serpent beast. A middle-aged man waved his hand, and a stunning maid appeared before the crowd, presenting the shimmering blood python armor. President Hu, what is the meaning of this? How could Han Yuning possibly possess a treasure? Han Xiang inquired, her expression darkening. Although the blood python armor was merely a yellow-grade item, it was particularly useful for those at the soul refining and void refining stages. Every faction had its young prodigies, and this item would serve them quite well. Thus, it was indeed fitting to feature it as the grand finale. So it is that item. How infuriating. Gazing at the blood python armor on display, Hu Yun cast a menacing glance at Yi Feng. He recalled the fierce battle that had transpired in Kana City, which had culminated with Yi Feng emerging as the victor. When Han Yuning had brought Yi Feng along, he had paid little heed, but now, in light of the blood python armor's appearance and her demeanor toward Yi Feng, it was evident that he had facilitated this acquisition. Very well, the lad possesses but a single treasure. There is no need for alarm. Hu Yun forced himself to regain composure and recounted the events that had unfolded in Kana City. Han Xiang's face bore a frosty countenance as she clenched her teeth. Yet she found herself powerless to change the situation. The items of the Rongsu royal family. How audacious that the Daqin Merchant Association could even present such a piece. Indeed, let us see what it fetches, she mused. The unveiling of the blood python armor instantly invigorated the atmosphere of the auction, revealing that many were equally affected by its presence. It seems everyone is quite interested. The opening bid is set at 50,000 crystal stones. The man proclaimed with fervor. This item, aside from its practical utility, bore the added significance of being a relic from a foreign royal family, making it irresistible to those who relished collecting rare artifacts. 100,000 crystal stones. The Qin delegation was quick to assert their presence. Although the Qin kingdom was situated to the west of Daqian and did not share a border with Rongsu, they were nonetheless keenly interested in this foreign treasure. Moreover, the esteemed elder had just received detailed information about the auction item from Han Yuning, confirming that it did not belong to the Daqin Merchant Association, compelling them to dip into their own coffers.